Introduction. My name is XinXue, the eldest daughter of the Emperor Haoyan. From a young age, I was showered with affection. One day, while playing, I discovered a beautiful bead and, in my innocence, began to nibble on it, inadvertently transforming it into a spiritual pearl. We grew up together, honing our skills side by side. He descended to the mortal realm. Due to the heavenly tribulations, I witnessed his birth, death, and eventual rebirth. There was even a glorious entry for me on the divine list back then. Yet, as time passed, many memories faded, leaving an inexplicable emptiness within me that seemed impossible to fill. Gradually, through conversations with various acquaintances, I began to recall everything. Sun Wukong remarked, "This heavenly palace is eerily silent and filled with constraints. Brother, why not join me in rebellion?" NeZha added, "Do you see the pagoda in the sky? If you destroy it, I might consider." Chapter 1. My brother's impressive physique. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, gently caressing my face with warmth, almost to the point of discomfort. Slowly, I opened my eyes, bleary from sleep, and gazed outside, bewildered by the brightness of the sun. What time could it possibly be? Reluctantly, I turned over, allowing my body to sink back into languor. As my consciousness gradually sharpened, I lay in bed, stretching and inhaling deeply before exhaling. Is the young lady awake? The second master has instructed that the young lady not be disturbed. I shall prepare you for the day. As I pushed open the door, I was greeted by a maid standing respectfully at the threshold. Her name was Green Willow, a tree spirit specifically summoned by the 4th of Meishan to attend to me. I recalled my first night at XinXue, when I had no maidservant to serve me. The following day, I ventured out with half-disheveled hair to seek Yang, who kindly styled my hair. His actions were likely instinctive, as there were no celestial maidens in XinXue. According to Yang, it was Yang who had styled her hair in her youth. His hands were deft indeed. Gazing into the mirror, I saw a reflection of porcelain skin and bright, captivating eyes. A satisfied smile crept across my face as I pondered how I could be so strikingly beautiful, prompting a soft chuckle from my lips. What could bring such joy to the young lady? "Do share, so I may also partake in your happiness," Green Willow said, having completed my hair. She then rummaged through the wardrobe for a striking redand white cloud gown adorned with elegant red lotuses. It perfectly suited my taste. I adored such vivid colors, both beautiful and flamboyant. I marveled at the fact that I now had a chamber solely for my use. "Why am I, your lady, so extraordinarily beautiful?" Upon hearing my words, Green Willow burst into laughter. "Of course. Our lady is one of the most beautiful beings in heaven and earth. No one else can compare." As I stepped out of my room, the lively atmosphere of XinXue enveloped me. Green Willow followed closely behind, and I turned to her, saying, "Go about your duties, there's no need to trail me." "Yes, my lady." Just as she turned to leave, I called out, "By the way, where is your second master?" In response, "My lady, today is a day of rest. The second master should be practicing his spear in the backyard at this hour." "Understood," I replied and made my way to the backyard, where I could already hear the whoosh of the spear slicing through the air. I couldn't fathom why. Even after achieving a saintly form, he continued to practice. In a tranquil courtyard stood a man, his raven black hair elegantly gathered atop his head with a delicate hairpin. His bare torso revealed well-defined muscles, each line flowing gracefully, and every motion of his hands seemed to soar like a dragon, captivating all who beheld him. I could not help but applaud in sincere admiration. Upon hearing the applause, Yang abruptly halted his movements, and an official standing nearby swiftly presented the prepared tea. With a playful smile, I jested, "Dear brother Erlang, your physique is truly enviable. Might I have the pleasure of a closer acquaintance, perhaps to feel those 8 exquisite abdominal muscles?" Yang lifted his gaze, his expression a complex mixture of emotions as he replied, "At your age, is it fitting to be so frivolous?" Typically reserved, his words were sharp and incisive, prompting me to retort, "I am in the prime of my youth, radiant and unparalleled. How can you claim I am old?" He gently waved his sleeve, donning his customary attire. The flowing black robe accentuated his tall stature, and with a folding fan in hand, he swayed slightly, his hair appearing to dance with a hint of nonchalance. "And what of you? Trying to feign youth at such an age? How much younger could you possibly be than I?" I provocatively challenged. He responded with a light smile, a touch of mockery in his tone. "Not much, just a few decades." Before I could reply, he floated away, leaving behind a hearty laugh that echoed, "Have you not slept until the sun is high? Are you not hungry?" Gazing at the table laden with lotus root dishes, I was left speechless, torn between laughter and exasperation. Have you lost your mind, Erling? Why is there nothing but lotus root? Have you emptied the pond of all its treasures? Yang Jian regarded me with a hint of confusion. Last night, you drunkenly insisted on lotus root, so I had special preparations made for you. I was taken aback and turned to Green Willow, who nodded in confirmation. It seemed I had indeed behaved in such a manner last night. Though we had not seen each other for decades, was it truly warranted? I traveled all this way only to be served vegetarian fare? I attempted to shift the subject as I retook my seat. He, however, was unperturbed and placed a piece of pork rib into my bowl, saying, "But there is still meat, is there not? What need do celestial beings have for earthly grains? If not for your presence, this abode would scarcely even see a fire lit," I replied. Yang Jian, a strikingly handsome figure, was a rare beauty among men, yet his long-standing demeanor was one of sternness, making him difficult to approach. In my memories, he was always such a warm and considerate person, yet the image of him I once cherished now felt somewhat elusive. "Speak, why do you come this time?" he directly inquired, interrupting my reverie. I gently dabbed at the corners of my eyes, feigning a sense of grievance. "Erlang." He cast a sidelong glance at me. "Do we need to engage in such theatrics between us?" Picking up a slice of lotus root, I chewed it vigorously, as if to vent my frustrations. "My brother bullies me, you must help me teach him a lesson." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian promptly refused, adding succinctly, "If he is bullying you, why not seek your father in the outer heaven to intervene? What need have you of me?" His words were terse, and seeking his assistance seemed futile. I indignantly prodded the pork ribs in my bowl with my chopsticks, muttering in discontent. But father favors him, he was always the one who cherished me the most. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian curled the corners of his mouth into a faint smile and remarked, "I can believe he is biased, but I cannot accept that he favors others over you." The heavenly realm, once a sanctuary of tranquility, was adorned with handsome male deities and stunning female immortals. Even the spirit beasts that had attained human form were a feast for the eyes. Yet, upon awakening from my slumber, it felt as though the world had turned upside down, my heart weighed down as if the sky had collapsed upon me. The once dashing Tai by Jinxing had transformed into an elderly man with flowing white hair. The gallant, barefoot, immortal had become a portly elder, his steps unsteady. Even the gentle and blushing Junlian, who was once refined and elegant, had morphed into a rugged man with a scruffy beard. After I finished recounting my tale, Yang Jian paused briefly in his act of raising his cup, teasingly saying, "Perhaps you jest too often, and they have grown fearful of you?" "I merely speak in jest. I have not resorted to violence," I defended myself. "Do you wish to take actual action? Now, that would indeed be quite audacious of you." With a deep sigh, I felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness and unease. "Erlang, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss within me, as if I have lost something of great significance, and I have noticed my memory waning. I fear that in the future, even you may forget me." As these words escaped my lips, the atmosphere became instantly heavy. Yang Jian's gaze was profound like a river, seemingly capable of engulfing every emotion. Yet, in that fleeting moment, I thought I caught a glimpse of pain flickering in his eyes, only to have it vanish before I could fully comprehend it. Perhaps it was merely my imagination. I glanced down at the mountain of lotus roots piled in my bowl, which Yang Jian had been persistently serving to me, although I held little fondness for them. "To be honest, I'm not particularly fond of lotus roots," I murmured softly. Yang Jian suggested, "In that case, why not stay here for a while? You could help me shoulder some responsibilities, and it would serve to alleviate this tedious time." "Very well then." Chapter 2. Acts of Valor. The incense at the Jinjuan temple was ever burning before I even stepped inside. The aroma of candles and incense made me sneeze several times. Yang Jian, clad in a flowing black robe, appeared like a young man with a face as radiant as glazed porcelain. No, at his age, he should not be referred to as a young lad, but rather as a rather handsome gentleman. The thought of Yang Jian with silver hair and a beard of white brought a chuckle to my lips. "What thoughts occupy your mind daily?" He playfully tapped my head with his folding fan. It did not hurt. Yet I feigned a gasp and kicked him lightly in the calf. "You mischievous little brother, how dare you lay hands on your sister?" "Huh!" Yang Jian let out a light laugh and refrained from retorting, merely taking a glance around the temple before stepping outside, and I followed closely behind him. The streets were bustling with life, vibrant with the laughter of the people, who, despite their hardships, wore smiles on their faces. "What are your thoughts?" he inquired. As I gazed upon the lively scenes at Guangjiangku, A familiar image surfaced in my mind. Shaking my head, I replied, "A peaceful and prosperous life, filled with joy." It is precisely because the revered Zhenjuan watches over this place that the demons and malevolent spirits dare not wreak havoc. I stood before the vendor, watching the proprietor deftly mold sugar figurines into the shapes of rabbits and grasshoppers, each creation remarkably lifelike. Beside me, a small dog, resembling the legendary Hound of Heaven, appeared rather silly. As I reached out to grasp one, I heard the vendor chuckle, "My dear, that will be 2 copper coins." Having not visited the mortal realm for an extended period, I had forgotten the custom of paying for goods. Yang Jian produced several copper coins, placed them down, and continued onward. I took a bite of the sugar figure. It was satisfyingly crisp, albeit slightly sticky. "Why are you walking so swiftly?" I inquired. "It is you who are lagging behind," he retorted. Thus, we meandered quietly through Guanjinku. Did he not mention needing my assistance with official matters? Why had he taken me on a leisurely stroll instead? When feeling troubled, it is beneficial to wander among the mortals. Witnessing their contentment and industriousness can significantly uplift one's spirits, he remarked. I found wisdom in his words. Otherwise, I would not have spent my days exploring. As we wandered, we returned to the temple of the true Lord. By this time, the temple was nearly deserted, yet the incense continued to burn brightly, no less than during the day. The statue of the manifestly holy true Lord, though well-proportioned, bore a fierce expression that seemed entirely at odds with his features. "How many petitions have the people submitted today?" Yang Jian inquired, and, at his words, 2 attendants emerged, presenting a large wicker basket. "Second Master, all the petitions for today are here," they announced. I could not help but widen my eyes in astonishment. Was this all that had been submitted in a single day? Leaning closer, I opened one of the scrolls to peruse its contents. There were requests for household peace, for harmonious marriages, and even for romantic unions. I handed the scroll back to him, exclaiming, "Forget the rest, but how is it that there are requests for progeny? Do you have so many such matters to attend to?" Yang Jian appeared unfazed, glancing casually at the 2 attendants. "Select the relevant ones and send them to their respective destinations." Ah, so the petitions from the populace were categorized and dispatched elsewhere. It made sense. Such trivial matters could not possibly require his direct attention. Usually, they filter through and bring me only the significant ones. Given the peace in Guanjinku, there are hardly any pressing issues, he explained. Yang Jian, immersed in the mortal realm, had the Maishan brothers at his command and was accompanied by 1,200 grass-headed deities. His days were filled with handling paperwork and, during leisure, enjoying feasts and revelry with his brethren, leading a fulfilling life. In contrast, I found myself aimlessly passing the time, merely existing without purpose. It was no wonder I felt boredom. Yang Jian's observation that I was idle was indeed not without merit. Upon returning to the manor, I noticed the Hound of Heaven and several grass-headed soldiers gathered in animated conversation, creating quite the lively scene. With me present, they cannot fully relax. I shall refrain from joining them, I thought, nodding and understanding as I approached. Once, I accompanied my master in the conquest of Xianxia, where I earned considerable merit, especially my master, who was invincible and swept through the world without contest, recounted the Hound of Heaven, his narrative vivid enough to transport me to that time. There was also a remarkable woman, Miss XinXue, who, after a skirmish with Master Wen, encountered Huang Feihu, who had defected to Xiqi and managed to hold her ground against the 3 Xianyuan demons and Shun Gongbao. I extracted a handful of melon seeds and offered them, yet the crowd remained engrossed in the tale, oblivious to my presence, their actions of cracking the seeds unceasing. Back then, the dragon god, having erred, sought to bring about mutual destruction. He unleashed a toxic rain from the skies, causing those who were touched by its droplets to foam at the mouth and collapse. Even the flora on the ground wilted. At that moment, Miss XinXue stepped forth, establishing a magical formation, a vast barrier that shielded the entire western Xi, allowing the populace to escape calamity. Goodness, was I truly that valiant back then? Upon reflection, it seemed there was some truth to it, though the details eluded me. These melon seeds are indeed rare, brimming with spiritual essence. Where did you procure them? Only then did the crowd notice me, and the celestial dog leapt down from the table. When did you return, my lady? Just now, celestial dog. Your narration is quite impressive. You remember it so vividly. Several on-duty grass deities were dismissed by the celestial dog, who then grinned at me and said, "The brothers simply wish to hear tales of our master's illustrious past." In my excitement, I inadvertently mentioned the lady. What is there to fear? You're not to blame. With that, I retrieved 2 bunches of grapes from my pouch and handed them over. What the lady offers are treasures indeed. After consuming them, I feel my cultivation has increased. The celestial dog expressed his gratitude, letting out a couple of joyful barks akin to a child receiving candy. The orchard of the White Emperor is abundant with spiritual fruits, of course. They are exceptional. I sat in the courtyard, gazing up at the resplendent moon, where I could faintly discern the figure of xianxia, a great beauty, albeit one steeped in melancholy, her visage fragile as if she were about to shatter. Being in her presence often left me feeling more desolate, thus I preferred not to engage with her. In the heavenly realm, an atmosphere of tranquility prevailed. The annual peach banquet was particularly lively, with celestial maidens chasing after me, clad in a sky-blue cloud robe, 2 little ribbons adorning my head, and a jingling collar around my neck. This was my childhood surely. I must be dreaming. I evaded the celestial maidens pursuing me, swiftly crawling beneath a table when suddenly a pearl the size of a duck egg caught my eye, glimmering with a soft pink radiance, as if it were whispering to me. I crawled forward to pick it up. It felt smooth to the touch. Poking it with my finger, I found it soft. My mother often provided me with celestial herbs crafted into elixirs as snacks, and this resembled them, albeit smaller. This must be an oversized elixir she had prepared for me, accidentally dropped. Such was my thought. I took a bite, but to my surprise, I found it unyielding. A blinding golden light flashed, and before me appeared a plump, cherubic figure, resembling a glutinous rice dumpling with its rosy complexion. Its bright, curious eyes regarded me, and before I knew it, it had popped its finger into its mouth. How could it be cuter than I? That was my first thought. The red belly band it wore was exquisite, adorned with a vividly lifelike cloud, clearly not of ordinary origin. I yearned for a belly band just like it. I reached out and poked his round, plump belly, then tugged at his apron. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, colliding with the table with a resounding thud before plopping down right in front of me. Wow, you're showing your bottom. How embarrassing. The chubby little fellow swiftly crawled out from under the table, and I pursued him, with the fairies trailing behind me. From beneath the table to atop it, then onto the roof, the railings and the lotus leaves, wherever he went, I followed, leaving a trail of chaos in my wake. Chapter 3. Did my brother come to find me on purpose? I followed him in a frantic dash, the furious voice of my brother echoing behind me. XinXue, you troublemaker. A glance over my shoulder revealed his enraged countenance, spurring me to run even faster. Suddenly, my body was inexplicably suspended in midair. It was my brother's magical binding rope that had ensnared me. I glanced at the grand hall not far away, pouted, and began to wail uncontrollably. Father, save me. My brother is bullying me. My cries resonated as I fell into my father's embrace, only to be pinched on the nose by someone. You are causing chaos again. You little troublemaker. I am not. I shot a glance at the chubby doll cradled in NeZha's arms, now clad in red trousers. So you are here. I tugged at my father's sleeve, swaying it back and forth. Father, your apron is so beautiful. I want one too. Very well. I shall have them make you one later. I have important matters to discuss with your mother. Go play for a while, my father said, pinching my chubby cheek before setting me down. Greetings, father. Greetings, Lady NeZha. My brother rushed into the hall, bowing respectfully to the 2 deities. How old are you? Stop bullying your sister all the time. Faced with my father's gentle reprimand, my brother could only grit his teeth and swallow his retort. I understand, father. With that, he scooped me up, also taking hold of the chubby doll beside us. Look, because of your antics, they will have to tidy up for quite some time. I'm sorry. Brother, I hastily admitted my fault, knowing that acknowledging my mistake was always the safest route. Seeing my good attitude, my brother refrained from further scolding and handed us over to the celestial maid before bustling off. I reached out once more to tug on the doll's red apron, which seemed to be affixed to its body, resisting my efforts to remove it. What is your name? Let us become friends. I offered a fragrant peach as a token of sincerity. My name is NeZha, a servant of Lady NeZha. What is yours? I am XinXue, the daughter of the king. I proudly patted my chest. I am a princess of the heavenly court, and from now on, I shall be your sister. With me to protect you, no other deities will dare to bully you. NeZha nodded in vague understanding. Truth be told, I too was unsure of the meaning, having heard it spoken by others too many times to not regurgitate it. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and I struggled to maintain my balance. Upon opening my eyes, I found a willow tree swaying above my bed. Miss, wake up. Green Willow, what is it? Has someone broken in? I sat up and stretched lazily, only to hear Green Willow chuckle lightly. This is the residence of the second master at Guanjinku. Who would dare to attack? It is the third prince who has arrived. The second master sent me to invite you. Huh? The third prince, is that NeZha? I snapped to attention, hastily instructing Green Willow to help me dress, and quickly made my way to the front courtyard, lifting my skirt as I went. Seated across from Yang Jian was the gallant and spirited third prince, NeZha, adorned with twin tassels in his hair and golden fringes gently cascading. His raven locks were as dark as ink, and his skin was fairer than snow. His countenance was exquisitely sculpted like fine glass, and his eyes sparkled with a warm smile, capable of melting hearts. Draped in a vibrant red cloud-patterned robe with short sleeves, a golden necklace around his neck swayed gently, producing a melodious sound that added to his lively aura. Adorned with a resplendent golden bracelet upon his wrist, shimmering under the sun, it was none other than the formidable Qianquan circle. Meanwhile, the originally crimson Huitianling had transformed into an exquisite waist sash, elegantly accentuating his tall figure. As he rose, a pair of calves, as pure as jade, was revealed, evoking a myriad of fanciful thoughts. Although I had witnessed countless celestial beauties, each encounter with NeZha invariably stirred within me an indescribable sentiment. I lifted my skirt and gracefully approached him, my voice light with laughter. "Dear brother, have you come specifically to seek me?" "Do not call me brother," he replied with a calm demeanor. I naturally seated myself beside him, my hand gently brushing against the waist sash fashioned from Huitianling, as if this gesture had been repeated 1,000 times. In response, the Huitianling seemed to gain a life of its own, entwining around me like an old friend reuniting warmly. "Shall I call you sister?" I ventured to inquire. Yang Jian, observing us from the side, cast a glance our way, letting out a soft huff, his words tinged with a hint of exasperation. "Over the years, you have become increasingly unrestrained." Concealing my complaints behind the Huitianling, I subtly leaned towards NeZha. "Look, your second brother is rather fierce." A faint smile graced NeZha's lips as he turned his gentle gaze towards me. "I am the embodiment of lotus roots, devoid of gender distinctions. Titles are merely formalities." Yang Jian drained his cup of tea, his eyes shifting between us. "In the heavenly realm, one old and one young indulge her, and you too are so lenient. It is no wonder she grows more audacious." The Huitianling frolicked around me, its delicate touch intoxicating, rivaling even the finest garments woven by the weaving maiden. I caressed it, relishing its cool comfort, akin to a spring breeze brushing against my face, tinged with a teasing sensation. It seemed to shy away, swiftly reverting to a waist sash, firmly encircling NeZha's waist. Yang Jian's gentle cough brought me back to reality, and I noticed the surrounding attendants gazing at us with expressions of astonishment and jest, as if witnessing a scene of a heroic maiden abducting a handsome youth. "Look, we are dressed similarly, like sisters. Do not let your imaginations run wild." "Dear brother, you have yet to answer me. Did you come specifically to find me?" I propped my arm on the table, resting my chin lightly, my gaze fixed intensely on NeZha. He stood upright, the crimson wind fire wheels at his feet poised for action, his voice steady. "The Jade Emperor has commanded me to escort you back. I have only been in the mortal realm for a few days. Time in the heavens is but a fleeting moment. Why do you keep watching me?" I murmured with discontent, yet my eyes were firmly locked on the wind fire wheels. Although the art of cloud riding is exquisite, it pales in comparison to the speed of the wind fire wheels. Perhaps I could borrow them for a moment? "All right." NeZha's response was unexpectedly agreeable. The wind fire wheels acknowledged their master. I had not anticipated their acceptance, yet everything transpired remarkably smoothly, propelling me skyward in an instant. Return? Why must I go back? Now that I have the wind fire wheels in my possession, let us see who can catch up. I mused to myself. Meanwhile, NeZha and Yang Jian conversed in hushed tones, seemingly unfazed by my antics. Time slipped away quietly, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. "Is it possible she is toying with you?" Yang Jian inquired. "Second brother, now that the wind fire wheels have acknowledged their master, let her enjoy herself." In NeZha's response, there lingered a hint of indulgence and affection. "Do you intend to continue in this manner?" Yang Jian's tone carried a trace of concern. NeZha chuckled softly, gently caressing the fiery spear in his hand. Though he smiled, the chill upon his countenance remained undiminished. Were I present, I would undoubtedly discern the stark contrast between the NeZha before me and the one that stood now. Having been a deity for an extended period, one becomes detached from worldly desires, mastering them with ease. The opportunity to meet daily, to drink and converse, is not without its merits. Yang Jian sighed, offering a reassuring pat on NeZha's shoulder. Their conversation drifted away with the breeze. I had been elatedly traversing the winds on my fiery wheels to a place unknown to them, only to find it disobediently veering back. Watching the ground rapidly expand beneath me, my heart raced in tandem with the swift descent. Slow down, slow down." NeZha's celestial silk swiftly soared towards me, and as I dove, I found myself reclining upon it, softer than clouds, which prompted me to roll about in delight. "It is time to return," NeZha declared. And the celestial silk coiled back around his waist. Approaching him, I playfully smacked his arm. "NeZha, if you ever frighten me again, I shall steal you for supper." No sooner had I spoken than I beheld the very arm I had just slapped resting in my hand. A shocking visual impact that left me momentarily speechless. "Take it. Surely it is far more nourishing than those lotus roots." "Wow, brother, are you truly this ruthless?" I mused, bringing it close to my nose. And indeed, it emitted a fragrance far superior to ordinary lotus roots, its pale flesh yielding moisture. Just as I was about to take a bite, the arm swiftly returned to NeZha. As we prepared to depart, we spotted the urgent approach of the formidable Kong, his expression grave. Has something occurred? Chapter 4. A valiant young man having encountered the formidable elder of Fengshen, XinXue, arrived hastily, a serious demeanor gracing his features. "Greetings, esteemed ones. The young lady and the third prince are also present." NeZha returned the gesture of respect. "What troubles you?" "Recently, at Guanjingku, numerous young women have gone missing. My subordinates have just discovered that a golden python has made its lair atop the mountain, eluding our surveillance, and is specifically abducting beautiful young maidens. It seems to possess some degree of cultivation, so I dared not act hastily, but I have come to report this to you." Such occurrences at Guanjingku. NeZha, ever one to court trouble and revel in excitement, immediately lost his desire to leave. "Look, we are perfectly matched for this. I wish to witness this commotion. You two should depart swiftly. It is merely a serpent, and I doubt it will evade my grasp," Yang Jian remarked, exasperated by our eagerness and wishing to send us away post-haste. "How about we lend a hand?" I crossed my arms and nudged NeZha's elbow, who turned to me and softly replied, "Then I shall heed your counsel." Yang Jian shot us a disapproving glance before instructing Kong to assemble the troops for departure. After all, we were ancient deities, having lived for millennia. It was hardly possible for them to be oblivious to our whispered exchanges. They were merely indulging our little performance. The desolation of late autumn is palpable on earth, with fallen leaves carpeting the ground and wild grasses and twisted branches stretching endlessly into the horizon. Fortunately, we are celestial beings. Should we wish to conceal our whereabouts, detection proves to be a challenge. Following the clues provided by the esteemed Elder Kong, we have lurked on the mountain for over an hour without sight of the so-called golden python. Could he have received word and fled in advance? I glanced at XinXue, who was lying in wait nearby. "I have stationed my men at the foot of the mountain, and it seems unwise to remain idle." "I shall draw him out," I declared, and before they could object, I had already left my hiding place. Clad in a simple white gown with a rough cloth tied about my head and clutching a bamboo basket, I surveyed my attire. Indeed, this is the common garb of women in the mortal realm. Feeling somewhat lethargic, I chose to sit upon a nearby stone, gently tapping my calf with my right hand. In this desolate expanse, where could I possibly find him? It would be more prudent to wait for him to seek me out. As anticipated, it was not long before a man in a yellow brocade robe approached with a broad smile, exuding an air of cultured elegance akin to a young gentleman. Yet, to my eyes, he resembled a python slithering before me, flicking its tongue in a rather repulsive manner. "Fair maiden, where might you be headed? Allow me to escort you," he inquired. I cast a timid glance in his direction and replied softly, "I was on my way to the mouth of the river to seek my cousin. But it has been many years since I last visited, and I find myself somewhat lost. Might this noble sir offer me guidance?" "Of course, I shall assist you," he said, a lewd grin spreading across his face as he reached for my hand. "Begone with your filthy hands." At that moment, NeZha's furious voice echoed through the heavens, his fiery spear slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, firmly positioned before the golden python, dressed in splendid garments, adorned with gleaming gold and silver. His crimson skirt billowed gracefully in the wind as he descended from the skies. A touch of vermilion on his forehead added a vibrant flare, while his jade-like visage was accentuated by elegantly arched brows, sparkling starry eyes, and naturally rosy lips. The cold glint of his spear shimmered with a resonant sound, embodying the stature of a youthful hero, causing my heart to race with admiration for this formidable young man. Before I could fully savor the moment, NeZha swiftly pulled me to my feet. In that instant, as our palms met, a refreshing and ethereal fragrance of lotus wafted into my senses. How had I not noticed this before? Was it only when he was enraged that this floral scent manifested? What a refined and extraordinary lady you are. Why not accompany me to delve into the secrets of immortality? The golden python, clearly oblivious to NeZha's true identity, spoke with a tone laced with lasciviousness. At this, NeZha's expression darkened, turning as frigid as frost. "Begone, vile creature. How dare you be so brazen before your elder, NeZha? Behold my spear." With that, the fiery spear transformed into a streak of red light, aimed directly at the enemy's head. I stepped aside, my gaze fixed on NeZha's agile form. As the misty sky silk danced around him, akin to a celestial maiden in flight, a sight of unparalleled beauty that was utterly enchanting. Just as the battle reached a critical juncture, NeZha's golden bracelet morphed into the universe ring, skillfully ensnaring the golden python. Yet, to my astonishment, the python possessed a means of escape, transforming into a slender thread to slip away. I hurried to NeZha's side, urging, "Why do you not use the misty sky silk to bind him? The celestial rope has ensnared this vile creature. Do you still wish to engage with it in the future?" With that, he expanded his form and swiftly pursued the golden python. Having revealed their whereabouts, Yang and the others no longer concealed themselves, following the fleeing python's trail. The keen sense of smell of the howling heavenly dog led the group to quickly identify their target. After a fierce battle, the golden python was ultimately bound by the celestial rope, rendered immobile. This rope possesses extraordinary power. Even a great Luo golden immortal would find it difficult to escape its grasp, let alone a mere serpent spirit. The xianxia circle descended heavily, revealing the golden python's true form, which was then pierced through by the fire-tipped spear, its essence easily crushed by NeZha. Not leaving even a single survivor to interrogate was somewhat regrettable for Yang, yet he did not hinder NeZha's thunderous methods. Such a villain requires no further debate. Swift transcendence is the true path. NeZha's voice carried a hint of indignation, his countenance dark and brows furrowed, his lips pressed into a thin line. I felt an inexplicable impulse rise within me. His irate demeanor was quite endearing, evoking a desire to comfort him. "Why are you in such a foul mood today?" Yang remarked with a sigh, gazing at the dissipating golden python. NeZha shot him a glance, seemingly displeased. That wretched beast spoke insolently. How could I spare him? Yang chuckled lightly, teasingly. "Was it not you who claimed in the manner to be a lotus root incarnation, indifferent to distinctions of gender? That is entirely different." NeZha retorted, casting him a sidelong glance before beginning to tidy his gear in preparation to depart. The celestial rope gently coiled around my wrist as he softly murmured, "Let us go," questioning the need for the celestial rope. "You could simply hold my hand." I attempted to reach for his hand, but he stood upon the wind and fire wheels, always just out of my grasp. Yang watched us depart. Unable to suppress a quip, NeZha's cunning now rivals the holes in his lotus root. Kong Anyu chimed in. "Only Miss E is an exception. Had it been anyone else, they would have met a swift demise." Provoking the third prince, this python met an unjust end. Chapter 5. Since you have made an appointment, I shall inevitably come. The five-colored auspicious clouds flickered in and out, the sky ablaze with resplendent hues. Occasionally, two celestial cranes would cry out as they soared by. In the distance, the jade palaces hung with colorful celestial ribbons danced in the breeze, while beside the white jade steps, glazed lanterns were placed, surrounded by ethereal mist and the fragrant aroma of wine. Everything was utterly perfect, yet after countless millennia of witnessing such scenes, one inevitably grows weary. Resting my right cheek upon my hand, I reclined atop the clouds, observing the bustling figures of celestial maidens and attendants. "The troops are assembled," a voice called out. And indeed, the silhouettes of heavenly soldiers emerged not far from the clouds, arranged in orderly ranks, led by the third Prince NeZha. Due to the distance, I could only see his crimson attire and the celestial rope swirling elegantly around him, like a dream. I shaped a tuft of white cloud into the form of a crane and blew gently. The third prince, exuding formidable authority, commanded deep admiration. "I have received a fine brew from the Star Lord of Jidu. May I invite you to savor a few cups?" I flew toward him, extending my invitation. NeZha extended his hand, and the white crane gracefully alighted upon it, recounting my earlier words. The celestial soldiers nearby, accustomed to such occurrences, remained unfazed, their expressions steadfast as they gazed ahead. Before long, the white crane soared back to my palm. "You have summoned me, and thus I must come," it declared, before transforming once more into a fluffy white cloud, rejoining the auspicious clouds nearby. A smile unfurled on my lips, which I could not suppress as I leaned upon the cloud, observing the celestial soldiers gliding past us. The Star Lord of Jidu, one of the 9 luminaries, governs the fortunes and misfortunes of the world, often associated with calamity and illness, and is known to be somewhat reclusive. By chance, I encountered Jidu during an official duty on Earth, and we formed an instant camaraderie, thus becoming friends. In the heavens, there is no night, perpetual light envelopes the realm. After a modest drink, we strolled along the corridor, unwittingly reaching the edge of the sky. Here, despite the enveloping darkness, countless stars twinkled above, reminiscent of the night sky on Earth. As we passed, a table with 2 chairs and several plates of fresh fruit awaited us, accompanied by fine wine. We sat across from each other, as if returning to the familiar Chintang past from years past. I produced a porcelain vial, placing it before him. This was given by the old lord. It can do no harm, so I shall share it with you. NeZha accepted it, opening the vial to reveal colorful elixirs resembling candies. You ought to indulge in these spirit fruits as a treat, I chuckled, resting my chin in my hands. Observing him as he contemplated my words. When have good things ever been scarce for you? Noticing my unwavering gaze, he inquired, why do you look at me so? I sense a change in you, yet it feels as though nothing has changed, I replied. Really? He mused. Did you not wear silver armor before? I regarded NeZha with a puzzled expression, seeking answers in his demeanor. His smile faltered momentarily. Then he feigned annoyance, raising his drink and downing it in one go. It's all your fault. Me? Why would it concern me? I exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. I was once draped in silver armor for years. It was you who insisted we become sisters, demanding I wear matching attire with you. The deities in heaven had much to say about me because of it, NeZha retorted, irritation evident in his tone. Ah, is that so? I have no recollection of it, I replied, though I had no reason to doubt him. I chuckled lightly, attempting to diffuse the tension between us. Many celestial beings possess ambiguous appearances, with male forms and female visages often intermingling. What difference does it make if one is a brother or a sister? There is no need for such seriousness. I feigned nonchalance, hoping to ease the current awkwardness. His reaction was not one of anger, but rather an acceptance of the situation. Calmly, he remarked, excessive drinking diminishes memory. It would be wise for you to indulge less in the future. Understood, I replied, playfully tugging at his waist ribbon. The celestial silk unfurled from around his waist, dancing around me. I grasped it, brushing it against my face, as smooth as ever, captivating to the touch. Then, might you let me play with the celestial silk for a couple of days? I continued to tease him. That is out of the question. NeZha decisively declined, and the Hunyuan Ling swiftly returned to his waist. Why? Today I offer it to you, but tomorrow, it might very well be transformed into clothing. You have long coveted this Hunyuan Ling. NeZha looked at me with a resigned expression, rose from his seat, and prepared to depart. It had been quite some time since we had left the divine capital, and I too stood up, ready to return, though I felt a slight dizziness. The effects of the alcohol were potent. I felt unsteady on my feet. A large hand supported me from behind, its chill penetrating through the delicate fabric to my skin. I turned and grasped the hand with both of mine, exhaling a couple of breaths. Why is your hand so cold? NeZha's body stiffened momentarily but did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he allowed me to hold it tightly, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. How could I, a lotus root, possess warmth? Ah, indeed, I replied with a tipsy smile. At that moment, the alcohol made me feel overheated, and I wrapped his icy arm tightly in my embrace, instantly feeling a sense of relief from the heat. As I looked up, I saw his radiant face and chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? I just want to kiss you. Before I could act, the Hunyuan Ling swiftly formed a transparent barrier between us, and NeZha's arm was quickly withdrawn from my embrace. The Hunyuan Ling coiled around me gently, guiding me to follow behind him. You were drunk. Indeed, intoxicated. Hence I wished to kiss and embrace you. I closely followed him, yet always lagged a step behind. Suddenly, NeZha halted and turned to face me, a myriad of complex emotions swirling in his gaze. But with my head spinning, all I desired was sleep. As I pondered this, I closed my eyes and leaned back, falling into a cool embrace. I desperately opened my eyes, but the world was hazy. I reached out, attempting to pinch his cheek, but fatigue rendered my arms weak and they fell limp. I think I touched his face and even pinched it, but I could not clearly remember whether it was real or merely a dream. In the Cloud Palace, Li Jing stood waiting, as if intentionally anticipating his arrival. NeZha responded lightly, then turned to walk towards his own palace. There are distinctions between men and women. In the future, do not cultivate close ties, Li Jing advised earnestly. His face etched with concern, while his gaze towards NeZha bore a hint of frustration. NeZha scoffed, his eyes devoid of joy or sorrow, resembling a tranquil pond. As he quietly observed Li Jing, thanks to you, I am what I am now. Where's the distinction between men and women? Li Jing called out as NeZha turned to leave. Regardless of what others think, you will always be my son, Li Jing. Is that so? You did not say that before. Indeed, years ago, he had proclaimed at Chang'an Pass that there was no such thing as the rebellious NeZha. Those words still echoed in my ears. Yet, what has transpired cannot be undone. Knowing one is wrong does not restore everything to its original state. Chapter 6, Forgotten Memories. Is my father calling for me? After listening to Yulwan's words, I found myself somewhat perplexed. The character Xian is indeed quite subtle. Typically, I am the one who tends to stir up trouble, and after I have created enough disturbances, my father merely offers a few verbal admonitions, and others do not comment further. Reflecting on the past few days, it seems I have not engaged in any mischief. And the fact that my brother sent someone to find me cannot be entirely negative. In the Yochi, the lotus blossoms are in full bloom, their petals layered exquisitely. A sight of unparalleled beauty. The fairy Lingbo sits nearby, her enchanting flute melodies resonating throughout the air. My father and mother sit opposite each other, both wearing gentle smiles, seemingly engrossed in an intriguing conversation. Meanwhile, my elder brother, Prince Xuanxiang, stands quietly beneath them, his gaze intently fixed on the chessboard. Father, mother. I hurriedly approached, offering a slight bow before lifting my skirts and eagerly running behind my father. Gently squeezing his shoulders, I sweetly inquired, Father, have you summoned me for a reason? Have you agreed to let me descend to the mortal realm to aid the people? Upon hearing my words, my father's hand hesitated for a moment before he slowly placed a black chess piece on the board and replied, Mortals are often consumed by greed, anger, ignorance, and hatred, harboring selfish desires, and are treacherous and cunning. How could a princess of the heavenly court lower herself to the mundane world? Though my father's words left me feeling somewhat disheartened, I persisted, mortals are merely what they are because their senses are not yet purified. Besides, we are celestial beings. How can we concern ourselves with the affairs of mortals? At this juncture, my brother interjected, Shiner, the human realm is rife with demons, and practitioners of the arcane arts abound. Given your unique status, what if someone with ill intentions were to abduct you and threaten the heavenly court? As my brother opposed my proposal, I turned my gaze towards my mother, taking a couple of steps forward to kneel before her. Mother, it is precisely because the boundaries between realms are blurred, mortals, deities, and demons mingling together, that the people suffer and endure hardship. Seeing that they remained silent, I pressed on. The mortals pay homage to us in hopes of receiving our blessings for their safety, do they not? Enough. This matter has already been arranged by me, the emperor interjected. Your Majesty, since Shiner is restless, perhaps we should allow her to visit the Wang Palace, my mother suggested appropriately. Isn't it you who wishes for her to go? Moreover, the journey is fraught with peril. It may not be safe for a girl like Shiner, my brother immediately cautioned. Seeing the condescension in his gaze ignited my temper. And I retorted, I have several millennia of cultivation, nourished by celestial fruits and elixirs. How could I possibly encounter danger so easily? Before my brother could finish his thought, he was interrupted by our mother. Enough, you two siblings. Let us cease this argument. She casually removed the jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it upon my hand. This xianxia bracelet is a treasure of innate origin, offering formidable protection. Take it for your safety. Thank you, mother. Since your highness has spoken, please deliver this wordless heavenly book to Lady NeZha. As father raised his hand, a tome fell gracefully before me. I opened the wordless heavenly book, revealing a blank expanse. As if infinite mysteries awaited exploration, I yearned to observe further, yet could not fathom why this tome bore not a single character. Suddenly, I heard my brother's teasing voice. Can you guess why it is called the wordless heavenly book? Oh, you are insufferable. Realizing he was mocking me, I stomped my foot in frustration, lifted my skirt, and kicked him lightly before storming off from the heavenly court. The mountain was resplendent, the majestic hall resonating with a harmonious celestial melody. Upon seeing me, the celestial children all bowed respectfully, and guided by my memories, I arrived at the palace of NeZha. After greeting Lady NeZha, I recounted my purpose, promptly handing her the wordless heavenly book. I appreciate your journey. I am already aware of His Majesty's intentions. Since you have traveled such a distance, why not take a look around? I gazed at her with a smile. I am unfamiliar with this place. Could you kindly introduce someone to accompany me on a tour? Lady NeZha chuckled softly and raised her hand, summoning a spirit boy. Clad in silver armor and wielding a fire-tipped spear, he possessed a complexion as fair as snow, lips untouched by color, and his sword-like brows and starry eyes were strikingly handsome. The misty silk of his attire flowed gracefully around him, a halo of auspicious light surrounding his form. The spirit boy was no longer the innocent child I had once known. He had transformed into a guardian deity. Isn't the spirit boy under Lady NeZha's command indeed a divine general? We seated ourselves on the steps, and I offered him some sunflower seeds as we began to converse. It has been a while since you last visited. Do you have any business here? The spirit boy accepted the seeds and casually set his spear aside, looking at me with curiosity. I had no choice. They are quite strict, especially my brother. It was challenging to find the time to escape. I cannot return easily. As I spoke, I produced the fruits and celestial brew I had prepared in advance. Your choice of friends is commendable. You have been generous with gifts for such a long time. The spirit boy opened the wine, inhaling its aroma with an expression of delight. Indeed. One must consider our relationship. I was hoping you would take me out for some fun. The spirit boy seemed to hesitate, speaking earnestly, perhaps you should return home soon. It is not very peaceful lately. Not peaceful? Is there something significant happening? I inquired. What do you mean? Do tell. However, the spirit boy did not answer, but instead shifted the topic. Soon, I will descend to the mortal realm. We may not see each other for quite some time. My interest piqued at the mention of descending, and I pressed on. Is Lady NeZha sending you on a mission? Take me with you. That is not possible. I am going to fulfill a mission, not for leisure. You should listen to the others and stay in the heavenly court. Once I return, we shall still be good friends. The spirit boy firmly declined my request, and I couldn't help but think how, despite our childhood closeness, we were now growing increasingly distant. After returning to my rightful place, do I still remain myself? It is merely a change of form, yet I am still the same. The spirit pearl gently patted my shoulder, seizing the opportunity before I descended to the mortal realm, inviting me to indulge in further amusement. I cheerfully acquiesced. Yet the persistent calls echoing in my ears compelled me to awaken. Upon opening my eyes, I discovered it was my maid, XinXue. Princess, you have slept for 2 hours. It is time to awaken, she said. Upon seeing me stir, she presented a bowl of spirit porridge she had prepared in advance. To my surprise, I found the celestial silk still draped over me. Grasping it firmly, I turned to XinXue and inquired, how did this come to be here? It was the third prince who returned you yesterday. You had indulged too much and clung to the celestial silk, so he left it for you as a blanket. She explained. My head still felt somewhat foggy. Indeed, alcohol is no friend, and the aftermath of indulgence is quite unpleasant. However, I found I could recall memories long forgotten in my dreams. Seeing the joy on the princess's face, XinXue mustered the courage to ask, did you dream of something delightful? Naturally, it was a beautiful dream, I replied. I rose to wash my face and then seated myself at the colorful, jade-like table, savoring a few spoonfuls of spirit porridge. What shall we do today? Huh? XinXue looked perplexed before responding. That depends on what you wish to do, princess. With my father and mother retreating to the celestial realm, uninterested in worldly matters, and my brother governing his own domain, I find myself as the only idle deity in the heavenly court, quite disheartened. What is NeZha up to? I wondered aloud. At this hour, the third prince is likely teaching, she replied. In the heavenly court, devoid of love and affection, there are no second-generation immortals. Only those disciples who have familial ties to the deities. Daily, many ascend from the mortal realm, managed uniformly and educated collectively, with their past lives determining their allocations to various palaces. Go about your business. Do not mind me. I waved XinXue off, using the excuse of selecting a maid to make my way to the Zhenwu Hall. Chapter 7. He never regards others with esteem. The Zhenwu Hall was nearly filled to capacity, populated by newly ascended deities from the mortal realm, a veritable M-lang of species. Beside me sat a tricolor deer spirit, transformed into human form, though its antlers were not yet fully concealed, wrapped in fur and tied with a red ribbon, dressed in a gown of red, blue, and yellow. Its curious eyes surveyed the surroundings. Had I known the first lesson would involve celestial officials lecturing on heavenly laws, I would not have arrived so early. The diversity of species here is indeed chaotic, carnivorous, herbivorous, and even those who have attained enlightenment from flora and fauna, without proper separation. I feared that they might soon turn upon one another. The celestial lord is currently discussing heavenly laws. You must listen attentively. If you inadvertently violate the laws and are banished to the mortal realm, all your millennia of cultivation would be for naught, the deer spirit softly reminded me. Its innocent eyes devoid of any ulterior motives, a rare and charming quality. Given your modest cultivation, how did you ascend? I inquired, intrigued by her presence. I am called a Yao, originally a deer residing in the mountains. I met a tragic fate amidst a torrential downpour and a landslide, sacrificing my life to save the villagers at the foot of the mountain, only to find myself unexpectedly guided by a ray of dawn to the celestial realm. As I recounted my tale, my eyes sparkled with excitement, my hands pressed against my chest in a show of fervor. I turned to inquire about your ascension, but you merely chuckled and hinted at possessing some merit of your own, choosing to remain coy about the details. Fortunately, you were spared further questioning. Soon, the class concluded, and the newly ascended beings gathered in clusters, seemingly having found their companions, while a Yao stood alone at my side. Do you not have any friends? I asked. A Yao laughed lightly, running her fingers through her hair. Perhaps my cultivation is too shallow. They are reluctant to associate with me. I instinctively pinched her rosy nose, only to witness her concealed antlers spring forth, prompting raucous laughter from the onlookers, filled with derision. A Yao, visibly embarrassed, lowered her gaze and said nothing, perhaps regarding me as a friend, standing silently beside me without attempting to defend herself. They have merely 1,000 years of cultivation and have already been enlightened to immortality. While you lot, how dare you laugh? The laughter abruptly ceased as a white-furred fox stepped forward, asserting that establishing oneself in the heavenly realm requires more than mere bravado. We have endured countless trials to achieve our immortality. What gives you the right to mock us? Ah, it's been a while since I've encountered such audacity. I smirked. Your ancestors would bow before me. So what are you? If she continued, I would have been prepared to strip her of her fur. You, bellowed an official from the true martial hall. This is a place of learning. Do not create a disturbance. The white fox, about to retort, was restrained by a companion's grasp. Since you are new to the celestial realm, it is wise to avoid trouble. Wow, you are truly impressive. A green female serpent approached, resembling a green bamboo viper, gazing at me with admiration. That white fox was flattered by the celestial being just a few days ago, and now she struts about as if above everyone else. You can clearly see she is new here, daring to confront her directly. I found it somewhat amusing. Are you saying she has a celestial official as her master? Her being taken under the wing of a celestial being is only a matter of time. The green serpent replied with envy, clicking her tongue. Who is this celestial being you speak of? So indiscriminate in their choices? My curiosity piqued regarding what could possibly attract a celestial being to the white fox. Considering it improbable, just a few days ago, the golden spirit boy from the Doshui Palace visited and praised her exceptional talent and potential. Yao timidly interjected. That day, when the golden spirit boy complimented her, she was busy moving things. Could it be he wishes for her to go to the Doshui Palace to kindle the flames? I could not help but chuckle upon overhearing their conversation. What a peculiar discourse. The Doshui Palace rests within the 33 heavens, and in this celestial realm. Who could venture forth without prior notice? Who do you think possesses such privilege? Having nowhere else to go, I decided to sit beside the two of them in the flower bed, waiting for the commencement of the next class. If NeZha did not arrive, I would simply slip away. It would be rather dull otherwise. Suddenly, a gentle breeze wafted by, carrying with it a subtle fragrance of lotus. In an instant, the young lad appeared, seemingly gliding upon the wind like lightning. The first sight to capture my attention was the fiery whirlwind beneath him, causing the surrounding flora to bow their heads in fright. The boy's short skirt and narrow sleeves rustled in the breeze, and with the fiery spear in hand, he hovered above, surveying the crowd. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, rendering us unable to meet his gaze. Good heavens! This is the legendary third prince. His eyes are as fathomless as the waters of a jade pool. It feels as though he regards us with the same disdain one might have for mere insects. Xianxia patted his chest and only dared to speak once NeZha had turned away. I sensed that he regarded us with a hint of contempt, seemingly reluctant to impart knowledge upon us, to which Yao readily agreed. As expected, murmurs of admiration filled the crowd, with fervent devotees of the third prince expressing their awe and reverence. You are mistaken. Deities are devoid of joy, anger, sorrow, or pleasure. He regards you no differently than he would lifeless objects. He seldom bestows his gaze upon others, I remarked, my eyes lingering on his retreating figure. Why do you say that? Xianxia inquired curiously. Because he has never regarded mortals as significant, I replied. Yao looked at me with intrigue, as if I possessed an unusual understanding of the third prince. Moreover, your earlier words were peculiar. Why did you equate his gaze upon us with that of inanimate objects? Does that not exclude you? You both must diligently study and familiarize yourselves with them now that you have ascended. It will be beneficial, I suggested, skillfully shifting the topic. Yao gazed at NeZha's silhouette with admiration, having long heard tales of the third prince's heroic deeds. Today, she finally beheld him, witnessing both the fiery spear and the whirlwind. Yet, where are the legendary Qianquan circle and the Hunyang Ling? The golden bracelets and waistband you see are indeed the Qianquan circle and the Hunyang Ling, I responded. Was it not said that the Hunyang Ling is several feet wide and stretches 1,000 lengths? The Hunyang Ling is a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, capable of countless transformations. As we engaged in animated conversation, Xianxia suddenly rubbed his arms, suggesting we refrain from discussing this ancestor. The mere thought of him flaying the dragon prince sends shivers down my spine. Oh, I had forgotten. Xianxia is also a spineless reptile, stemming from the same lineage as the dragons. Was it not mentioned that the third prince was to give a lecture? Why has he departed? Xianxia chuckled at my naivety. You are indeed a newcomer, unaware of the customs here. Those who have just ascended do not possess the qualification to have the third prince instruct them. He teaches only the senior students, who will be assigned to various locations after graduation. Ah, so I have mistaken the venue? Chapter 8. You truly are my ancestor. As the bell rang, Yao hurried back to class, calling us along. Little dear, your sister has been here for over a year and has already advanced to the next class, Bamboo Leaf Ching said with a cheerful smile. I chuckled softly, wanting to pinch her nose, yet I recalled the moment she had revealed her antlers, her cultivation too shallow to conceal her true form when touched in sensitive areas. Thus, I merely patted her shoulder instead. How fortuitous. I am not a student here and need not attend classes. You should return swiftly. Observing the newly ascended spirits rushing back to class, I turned to leave, while Bamboo Leaf Qing closely followed, her curiosity piqued. You are not a student of the true martial hall. I have not seen you in the Xuanwu Hall either. Could it be that you are a senior from the Jingwu Hall? Indeed, I am from the Jingwu Hall, I affirmed, surprised by her exuberance as she chattered incessantly beside me. Senior, how long did it take for you to advance from the Xuanwu Hall? I have been in the Xuanwu Hall for 2 years now. Forget about that. Senior, is it true that the primary instructors of the Jingwu Hall are the literary star and the martial star? That should be correct. I paused, looking at her. Do not ask too many questions. Focus on your studies. Since you have graduated from the true martial hall, you are already a celestial being. You have countless years ahead of you. Maintain a grounded mindset. Bamboo Leaf Qing smiled shyly and immediately promised, I will certainly keep that in mind. Although Bamboo Leaf Qing had already graduated and should have been assigned tasks, she still sought admission to the Xuanwu Hall and wished to further her studies in the Jingwu Hall. She did not understand the arduous path she was choosing. Perhaps everyone has their own pursuits. Alas, you too, come here. Suddenly, a celestial maiden gestured for us to approach. Guided by her benevolent nature, Bamboo Leaf Qing stepped forward. What is your command, celestial maiden? With the Pantao festival approaching, many have been reassigned, and we are quite busy. You too shall deliver these fruits and tea to the Jingwu Hall. As Bamboo Leaf Qing accepted the task, the celestial maiden hurried away. I was utterly astonished. In the past, the Pantao festival was announced 2 months in advance to all deities, but now it has been moved to 6 months ahead. The tea and fruit in the cart were evidently pre-allocated, and Bamboo Leaf Qing excitedly pushed the cart, declaring, Finally, I can enter the Jingwu Hall, my long-time aspiration. Why are you so determined to join the Jingwu Hall? Of course, to become one among the exceptional. Although the responsibilities assigned are merely servile, it ultimately depends on who serves whom, does it not? Well said, you are ambitious. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at the Jingwu Hall. Though the 3 halls were not far apart, entry here was reserved for the truly exceptional, hence the presence of celestial soldiers stationed to guard it. 2 brothers. We have been tasked with delivering goods. Bamboo Leaf Qing greeted the 2 celestial soldiers with a smile, winking at me. I could never be like her. I could only feebly support the carriage for a moment. After their inspection, they finally allowed us to enter. Upon seeing us, the celestial officials of the Jingwu Tang promptly arranged for us to deliver our items to the front courtyard. Zweiking looked at my senior with a hint of confusion. Aren't you from Jingwu Tang? Why does it seem like they don't recognize you? There are countless celestial officials and deities in the heavens. How could everyone possibly know me? I could only conjure a vague excuse about my poor social connections. This batch of fruits is of excellent quality. Deliver it to the 3rd prince. These few trays are also quite good. Send them to several star lords. The celestial officials efficiently organized the tasks, leaving Zweiking bewildered yet nodding incessantly. How did you eat it? Suddenly, I heard Zweiking's thunderous voice beside me. Upon glancing over, she appeared on the brink of tears. These celestial fruits are allocated. What if they find out one is missing? Normally, Qingluan would prepare fruits, snacks, and treats for me, and I was momentarily caught off guard. 1 fruit can't possibly matter. I exclaimed. How can it not? This is a celestial fruit, specifically chosen for that god of slaughter, the 3rd prince. It is not something we can casually consume. Zweiking stared in disbelief as I took another few bites of the spirit fruit. You truly are my ancestor. At this point, she was genuinely about to cry. Senior, what enmity do we share that you would drag me along to the underworld? Fruits of this quality would not be appreciated by the 3rd prince, and besides, I was familiar with them. You won't meet your demise over this. With that, I stuffed the remaining fruits from the plate into her arms and turned to share with the little deer, considering it a token of our acquaintance. Before Zweiking could react, I pulled a superior grade shuowu fruit from my bag and placed it on an empty plate, leaving her utterly astonished. Senior, why didn't you mention such a fine treasure earlier? You frightened me half to death. Zweiking patted her chest, still shaken. She didn't inquire further, assuming it was something I had accumulated from my usual rewards. Most who left Jingwu Tang were assigned to one of the 5 camps or the naval camp at Tianping, which is why they were so eager to come to Jingwu Tang. Today was particularly lively. Upon inquiry, I learned it was the day of the assessment. Perhaps NeZha was not just here to give a lecture, but also to scout for promising talents. Taking advantage of Zweiking's distraction, I slipped away to the registration area, where the distribution of names was overseen by the Star Lord Jidu, who appeared somewhat surprised upon seeing me. What brings you here, young lady? I wish to register. Star-Lord Jidu chuckled and promptly declined. Little fairy, I know you love a lively atmosphere, but if you participate, who could possibly win? Perhaps you could find me a spot to watch instead. Very well. Seeing Zweiking frantically searching for me amidst the crowd, I made my way toward her. Senior, where have you been? She asked. I wanted to register, but Star Lord Jiddu said it would be unfair if I participated, so I was refused. Senior, today is the military camp selection competition. All participants are male, which indeed makes it unfair for you. Zweiking remarked as she led me to a suitable place to observe the event. Today, Xuanwu Hall is closed, having finally encountered such captivating content. I cannot let it slip away. Suddenly, Zweiking's grip on my wrist tightened. Following her gaze, I realized the celestial maidens were serving tea and snacks to the celestial officials. Zweiking, perhaps fearing exposure, became exceedingly tense. When the tea and spiritual fruits were delivered to NeZha, her body grew increasingly rigid. However, NeZha merely glanced at the spiritual fruits on the table without touching them, instead lifting the teacup to drink. After placing the cup back on the table, a smile graced his lips. Zweiking trembled and remarked, "Why does his smile appear even more terrifying?" I too smiled in NeZha's direction, finding him anything but frightening. He was undeniably handsome. Perhaps sensing my gaze, he turned his eyes toward us, momentarily locking his gaze on us. Zweiking, as if facing a formidable foe, collapsed beside me. Muttering, "It's over. I am doomed." Chapter 9. Lotus Root Stewed with Phoenix Mist. The Star Lord of Jiddu requests your presence. Just as Zweiking was engulfed in anxiety, she suddenly heard a nearby celestial official mention the Star Lord of Jiddu was looking for me. Instantly, her face turned a ghastly white, her grip on my hand tightening and loosening in a frantic manner, as if she were making a momentous decision. She forced a smile, more ghastly than tears, muttering, "What is this about? I thought I had made a friend, but it turns out to be a death summons." Yet, she did not release my wrist. Unwilling to let me bear the blame alone, I couldn't help but chuckle, fearing her shock would worsen. I reassured her that I was an old acquaintance of the Star Lord of Jiddu and had merely asked him to find me a seat. She was overthinking it. Even if I had erred, having him vouch for me would surely help. Zweiking's mood shifted from despair to elation, her complexion changing rapidly as she wiped her face and smiled, as if she had narrowly escaped disaster. "You have frightened me to death. Why didn't you say anything sooner?" She shot me a resentful glance, followed by a look of envy. "Senior, how long have you been here? To know the Star Lord of Jiddu is quite astonishing. I have been here for so long, yet I have yet to meet many of the celestial officials in the academy." Zweiking began to chatter incessantly. I sometimes pondered that she might not be a snake, but rather a bird. The Star Lord of Jiddu had assigned me a position on the 3rd floor of the pavilion, providing an excellent view of everything happening in the training ground below. The 2nd floor was occupied by various celestial officials, while the 3rd floor housed those of higher status, such as NeZha, the Marshal, and several heavenly kings. Due to the distance between the training ground and the pavilion, the 3rd floor offered the best vantage point. Zweiking surveyed her surroundings with uncontainable curiosity, her legs trembling as she ascended the stairs. Her fervent gaze at the celestial officials and divine generals she had never seen before could not be concealed, drawing the attention of others. "Senior, do these celestial officials have such good temperaments? They're all smiling at us. Their kind eyes remind me of my father's." I found it amusing. Were they not making every effort to appear amiable because of me? Let it be. Let her revel in happiness, sparing herself the daily anxiety that has frayed her nerves. Deities are inherently compassionate. As long as one does not commit egregious sins, they shall not hold it against you. I ascended to the 3rd floor, where the position assigned to me by the Lord of the Calculating Stars was conveniently adjacent to NeZha's. Indeed, we are good friends, and he seems to know my thoughts without me uttering a word. "This is the room. You can take a look while I step out for a moment." "Senior, where are you going?" A flustered Zweiking grasped my sleeve. "Why fret over the arrangement made by the Lord of the Calculating Stars? Just relax and enjoy," I replied. And without allowing her further protest, I gently nudged her into the room before making my way to another. "Didn't he expect you to be here?" NeZha remarked, remaining seated and tapping his fingers on the table, inviting me to sit beside him. "Am I perhaps a worm in your belly, predicting your every move?" I teased, settling next to him. With a mere wave of my hand, several plates of fruits and snacks appeared on the table. "The snow mist fruit is a rarity, and such generosity could only come from you." "That depends on who is offering," I chuckled, taking a bite of the fruit before extending one to him. "It's quite sweet. The White Emperor mentioned that this is the best time for snow mist fruit. Keep it for yourself." "What's wrong? Why are you being so distant today?" I inquired, puzzled. Could it be that my drunken antics from last night had crossed a line? NeZha cleared his throat and turned to look at me. "While I am unconcerned about the opinions of others, the crowd today is quite mixed. Do exercise caution." A realization dawned upon me, and I leaned closer, asking, "Are you worried these newcomers will conspire against me?" "Rest assured, they lack the audacity." NeZha gazed at me, a hint of exasperation flickering in his eyes. Seeing the fruit still in my hand, he reached out to take a bite, confirming its sweetness. With a wave of his hand, a barrier materialized before us, cloaking our surroundings from external view while allowing us to observe the outside world. I had a dream last night, one that took me back to our childhood. Childhood? NeZha mused, seemingly lost in thought. The dream pertained to our early years rather than his own, leading him to surmise I was referring to the era of XinXue. It feels like ages ago. So long that the memories have faded. But I remember, I countered. You were chubby and adorable, especially in that red belly band, with your little pigtails. Just thinking about it makes my heart flutter. I cradled my chin in my hands and winked at him. Dear brother, transform back so that I may embrace you. What occupies your mind daily, NeZha? I think of you, I blurted out. I still recall you promising to give me your red belly band. You speak without conviction. Back then, XinXue had just taken form, innocent and naive. As the elder sister, I led him around the heavenly realm, indulging in treats, nearly trading a peach for his belly band. However, NeZha declared that it was the magical silk of the universe, his life as treasure, and thus the matter was left unresolved. I've been waiting here for ages. NeZha chuckled lightly, casting a playful glance in my direction. Almost immediately, the magical silk ribbon at his waist soared through the air, landing softly upon my shoulder. I reached out to grasp the ribbon, marveling at its exquisite texture. Indeed, nothing could compare. I playfully draped it across my face, relishing its silky, cool touch and delightful fragrance. Much like your own essence, it seems. NeZha, seemingly accustomed to my teasing, no longer blushed as he once did. Instead, he leaned closer to me. Why not take a moment to savor its aroma? I leaned in abruptly, our faces nearly touching, and in that instant, a cascade of lotus fragrance enveloped me. Before I could utter a word, NeZha straightened up with an air of propriety. What are you concocting this time? I jested. How about lotus root stew with phoenix? How dare you, little immortal, usurp my position? A displeased voice from next door shattered the tranquility of the moment. Whose position should it be, then? NeZha responded, identifying the voice as belonging to the formidable Molly Show. I nudged NeZha. The occupant next door is a timid little immortal I just met today. Go take a look. But beware of being frightened to death by Molly Show. Chapter 10. Would you like to draw closer to your sister? What business do you have shouting here instead of guarding your heavenly gate? NeZha complied with my words and went to assist xianxia, finding her weakly kneeling on the ground. Her complexion pale and trembling. This is disastrous. The king entwined with the spirit serpent must indeed be the legendary Guangmu Tianwang. It was already unfortunate enough that I had taken his place. Now, even this harbinger of death has been stirred. I had aspired to bring glory to my ancestors. But now it seems their graves may be jeopardized by my misfortunes. The bracelet upon my wrist is a primordial spiritual treasure, encompassing the cosmos. Besides its formidable defensive capabilities, it possesses a unique attribute. It can discern the thoughts of those lesser deities. I overheard xianxia contemplating her own demise, which brought me some amusement. Third Prince. This little serpent immortal who has appeared from nowhere has taken my place. Surely, a few reprimanding words are in order to remind her of her manners. Molly Show remarked as he approached NeZha, adopting a different demeanor. Once the rules have been stated, let her return. You arrived late today. It was the Star-Lord Jidu who assigned her here. Furthermore, refrain from shouting so loudly in the future. It is quite bothersome. Molly Show glanced at xianxia, urging her to leave without delay. Do not act so recklessly again. Thank you for the king's guidance. This little immortal shall remember, xianxia expressed her relief, offering her gratitude to the two before hastily fluttering away. Do you perhaps know that timid little serpent immortal well enough to warrant such advocacy? Molly Show inquired with a hint of curiosity, but upon witnessing NeZha's frosty demeanor, he quickly stifled his laughter. Why concern yourself with such trivial matters? NeZha replied tersely, returning to my side and taking a seat beside me. Molly Show forced a smile, watching him depart. Who would associate with such a timid little immortal? I heard from Qingwan that you had come to give them a lecture, but it seems I have found myself in the wrong place. Instead, I encountered two little fairies, which turned out to be quite amusing. While I cracked sunflower seeds and replied to their chatter, my gaze was fixated on the events unfolding in the martial arts arena. NeZha chuckled lightly. He appeared more approachable when he was in my company. Observing my languid demeanor, he remarked, you seem to have ample free time each day. Why not share some lessons and refine your temperament? My father claims I possess a childlike heart. What need is there to refine that? I reached out and playfully tugged at the golden thread in his hair, leaning closer with a smile. You've dulled my temperament, without anyone to tease you. Wouldn't tea that diminish the joy? NeZha, proud and aloof, held little interest in anything, seemingly dismissive of everyone. The many deities in the heavenly court were, after all, figures from the ancient investiture of the gods. NeZha was the vanguard against the tyrant Zhou, and few who had crossed blades with him had lived to tell the tale. He was widely recognized as a god of slaughter, his reputation preceding him. Apart from me and Yang Jian, who shared a bond with him, who would dare to approach him? NeZha leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, and glanced at me, saying, "Indeed, I owe you my thanks." I stepped closer, playfully wrapping my arm around his waist. "No need for thanks. Let us grow a bit closer, sister. Isn't the Hunyuan silk in your possession? Why are you still touching it?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Hunyuan silk hanging from my arms swiftly coiled around my wrists, forming an elegant bow. Should I not offer it a few compliments for its cleverness? I brought my bound hands closer to him, feigning displeasure. "I entertain you daily, and this is how you repay me? Such ingratitude." "Oh, are you upset?" NeZha laughed at my pouty expression. With a mere flick of his fingers, the Hunyuan silk untangled itself from my wrists, wrapping around him instead. "Are you truly angry?" NeZha, noticing my silence, softened his tone and sighed in resignation. "Very well. I concede." Seeing his good-natured attitude, I decided not to hold a grudge, but insisted, however, "You must let me have a kiss." I suddenly leaned forward, but he seemed to anticipate my move, turning his head away. In an instant, a sheer, transparent veil enveloped my vision. Cursed Hunyuan silk, why must it be so swift? Yet, I still felt his cold, almost frosty cheek. NeZha's eyes dimmed slightly as he reached out, gently pushing against my shoulder, pressing me back into my seat. An unexplainable emotion lingering in the air. "Must you be so petty?" I exclaimed, intending to pinch his cheek, but to my surprise, the Hunyuan silk had bound me completely, leaving only my head exposed, like a chrysalis. Had I gone too far? Before I could fully comprehend, he hoisted me onto his shoulder. In an instant, I felt dizzy. But soon after, a thrill surged within me. This felt like the most intimate contact we had shared in centuries. He glided upon the wind and fire wheels, akin to a gust of wind, and before long, we arrived at my tranquil palace. "The third prince has arrived. Who is this?" Qingwan approached us immediately, but with my head bowed and hair obscuring my face, she failed to recognize me. I strained to lift my head, calling out to Qingwan, "It is I, your princess." Qingwan exclaimed in surprise, not expecting my return in such a manner. "The third prince? What transgression has my princess committed that you have bound her in such a manner?" Qingwan followed closely behind us, yet NeZha paid her no heed, striding directly toward my chamber. "What is it? Do you wish to draw closer to your sister?" I chuckled softly. NeZha, lost in his thoughts, remained silent, and instead, he gently placed me upon the bed, more a tender laying than a tossing, an unusual gentleness for him. I attempted to stir, but the binding of the mist was tightly ensnaring me, rendering me immobile. NeZha was about to depart, and I felt a surge of urgency. In that instant, several feet of crimson reeds shot up from the ground, forming barriers before him, while the binding of the mist encircled us like a colossal magical array. I gazed at him with a soft smile. "Dear brother, this binding of the mist is not a skill exclusive to you." These words echoed in my mind as my thoughts drifted back to the past at Chenang Pass. Chapter 11. How dare you steal my disciple, old man? Chenang Pass. The Li Manor? After parting with Ling Zhuzi for several days, I learned of his descent to the mortal realm while searching for him. And thus I arrived at the Li family according to the directions given by the colorful clouds. This Chenang Pass was a melting pot of creatures, harboring benevolent spirits, Taoists selling talismans, and even Asuras who had escaped the cycle of reincarnation. In no time, I reached the Li Manor. Before I could knock, a surge of black mist rushed into the estate. A creature, unbeknownst to me, dared to trespass into my presence, utterly oblivious to its own peril. What demon dares to invade my Li Manor? I saw a figure clad in soft armor, wielding a long sword, presumably the renowned Li Jing. I pondered what abilities he possessed to have earned the recognition of Ling Zhuzi as a father, and thus I began to observe him discreetly. The black mist gradually coalesced into a humanoid form, revealing a leopard-headed creature, evidently still lacking in cultivation, its gaze fixated on the abdomen of a nearby woman, a bloodthirsty smile curling upon its lips. Indeed, it was a spirit embryo. Consuming it would significantly enhance my cultivation. The pregnant woman's complexion paled at the realization, instinctively retreating 2 steps while clutching her belly. The man beside her quickly supported her, speaking gently, "Do not fear. I am here. I, Huang Feihu, stand before you. Do you still dare to audaciously threaten my sister and consume my nephew? Let me see what capabilities you possess." Upon declaring this, Huang Feihu swiftly advanced, standing shoulder to shoulder with Li Jing. "You, vile demon, dare to wreak havoc in my general's manor." Though Li Jing was concerned for his wife and the creature, he could not tolerate anyone threatening his family. "Enough of your prattle. I shall claim this spirit embryo today." The leopard spirit lunged forward, its speed astonishing both men. The black mist, akin to ropes or chains, ensnared Li Jing tightly, rendering him immobile. Seeing this, Huang Feihu, sword in hand, leaped fiercely towards the mist. I come to your aid. Having trained alongside Wenzhong, he possessed considerable skill. With a single swing, the black mist was cleaved apart, only to quickly regroup, ensnaring his weapon instead. Though their skills were commendable, how could they possibly contend with ancient spirits that had existed for centuries? If left unchecked, it would surely result in their harm. My lord, the elder brother, Lady Li, grew anxious at the sight, only to witness the leopard spirit charging towards her, causing her to clutch her abdomen tightly and close her eyes in fear. Li Jing's heart shattered at the sight, however, to his astonishment. Lady Li felt no pain as she opened her eyes to find herself enveloped in a radiant golden light, the leopard spirit unable to approach her. At that moment, I descended in a gown of pale yellow gauze, like a celestial being gracing the earth. Indeed, I was a divine entity. Seeing that Lady Li was unharmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. With a gentle flick of my finger, the dark shackles binding Li Jing and Huang Feihu disintegrated instantly, allowing them to swiftly move to Lady Li's side, guarding her like protective wings. How dare this mere small demon, yet to take human form, stir up trouble here? It was a path to self-destruction. I advanced steadily, each step resonating like a heavy hammer upon its heart, rendering it breathless. Ultimately, unable to bear the weight, it knelt before me, pleading for mercy. Great immortal, show compassion and spare my life. I shall never dare again. The path of cultivation should be one of purity and simplicity, yet you have strayed far, committing heinous acts. Today, how could I possibly spare you? The leopard spirit's countenance changed drastically upon hearing my words, and it summoned all its strength to challenge me. The swirling black mist before me dissipated like morning fog. With a light tap of my right foot, the magical array surged upward, ensnaring the leopard spirit tightly, and in an instant, it vanished into thin air. Such remarkable powers. From whom did you learn? Huang Feihu, perhaps sensing my formidable abilities, considered drawing me closer. However, apart from the spiritual pearls, my interests lay elsewhere. I fabricated a tale, claiming I am a disciple of the goddess NeZha, tasked with aiding the spirit child in descending to the mortal realm. Huang Feihu's expression shifted. It was well known that King Zhou had insulted goddess NeZha with lewd words. Now, upon learning of my divine association, he would think twice about his intentions and quickly suppress them. Lady Li's face brightened as she looked at Li Jing and proclaimed, I carry the spirit child within me. My lord need not worry any longer, her words tinged with a hint of reproach. The command of goddess NeZha was clear. Capable individuals must assist benevolent rulers to restore order, thereby earning a place on the divine list. Upon this news, cultivators across the land stirred, further plunging the world into chaos. I remained at Qintang Pass for over a year. As night fell, an inexplicable force quietly descended. Suddenly, Li Jing's furious voice pierced the silence. You, how dare you intrude upon our private quarters? This is utterly outrageous. Following this was Lady Li's pained moan, and chaos erupted within the residence. Before Master Tai could take his leave, I swiftly pulled him onto the rooftop, gazing up at the stars, which had shifted to the hour of the dog. I seized Master Tai's beard and, gritting my teeth, chuckled darkly, Brother, your timing is rather fortuitous for his arrival. Master Tai laughed heartily. This is the will of heaven. Its mysteries are unfathomable and cannot be spoken of. Then what brings you here? I inquired with curiosity. I share a master-disciple bond with this child. Naturally, I come to take him as my apprentice, Master Tai replied, stroking his beard with a proud expression. Humph. You old man wish to snatch my disciple? I arrived first. I felt displeased yet understood the inevitability of fate. The little princess's words are misguided. If you were to return to the heavenly realm for 3 to 5 days, 3 to 5 years would have passed on earth. How could you still claim to be his master? The words of the great Master Tai left me speechless, for he spoke with great clarity. The moment Lingzuzi was born, adorned with a golden bracelet and dressed in a red belly band, it was indeed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into the likeness of a 2 or 3-year-old child, which truly alarmed his parents. As dawn broke, the great Master Tai knocked on the door of the Li residence, and upon announcing his name, he was invited inside. My friend, what brings you to my humble abode? After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats nearby. Before Lingzuzi's birth, he caused quite a commotion every night, making it difficult for Lady Li to find rest. I continuously bestowed celestial energy upon her, perhaps due to this, or perhaps due to some karmic connection from a past life. Lingzuzi has always felt a closeness to me. I am the great Master Tai of the Golden Light Cave on Mount Qianyuan. I have heard of the general's joy in welcoming a son, and given our connection, I have come to take him as my disciple. I wonder what the general thinks of this proposition? The great master's words filled the Li couple with immense joy. We shall do as you suggest, my lady. Quickly let the child pay his respects to his master. Li Jing hastily commanded, and Lady Li promptly complied. I held Lingzuzi as we entered the main hall. jesting, "You arrived in quite the hurry, fearing I might snatch your disciple away. Today, I have come to present gifts for the young one. This Qianquan circle and the Hunyuan silk, although originating from the Golden Light Cave, actually embody boundless cosmic power, serving as a token of our meeting." However, I inwardly scoffed. How could he claim these treasures as his own? The Qianquan circle and Hunyuan silk rightfully belong to NeZha. When did they become treasures of the Golden Light Cave? It turns out that Miss Xin and the Master are of the same lineage, which is truly splendid. Upon hearing this, the Li couple was even more elated, feeling reassured under the protection of two divine beings. As I saw off the great Master Tai, I couldn't help but grasp his beard, asking, "And what of the fire-tip spear and the windfire wheel? Have you hidden them away? The time has yet to come. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed." Ugh, there he goes with that phrase again. Chapter 12. What? Do you still wish for your sister to spank you? In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. NeZha had now taken on the appearance of a 5-year-old child. I had no idea that such a mischievous child existed in the world. He could incinerate mountains while catching rabbits for roasting, dig deep black holes in the ground while helping the common folk build homes, and even break the seals of a magical serpent while climbing mountains. For a moment, I felt that Li Jing had perhaps been too lenient with him. A melodious bird song filled the air, as the enormous silhouette of the Qingwan loomed over the general's residence, transforming into a woman as she descended from the sky. The magical serpent had escaped from its seal yesterday and was attacking the Qin'ang Pass. The barrier I had set up would not hold for long. If we delayed any further, the Qin'ang Pass would surely be trampled. Yesterday, while I was away, little NeZha skipped class and returned looking rather sneaky. What a coincidence. What were you up to yesterday? NeZha gently rubbed the tip of his nose, seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation. In a childlike voice, he recounted, "Yesterday, I went to the river to bathe, and an old man was speaking, saying he was sealed by wicked beings. He claimed that if the seal were shattered, he would be freed. That stone was rather fragile. With a single strike of my universe circle, it shattered. However, I did not see the old man. Should I call him naive or foolish? Come, sister, let me show you the old man you speak of," I said, lifting him up to lead him outside, only to be halted by Qingwan. "Miss, the young master is still so small. Do not frighten him." Frighten him? What nonsense. He has always been the one to instill fear in others. At that moment, Lady Li rushed in, her expression frantic. Upon seeing NeZha, she finally exhaled in relief. "Miss, just now, the Lord sent word that a monstrous creature is attacking Qin'ang Pass, urging us to keep a close watch on NeZha. My lady, I am already aware of this matter. I have asked Qingwan to stay here with you. NeZha will be safe under my watch," I replied, leading NeZha swiftly to the battlements outside Qin'ang Pass. "Look, the old man you mentioned." Outside the azure barrier, enormous fireballs rained down, crashing against the shield with thunderous roars. Some villages beyond Qin'ang Pass had already fallen victim to the chaos, their cries echoing in despair. I had intended to teach him a lesson, however, before I could act. The little rascal charged ahead, leaving everyone in shock. "NeZha!" Li Jing exclaimed, his heart nearly leaping from his throat. He had drawn the Xianyuan bow and knocked the righteous arrow, but was taken aback as NeZha surged forward, witnessing the harrowing scenes unfold before him, his arms trembling with fear of inadvertently harming his son. Eventually, gritting his teeth, he lowered the bow and grasped his sword, preparing to leap into the fray. It would be hard to believe that Li Jing despised NeZha, at least not in this moment. "General, you are no match for him," I declared as I took flight, forming hand seals. However, the sight before me made my lips twitch. NeZha adeptly scaled the neck of the demonic serpent, one hand gripping its horn while the other wielded the universe circle, striking the beast's head with fervor, shouting, "You deceived me. You deceived me, foul serpent." This scene, a fierce struggle between man and beast, left me at a loss for how to intervene. Unable to contain myself, I bellowed, "Li NeZha, return to me at once. I shall vanquish this wretched serpent." Disregarding my admonitions, NeZha intensified his assault. The enraged serpent, driven by primal instincts, opened its gaping maw in an attempt to swallow him, yet repeatedly failed. It violently thrashed, trying to dislodge NeZha, and in this critical moment, the misting silk acted like a divine serpent, swiftly bringing NeZha back to my side. "Phantom sword, go." I invoked my spell once more. Swordlight wove through the air. A tempest of blade energy surged forth, striking the demonic serpent. My extermination sword, unmatched in power, left dazzling sparks upon the serpent's hide, eliciting its anguished roars. In a fit of fury, the demon serpent attempted to engulf both of us. But with my cultivation, such a thought was utterly preposterous. Safely landing with NeZha, I quickly formed seals, golden light radiating brilliantly as I ensnared the serpent within its confines. Unexpectedly, it managed to break free with its cunning tactics, its massive form seemingly on the verge of plummeting into Chernang Pass, with unfathomable consequences. Clearly intent on perishing alongside us. Demon, how dare you act so recklessly? Li Jing bellowed, soaring into the air, wielding the Xianyuan bow. An arrow pierced the void, traversing the barrier, aimed directly at the vital point of the demonic serpent. Though it did not strike home, it left behind streaks of blood, and the air was thick with a heavy scent of iron. Demon, do not harm my father, NeZha cried out, recklessly leaping onto the back of the serpent. Wielding a sword that he had somehow acquired, plunging it fiercely into its tail. In agony, the serpent thrashed wildly, casting NeZha off. Just as a torrent of flames surged towards him, a mysterious umbrella spun to intercept it, rebounding the flames entirely. Dare to harm him, and you seek death. I seethed it, unleashing my treasured artifact once more, as 72 sword shadows cascaded down like a torrential rain, piercing the serpent until it was riddled with wounds. Seizing the moment, NeZha leapt up, brandishing the Rui Jingu Bang, delivering a mighty blow to the serpent's head, blood splattering forth. The serpent howled in pain, rolling violently, crashing against the barrier, sending shockwaves that pushed everyone back. NeZha, rise quickly. Anxiety gripped my heart, fearing that under the serpent's immense weight, NeZha might suffer harm. Yet, NeZha stubbornly clung to the serpent, vowing not to relent until it was vanquished. At that moment, the Tian Ling coiled around his waist, swiftly bringing him back to my side. Li NeZha, are you out of your mind? Anger surged within me, nearly overwhelming my senses as I slapped his rear. He covered his backside, his face flushed, yet he defiantly retorted, it was that vile serpent that deceived me first. This matter shall be discussed later. Noticing the serpent attempting to flee, I immediately pursued it with my sword, not resting until I extinguished its essence before hurrying back to the Li residence. Li Jing remained shaken, having disciplined NeZha, who was now confined in a small dark room, while Lady Li wept for him. He is tough-skinned and hardy. A few whacks will not harm him, I reassured her, though my heart ached deeply. Witnessing his bruised and swollen backside brought tears to my eyes. Fortunately, I possessed ample treasures, and after applying medicine, he was restored to his former self the following day. Li NeZha, how can your writing be so atrocious? I exclaimed, observing the scrawls on the paper that resembled a worm's path. My hand itched to pinch his cheek. Master Tai imparted to him the essence of Taoist arts, while I taught him reading and some martial techniques. In his previous life, his penmanship had been exquisite. Could it be that the brilliance of his past had rendered this life's efforts so haphazard? Ugly, isn't it? NeZha glanced at the assignments I had set for him, then began to read aloud. To my astonishment, he could fluently read the characters I did not recognize, and he even created a unique script of his own. This is infuriating. I refused to write. Before I could respond, the Tian Ling had already ensnared me. Sister Xian, it will be released shortly. Just bear with it for a moment, NeZha said, attempting to dart away. Apologies, but I shall not endure even a moment of discomfort. In an instant, 3 crimson ribbons danced through the room, encircling NeZha and binding him to a pillar. NeZha struggled to speak. Tian Ling, you traitor, who is your true master? I pinched his face, leaving a rosy imprint. Sister played with Tian Ling long before you were born. Do you still wish to use it against me? Observing NeZha ensnared by the Tian Ling, I felt a mischievous inclination arise. What? Do you still want sister to spank you? In chapter 13, she declared, I am your senior. Do you have any objections? While we indulged in playful banter, none of us dared to cross the line, for the heavenly laws were established, and we must respect the Jade Emperor's authority. My father, the Supreme Heavenly Emperor, was the former ruler, who, after the investiture of the gods, inexplicably abdicated, retreating with my mother to a secluded paradise, paving the way for the current Jade Emperor to ascend to the throne. My brother has also become a sovereign of his own domain, yet I, after all these years, remain within the heavenly court. The celestial beings here, most of whom are old acquaintances, still address me as Miss Xian. I am not fond of the title of princess, for I do not wish for others to perceive the Jade Emperor as my father. Since my father's retreat, I have resided with the Supreme Old Lord in the 33 heavens, dwelling alone in the tranquil palace, accompanied only by my maid Qing Wan. Due to my relationship with the Supreme Old Lord, I receive a few bottles of candies each month from the Doshui Palace. Having grown accustomed to a life of ease, what use do I have for a student badge? The Star Lord of Jidu crafted a special badge for me to enter the Jingwu Hall, transforming me into a student of the esteemed establishment. Seeing their vibrant faces, I reflected on my past and felt compelled to revisit my earnest fabrications. Oh, really? The Star Lord of Jidu chuckled awkwardly. Which deity among my acquaintances did not understand my intentions? Could heavenly laws truly confine me? This badge allows me direct access. I received it and thanked him, fastening it to my waist as I made my way towards the Jingwu Hall. As I beheld the fresh faces, I couldn't help but sigh. Youth is indeed splendid. Passing by the Jingwu Hall, I spotted a Yao and that Zhu Yiqing. Her connection seemed quite favorable. How dare you boast? How could someone from the Xuanwu Hall possibly enter the Jingwu Hall? You even occupy the space of the king of Guangmu to witness the duels. Why not claim you graduated from the Jingwu Hall? Suddenly, a chorus of laughter erupted, laced with derision and skepticism. Zhu Yiqing, brimming with excitement as she recounted her thrilling encounters to a Yao, intended to share the spectacle she had witnessed. However, a passing cultivator overheard her and scoffed at her words, turning them into a source of amusement for those around, provoking a wave of laughter directed at Zhu Yiqing. Her face flushed with indignation. Zhu Yiqing glared at the offender, yet he remained unfazed, continuing his mockery. Preferring to avoid further conflict, she chose to ignore him. Believe it or not, Zhu Yiqing shot a fierce glance at the individual, then, in a huff, pulled the out at her feet. Yo, I have something wonderful to show you. What a remarkable item, lurking in the shadows. Could it be that it has pilfered treasures from the heavenly realm? The cultivator, relentless in her pursuit, obstructed the path of the two. You, yellow weasel, given that we share the same mountain for our training, I shall overlook your insolence. But do not provoke me endlessly. Bamboo Leaf Green, incensed by her continual provocations, pulled a Yao back and prepared for a confrontation. You foul serpent. My name is Huang Jiao. To keep your tongue clean. Huang Jiao retorted defiantly. Avoid conflict, or we shall lose points. A Yao urgently grasped the furious Bamboo Leaf Green, striving for a peaceful resolution, reminding her that a senior from her family belonged to the Jingwu Hall. And they were not to be trifled with. My senior is also from the Jingwu Hall. Should I fear her? Bamboo Leaf Green disregarded a Yao's pleas, brandishing her treasured Qinyan sword, ready to engage Huang Jiao in battle. At that moment, a thunderous voice erupted from the surroundings. Who dares to harm my junior? The speaker was none other than Huang Jiao's senior, who had attained enlightenment several centuries prior, a fact I later came to learn. Though only a few years had passed in the heavenly realm, the individual, Huang Yukai, cast a piercing gaze upon Bamboo Leaf Green and a Yao. Ancestor, Huang Jiao exclaimed with delight, rushing to stand before him. You have come to see me? Huang Yukai affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, having received a spiritual fruit during the monthly assessment, I could not bear to consume it myself, so I have brought it to you. I wish for your swift graduation. Thank you, ancestor. Huang Jiao joyfully accepted the spiritual fruit, tucking it close to her heart. Suddenly, Huang Youcai's expression shifted, his fierce gaze sweeping the area as he demanded, who just bullied her? Step forward. At this moment, with members from the Jingwu Hall present, who among the junior members of the Jingwu Hall would dare assert their strength? Silence enveloped the crowd, everyone exchanging glances, none daring to respond. At this juncture, a figure stealthily approached Huang Yukai. It was the white fox from the previous day. Elder, she began, just now, Bamboo Leaf Green boasted about herself. And when Jiao merely spoke a few words, she threatened to strike, taking advantage of her superior status to bully us. Hearing this, Bamboo Leaf Green's face flushed crimson with rage, but a Yao held her firmly in place. Bamboo Leaf Green glared furiously at the white fox, her fury boiling over. As she spat, you white-furred fox, do not slander me. It is she who relentlessly seeks trouble with me. A Yao tightened her grip on Bamboo Leaf Green, attempting to quell her fury. It is you who boast excessively, yet you deny me the right to speak? Huang Jiao, emboldened by her familial connections, grew ever more arrogant, dismissing the elder who was her senior by a year. Indeed, Bamboo Leaf Green, relying on her status in the Xuanwu Hall, constantly points fingers at us. Others chimed in agreement. Nay, that is not the case. Do not speak falsely. The typically timid A Yao now stood up, weakly placing herself in front of Bamboo Leaf Green. I believe she did not boast. Bamboo Leaf Green glanced at a Yao, filled with gratitude, for amidst so many adversaries, it was this timid junior who spoke in her defense. A Yao, do not concern yourself with them. I possess something wonderful for you. Bamboo Leaf Green had no intention of continuing to entangle herself with them and was preparing to leave with a Yao. Stop. Did I permit you to leave? Huang Yukai exclaimed, summoning a gust of powerful wind that struck toward them. The two hurriedly covered their faces with their sleeves when suddenly 6 spirit fruits tumbled out from Bamboo Leaf Green's sleeve, one of which I had nibbled on. I was taken aback. But then I realized that the spirit fruits I had dismissed could aid their cultivation. I had merely suggested she save 2 for a Yao, not expecting she would consume none, waiting instead to share with a Yao. You have quite the audacity to steal Qingling fruits, Huang Yukai bellowed, his words sharp and relentless. Nonsense. This fruit was given to me by a senior. Bamboo Leaf Green retorted immediately, her cultivation level inferior to his. Yet he dared not impose baseless accusations upon her. You speak lies. I have toiled for 3 years in the Jingwu Hall, and it takes me a month to obtain a mid-tier Qingling fruit. You wield an upper-tier Qingling fruit in such quantity. Where did it come from if not stolen? Huang Yukai pressed on, his words incisive. I told you, a senior bestowed it upon me. Are you so old and hard of hearing? Bamboo Leaf Green was thoroughly provoked, the tip of her Qingyun sword trembling slightly, as if ready to strike at any moment. You just mentioned a senior in Jingwu Hall. What is their name? I have been in Jingwu Hall for many years and have never heard of anyone with a junior like you. What my senior is called is none of your concern. If you cannot name them, then you speak nonsense. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, you thief of spirit fruits. Having known them for merely a day, they addressed me as senior. So how could they know who I was? Seeing them in distress, I stepped forward. They are my seniors. Do you have a problem with that? As my words fell, the gazes of those around me converged upon me, murmurs rising as the crowd quickly parted to make way. Senior. Bamboo Leaf Green's eyes lit up upon seeing me, and a yell excitedly rushed to my side. Senior, what brings you here? Bamboo Leaf Green approached me swiftly, as if I were her pillar of support. I was heading to Jingwu Hall but stopped by upon hearing the commotion here, I replied, instinctively reaching to ruffle a Yao's antlers, but instead tousling her hair. You are from Jingwu Hall. How come I have never seen you before? Huang Yukai regarded me with skepticism, hesitant to act before grasping the situation. Which class are you in? I have never seen you either, I said, folding my arms and regarding him languidly. Huang Yukai, sensing my dismissive demeanor, felt provoked, his anger boiling over. I have been in Jingwu Hall for 3 years and have never encountered you. Which bold hairless girl dares impersonate a member of Jingwu Hall? You conspired with Bamboo Leaf Green to steal spirit fruits from the Heavenly Palace, a grave crime. Surrender and accompany me to face justice. I laughed, surveying the surroundings. Who in the Heavenly Court could condemn me? Had this yellow-skinned fellow grown arrogant during his years above? Stealing? Where's your evidence? To casually defame others is beyond me. I wonder how you managed to graduate from the true martial hall. If it were not for thievery, how could you possess such an abundance of superior spiritual fruits? He is adamantly attempting to cast the mantle of theft upon me. I let out a light chuckle, questioning whether my struggles at the elite martial hall have rendered me incapable of tolerating the successes of others. How audacious. Huang Yukai, seeing that I regard him with utter disdain, becomes even more incensed and prepares to strike. The true audacity lies with you. Before Huang Yukai could lay a hand on me, a mere glance from me rendered him immobile, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. Bullying the weak and oppressing newcomers deserves punishment. With a flick of my sleeve, an invisible whip struck him, causing him to grimace in pain. Unfounded accusations and reckless slander warrant retribution. With his temper flaring and desire swelling, he deserves to be punished. One lash after another fell upon Huang Yukai, leaving onlookers bewildered, witnessing his painful struggles in silence. Elder, what is wrong with you? Huang Jiao, sensing something amiss, attempted to step forward but was halted by his command. Do not approach. Huang Yukai, unwilling to lose face before his juniors, gritted his teeth and bore the humiliation. Zhu Yeqing, observing our peculiar standoff, could not contain his curiosity. Elder, what is the meaning of this? You were just shouting for a fight, yet now you stand there motionless. Perhaps realizing his error, he stood there in contemplation. The surrounding crowd whispered among themselves, now turning their attention to Huang Yukai, whose face was flushed with anger. However, with merely a millennium of cultivation, how could he possibly break free from my spell? He could only wait for the duration to expire before the enchantment would release him. Elder, we are unaware of your name, a Yao inquired. Indeed, Elder, what is your title? Zhu Yeqing also expressed his curiosity. A title? I truly possess none. In the mortal realm, the people referred to me as the heroine of Qintang. In the celestial realm, I am honored as a princess. And now I am simply called Miss. I have no title. You may call me Little Schwer. What are you doing here instead of attending class? At that moment, with a shout from a celestial officer of the true martial hall, everyone scattered in a frenzy towards their respective classes. Elder, I must take my leave. A Yao said hurriedly as she dashed off, leaving only Zhu Yeqing, Huang Yukai, and myself in the courtyard. Zhu Yeqing, have you not already graduated? What are you still doing here? Celestial Lord, I came to deliver something to a friend. I shall depart now. Zhu Yeqing responded with a smile, indicating that both of us were from the elite martial hall and were merely visiting a friend. The celestial officer nodded but shifted his gaze toward me, remarking, You seem familiar. Since you are no longer affiliated with the true martial hall, you should not linger here. Be on your way. Off we go. Off we go. Zhu Yeqing chuckled nervously, pulling me along as I snapped my fingers to release Huang Yukai from his binds. He shot us a glare before swiftly departing. After Zhu Yeqing expressed his gratitude multiple times, he reluctantly made his way to the Xuanwu Hall. As the bell rang, all students resumed their studies, leaving me to walk alone through the long corridor, enveloped in an eerie silence, occasionally crossing paths with unfamiliar celestial attendants. Suddenly, a sharp aura surged forth, and with a mere flick of my fingers, it vanished without a trace. A figure quietly approached and stood before me. "So, you are the little immortal who dares to bully me?" The person, clad in a flowing white garment adorned with a few auspicious clouds, bore an appearance reminiscent of a celestial sovereign. "Who does not know that Huang Yukai is under my command? You, little immortal, clearly do not regard me with any respect." It became apparent that Huang Yukai had summoned someone more formidable to act as his support. I scoffed, saying, "Is it permissible for you to bully my friend while I am forbidden from teaching you a lesson? Who do you think you are to chastise me?" As soon as the words left their lips, they conjured a large weapon that appeared beside me. I deftly retreated with a light tap of my toes, my academic badge swaying at my waist. "Are you a student from Class A?" The person halted upon noticing my badge, adopting a condescending demeanor. "How come I have never seen you before?" "Oh, I understand now. You must have been inserted through connections," they retorted with a face full of disdain. "Dare you challenge me on the training grounds?" I chuckled softly, pondering the audacity of the younger generation. Here was someone who had just ascended and was hardly worthy of being called a celestial attendant, yet they acted as if the heavenly court were their personal garden. "Very well, but do not regret it later," I acquiesced, contemplating whether to cripple their cultivation or dispatch them entirely. As I mulled over this, I caught sight of a familiar figure and immediately called out, "Tai Bai, stop." The figure halted abruptly, turning around with a cheerful smile. "What a coincidence, young lady. What brings you here?" Gone was the venerable old man, replaced instead by a strikingly handsome youth. I reached out and snatched the dust from his hands, tugging at it as if pulling on his beard, causing him great discomfort. "Young lady, please, don't pull it out." It was quite difficult to obtain. In front of others, he was a graceful young man, yet before me, he resembled an elderly gentleman well past his 80th year. "Tai Bai Jinxing, what is your intention?" This all stemmed from an invitation I extended to him years ago, which had evidently startled him. With such a warm invitation, I fear the third prince might take offense. He replied, "I had thought too much. I saw him as a decorative vase in the Harmonious Palace, wishing to leave a good impression for future collaborations, lest we awkwardly encounter each other without recognition." I shot him an exasperated glance and tossed the dust back to him. "I shall not hold it against you. I have matters to attend to." "What business does the young lady have?" he inquired eagerly. Seeing his enthusiasm, I leaned in slightly and asked about the audacious individual from earlier who possessed such arrogance. Little did I realize that this inquiry would lead that person down a path of self-destruction. Chapter 15. Which male immortal are you entangled with? I remarked on the unusual commotion today, noting Tai Bai Jinxing's presence. Realizing after a moment that it was the day of the monthly assessments, and he was here to compile the statistics. At the end of each month, the final 2 days were reserved for evaluations. The exceptional would be selected by various celestial officials for training as assistants, while those of lesser aptitude would be assigned to different posts or tasked with menial duties. I was intrigued by the audacity of that individual. It turned out he was a demon king from the lower realms. After ascending, he took merely a year to progress from the Jinwu Hall to the Jingwu Hall, showcasing impressive talent. The opponents in the competition were determined by a draw, and half of the contestants would be eliminated today after yesterday's initial rounds. As the end of the month approached, individuals from various palaces invariably arrived to make selections, with the final day buzzing with excitement. The martial arts arena was abuzz with fierce sparring, having already seen several rounds of intense competition. Bai Xiao, exuding arrogance, emerged victorious from the first round and secured his position as a favored candidate among the White Tiger faction. The 2 celestial officials responsible for overseeing the event held him in some regard, and with the backing of the White Tiger, their demeanor softened considerably. Upon hearing that the 2 of us were set to engage in battle, they promptly inscribed Bai Xiao's name on the list. With a sneer of disdain, he inquired, "What is your name?" "Schwer," I replied. The officials placed our names at the end of the final round. Bai Xiao continued to observe the arena, while I made my way to the 3rd floor with ease. Watching the battle? What pleasure is there in merely spectating? NeZha seemed to recognize me without further inquiry and poured me a cup of tea. Observing the 2 combatants in the arena, he asked, "Which of them do you think will prevail?" I settled beside him, took a sip of tea, and turned my gaze to the arena. One was a green bull, the other a black eagle. Although their cultivation levels were comparable, the green bull possessed immense physical strength, making it unlikely that the black eagle could compete in a direct confrontation. However, the black eagle was agile and fierce, making the outcome uncertain. NeZha languidly leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, and pointed at the black eagle, declaring, "I believe he will win. And if he does, what then? His black feathers are everywhere. Which celestial lord would take him? I retorted. NeZha chuckled, glancing at me. You judge solely by appearance. Their selection is based on strength, not looks. I rested my chin on my hand, responding, aesthetics matter in all things. Naturally, I prefer those who please the eye, such as yourself. Then I must thank my master for bestowing upon me such a fine visage, he replied. NeZha picked up a jujube and attempted to shove it into my mouth, hoping to silence me. Yet, I was not so easily subdued. I quickly consumed the fruit and remarked, the third prince possesses exceptional talent. Indeed, the foremost of all exiled immortals. Who else could capture my attention? Not long ago, you praised your brother Erlang for his unmatched grace, I chimed in, leaning closer with a mischievous smile. He's my brother. How can they be compared? NeZha gently pushed my face away, saying, enough of that. It's over. The Black Eagle ultimately triumphed with a final strike against the Green Bull. The Black Eagle caught the eye of the Wutu star, while the Green Bull was chosen by the Taibai Jingxing, recorded, and then taken away by their respective leaders. Since when did you develop a taste for such combat? It seems rather dull, I mused. Compared to patrolling endlessly, I would much rather lounge here, he admitted. All right. I confess that accompanying the heavenly soldiers on patrol day after day is indeed monotonous. As the subsequent rounds unfolded, I found myself battling drowsiness. It was only the exhilarating clash of formidable talents, akin to NeZha, that invigorated my spirit. As I watched, I leaned back in my chair and closed my eyes. Xiaoxiwei, are you not afraid? Where are you? At the sudden mention of her name, my fatigue vanished. Was it my turn now? The spectators around the martial arena whispered among themselves. Isn't this the last match? Why is there another? Who knows? Perhaps another round has been initiated. Didn't T by Xiao just win? Why is he back in the ring? He had a triumphant start. Who would dare challenge him? With the astonished gazes of the crowd upon me, I leaped from the third floor, making my way toward the arena. I thought you were afraid and went to plead with your superiors, Bai Xiao remarked, mistakenly believing I was merely a favored individual placed into the Jingwu Hall, seeking refuge from him. I chuckled at his assumption. Apologies, but I have no influential connections. Let us dispense with the small talk. Where is your weapon? Let us see who truly prevails. Bai Xiao, with his impetuous nature, was too consumed by thoughts of revenge for the earlier incident involving his subordinate to recognize my exceptional identity. You think you are worthy to see my weapon? I scoffed, my right foot lightly pressing down. In an instant, a complex array unfolded beneath me, ensnaring Bai Xiao before he could react. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers below, disbelief rippling through the crowd as the elite of Class A was effortlessly subdued in a single move. Who is she? What kind of extraordinary being is this? How did the Jingwu Hall come to possess such a master? As a fellow student of the Jingwu Hall, it was utterly astonishing to see Bai Xiao defeated so easily. Miss, please show mercy. At that critical moment, a voice emerged from the second floor, belonging to the White Tiger deity. He swiftly descended into the arena, scrutinizing the unfolding scene with a hint of inquiry in his tone. Bai Xiao is indeed a rare talent. What misstep has led to such wrath from you? Nothing much. He merely relied on your esteemed name to indulge his subordinates in bullying newcomers, even threatening to teach me a lesson, I replied coolly. The White Tiger cast a complex glance at Bai Xiao, a look of regret gracing his features. I do not know him. Let the lady decide his fate. Deity, deity. Bai Xiao, in a state of desperation, called out as the White Tiger departed, leaving the audience in utter shock. He had relied on the White Tiger's name to assert his dominance, and this situation could escalate greatly. But having provoked me, would the White Tiger truly abandon him to face the consequences? If you have the courage, confront me directly. What sort of hero relies on magic artifacts? Bai Xiao, trapped and struggling in vain, remained defiant. Very well, as you wish. With a flick of my finger, the array dissipated, and I summoned a sword from the air, its blade slicing through the air like a dragon, sending Bai Xiao hurtling several meters away, crashing heavily against a pillar. Bai Xiao, enduring pain, rose to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with fury. Your entanglement with that male celestial is nothing but a reliance on connections to gain entry into the Jingwu Hall. How could I possibly acquiesce to that? At that moment, a bridge of red lotus petals extended from the third floor to my side, and NeZha, stepping onto the mystical silken ribbon, glided over, his expression displeased. With which male celestial are you entangled now? I was taken aback. I had been in the Jingwu Hall for several days. When had I ever entangled with any deity? After a brief moment of contemplation, I surmised he was referring to the celestial emperor of the White Star. Upon hearing this, NeZha's expression shifted subtly. Since that incident, the celestial emperor had avoided me at all costs. How could there be any entanglement? I chuckled softly, leaning close to his ear, whispering. It was merely a few inquiries directed at the celestial emperor, far less intimate than what we share at this very moment. Before I could finish my sentence, The fire-tipped spear pierced through Bai Zhao's chest, leaving him in a state of shock. I exposed this little celestial. Why did the third prince harm me? Was he perhaps partial to her? Bai Zhao shouted in indignation. What a thrill! This is the first time in centuries I've witnessed someone dare to confront NeZha. Has Bai Zhao lost his wits? Spreading rumors and tarnishing the innocent. Such an offense deserves the gravest punishment. NeZha's brow furrowed as he forcefully thrust the fire-tipped spear, pinning Bai Zhao to the pillar. As his essence dissipated, he coldly declared, to dare spout nonsense before me, if I were to allow you to descend to the mortal realm. Would it not disturb the tranquility of the three realms? The onlookers watched in stunned silence as Bai Zhao met his end in a cloud of ash. TSK. Of all the beings to provoke, why choose me? Why provoke me in front of him? Before I could utter a word, NeZha grasped my wrist. And the wind and fire wheels surged forth wildly, the fierce wind whipping so violently that I could scarcely keep my eyes open. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Chapter 16. He too has begun to lose his mind. The harsh wind assaulted my face, causing my eyes to sting. Instinctively, I raised my other hand to shield myself. NeZha, perhaps fearing I might fall, firmly secured my waist, our figures streaking across the sky like a bolt of lightning. I had assumed he would escort me back to the Xianxia palace, but to my surprise, he brought me directly to the Cloud Loft Palace. The surrounding celestial attendants seemed unperturbed, as if the spectacle were commonplace. NeZha continued to grip my wrist tightly, and I allowed him to lead me. Realizing that such an opportunity for him to take my hand was rare. What an affront to propriety! Came the voice of Li Jing from behind. He should have been on duty. Why had he returned at this moment? Surely someone must have informed him. While it may be tacitly understood among us regarding your affairs, look at how it has unfolded now. NeZha, where do you place the heavenly regulations? NeZha, already simmering with frustration, found Li Jing's interruption infuriating. Enough of your attempts to impose heavenly laws upon me. If it comes to that, I shall simply abandon my duties and descend to the mortal realm, claiming dominion over the mountains. NeZha's words evidently startled him, and by the time he regained his composure, he erupted in fury. How could you utter such rebellious words? And what of it? As I watched NeZha depart without a backward glance, all I could do was mutter curses, unfilial child, unfilial child. Amused, I thought to myself. But now even the famed mountain peaks have their owners. Why don't we seize Kunlun Mountain? Surely the Jade Emperor cannot muster an army against it. NeZha paused and cast a sidelong glance at me. Were you serious? I asked, exasperation spilling from my words. I take everything you say to heart, he replied, blinking earnestly. Without further ado, NeZha took my hand and led me to his chamber, slamming the door behind us. My heart raced as I watched him approach. Are you planning to hide a beauty in a gilded cage? I jested. Noticing his silence, I added, this doesn't seem like a mere confinement of affection. Swiftly, I moved in front of him and reached for the Hunyuan silk at his waist. It slipped effortlessly into my grasp as I wrapped it around my wrist and held it up to him. See? Isn't it tied securely? NeZha, with a hint of exasperation, poked my forehead. What are you always thinking about? He yanked the Hunyuan silk from my hands, pulling me close to the table. We sat in proximity, a rare sight of earnestness on his face. He tapped the table lightly, signaling me to listen closely, his directness catching me off guard. Am I beautiful? He inquired. I nodded earnestly. Yes, indeed, you are beautiful. And where do I rank in your heart? A smile graced his lips, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, as he continued to probe. Without a doubt, you are first in my heart, I declared, my heart soaring, exhilarated by the candid exchange. NeZha's gaze bore into mine, an unusual seriousness in his eyes. I have a tendency towards cleanliness and do not wish to be compared to others. Therefore, what you say to me must remain between us. Do not grow too close to anyone else, not even the female immortals. Or else what will happen then? I inquired. Teasingly, are you jealous? I leaned in closer, wondering if he would say he wanted to confine me to himself. Instead, he replied, or else I shall mar their beauty, making them repugnant to you. This unexpected response took me aback. While I do admire the beauty of other deities, my affection for NeZha transcends mere appreciation. I can share drinks and banter with others, but I never cross the line into flirtation. Only with NeZha do I feel an incessant urge to draw nearer and nearer. What if I were to blind myself and follow you every day? I jested. He dismissed it as a joke. But when I began to unfasten the Hunyuan silk to blind myself, he grew anxious. He swiftly grasped my hand, a rare panic flickering in his eyes. His tone markedly more serious than usual. What nonsense is this? I am earnest. I insisted. He fell silent, a look of bewilderment crossing his features. I anticipated a heartfelt confession, yet he merely replied with a nonchalant, Oh, what does that mean? I sighed, lamenting my penchant for jesting, blurring the lines between truth and fiction, leaving no one to believe my sincerity now. What does it mean that the third prince has confined me here? Is it cool at night? prompting me to warm your bed? NeZha fell silent once more. I am a lotus root, residing in the pond. Can you warm the entire body of water? Wow, this response truly took me aback. Has he begun to lose his wits after spending too much time with me? I chuckled and replied that although I cannot warm the pond's water, I can bathe within it, adding a touch of unique brilliance to your existence. When it comes to mere banter, you still fall short of my prowess. Indeed, he fell silent again. Was he choosing to ignore me? I leaned closer. Our faces nearly touching, yet he remained utterly still. After all, I am one of the most stunning celestial maidens in the three realms. Faced with my blatant teasing, he exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Could it be that he has grown so detached from worldly desires after being a deity for so long? I couldn't help but wonder why I couldn't calm myself. The Cloud Palace serves as a symbol of power, standing alone amidst countless smaller halls, with pavilions and waterside gazebos adorning every corner. The diligent little fairies busied themselves with tidying up. NeZha, disliking the noise, resided deep within. Had he not possessed the wind and fire wheels, I would genuinely worry about him arriving late for roll call each day. Seeing my thoughts drift far away, NeZha shook his hand, questioning what I was pondering. I cradled my chin in my hands, gazing at him. And of course, I was thinking of you. My eyes are filled with you. My heart is occupied by you. My mind is consumed by you. Here we go again. NeZha let out a helpless sigh and stood up. I assumed he was about to leave, so I rose to follow him. Suddenly, the wind shifted dramatically, and we, perched in the sixth heaven, were shaken. Two beams of golden light shot from the lower realm straight into the sky, leaving us both astounded. Who in the vast universe possesses such formidable power? Could it possibly be that Erlang has rebelled? Currently, the one overseeing the heavenly court is not your father. What purpose would it serve for him to rebel? After NeZha spoke, he grasped my hand and hurried towards the Cloud Palace, eager to investigate. Aha! I knew it. Chapter 17. The third prince is off to see the monkeys. We hastened towards the Lingxiao Palace, the earth-shattering commotion lasting only a short while. Had it not been for the curious deities darting about, I might have thought this was merely an illusion. Third prince, my lady. Are you also heading to the Lingxiao Palace? The voice of the Star Lord of Jidu reached us from behind, prompting us to halt. What? You two? The Star Lord of Jidu approached us, greeting us while glancing around and softly stating that he merely wished to join in the excitement. Isn't the GG Hall lively enough? I inquired. Ah, don't even mention it. I finally set my sights on that white howler to take as my steed, and just as I arrived today, I heard that the third prince killed it. I nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that is the case. The Star Lord of Jidu, intrigued by my words, promptly asked how the white howler had offended the third prince. He slandered me, I replied. Upon hearing this, the Star Lord of Jidu immediately declared with righteous indignation that he deserved his fate, and it was fortunate that he hadn't been taken as a mount. Not only the Star Lord of Jidu, but the entire Jiuyao Palace was in motion, with even those deities who often frequented the academy rushing towards the Lingxiao Palace. Aside from the peach banquet, it is seldom that we gather in such numbers. NeZha glanced at the crowd, aware that any slight disturbance would reveal their intentions. The peach banquet, abundant with celestial peaches, divine fruits, and exquisite wines, represented the most indulgent day. Who could resist such allure? Throughout the heavenly realm, aside from Li Jing and the four heavenly kings, where would one find deities clocking in daily, yearning for a day off to evade the hustle? The Star Lord of Jidu chuckled awkwardly, asserting that the third prince's presence was solely due to official duties. I let out a soft laugh. Fully aware of their little schemes, I merely chose not to expose them. The majority of the deities were eager to uncover the truth, and upon entering the Lingxiao Palace, I was taken aback by the bustling crowd. Goodness, everyone who could attend had come, chattering incessantly. As we approached, the crowd parted to make way for us. What is going on? I inquired of the nearby Tai Bai Jinxing. Tai Bai instinctively took a step back upon seeing me, clutching his whisk tightly, evidently concerned that I might inadvertently cause him to lose it. He chuckled softly, still unaware of the situation. Indeed, the Jade Emperor had already dispatched Qianlian and Xuanfinger to investigate, and we were currently awaiting their report. Just as curiosity peaked among the assembly, Qianlian and Xuanfinger arrived to deliver their findings to the Jade Emperor. The little celestial reported that upon the Emperor's order, they traced the source of the golden light to the Flower Fruit Mountain in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, where a celestial stone had absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, transforming into a stone monkey. The Jade Emperor, upon hearing this, remained composed, responding with a mere huff. Since it is a spiritual entity born of heaven and earth, let it be. There is no need for our interference. The revelation that the earth-shattering phenomenon stemmed from a stone monkey attaining sentience left the crowd somewhat disheartened. After enduring an interminable wait, the meeting finally adjourned, and everyone hurriedly returned to their abodes. NeZha and I strolled side by side along the celestial path. Noticing my silence, he gently inquired, "What are you pondering?" I offered a faint smile, my gaze distant. "I marvel at that stone monkey, truly a rising star, making such a grand transformation. In the future, it shall be anything but ordinary." NeZha replied nonchalantly, "If the Jade Emperor pays him no mind, why should we concern ourselves?" I playfully traced my fingers around his waist. The fabric of the Hunyuan ribbon snugly binding us, seemingly relishing the intimacy and reluctant to let go. "There are many eyes here," NeZha signaled for me to be discreet. I looked around and chuckled softly. "See? Who dares to look?" At that moment, everyone else seemed intent on avoiding any scrutiny, as if wishing to blind themselves to avoid entanglement and controversies. The other deities strolled in pairs, laughter echoing, pretending not to notice us. Ultimately, under my gentle persuasion, one end of the Hunyuan ribbon wrapped around NeZha's waist, while the other affectionately nestled in the crook of my arm, nuzzling close. "What are your plans next?" NeZha asked. "Since it is still early, how about we enjoy a few drinks, and then take a nap?" I suggested. At my words, NeZha halted, scrutinizing me. "What do you mean? Napping in broad daylight? Daylight won't do. How about at night?" I replied playfully. "You." NeZha shot me an annoyed glare. I leaned closer, my eyes sparkling with mischief. "A midday nap? What were you thinking?" NeZha's lips pressed together, and his cheeks surprisingly flushed with a hint of color. He shot me a glare before snatching back the mystic ribbon, and then he departed. Wait, is he truly playing this way? I hastened to follow him. "I must go on patrol. Don't you find it tedious to tag along?" I feigned innocence. "I would rather not, but your mystic ribbon is beckoning me with a finger, enticing me to come closer." NeZha glanced down to scrutinize the waist ribbon, which was neatly secured around him, showing no signs of disorder, not even a stray thread. But where are the fingers of the mystic ribbon? I once again hooked my fingertip around the waist ribbon and gazed at his astonished expression. My laughter ringing clear as I observed his look, which seemed to convey disbelief at the audacity of such a brazen woman. Amid our banter, the heavenly soldiers responsible for the afternoon patrol had already lined up and waiting. Third Prince, Miss XIN, they greeted in unison, and NeZha nodded indifferently. Curiosity about the stone monkey filled my mind, so I pressed NeZha. "That monkey is rather extraordinary. Shall we investigate further?" NeZha shook his head in refusal. "What's so special about a monkey?" I replied with a smile. "Though monkeys are not rare, one that can cause such a stir is indeed a rarity. Do you not wish to see?" NeZha continued to shake his head, uninterested. Yet I had already resolved, if he would not go, then I would venture forth alone. With that thought, I turned towards the southern heavenly gate, my peripheral vision catching a familiar figure, and a playful smile crept onto my lips. Ah, a man of contradictions. Who is that young lady? Their relationship with the third prince seems rather close, a nearby heavenly soldier inquired curiously. "She must be new," I replied. Though I had been here for several years, I had never delved deeply into the matter, merely following the crowd's nomenclature. Another soldier responded, his words laced with a hint of mystery. "King Li has arrived," someone exclaimed, and the crowd fell silent in an instant. Just then, Li Jing happened upon them. Noticing their hushed whispers, he scolded, "What ruckus is this? Is today not NeZha's duty? Where is he?" A soldier cupped his hands in salute and replied, "The third prince has gone to see the monkey." Li Jing looked bewildered. "The monkey?" Chapter 18. Is he your young husband? By the time we arrived at Flower and Fruit Mountain, it was already nightfall, and several months had passed in the mortal realm, marking the onset of autumn. The great trees of Flower and Fruit Mountain were laden with fruit, peaches, bananas, and ripe red dates hung abundantly. Having grown accustomed to the celestial fruits, the sight of these wild fruits was quite refreshing. The bright moon hung high, illuminating the surroundings. It was not as dark as one might expect, but the absence of night in the heavens brought about a momentary disorientation. Thus, flames flickered atop NeZha's fire spear. Ugh, why is this peach so astringent? I plucked a peach, wiped it twice, took a bite, and promptly spat it out. With so many fine delicacies in your universal bag, why indulge in these wild fruits? NeZha remarked, surveying the area. Look, there is a fire over there. As I followed NeZha's gaze, I indeed spotted a flickering flame on the other side of the mountain. Eagerly, I was about to pull NeZha along towards it when he remarked, "What is there to see in a bunch of monkeys?" He then perched himself on a towering ancient tree, reclining nonchalantly. "Be careful of mosquito bites while you lie there," I cautioned. I heard NeZha emit a soft chuckle as he rested his hands behind his head, reclining against the tree trunk, seemingly prepared to doze off. "Be swift and return." "I shall await your return," he urged. I made my way towards the source of the firelight, only to find a group of monkeys gathered around a pile of twigs, chattering excitedly and enjoying fruits amidst laughter. "Look, there is someone," one monkey exclaimed, abruptly standing in surprise upon spotting me. Instantly, all eyes turned towards me, filled with confusion, scrutiny, and whispered conversations. Me? How did this happen? I feel more like the monkey on display. She is definitely not human, declared a white-haired gibbon. Is that an insult? I retorted, but another young monkey blinked and scratched its arm, suddenly enlightened as it pointed at me. I understand now. She must be a spirit that has taken human form. With the vast ocean between us and Flower Fruit Mountain, how could a human be here? You are quite clever, chuckled an elder monkey beside him, affectionately ruffling the young one's head. Stone Monkey, are you the one transformed from stone? The mention of Stone Monkey piqued my interest, and I approached them eagerly. Who are you? How do you know this? The gibbon clutched the Stone Monkey tightly, its eyes darting around as if ready to flee at any moment. I hail from the heavens, I explained, having observed unusual activity at Flower Fruit Mountain and out of curiosity. I came to investigate. I moved closer, finding a spot to sit among them. From the heavens? Are you a fairy sister? The Stone Monkey's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leapt to my side. Did you come specifically to see me? The little Stone Monkey, harmless and adorned with 2 wild chrysanthemums atop his head, was quite charming, especially as he sweetly referred to me as fairy sister. Indeed, I came especially to see you, I replied. Noting that the Stone Monkey bore resemblance to the others, lacking any distinctive features, I was puzzled as to why the transformation had stirred such commotion. I observe your remarkable bone structure. You are destined for greatness. The monkey troop, sensing no malice from me, relaxed their guard and resumed their previous positions, while the little Stone Monkey remained by my side. Is it true that there are many deities in the heavens? He inquired eagerly. Indeed, it is true. What is the heavens like? Surprisingly similar to the mortal realm, with mountains, waters, and forests, I replied, gently tousling the soft fur atop his head. Realizing that long-haired creatures felt rather pleasant to touch, the Stone Monkey removed a string of peach pits from around his neck and offered them to me, leaving me taken aback. Fairy sister, he said, as a token of our first meeting, please accept this gift. How embarrassing, I exclaimed. I am but a mere novice in the intricacies of human relationships. I took the necklace offered to me and discreetly retrieved a snow mist fruit from my cosmic pouch, softly uttering that it was a celestial fruit capable of prolonging life. Upon hearing this, the Stone Monkey eagerly accepted it, stashing it away in his embrace, his eyes glinting with mischief as he leapt to the side of the long-armed monkey, whispering something into his ear. The long-armed monkey affectionately ruffled the head of a nearby human, saying, "This is for you. Partake of it." The Stone Monkey then split the snow mist fruit in half, suggesting we share it. Indeed, the little Stone Monkey is quite filial. Suddenly, the ominous roar of a tiger echoed nearby, sending the troop of monkeys into a frenzy of panic. The long-armed monkey swiftly seized the little Stone Monkey and began to flee. Sister Fairy, quickly hide. The little Stone Monkey called back as he ran. Fear not, for I am a fairy, I reassured him, contemplating how to deal with the tiger. When I noticed NeZha approaching, has the tiger become a spirit? I mused, astonished by the strikingly handsome appearance of this tiger spirit. I couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of NeZha, who, upon seeing my amusement, merely approached me and asked, "Are you done observing? When shall we depart?" "We leave now," I replied, addressing the scattered monkeys. "He has come with me. You need not fear, for the tiger has been driven away." From behind stones and high in the trees, the monkeys cautiously emerged, one after another. This male deity is truly remarkable. Do all celestial beings possess such beauty? They began to chatter excitedly. The little Stone Monkey, hanging upside down from a branch, inquired, "Sister Fairy, is he your male companion? What nonsense is this?" The Stone Monkey, noticing my bewildered expression, quickly added, "In the human realm, he should be referred to as your young lord." "Precisely," I exclaimed, throwing my arms around NeZha's arm in joyous laughter. "He is my young lord." "Do not jest," he protested, though he made no move to deter my affection. The wind fire wheel hovered nearby, ablaze with fierce flames, causing the monkeys to become even more alarmed. Only the little Stone Monkey, eyes wide with curiosity, asked, "Sister Fairy, what is that? Why does it burn?" "That is the wind fire wheel, a magical artifact of my young lord." Upon hearing my words, NeZha shot me an admonishing glare. Yet it lacked any real menace. "May I touch it?" Before I could respond, the little Stone Monkey had already reached out. But as soon as his finger brushed against the fiery wheel, he was startled and quickly blew on it, leaping back into the embrace of the long-armed monkey. I chuckled lightly as NeZha encircled my waist, stepping onto the windfire wheel. "Until we meet again, by fate. Young lord, I called, my fingers entwined in a lock of his hair, laughing heartily. "Let this be the last of such calls here. Do not repeat them upon our return." "Understood, understood." Our voices melded with the gentle breeze. Chapter 19. He is destined to ascend to the heavens. In the blink of an eye, another year of spring and autumn has quietly slipped away. While the celestial beings diligently adhere to the heavenly regulations, I find myself seemingly adrift outside the constraints of time, idly wasting a year in lethargy. Truly, it is exceedingly dreary. I languidly sit in the serene courtyard of the tranquil palace, gently swaying on a swing, allowing the soft breeze to caress my face. Meanwhile, Qingwan dexterously slices fresh fruits on a stone bench nearby, undoubtedly preparing delectable candy treats for me. This vast heavenly realm, with its 36 palaces and 72 halls, is filled with princesses and numerous celestial friends. How could one possibly feel lonely? Alas, it is a long story. I let out a soft sigh, gracefully leaping down from the swing and strolling over to the table, where I casually pick a plump pomegranate, meticulously peeling away its skin. They are all bustling about, and should I join them, I would either create chaos or be roped into assisting them. Just the thought makes my head ache. No, I shall not go. I repeatedly gesture dismissively, embodying a demeanor of utter avoidance. Why not visit the Xuanxiang Emperor? Perhaps it would alleviate your boredom, suggests Qingwan. You seem to wish to see me receive a scolding. Knowing my brother's stern nature, you are deliberately sending me to provoke his ire. I feign indignation. Casting a glance at Qingwan, whose mischievous smile has already betrayed her intentions. Alternatively, it has been quite some time since you visited the outer heavens. Meeting with the sovereign and the empress would be delightful. Qingwan, I have treated you well, and yet you wish to ensnare me in such troubles? Residing in the 33 heavens is already a restriction. If I were to step into the outer heavens, would I ever return? This just is far from amusing. At my words, Qingwan's laughter rings out like silver bells, her hands continuing their work, though her gaze is irresistibly drawn to the enticing platters of fruit slices. Mistaking my contemplation for hunger, she quickly reassures me. Rest assured, Your Highness, the new batch of dried fruits is being prepared and will be ready for you shortly. A warm feeling swells within me as I observe Qingwan's industrious figure, prompting me to say, Qingwan, you tirelessly manage my daily affairs alone. It must be quite taxing. Perhaps I should select a couple of clever little fairies from below to assist you? Upon hearing this, Qingwan's laughter becomes even more melodious. She gazes up at me, her eyes brimming with sincerity. To serve the princess is an honor for Qingwan. There is no talk of hardship. Furthermore, should anyone take over my duties, I fear they might covet the princess's precious elixirs. I chuckle and shake my head, my gaze once again settling on the uncut fruits, suddenly recalling the dried fruits. I ask, Qingwan, where are those dried treats? Please pack some for me. I wish to take a stroll. Oh, they are currently drying in the Lao Juan's Doshuai Palace. Not yet packaged, Qingwan replies, rising to her feet. I gently grasp her shoulder. No need. I am quite free. I shall retrieve them myself. With that, I rise and leave the tranquil palace, meandering towards the Doshuai Palace. Approaching the palace, I can already sense a faint aura of talismanic power permeating the air. Upon entering, I find the little green ox comfortably resting on the ground, with no one else in sight. Who goes there? The little green ox suddenly opens its eyes, alertly surveying its surroundings. Upon recognizing me, its wariness dissipates, and its tone softens. Ah, it is the little princess. What brings you here? I approached it and gently caressed its ear, chuckling. I came to fetch some dried fruits. Why is it so desolate today? Where are Lao Jun and the others? The great Lao Jun is currently engaged in a philosophical discourse with the ancient Buddha of Light on the Zhu Dan platform. And all the celestial friends have gone to listen, replied the little green ox, its tail swaying lightly. Then why aren't you there? I inquired with curiosity. As for me, the moment I hear a lecture, I become drowsy. I would rather indulge in a leisurely nap here. If the little princess is interested, you might as well go and listen, the little green ox lazily responded. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle, patting its back and saying, It seems we share the same sentiment. Lectures always make us sleepy. I sighed in disappointment. It appears I have come at an inopportune time. No dried fruits for me today. The green ox flicked its tail and immediately transformed into a human form, grinning at me. No worries. I just saw Jean Lingzi carrying dried fruits to the backyard. It should be for you, my princess. I'll fetch them. I'll accompany you. In the backyard, several baskets of dried fruits were indeed arranged on the shelves, alongside many sun-dried spiritual herbs. With a wave of my hand, several ceramic jars appeared on the stone table, and we began to fill them with the dried fruits one by one. After reserving a jar of snacks for the little green ox, I stuffed all the dried fruits into my xianxia bag and rose to fly down. The 33 heavens are quite distant, and each time I venture out to seek companionship, it requires a considerable amount of time. I couldn't help but ponder when I might acquire a treasure akin to a xianxia circle, which would save both time and effort. I initially intended to visit the Jiangkou to see Erlang and perhaps explore the mortal realm, but unexpectedly, I encountered the Taibai jinxing outside the southern heavenly gate. Taibai. I called out, but he seemed not to hear and continued on his way. Taibai jinxing. I raised my voice, hastening my pace towards him, and grasped his beard. Are you running away from me? What misdeeds are you hiding? Easy now, easy. Tai-Bai Jinxing carefully rescued his beard from my grip, chuckling. Why must a young lady like you hold a grudge against an old man? It's just that my hearing has diminished with age. Why have you once again transformed into an old man with white hair today? Tai-Bai Jinxing smiled. I am on a royal summons to offer peace. And age is merely a sign of profound wisdom, is it not? Intrigued, I pressed. Which great demon possesses such prowess to be summoned rather than ascending by their own means? Are you personally going? Do you recall the unusual phenomenon from last year? Suddenly, flashes of two beams of golden light piercing the heavens flickered in my mind, causing the palaces of many to tremble. Could it be that stone monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain? Indeed, it is that stone monkey. He is quite capable. Having invaded the Dragon Palace to seize the sea-calming needle and torn the Book of Life and Death in the underworld, I was astounded. A year in the heavens equates to merely 300 years below. Such remarkable abilities. He must be aiming for the heavens. Precisely. The Jade Emperor cherishes talent. Hence he commanded me to offer peace. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I shall accompany you. Please spare me, young lady. Look who has arrived behind you. Tai-Bai Jinxing said, his demeanor suddenly flustered as he attempted to flee. Upon hearing the words, I turned my gaze and beheld NeZha, standing above the southern heavenly gate. His feet poised upon the windfire wheels, arms crossed over his chest, wearing an expression of displeasure. No wonder he was so quick to depart. What a coincidence! I smiled and greeted the third prince as I approached him, only for him to turn away without acknowledging me. Alas, he is angry once more. This indicates he is not a fool. I found myself once again deeply awed by the breathtaking speed of the windfire wheels. Even though we were merely a few meters apart, before I could even attempt to perform my cloud summoning technique, he had vanished without a trace. In the Jingwu Hall, the council chamber, and even the Cloud Tower Palace, I searched high and low for him, yet his figure eluded me, whether at his post or at home. I found no one, which caused me to ponder in confusion. Where could he possibly have gone? Within the Cloud Tower Palace, I wandered aimlessly, encountering the sprinkling fairies who greeted me courteously. With every fairy I met, I eagerly inquired about NeZha's whereabouts, but each time, I was met with nothing but head shakes and expressions of ignorance. I muttered to myself, pondering how a mere conversation with the Grand Duke of Venus could incite such great anger in him. Was he truly avoiding me as Erlang had suggested? His heart, it seemed, was as elusive as the lotus root he bore. Lost in thought, I unknowingly wandered into the backyard. Before me lay a breathtaking sight. A lotus pond basked in gentle light, as if draped in a delicate golden veil. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the azure sky and clouds, resembling a flawless mirror. The lotuses bloomed in splendid array, standing gracefully above the emerald waves, some shyly hiding among the lotus leaves. Their petals layered and pure as snow, akin to the ethereal veil of a celestial being, captivatingly beautiful. Yet, in the face of such beauty, my heart was restless, and I found no joy in the scene. Gazing at the pond full of lotuses, I was tempted to uproot them all, but knowing this was his place of cultivation, I refrained. I sat alone in a pavilion, observing the celestial attendants rowing boats to gather lotus pods and feeding the koi fish. Time slipped away quietly, and I realized I had been seated for over an hour. Rising to depart, I thought to myself, this time it is I who shall be angry. The path was laid with a myriad of colorful pebbles, and as I stepped forward with force, one pebble flew forth, only to be deftly caught by NeZha, who was approaching. What has this stone done to you to warrant such anger? He inquired as he gently set the stone down and walked toward me, a look of confusion upon his face. I scoffed coldly, ignoring him and continuing my forward march. Seeing my demeanor, NeZha promptly followed, bewilderedly asking, what has happened? How have I offended you? I remained silent, yet internally I was at odds with him. Observing his earnest demeanor, I noted his increasing sincerity. I was wrong, truly wrong. Please do not be angry, will you? Such a humble posture, I presumed, was only directed toward me, and as my own anger began to wane, I crossed my arms and coldly feigned indignation, asking, in what regard have you erred? NeZha furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment before responding. It was indeed my fault to have kept you waiting. Upon noticing my expression softened slightly, he added, after leaving the military camp, I heard you were looking for me, which compelled me to find you in haste, causing a slight delay. Really? I replied, somewhat skeptical. When have I ever deceived you? If you doubt my words, feel free to jab me twice with your fire-tipped spear, NeZha said, genuinely extending the weapon towards me. I couldn't help but chuckle, playfully nudging his calf. Your sincere attitude in admitting your mistake is commendable. I shall forgive you this time. We strolled side by side through the courtyard, a gentle breeze caressing our faces. A leaf gracefully descended, landing atop his head. I tiptoed, reaching out to remove it while inquiring, why did you run upon seeing me earlier? A flicker of confusion crossed NeZha's face. Run? I merely intended to greet you, but the urgency from behind prompted my swift departure. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. I had mistakenly assumed his desire for control prevented him from allowing me to converse with others. I absent-mindedly played with the beads hanging from my waist. My spirits lifting considerably. Has there been any news from the mortal realm? You visit the military camp daily? NeZha cast his gaze downward. A smile gracing his lips as he replied, nothing significant, merely that several demon kings have been in close contact recently. Besides, training the celestial soldiers is part of my responsibilities. Oh, I remarked, I hold no position in the heavenly court and am not inclined to involve myself in such matters. Recently, there has been some unrest in the mortal realm. It would be best if you refrained from venturing down, NeZha cautioned, concern evident in his tone. Do you truly underestimate me? In the mortal realm, or even here in the heavens, few can surpass me. If I cannot defeat them, I can certainly evade, I retorted. A hint of dissatisfaction in my voice. NeZha, with a tone of indulgence, refrained from further lecturing me, instead acquiescing, yes, you are the mightiest. Even I acknowledge your superiority. Indeed, I replied, crossing my arms with pride. Earlier, I noticed you seemed eager to descend. What were you planning? It has been a year since I visited Guanjinku. I wish to see Erlang and perhaps take a trip to Huashan to visit my little cousin, I explained. The water in the pond shimmered, with several koi fish wandering near the shore as we settled onto a stone. NeZha casually fashioned a lotus leaf into a makeshift shade for me. It has been ages since I last saw the three holy mothers. Perhaps we could find a time to visit her together, I suggested. Turning to glance at NeZha, I noticed he was not jesting and inquired. What prompted you to think of visiting her? After all, we are friends, and it has indeed been quite some time since we last met. She is the deity of Huashan and cannot leave her post, unlike you, who can wander wherever you please. It must be quite lonely for her, I mused. I playfully pinched his waist, questioning, what do you mean by that? NeZha appeared puzzled, then chuckled softly, you accuse me of being petty. Yet I wonder who it is that is overly sensitive and brooding, with a heart more intricate than mine, he teased, gesturing with his fingers. Who is being petty? I feigned anger, preparing to strike him. NeZha laughed and promptly leaped away, a hint of provocation in his demeanor. Here, it is just the two of us. Who do you think I am referring to? NeZha, stop right there. As I stood up to chase after him, I realized that with his windfire wheels, it was futile for me to pursue him. Yet, he always waited for me. Just as I was about to catch up, he would vanish in a flash. Humph. He takes advantage of my lack of treasures. One day, I shall dismantle your wheels. While I was fuming with indignation, NeZha returned, no longer tormenting me, ready to vent his frustrations with a good beating. However, in the midst of our laughter, the Jade Star, Tai-Bai, returned from the southern heavenly gate, looking dejected. Tai-Bai, weren't you supposed to fetch the stone monkey? Where is he? I immediately called out to Tai-Bai. Alas, do not mention it. He refused to come. Refused? Who would dare to decline the invitation of a deity? I pondered, realizing that this indicated he was not a fool. Chapter 21. Why not join me to descend to the mortal realm and reign supreme? For such a powerful being, the options were either to eradicate him or to recruit him, a customary practice of the heavenly court. To demonstrate the Jade Emperor's benevolence, they often chose the latter, resorting to the former only if necessary. Tai-Bai, reluctant to see the suffering of living beings, descended to the mortal realm once more after his first unsuccessful attempt to summon the stone monkey, eventually inviting him to the heavens after visiting Flower and Fruit Mountain. Lying on a cloud with my hands behind my head, I floated aimlessly, when suddenly I sensed a commotion below. I leaned over to peer down, only to find my view shrouded by layers of soft, enigmatic mist, delicately concealing the scene beneath. As my gaze pierced through this dreamlike veil, a breathtaking sight unfolded before me. In the skies, a herd of magnificent steeds galloped with astonishing speed and grace, their proud heads held high, each horse exuding strength and vitality, as if brimming with boundless power and freedom. This spectacle was reminiscent of valiant charges on the battlefield from years past, stirring the depths of my soul. Looking closer, I noticed a monkey, carefree atop the cloud, skillfully commanding the herd of celestial horses, clad in a deep red official robe. His face radiated an untamed smile. Leaping from horse to horse, he glided effortlessly through the throng, embodying the most liberated and unrestrained spirit in the world. Who let all the heavenly steeds loose? I exclaimed, concerned that the Jade Emperor might hold us accountable. I dashed downwards, intent on stopping him, letting the horses run wild. It seems he has indeed released them all. To ensure the horses thrive, they must be well-fed and run daily. The monkey, laughing heartily on horseback, nearly toppled his official hat, quickly reaching up to steady it back atop his head. I gently waved my sleeve, dispersing the mist before me. The monkey, upon seeing me, exhibited a moment of surprise before swiftly leaping to my side, his face brightening. Fairy sister, it has been over 300 years. How have you been? You are the stone monkey? I replied, a note of excitement in my voice. Astonished that the naive little monkey from a year ago had now achieved great heights and ascended to the ranks of the immortals. Yes, indeed. It is I. He nodded vigorously, then burst into laughter. I, Sun Wukong, now have a name. Just days ago, Tai Bai mentioned that you were reluctant to ascend to the heavens. I leaped onto the back of a celestial steed, and upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong also sprang onto a nearby heavenly horse. Together, we rode, accompanied by a myriad of celestial steeds that followed us at a leisurely pace. That old man was truly bothersome, and Sun Wukong, with a dismissive wave of his hand, ruffled his hair in annoyance. Having already explored the entirety of Flower Fruit Mountain, he was merely here to indulge in some heavenly revelry. The Jade Emperor had appointed me, Sun Wukong, as the keeper of heavenly horses. Thus all the celestial steeds in the heavenly court are under my care. With his hands on his hips, Sun Wukong brimmed with pride, then pointed at a nearby steed, exclaiming, "Look how splendid they are under my meticulous care." Indeed, they were robust and well-fed. I wondered, however, if they still had their swiftness. "What is your role up here in heaven?" I inquired. "What do I do? I am utterly idle." He chuckled lightly and waved his hand dismissively. "I am quite unoccupied, except when I occasionally lend a hand when things get busy." "Oh, so you are merely a runner then? No matter, from now on, I will protect you. If anyone dares to bully you in the celestial realm, simply inform me, and I shall ensure they receive a sound thrashing in retribution." Sun Wukong patted his chest with fervor. I couldn't help but laugh at his bravado and readily agreed, giving him a playful pat on the shoulder. "All right, from now on, I shall rely on your protection. Come, let me treat you to a drink." "Very well." To be honest, I had never been to this place before. Sun Wukong led me to his place of duty, where refreshments of wine and fruits were promptly presented. "This first cup, I toast to you in gratitude for that miraculous fruit you once bestowed. Had it not been for that life-extending fruit, the golden-haired monkey would have surely met the same fate as the others, reincarnated, and I would not know where to find him," he declared, raising his cup and downing it in one go, grimacing as the fiery liquid coursed down his throat. "Such a trivial matter is hardly worth mention," I replied, raising my own cup in a toast. Though the wine could not be deemed exquisite, it was nonetheless palatable. As we reveled in our merriment, the illustrious Tai Bai XinXue and NeZha made their unexpected entrance. "Great King, how can you be entrusted with the celestial steeds when you have set them all free?" Tai Bai XinXue inquired, his tone earnest as he attempted to reason with Sun Wukong. With his arms crossed, Sun Wukong regarded Tai Bai XinXue with a frown. "Of course, I allow them to graze and stretch their legs. Would you be pleased if I confined you every day? Just because they cannot speak does not grant one the right to mistreat them. How can you even suggest such a thing? Who would dare mistreat the celestial steeds? They have designated pastures for their care, and they must not be released again," Tai Bai XinXue countered. "If I am to be entrusted with their management, my word should prevail. You do not oversee them, so why meddle so?" Sun Wukong retorted instantly. "Dear King, as the saying goes, without rules, chaos ensues. Since you have entered the heavenly court as a deity, you must abide by its regulations. If everyone disregarded the rules, would it not lead to utter disorder?" Tai Bai XinXue's expression stiffened as he endeavored to maintain his composure, concerned that Sun Wukong might resign from his duties. I understand. Enough with the incessant nagging. It is utterly tiresome," Sun Wukong replied impatiently. "This monkey is quite sharp-tongued," NeZha observed, scrutinizing Sun Wukong as if he were trying to see through him entirely. "Is it true that you seized treasures from the East Sea and tore the Book of Life and Death?" Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt a surge of pride, but then paused, taken aback by the old Dragon King's lack of integrity. After all, it was he who had proclaimed that anything Sun Wukong could lift would be given to him. When had it transformed into theft? Such was the nature of that old mudfish, who was notoriously unreasonable, as NeZha concurred. Sun Wukong, brimming with arrogance and disdain, opened his mouth and instantly ignited a spark of excitement in NeZha's eyes, as if they were long-lost friends joyfully reunited. "Why do you seem so familiar?" Sun Wukong inquired, fixating his gaze on NeZha. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him as he smacked his thigh in realization. "You are the little husband of the celestial sister, the Jade Star." Nearly choking on a grape he had just put in his mouth, swiftly covered Sun Wukong's mouth. "Lord Sun, you mustn't speak such words carelessly. If others overhear, it could lead to calamity." Sun Wukong, brushing aside the hand, appeared intrigued and demanded, "Why can't I say it? The heavenly decree states that immortals must not become emotionally involved." In an instant, Sun Wukong stood upon his chair, leaning down to gaze at NeZha, indignantly exclaiming, "What kind of absurd decree is that? It lacks any semblance of humanity. My good brother, why not join me in descending to the mortal realm to reign supreme and break free from this nonsensical heavenly constraint? What? You intend to cede the throne to me? NeZha asked playfully, with a twinkle in his eyes. Sun Wukong, pondering for a moment, replied with a grin, why not? But you must serve as my subordinate. Governing the southern mountain. NeZha chuckled softly, pointing to the other person nearby. If you call her sister, what should I be called? Oh, my third prince. Sun Wukong exclaimed. What nonsense are you all engaging in? At that moment, the Jade Star was utterly exasperated, covering one mouth while the other continued to chatter incessantly. Oh. Sun Wukong glanced between NeZha and the other individual, then scratched his head, deep in thought. After a brief moment, he laughed heartily. Let us each have our own discussions. I observed the despondent Jade Star, then turned to the two vying for the title of elder brother, laughing uncontrollably. Chapter 22. You possess too many treasures. I am unyielding since Sun Wukong's arrival in the heavenly court. It had transformed into a bustling and extraordinary realm. He quickly forged bonds with numerous celestial beings, referring to them as brothers, which prompted Li Jing to frequently report to the Lingxiao Palace. The Jade Star, deeply troubled, found himself engaged in endless debates each day, to the point of exhaustion and sore tongues. When NeZha privately relayed these amusing anecdotes to me, I was perpetually astonished. The morning assemblies had become increasingly vibrant. Miss XinXue? Miss XinXue, just as I was leisurely gathering lotus pods by the pond in the Cloud Pavilion, the urgent call of the Jade Star suddenly rang out. Goodness. They are now acutely aware of my movements. Holding a lotus pod and a leaf atop my head, I rose slowly, gazing at the anxious Jade Star in the pavilion. Perplexed. Why the rush? Has someone attacked the heavens? Oh dear, you still have the time for jest. Sun Wukong and the third Prince NeZha have engaged in a brawl, and the commotion is considerable. Come quickly with me to witness. Should the Jade Emperor inquire, you can help mediate. They were just fine yesterday, sharing the same trousers and drinking merrily. How has it escalated to violence today? What could possibly have triggered this? Tai-Bai Jinxing, in a state of agitation, stamped his feet repeatedly, shaking his head in despair. I am at a loss as to what to do. Consequently, I hastened alongside Tai-Bai Jinxing to the side of the fierce confrontation between the two combatants. The scene was chaotic, with no semblance of order. Everywhere was a battlefield. Sun Wukong brandished his resplendent golden staff, while NeZha gripped his fiery spear with determination. The two were embroiled in a fierce aerial duel, their moves sharp and decisive, with neither able to gain the upper hand. NeZha thrust his spear with one hand, its cold glimmer reflecting the light, while Sun Wukong skillfully parried with his staff. Seizing the opportunity to counterattack, they exchanged blows, neither willing to concede. NeZha, is your strength truly so feeble? Sun Wukong taunted with a laugh. I fear for your safety. NeZha replied with a light chuckle, intensifying his assault. The biting cold wind howled as ominous clouds gathered, and the shockwaves from their battle caused the onlookers' garments to flutter. Sun Wukong executed a powerful sweep with his staff, but NeZha nimbly evaded while retaliating with his spear, aiming directly at Sun Wukong's vital points. Sun Wukong, in turn, spun his golden staff, neutralizing each attack and preparing for a counterstrike. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, NeZha unleashed a remarkable maneuver, summoning his wind-fire wheels. Sun Wukong was caught off guard, performing several backflips to evade the assault. Shortly thereafter, the Qianxia circle followed, and although Sun Wukong narrowly dodged it, he was unprepared for the circle's seemingly sentient pursuit from behind. With a powerful strike, he sent the Qianxia circle flying, but NeZha seized the moment to counterattack, their weapons clashing with a resonant clang, neither yielding an inch. In a moment of triumph for Sun Wukong, NeZha's millennia-spanning suddenly struck, coiling around him like a serpentine vine, binding him tightly while exposing only his head. Despite Sun Wukong's formidable magical prowess, he found himself unable to escape the binding millennia-spanning and could only struggle and shout, You possess too many treasures. I refuse to submit. You mischievous monkey. Why resort to trickery? NeZha chuckled lightly as the millennia-spanning transformed into a waist sash, encircling him. If we are to fight, let it be with genuine weapons. Relying on treasures is no true skill. This body of mine is crafted from lotus roots. Naturally, I must rely on treasures for protection. Do not inquire why Sun Wukong cannot defeat NeZha, for he has yet to consume an elixir after 3 centuries of cultivation. Come again. Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff, ready for another round, yet NeZha declined. It seems we cannot continue, NeZha remarked, and as if to affirm his words, a rope swiftly ensnared him tightly. Sun Wukong, unrestrained and wild, argued with Li Jing. What difference is there between you and me? NeZha shot back defiantly. Rebellious child. Instead of diligently honing your skills, you stir up trouble here. Hasten with me to plead for forgiveness from the Jade Emperor. Upon seeing Li Jing attempting to take NeZha away, Sun Wukong stepped forward to intervene. Hey, King Li, It is we who are fighting. Why bind him alone? If you are to bind him, bind me too. We brothers face our trials together. You are introduced by Taibai Jinxing. Any misdeeds are his responsibility. NeZha has only 2 elder brothers, no other kin. Li Jing scoffed, determined to escort NeZha toward the heavenly palace. I say, King Li, your words are rather harsh. Sun Wukong began to reason, but Taibai Jinxing quickly interceded, gripping his arm firmly. The friends I choose are none of your concern. Sun Wukong is my brother now, and he will remain so. NeZha's eyes glimmering with an air of indignation, yet he refrains from anger, merely responding with a detached tone, as if recounting an event unrelated to himself. Such loyalty from my brother. Come, let us go to meet the Jade Emperor. We shall face our trials together. Sun Wukong declared as he placed an arm around NeZha's shoulders. I exchanged a glance with the North Star, and Sun Wukong was forcibly taken to the Sima Bureau. Li Jing and I stood flanking NeZha, while the surrounding deities discreetly withdrew. Li Tianwang, use your grip. You are leaving marks, I remarked softly. Noting how the ropes had reddened NeZha's fair skin, particularly around his arms. Li Jing remained silent, yet the ropes slackened gradually. Did you enjoy the fight today? I whispered in his ear. NeZha smirked slightly, acknowledging that monkey has some skills. It was indeed exhilarating. Next time, we shall spar in the training grounds. You nearly destroyed another's palace. Understood. Next time we shall choose a more secluded spot for our practice, he replied softly. Li Jing, on the other side, held his tower in one hand and stroked his beard with the other, feigning ignorance of our conversation. The 3 of us then approached the Jade Emperor, where Li Jing, having bound his son, came to admit his faults. The Jade Emperor would not cast blame. His sentiment was clear, a child and a monkey. Why should one quibble with them? Li Jing earnestly offered counsel, though it remained uncertain how much NeZha absorbed. Upon exiting the Lingxiao Palace, NeZha, riding on his wind-fire wheels, swiftly left Li Jing far behind. Where shall we go? To find the monkey and drink. Excellent. Since befriending Sun Wukong, NeZha seemed to have grown considerably more cheerful. Chapter 23. Why not join me in rebellion? Sun Wukong had spent considerable time in the heavenly court, engaging openly with others, blending in seamlessly. Once a rebellious troublemaker, he now appeared quite settled. However, NeZha felt a tinge of disappointment, which was soon overshadowed by news of Sun Wukong's intent to descend back to the mortal realm. It turned out that Sun Wukong envied NeZha's ability to train celestial soldiers while he himself was relegated to mere horseplay. After casually inquiring with a celestial attendant about the differences between himself and NeZha, he learned that one commanded the 3 armies while the other merely tended to horses, prompting him to unleash chaos upon the Sima Bureau. Standing in the Lingxiao Palace, the corners of NeZha's mouth could not help but lift in amusement. Indeed, how could a born troublemaker lack great ambition? After a fervent exchange of rhetoric between Li Jing and the North Star, Li Jing ultimately conceded defeat. The North Star ventured once more to Flower Fruit Mountain to negotiate, but predictably, he was met with refusal unless the Jade Emperor consented to bestow upon him the title of Great Sage equal to heaven. With a sigh, the North Star lamented the trials of life, pouring out his grievances upon NeZha and me. Lamenting Sun Wukong's audacious aspirations to align himself with the heavens, could the Jade Emperor ever acquiesce? As I sat at a pristine white jade table with NeZha, I deftly peeled a lotus seed and extended it towards him. However, he declined, simply stating, I have no need for this. Give it to Taibai. I chuckled lightly, gathering a handful of lotus seeds to present before him. Upon noticing our silence, Taibai Jinxing grew increasingly agitated, exclaiming, I have come to seek your assistance, not to indulge in lotus seeds. Seeing you so vexed, perhaps a few lotus seeds might temper your ire, I suggested, casually tasting one and finding it quite sweet. You two are well acquainted with Sun Wukong, are you not? Why not persuade him? Sun Wukong's wild spirit is ill-suited for divinity. The constraints of such a role would stifle him. Why are you so insistent on his becoming a deity, Taibai? I inquired. Many of the gods present were not given a choice in their fates. Must we drown others simply because we have once been caught in the rain? I genuinely do not comprehend this. If it were possible, who would not wish to be like him? NeZha interjected, nearly startling Taibai Jinxing, who seemed on the verge of despair at the thought of failing to persuade even one Sun Wukong, let alone trying to convince us to descend to the mortal realm. He would surely face divine wrath. All of you are ancestors, Taibai Jinxing exclaimed in frustration, tapping his foot anxiously before hastily making his way to Huagua Mountain. Shall we go and pay a visit? I suggested, glancing at NeZha. Upon hearing this, NeZha furrowed his brow. In recent days, our scouts have reported frequent comings and goings of the 7 great demon kings at Huagua Mountain, with Sun Wukong absent. Should they harbor ill intentions now that he has returned to the mortal realm, it could indeed pose a significant problem. Let us proceed. NeZha consented, and together we sped towards Huagua Mountain on our fiery wheels, arriving to find no trace of Tai-Bai jinxing yet. The mountain, isolated from the sea, was lush with vegetation and teeming with life. A flagpole soared into the clouds, the words Qi Tian dashing emblazoned on a yellow flag fluttering in the breeze. As if rallying the spirits, a waterfall concealed the water curtain cave, and it was evident that only those with a connection to Sun Wukong could find their way inside. The once humble stone monkey had transformed into the king of the mountain, with a troop of monkeys dutifully reporting to him, exuding an air of majesty. After the little monkey soldiers conveyed our presence, we traversed the waterfall into the cave. Sun Wukong reclined regally upon a high seat, while a small monkey served grapes and peaches, another presenting a jug of wine, all calling out in unison, "King!" Sun Wukong's heart swelled with joy. "Ah, my sister and good brother have arrived. Children, prepare seats," he commanded, and two little monkeys scurried to place small stone stools beneath him, reminiscent of a teacher's classroom. "Sun Wukong, it has only been a few days since your return, yet you indulge in such trivialities," NeZha remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him as he took a seat at a nearby table and savored a drink. "This wine is quite delightful." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong perked up, sitting upright and directing his gaze at NeZha. "Are you not here to persuade me?" "Persuade you? To return and tend to horses?" I replied, playfully nudging his foot. "Let me try your seat and see if it is comfortable." "Haha, please, please," Sun Wukong responded, executing a graceful somersault to land beside NeZha. Beckoning the group of little monkeys, "Be sure to treat my sister well. Do not be negligent." "As you command, my king," the little monkeys replied, eagerly gathering fruits and flowers, exhibiting great enthusiasm. Sun Wukong and NeZha sat side by side, exchanging cups in a convivial atmosphere. Wukong chuckled. "You do not come here to persuade me, nor is it to seek refuge with me, I presume? That old man Tai-Bai has become quite bothersome. So I came here for some peace," NeZha said, taking a nearby wine jug to fill Wukong's cup. "Indeed, Huaguo Mountain is a splendid place." "Oh?" Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow. "You, NeZha, the illustrious third prince, the great general, the commander against demons, are you truly afraid of that old man Tai-Bai?" Upon hearing Wukong recite his titles, NeZha burst into laughter. "Are you envious?" "Huh, what is there to envy? Being the king of Huaguo Mountain is quite comfortable. Who cares for such hollow titles?" Wukong waved his hand dismissively. "If it is a hollow title, then why do you still desire the title of the great sage equal to heaven?" Sun Wukong crossed his arms, looking displeased. "It is because that old Jade Emperor wronged me first. Having recognized my formidable abilities, he ought to employ me properly. Otherwise, let me reign as the king of this mountain, rather than feigning benevolence while making me tend to horses." NeZha smirked slightly. "The deities of the heavenly court either serve the people, the state, or the world. They have all made contributions and accumulated merits. You, having just arrived in the heavenly court with no accomplishments, how could the Jade Emperor grant you high positions and riches?" "Humph." Sun Wukong snorted in discontent. "The Jade Emperor is full of schemes, and his subordinates are equally cunning. You have a point, I cannot outwit them." "Wukong, I agree with your sentiments. You are merely over 300 years old. You cannot possibly outmaneuver them." NeZha nodded, having heard Wukong's grievances. "Ah, Sister Jing, your words are most agreeable," Sun Wukong said, glancing at me before shifting his gaze back to NeZha. "My good brother, the heavenly court is dreary and filled with rigid rules. How about we join forces against them?" NeZha, observing Sun Wukong's excitement, felt a mischievous thought arise. He pointed to the sky. "Remember that pagoda? If you destroy it, I will consider whether to join you in rebellion." "Wait, I am still standing here. Are you two plotting to steal from my home?" I reflected on the intricacies contained within the Linglong Pagoda, imbued with profound mysteries and high Taoist teachings. Even if it were destroyed, it could be restored in an instant. Given NeZha's temperament, Li Jing would have perished countless times by now if it were so. "Oh, the Linglong Pagoda. Very well, I shall handle that broken tower." Sun Wukong cheerfully agreed, though he later realized that NeZha was merely jesting, but that was a matter for another time. My king, the bull demon king from Jilei Mountain has arrived." Just as we were engaged in lively conversation, a monkey soldier rushed in to report. Chapter 24. Li Jing is truly annoying. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's countenance subtly shifted for a moment, only to be replaced by a carefree smile that reappeared at the corner of his mouth. He turned to NeZha and said, "NeZha, let us pay a visit to my brother, the bull demon king. The bull demon king of Jilei Mountain is no ordinary demon. This visit must surely pertain to matters of great significance." NeZha, intrigued, raised an eyebrow and quirked a playful smile in response. "Oh? Is the bull demon king coming to Huaguo Mountain seeking assistance or provoking us?" Scratching his head, Sun Wukong replied, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. "He is my sworn brother. How could he come to provoke me? If he truly finds himself in distress and requires my aid, How could I possibly stand idly by? Why not cease your speculations and meet him in person? I suggested, donning a floral crown that the little monkey had handed me, relishing the playful banter of the monkeys around me, unable to suppress a smile. Indeed, NeZha proclaimed, and before his words had fully dissipated into the air, his form transformed into a radiant streak of light, soaring into the sky and racing toward the mountain gate. Sun Wukong, not to be outdone, unfurled his cloud and followed closely behind, vanishing in an instant from the sight of the gathering. Upon reaching the mountain gate, they beheld a towering figure, adorned with 2 horns, clad in dark armor, and wielding a heavy iron staff. It was none other than the Bull Demon King, Lord of Jilei Mountain. Upon spotting Sun Wukong and NeZha approaching side by side, a complex expression flickered in his eyes. The Bull Demon King gestured for Sun Wukong to step forward. With purposeful strides, Sun Wukong approached, lightly patting the Bull Demon King's shoulder, and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Brother NeZha, what brings you to grace us with your presence? Speak freely. If I can be of service, I shall do so with all my might." The Bull Demon King's expression darkened slightly as he huffed. "I once believed you had forsaken our brotherhood to align with the heavenly court. Hearing of your return to the mortal realm filled me with joy, and I barely slept a wink, eager to celebrate with you. Yet, to my dismay, I find you entangled once more with those from the heavenly court." Understanding whom he referred to, Sun Wukong feigned nonchalance and retorted, "The heavenly court is the heavenly court, and NeZha is NeZha. The two cannot be conflated. If one day the Jade Emperor commands your capture, will NeZha assist you or apprehend you?" Sun Wukong's smile faded, his gaze flickering as he solemnly replied, "I would never allow my friends to face adversity. If that day comes, I shall let my strength speak for itself." NeZha, hearing this, relaxed his brow. Though he hailed from the divine lineage, he harbored sympathy for the plight of the demon clan and was displeased with certain actions of the heavenly court. Thus, he interjected, "Bull Demon King, though our races differ, we are both creatures of this world. I empathize with the suffering of your kind. However, gossiping behind one's back is unbecoming of a gentleman, let alone a king." Casting a sidelong glance at NeZha, the Bull Demon King, seemingly cautious, merely snorted through his nostrils. "My words are not without merit. You cannot be unaware of the heavenly court's watchful eye. The celestial soldiers descend to patrol the mortal realm as part of their duty. If one harbors no treasonous intent, what is there to fear? Humph, such evasions. Enough, my dear brothers. Today, let us set aside matters of state. Come. Allow me to treat you to some wine." Sun Wukong clasped the Bull Demon King's shoulder and led him inside, but NeZha was abruptly halted. "We have already partaken in wine. Let us reconvene another day," NeZha announced, turning to leave, only to find me standing behind him. "Let us go." "Very well." I responded with a nod and approached NeZha. Casting a glance at the amicable Sun Wukong and the Bull Demon King, I tossed a spirit fruit into the air, which he deftly caught. "Ah, this fruit. I recognize it. A splendid treasure indeed." "Thank you, Sister XIN," Sun Wukong said with a smile, rubbing the fruit before tucking it into his chest. "Why are we being so formal with each other? I shall visit you again soon." I patted his shoulder and made my way toward NeZha, as the wind fire wheels whirled beneath my feet, lifting me into the sky in an instant. "Brother NeZha," I remarked, "usually you appear quite formidable, like firecrackers ready to explode at any moment. Yet today, upon seeing NeZha, you merely engage in verbal sparring. I had anticipated a brawl between you two." Sun Wukong draped an arm around the Bull Demon King as they strolled toward the water curtain cave. After all, he was a celestial being. Engaging in combat without cause would invite trouble. Their laughter and banter gradually diminished, leaving only the sound of the wind in my ears. Tai Bai's concerns were not without merit. Sun Wukong's naivety could lead to complications if not kept under close watch. "What do you intend to do?" I discerned NeZha's inquiry. "Collaborate with Tai Bai to procure the title of the great sage equal to heaven for him." The assembly in Lingxiao Palace found my words astonishing. I was the object of their envy, a deity unrestrained, yet now I was making a grand display for the sake of Sun Wukong. "Miss XIN, I understand your camaraderie with Sun Wukong, but this is no trivial matter. If we indulge him in everything, are we not aiding and abetting?" I had often heard NeZha mention the quarrel between Li Jing and Tai Bai Jinxing over Sun Wukong's antics. Li Jing held high expectations for his son, and Sun Wukong's mischievousness did not sit well with him. Thus, when he heard of others advocating for Sun Wukong, he viewed it as mere indulgence, further fueling his disdain. "The Heavenly King worries too much. It is merely an empty title." I chuckled. "That monkey aspires to stand equal with the heavens, revealing his considerable ambition. If we acquiesce to him this time, who knows what demands he will make next?" Li Jing remained obstinate, evidently intent on mobilizing forces to capture Sun Wukong. "I have come to seek counsel from the Jade Emperor, yet he incessantly babbles on the side." How has he become even more loquacious than before? Li Jing is truly tiresome. Observing this, Tai Jin Xing immediately intervened, striving to ease the tension. The Heavenly King is overreacting. That Sun Wukong is merely 300 years old and still gnawing on peaches atop the mountain. What ill intentions could he possibly harbor? He simply finds the position bestowed upon him too trivial and is discontented. Miss XIN is correct. It is merely an empty title devoid of real power. Why bother being so concerned? Continue your quarrel. It is thoroughly bothersome. I lifted my skirts and strode toward the Jade Emperor on his throne. Recounting all that I had witnessed today, analyzing the pros and cons. The Jade Emperor nodded as he listened to my account. You speak wisely, Tai Bai. I shall send you once more. The title of Great Sage equal to heaven that Sun Wukong desires. I shall bestow it upon him. Yes. Seeing the Jade Emperor respond so readily, I promptly clasped my hands and smiled, exclaiming, Your Majesty, you are indeed wise. The Jade Emperor, with a smile gracing his face as he stroked his beard, turned to Li Jing and remarked, Why should you take offense over a mere monkey? What Xiner said is true. A monkey is hardly to be feared. Though Li Jing contemplated retorting, he was unable to withstand the incessant barrage from myself and the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing, ultimately swallowing his discontent and acquiescing. Tai Bai, splendidly done. Once we exited the Lingxiao Palace, the two of us exchanged a triumphant clap before he hastily made his way to Flower and Fruit Mountain. Chapter 25. What purpose does the cow I am to guard serve? The Supreme Old Lord was perpetually occupied, whether concocting elixirs or listening to teachings, leaving me perplexed as to why he did not permit himself a moment's respite. With such profound cultivation, why toil so relentlessly? The little azure cow lay languidly, dozing, while Jean Lingzi tended to the fire, and Yin Lingzi was busy bottling the freshly refined elixirs. What is this? It looks delightful. I beheld Yin Lingzi lifting a pill from the tray and, without hesitation, popped it into my mouth. The sourness overwhelmed me, contorting my features as I hurriedly reached for a nearby water jug to quell the acidity lingering in my mouth. Yin Lingzi erupted into laughter, presenting me with another gourd, saying, My princess, try this one. It's strawberry-flavored and quite sweet. I opened the gourd, poured one into my mouth, and was greeted with a delightful burst of strawberry flavor, sweetening my mood immensely. Does the old lord harbor enmity against someone? What manner of elixir is this that has left my teeth aching? Seating myself beside Yin Lingzi, I assisted him in filling the gourd with the remaining pills. Yin Lingzi replied, This is the 9 Revolutions Golden Elixir, prepared by our master for the peach banquet. It comes in various flavors. The lemon-flavored one was crafted by Jean Lingzi. I wonder who the unfortunate soul will be to receive this flavor. Alas, I am that unfortunate soul. I huffed softly. My dear princess, I had no chance to stop you before you devoured it. Had you asked, I would have certainly dissuaded you, since it was unintentional. I shall forgive you. By the way, is my purple gold elixir ready? Not yet. The master has upgraded the formula once again. It is not yet time. Oh, I responded, casting my gaze around. Suddenly, I spotted the Supreme Old Lord's figure and swiftly approached him, patting his left shoulder and then jumping to his right. The Supreme Old Lord turned around, and upon recognizing me, broke into a warm smile. Ah, it is Xina. What brings you here today? With my hands clasped behind my back, I strolled around the alchemy chamber, my eyes darting among the shelves adorned with an array of exquisitely crafted gourds. A sight that was quite dazzling. I am always free. It is you who are too occupied. Every time I visit, you are nowhere to be found. I turned and trotted to his side, grasping his arm and pointing at a gourd on the shelf. Old Lord, that gourd is beautiful. I desire it. Though he remarked that it was a tad ostentatious, not nearly comparable to your resplendent rainbow glass vial, he nonetheless extended his hand, offering me the gourd adorned with lotus patterns. This is a tranquil elixir, one that proves to be extraordinarily effective when consumed during periods of focused practice. It possesses a delightful apple flavor. Give it a taste, the venerable Laozi said, gesturing lovingly toward the gourd. After sampling one, I nodded in enthusiastic approval and playfully grasped his arm. How about I come to your Dushui Palace to sweep the floors tomorrow? This way, I could enjoy sweet treats every day. His laughter erupted, a hearty sound, as he playfully tapped my forehead. Oh, you little rascal. When have I ever deprived you of your treats? By the way, Laozi, I continued, I just heard from Yin Lingzi that you specially concocted the 9-turn golden elixir for the peach banquet. Why are you so generous this year? I leaned against his arm as we ambled outside. He feigned mystery, saying, The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. Previously, it was Jean Lingzi and Yin Lingzi who tended the fires for alchemy. Why are you personally overseeing the process today? I helped him sit down and took a seat beside him. Upon calculation, I discerned that my Dushui Palace is facing a minor calamity. Thus I must closely monitor these elixirs. Moreover, your purple gold elixir has yet to be completed, so I naturally must keep a watchful eye. Lousy, you are exceedingly kind to me. I felt overwhelmed with gratitude, tugging at his sleeve and shaking it slightly. Since you are so generous, could you lend me the little green bull for a while? What do you need my bull for? Lousy inquired, puzzled. NeZha relies on his wind and fire wheels for speed every day, so I want to ride the little green bull and challenge him. I stood, hands on my hips, huffing in dissatisfaction at NeZha, exuding an air of confidence in my impending victory. Lousy chuckled heartily. Ah, Xire, NeZha's wind and fire wheels are innate treasures. My bull may run faster than heavenly steeds, but it cannot match the speed of his wheels. Deflated, I returned to my seat, resting my head in my hands and gazing at him with despair. Lousy, will you just stand by and watch him bully me? Lousy affectionately patted my head, smiling kindly. You are so beautiful and charming. How could he ever bully you? He'll merely tease you. Humph, you're taking his side. I'm upset now. I feigned anger, pouting. Oh, when little Xire gets angry, she becomes even cuter. I couldn't help but laugh. Lousy, you tease me again. Master, the elixirs are all prepared. Are they still in place? Came Silverlingsy's voice from the courtyard. Yes, leave them where they are, Lousy replied. Lousy, didn't you just say the Dwishui Palace is facing a calamity? Why leave the elixirs out? Wouldn't it be safer to hide them? I asked, genuinely perplexed. Act in accordance with the will of heaven. A mere trifling calamity is nothing to fear, Lousy remarked nonchalantly. Shall I go find NeZha to gather some assistance? The supreme Lousy waved his hand dismissively, saying, There's no need for you to worry so much. Just eat well and enjoy yourself. It's a trivial matter that I can handle. I nodded in acknowledgement, never doubting the prowess of the supreme Lousy, who was an immortal of the same generation as my father. He could effortlessly produce something that could rival an army, and summoning celestial troops for protection seemed utterly unnecessary. Having wandered around the Dwishui Palace and feeling somewhat bored, I made my way towards the Nine Heavens. As expected, the court had already adjourned. One could see the crowd emerging from the Lingxiao Palace, chatting and laughing, a stark contrast to the somber atmosphere during court sessions. Chapter 26. The Mischievous NeZha. Within the vast expanse of the heavenly realm, aside from my leisurely self, there was another free-spirited soul, Sun Wukong. In the past, I had always awaited NeZha's return alone, but now, the solitude was lightened by Sun Wukong's presence. I caught a glimpse of his agile figure darting through the clouds and called out, Wukong, judging by your expression, are you in search of someone? Hearing my voice, Sun Wukong gracefully descended from the clouds, and I approached him with a smile. However, I noticed a hint of annoyance on his brow as he said, A couple of days ago, the old Dragon King asked me to deliver something to his son Ao Bing, claiming he was working under the water deity. As he spoke, he absent-mindedly tugged at the fur on his back, revealing his growing impatience. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, when did you become so close with that Ao Guang? The Dragon King? Just a few days ago, you were lamenting about his lack of loyalty and secretly accusing him. Sun Wukong chuckled nonchalantly, waving his hand. We are merely old neighbors. There's no enmity that lasts overnight. Besides, this Rui Jingu Bang was a gift from him, so there's a certain bond there. He then expressed his frustration, saying he had asked several people for directions, but was left utterly confused, prompting him to seek the water deity. He curiously observed the celestial beings emerging from the Lingxiao Palace, greeting them one by one. It seemed, apart from King Li, everyone else quite liked him. I smiled and remarked, the water deity is also a laid-back individual. He doesn't attend court frequently. I can convey the items entrusted to you by Ao Guang. Sun Wukong readily agreed, placing a shimmering blue brocade box in my palm, which I deftly stored in my qianquan bag. Look, there's NeZha. How about we go for a drink? Sun Wukong gestured towards NeZha, while Li Jing was earnestly imparting some advice, causing NeZha's frown to deepen. All right, today I shall treat. The fine wine is on me. Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully, eagerly following by my side, his excitement palpable. Where do you reside, Sister Xian? I'd like to pay you a visit in the future. With a graceful gesture, I pointed towards the clouds above. In the 33 heavens, would you care to visit? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he gazed up at the layered, dreamlike clouds, exclaiming, You actually live in the 9 heavens. The 33 heavens, truly an unreachable height. I beheld his exuberance, his laughter ringing even louder, and soon I joined him on this journey. Though NeZha's wind-fire wheels are indeed swift, Wukong's somersault cloud is equally remarkable. We traversed the clouds and soon arrived at the enigmatic 33 heavens. Upon hearing that the 33 heavens is a forbidden realm, I was taken aback by the question, how could Sister Xian reside there? Wukong inquired curiously. I paused momentarily, then smiled, saying, Time is long, and I had forgotten. I then led him into the tranquil palace, where serenity enveloped us. Only the green phoenix was present. diligently tending to the flowers and plants in the courtyard. Upon seeing our arrival, she appeared astonished, for the peaceful palace seldom saw visitors, apart from NeZha, Yangjian, and my elder brother. It was nearly untouched. This is Wukong, my friend. I introduced him to the Green Phoenix. Upon hearing this, she immediately clasped her hands in greeting, her smile radiant as she exclaimed, "Ah, it is the great sage equal to heaven. I have long admired your esteemed name." Indeed, indeed, Wukong replied jovially, muttering, "Am I truly that renowned? Green Phoenix, prepare some fine wines and delicacies. Today, I shall host," I instructed emphatically. The Green Phoenix complied and withdrew, while Wukong, filled with curiosity, began to survey his surroundings. His eyes quickly fell upon the swing in the courtyard, and he leapt onto it, swinging joyfully. Sister Xian's palace is truly a celestial paradise, with picturesque mountains and waters and flourishing flora. No wonder it can hide within the 33 heavens. I sat leisurely on a white jade bench, gently picking up a golden orange from the platter, carefully peeling its skin before tossing it lightly towards him. He deftly caught it, and soon began to savor its flavor with satisfaction. Thank you, he exclaimed. "If you enjoy this tranquility, do come to visit often. Experiencing this peace alone can be quite dull." As I spoke, I contentedly retrieved a delicate, multicolored glass bottle from my cosmic bag, pouring out a single, alluring elixir. Just as I was about to consume it, Wukong's keen eyes were drawn to it. What a unique bottle, so vibrant and beautiful, he marveled, reaching out to touch it before curiously lifting it for closer inspection. This is the 7-colored glass bottle, gifted by the Supreme Elder Lord, specifically designed for holding elixirs, I explained, plucking the purple gold pill with a hint of doubt surfacing in my heart. I seem to have consumed this pill for hundreds of years. The Elder Lord said I should take one daily, but I am in good health. Then, pondering further, I reassured myself that the Elder Lord would not harm me. And besides, the flavor was quite delightful. What marvelous effect does this elixir possess? Let me, the old monkey, have a taste. Wukong's gaze was fixed on the purple gold pill in my hand, filled with curiosity. Just as I was about to offer it to him, NeZha's voice chimed in from behind, tinged with jest. "That is a beauty-enhancing elixir crafted by the Elder Lord specifically for women. What business does a monkey have in this affair?" With that, he approached us and gently returned the pill to my mouth, prompting me to swallow it. Wukong touched his monkey face and laughed. "What of being a monkey? I am the handsome monkey king of the Water Curtain Cave on Flower Fruit Mountain, strikingly handsome. The most dapper monkey, with all that monkey fur. How can one perceive handsomeness?" NeZha chuckled, his tone laced with playful mockery. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong chuckled and leaped into action, placing one foot upon the stool with great bravado. "What is wrong with my fur? Allow me to show you the splendor of Sun Wukong without a single hair." Before his words could fully escape his lips, he transformed into the likeness of NeZha, mimicking every detail with remarkable precision. The wind fire wheels and the fire-tipped spear were all present. Even the mystic ribbon and golden bracelets of NeZha were replicated flawlessly. "Why have you taken on my appearance?" NeZha inquired, taken aback. Sun Wukong, grinning widely, jumped down from the stool and sat face to face with NeZha, scratching his back as if quite pleased with his new guise. "Now I'm without hair, am I not?" NeZha shook his head in exasperation. "Are you truly this foolish? Monkey? You've transformed into my likeness. What does beauty or ugliness have to do with you?" Sun Wukong scratched his head, his endearing demeanor eliciting hearty laughter from me. "Haha, you're hilarious, absolutely delightful." Watching Sun Wukong flail his arms and scratch his head, bouncing around in NeZha's form, I laughed uncontrollably, while NeZha wore an expression of disdain. "Change back. You're ruining my illustrious reputation. It's unbearable to witness." "Humph, as if I desired this." Sun Wukong scoffed, then promptly reverted to his original form. The three of us gathered around the jade table, engaging in lively conversation. Before long, Qingwan approached, bearing exquisite wine and delicacies bestowed by the Jade Emperor. "Wukong, taste this imperial wine from the heavenly court. How does it fare?" I raised my cup in invitation, knowing that this celestial nectar is not something just anyone could savor. Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, poured himself a glass and drank it in one go, smacking his lips in delight. What fine wine! The Jade Emperor certainly knows how to indulge. NeZha took a gentle sip from his cup, choosing not to elaborate, but listening with a smile as Sun Wukong rambled on. "Didn't you mention wanting to visit Mount Hua? Since I have no pressing matters today, why not join me in visiting the three holy mothers?" Upon hearing NeZha's suggestion, excitement surged within me, and I immediately stood. "Excellent. Shall we depart at once? What business do you two have at Mount Hua? We haven't even finished our drinks." Sun Wukong interjected, his eyes wide with surprise. "Wukong, we've had enough to drink for today. If you're still thirsty, I can have Qingwan fetch you a jar to take home for leisurely enjoyment. NeZha and I simply wish to visit a dear friend." Sun Wukong's eyes darted around before he exclaimed, all right. You two go on. Just remember to prepare some wine for OL Sun. Ching Wan, please fetch a jar of wine for Wukong to take back. Yes. Chapter 27. Should I buy your wife a bouquet? Ao Bing was engrossed in the bustling affairs of the Wuhao Palace when he suddenly heard an urgent call from outside. Ao Bing, someone is looking for you. He immediately set aside his work, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. Who is it? It's the third prince. These simple words sent a jolt through Ao Bing, disbelief flashing in his eyes. He nearly leaped up, exclaiming, Who? His colleague nearby couldn't help but chuckle at his reaction, teasing, Have you forgotten even this while copying texts? Who else could the third prince be in the heavenly court? Amidst laughter laced with a hint of mockery, one might wonder, after all these years, why do you still fear him? Ao Bing forced a smile as the shadows of the past resurfaced, sending a chill down his spine. He hurriedly gathered his unfinished books. Attempting to evade the topic, whenever he is mentioned, I feel cold. You might as well say I'm not around. It's too late. He is already waiting outside. The response from his colleague was like a bucket of cold water, instantly shattering Ao Bing's plan of escape. What a true friend, indeed. With a resigned expression, Ao Bing feigned anger, playfully tapping his colleague with the book, yet his inner turmoil was unmistakable. As he caught sight of us standing in the courtyard, he froze. As if confronted with an unavoidable battle, I smiled gently and stepped forward, retrieving a delicate brocade box from my bag and handing it to him. This is a gift from your father, delivered by Sun Wukong. Ao Bing managed a strained smile, his complexion slightly pale as he accepted the box, murmuring, Thank you both. Aren't you inviting us to sit for a while? I jested, only to see his smile falter further, beads of sweat forming on his brow. I was just thinking of expressing my gratitude, but I am currently entangled in official duties. Please forgive me. With that, he hurriedly turned away, his demeanor appearing somewhat flustered. NeZha, standing nearby, scoffed derisively, coward. He then soared into the sky, heading towards the palace. And I followed closely beside him. Hearing his words, I couldn't help but chuckle. After all, you personally flayed him alive. It's perfectly reasonable for him to fear you. A flicker of intensity passed through NeZha's eyes, as if recalling past memories of allowing his subordinates to commit inhumane acts. Flaying and dismembering were merely the beginning. For such a calamity to pay with their lives was indeed a grave injustice, regardless of whether it was a misunderstanding. It had been so long, best not to mention it, I teased, poking aside. Seeing him chuckle in response, I withdrew my hand, satisfied. Mind your manners in front of others, NeZha admonished playfully, yet the mirth in his eyes was hard to conceal. Beneath us, the fiery wheels propelled us swiftly towards Mount Hua, which was aglow with lights and bustling crowds under the night sky. I couldn't help but wonder, has the spring festival on Earth been rescheduled? Surely not. NeZha turned, donning a pale pink cross-collared robe. A red cord slung casually at his waist. Even his fiery spear transformed into a delicate hairpin nestled in his hair. The candlelight danced upon his exquisite features, once more capturing my attention. What a strikingly handsome youth. Old friend, what day is it today that brings such revelry? An elderly woman smiled, noting our distinct attire. Tomorrow is the 15th day of the 10th month, the birth of the Holy Mother of Mount Hua. Every year, in gratitude for her blessings, we celebrate and release lanterns on Yuling Lake to make our wishes. Observing our fine clothing, the woman eagerly promoted her flowers. Young sir, these flowers are remarkably fresh. Would you like to buy a bouquet for your lady? NeZha hesitated for a moment, seemingly reluctant to use magic to conjure flowers. He communicated with me telepathically. Illusions are merely tricks. I do not wish to deceive her. Besides, these flowers are not particularly lovely. Do you desire them? Upon hearing his words, my heart swelled with joy. Has he, without a doubt, accepted the role of my little husband? Remarkably, he did not deny it. I smiled sweetly as I retrieved a piece of silver from my bag and handed it to the elderly woman. My little husband's silver is all with me. He has no money on him. Ah, youth is truly delightful. The old woman, with a warm smile, handed me the entire basket, saying, The money you've given is too generous. Let this bouquet be for you. Thank you, I replied, taking the basket and lifting the beautifully arranged flowers before NeZha, inquiring, Shall we sell them or bring them to our little cousin? Either option is fine. As we navigated through the bustling crowd, NeZha grasped my wrist, guiding me towards the so-called Jade Clear Lake, where many had already begun releasing their river lanterns. Let us purchase 2 lanterns to make wishes, he suggested with a light-hearted chuckle, teasingly implying, You are a deity yourself. Who do you need to wish upon? I pointed to the sky, my father, my mother, Lady Nuwa, and many other deities above. I then pulled NeZha towards the vendor, who did not refuse, mesmerized by the array of vibrant lanterns. Which one is beautiful? Which one do you fancy? We spoke in unison, exchanged glances, and burst into laughter, ultimately selecting 2 lotus lanterns as we made our way to the lakeside. Suddenly, the crowd grew restless, all eager to reach the water's edge. NeZha encircled my waist, holding me protectively, while I clutched the lotus lanterns tightly. It turned out that the auspicious moment had arrived, and everyone was vying to be the first to release their lanterns. "The boat has capsized," someone shouted, and we all craned our necks to see a flower boat sinking in the lake. "Who knows how to swim? Quickly save them." The October air was already quite chilly, and the distance from the shore was too great. Even those skilled in swimming might not return safely, and who would risk their lives for strangers? First, save the people. Though deities are generally advised against excessive interference in mortal affairs, we could not simply stand by and watch lives perish, especially during our little cousin's birthday celebration. NeZha and I soared into the air, heading for the center of the lake. The red cord around NeZha's waist transformed into a 3-foot-long red spear, swiftly rescuing those in distress and bringing them to shore. Noticing 2 young women whose heads were barely above the water, I grasped one in each hand and pulled them towards safety. "Deities! It's the deities!" Gasps of awe filled the crowd, who gathered around us, showering us with applause and admiration. "For saving my life, I have no way to repay you, but I would willingly offer myself in return." One of the women coughed lightly, her gaze fixated on NeZha, her heart evidently aflame with affection. "What is this?" I immediately waved my hand in front of her face. "Are your eyes deceiving you? It was I who rescued both of you," yet she appeared oblivious to my words, continuing to speak with a coy smile. "My father is the wealthiest man in Xia, and I am his only daughter. If you were to marry me, all the vast wealth would belong to us." I was nearly driven to laughter by her audacity, and, with a playful pinch at NeZha's waist, raised an eyebrow. "Someone has taken a liking to you, offering you the role of a minor husband, no less." Seeing my irritated expression, NeZha chuckled lightly and pushed me gently, causing the girl to tumble back into the water. Fortunately, the water was shallow, only reaching her waist, and she stood up in a pitiful fashion, her demeanor evoking pity as she weakly inquired, "Why did the girl push me?" NeZha, wrapping his arm around my waist and drawing me closer, made his disdain for her evident. "You clearly have a problem with your eyesight. It was I who pushed you into the water. Now we are even, and you need not repay your life debt." After speaking, NeZha lifted me into the air, soaring towards the Huaiyue temple, leaving behind the curious murmurs of the townsfolk. Chapter 28. Wild peach blossoms. The Huaiyue temple was bustling with activity, even past the hour of the dog, with throngs of visitors arriving in groups, young and old, chatting and laughing in delightful camaraderie. As we made our way to the inner courtyard, we spotted Xianxia preparing to leave. Upon seeing us, her face lit up with joy, and she quickened her pace towards us. "Dear cousin, brother NeZha." I hastened to meet her, grasping her hands and enveloping her in a warm embrace. "It has been 300 years since I last saw you." As we held each other, she showed no intention of releasing me. Instead, her embrace tightened. I gently patted her back in reassurance. "I have come to see you." Xianxia ushered us into the hall, noting the absence of any servants to tend to the vast space, which rendered it rather lonely. "If the Holy Mother grows weary, she may always ascend to heaven to find us. And since this place is not far from Guanjinku, you could stay with my second brother for a while." Old friends reunited, NeZha's expression softened as he listened to Xianxia's grievances and offered her suggestions. I glanced at the floral arrangement on the table, meticulously crafted, and felt a pang of sympathy for Xianxia. I reached out to pat her hand gently, speaking softly. "NeZha is right. Though you are the Holy Mother of Huashan, there is no need to confine yourself constantly. When boredom strikes, venture out and explore, allowing your spirit some respite." With a melancholic sigh, Xianxia's face reflected solitude. "I have traversed the entirety of Xia countless times. I am well aware of the numerous peaks and the flora and fauna upon them, the villages below, and the households within them. Now that you are here, do stay with me for a while. It is just a few hours in heaven," she implored. Her eyes filled with longing. "Of course. I look forward to you guiding me through the local customs and culture," I replied with a smile. "By the way, I noticed you were about to leave. Where were you headed?" "To gather lanterns at Yuling Lake." "Gather lanterns? I find it hard to believe that you are preoccupied with fulfilling others' wishes on your birthday. You are exceedingly dedicated." Xianxia chuckled softly, stating that it was impossible to fulfill everyone's wishes, so she would simply choose a few. The primary objective was to retrieve the lanterns from the lake to prevent pollution and blockage of the waterways. NeZha, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat displeased and inquired about the other deities of Mount Hua. "Must you handle such matters personally?" Xianxia sighed again, expressing her plight. "I have nothing else to do, so I might as well lend a hand. Look, I am the only one at this Huaiyue temple. If I don't find tasks to occupy myself, I fear I might grow stagnant." "You are far too accommodating." I shook my head, then added, "There must be some spirits on Mount Hua. Learn from your second brother, make some friends, or take on a few apprentices. Perhaps some fated souls would be willing to serve as the water sprinklers of this Huaiyue temple. They would probably rush over in excitement. One can get used to solitude. I am also wary of complications. It is quite lively now. How about I take you both to explore? Yang proposed. Great. I just noticed that the town is adorned with various lanterns, and there seems to be an event. There are quite a few people. You must be referring to the riddle guessing game. If you answer correctly, the vendor will reward you. We grew increasingly excited and immediately prepared to head out. Meanwhile, NeZha spoke up. You two go ahead. I will take a look around. All right, I exclaimed, pulling Yang towards the mountain's descent. She was eager, though she curiously asked. NeZha has come from afar. It seems rather dull for him to stay back. Shouldn't we wait for him? No need, no need. I quickly declined. Knowing NeZha's temperament, I surmised he would likely be intimidating the local earth spirits to ensure they would not be lax towards Yang in the future. Hand in hand, we soared into the night sky, the evening breeze carrying a slight chill that tickled our faces. Before we reached the ground, we could already hear the cheerful sounds of laughter below. Cousin, look, there's the firework forging. It seems quite lively. Should we go check it out? Yang suggested, pointing to a small circle of people gathered below. Let us go. I agreed, and we made our way down, melding into the crowd of onlookers under the cloak of night. The town was aglow with lights, lanterns of all shapes and sizes illuminating the surroundings, their soft and warm radiance harmonizing with the sparse stars above. There are so many people. Mount Hua is indeed bustling, I remarked as I attempted to push forward. But the crowd was overwhelming. Yang chuckled lightly, indicating a nearby pavilion. We then ascended to the pavilion's roof. It's always lively during festivals, Yang observed calmly, seemingly unbothered by the spectacle, unlike me, who found everything fascinating. Perhaps after years of witnessing such sights, she had grown somewhat weary. As a robust call echoed through the air, a blacksmith appeared, wielding tongs to grasp a glowing piece of molten iron. The fiery liquid flowed like flame, tracing a brilliant arc across the night sky. Another master wielded a specially crafted wooden board, striking the molten iron with remarkable speed and precision. In an instant, sparks erupted like countless stars bursting forth, dazzling and resplendent like fireworks. With each spark's emergence, the surrounding populace erupted in awe and cheers, their faces aglow with joyful smiles. Even I found myself swept away, applauding in delight. The townsfolk, some standing and others seated, encircled the performance area, forming layers upon layers of spectators. Those tasked with maintaining order urged the crowd to step back, ensuring they remained at a safe distance to avoid any mishaps. Look, it's even more beautiful than fireworks, exclaimed the children, their eyes wide with excitement. Observing the harmonious scene, Yang rested her right arm on her knee, cradling her chin, a look of contentment gracing her features. You useless lot. This town is so small. How can you not find him? Just as I was lost in the beauty of the iron sparks, I heard the furious voice of a woman by the pavilion, which struck me as somewhat familiar. Miss, we searched everywhere possible. There are just too many people today. That young man doesn't he seem local? He may have already returned home, a cautious servant suggested. If he is not local, then search the neighboring town. I must find him. Yang noticing my gaze directed towards them, followed my line of sight. Is that her? Do you know them, cousin? Not exactly, I chuckled lightly, pointing at the woman. She is quite fanciful, wishing for NeZha to be her little husband. Now that she can't find him, she's in quite a tizzy. Yang laughed at this, acknowledging that NeZha's handsome appearance would indeed attract others' admiration, but for her, it was merely a fleeting dream. You speak truly. A mere mortal wishing to consort with a deity is but a fantasy, I remarked, turning to her. From your tone just now, do you know her? Her father is a wealthy merchant from Huaiyue, and he has done much good for the local people. Unfortunately, he has no fortune with children. His wife, Yaya, has prayed in the temple for a child. Seeing their kind hearts, I arranged for the goddess of childbirth to bless them with a child. Since her birth, her mother has brought her to Yaya to express gratitude, and now, over a decade has passed. That makes sense. After struggling for a child, how could they not indulge her? Yet, excessive pampering will only lead to her detriment. Is it you? Where's my husband? The woman suddenly spotted me, her expression filled with agitation as she shouted. Me? No, is she unwell? Chapter 29. The tenacious Yang Chan's gaze was filled with confusion and surprise, fixated on the woman, taken aback by her unexpected boldness. She quickly regained her composure, turning to me with a hint of uncertainty in her tone. Could she be referring to NeZha? I nodded gently, responding with a brief yes, and then, with a swift motion, leaped several meters away. Faced with her eyes sparkling with innocence and fervent light, I found myself momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately advising her, without the consent of your parents and absent a matchmaker's proposal, Have you any understanding of the concept of propriety, young lady? She not only remained unfazed, but her resolve appeared even more steadfast, her eyes shimmering with a fearless light. What do parental commands and matchmakers' words matter? I am devoted to him, and I shall pursue him with unwavering determination. Why should I not confess my love? After only a fleeting encounter of a mere hour, how could she be so obstinate? I shook my head, feeling a sense of helplessness. My dear lady, heed my counsel and let go. Your worlds are inherently different. She grew agitated, a hint of stubbornness lacing her tone. And what of it? Time will reveal everything, be it a year or 10. I vow not to relent until he recognizes my worth and is moved by my affection. I fear you may spend your entire life in pursuit of an illusion. I understood the fervor of her passion, and thus I attempted to turn away, only to be halted by her suddenly outstretched hand. You have yet to tell me where he is. Her voice carried a note of urgency. At that moment, a spear struck the ground between us with the swiftness of lightning, its fierce presence forcing her back several steps, eliciting gasps from those nearby. NeZha descended from the heavens, landing firmly beside me, shielding me from harm. His fiery spear was aimed directly at the young woman, his voice cold as ice. Dare to approach her again, and you shall bear the consequences. Her maid rushed forward to assist, but was brusquely pushed aside, as she brushed off the dust, gazing at us with reddened eyes. Young master, I mean no harm. I merely wish to ascertain your whereabouts. She grasped her skirt tightly, resembling a child who had erred, her expression full of grievance. NeZha remained unmoved, his grip on my wrist tightening as he attempted to lead me away. Yet she surged forward once more, her tone nearly pleading. Young master, why do you harbor such disdain for me? If I possess any shortcomings, please indicate them, and I shall amend my ways. NeZha's countenance darkened, a storm brewing in his brow as he waved his hand lightly. Instantly, the nearby carriage was reduced to powder, startling the horses into frantic flight, while astonished gazes from the surrounding crowd turned towards us. If this continues, it shall end in calamity. Chuyi's face turned pale, her eyes glistening with tears. What wrong have I committed by loving you? Why must you treat me thus? I extended my finger to gently poke her in the side, smiling as I remarked. I am not upset. Why are you? Is it not because your beauty has captivated others? Enough of this. NeZha scolded, grasping my mischief-making hand, his tone devoid of previous menace, as if transformed. Suddenly, I recalled that it was her flower boat that had sunk, and these two young masters and young ladies had come to their rescue. Yes, indeed, I was present. The young master saved the servants, while she and her maid were the ones who rescued that young lady. Any discerning eye could see this was merely to avoid suspicion. Miss Chu, with her exquisite beauty and immense wealth, how could that young master not be enamored? Yet it was the lady beside him who radiated a beauty beyond compare. Miss Chu paled in comparison. Although the atmosphere was lively, the commotion here was not insignificant, drawing the attention of the townsfolk who began to murmur amongst themselves. Be silent. What do you know? Chu-yi turned her head, glaring at them with anger. If you continue to speak nonsense, I will tell my father, and he will not spare you. The maid beside Chu-yi tugged at her sleeve, saying, Miss, there are too many people here. This is not a good influence. At that moment, Yang Chan gracefully leaped down from the pavilion and slowly approached Chu-yi. Initially shocked, her expression transformed into pure joy. You are the Holy Mother. I have a portrait of you at home, and I cannot believe I am witnessing a living deity. Overwhelmed with emotion, she took a few steps forward and knelt on the ground. In that instant, Yang Chan was no longer the bored and melancholic girl, but a true benevolent goddess. She gently helped Chu-yi to her feet. Child, you are still young and do not understand the essence of love. What you see may merely be a fade of beauty, rather than the true direction of the heart. And he is an existence that you must not disrespect. Chu-yi, both astonished and aggrieved, replied, What is wrong with me liking him? Yang Chan's gaze brimmed with compassion and wisdom. It is not wrong to love someone, but everything in this world has its destined order. Though your feelings are sincere, you must recognize boundaries in order to find the true happiness that belongs to you. Oh my, it truly is the Holy Mother. The last time I accidentally fell off a cliff on the mountain, it was the Holy Mother who saved me. Holy Mother! Holy Mother! Upon hearing this, the crowd hurried over, kneeling in unison. It appeared that Yang Chan had indeed won the hearts of the people, who appreciated her deep concern for the citizens of Huashan. Everyone, please rise. I have heard your prayers. This is my duty. Please, get up. Yang Chan waved her hand, signaling the crowd to stand. The day is getting late. Please be cautious and return home early. She then turned to Chu-yi and shook her head. Everything I have said today is for your own good. I hope you will not remain obstinate. Let us go. I replied, and the three of us soared into the air towards the mountain, while the citizens of Huashan knelt once more, their voices filled with excitement. We bid farewell to the Holy Mother. We bid farewell to the Holy Mother. Reflecting on the events of the day, I couldn't help but laugh. Now the entire populace of Huashan recognized us. It seemed we could no longer reveal our true identities. Yang Chan nodded in agreement. She was deeply beloved by the people, and her mere presence stirred a commotion. Thus, we could not descend the mountain in our true forms again. We cannot linger here for long. If you wish to explore Huashan, you may change your appearance and conceal your whereabouts at will. I cast a reproachful glance at NeZha. Isn't it your handsome looks that draw attention wherever you go? It is merely the superficiality of mortals, he replied. Chapter 30. The daughter's fate entails siblings. From this day forth, the young lady shall remain at home for self-reflection. Without my personal approval, no one is permitted to allow her to step outside the door. Chu Yi had initially sought her father's assistance, hoping for a turn of fortune, as she had finally encountered the one she admired and was unwilling to concede defeat easily. However, upon learning of the matter from a servant, Chu Batian flew into a rage. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Lady Chu, he might have resorted to punishment. Father, what have I done wrong to deserve such confinement? Chu Yi was perplexed. She believed that her courageous pursuit of love was without fault and felt deep confusion and resistance towards her father's punishment. You rebellious daughter! The Holy Mother has made it clear. He is a divine being from the celestial realm. How dare you desecrate a deity? Are you intent on leading our family into the abyss? Chu Batian was unable to contain his anger. If the divine being possesses compassion, how could he easily cast down punishment? If he truly accepts my feelings, would our family not gain further glory from having a celestial son-in-law? Chu Yi retorted. Before her words could fully escape her lips, a heavy slap from Chu Batian struck her face, leaving the onlookers in shock. Having been doted upon since childhood, it was rare for her to experience such punishment, and this scene clearly illustrated Chu Batian's fury. Mother! With tear-filled eyes, Chu Yi rushed into her mother's embrace, crying, Father has gone mad. He actually hit me. Mother understands your grievances, but this matter is of utmost importance. You must heed your father's words and cease your stubbornness, Mrs. Chu replied, though her heart ached, aware of the gravity of the situation, and could only strive to comfort her daughter. Mother, how can you say that too? Chu Yi gazed at her mother in disbelief. If you continue to be obstinate, I shall consider you no longer my daughter, Chu Batian declared, angrily sweeping away. Mrs. Chu sighed softly, instructing the servants to care for Chu Yi before hastening after her husband. My lord, please do not be overly angry. Yi is still young. She will eventually come to understand, Mrs. Chu gently urged. In the rear courtyard, Chu Batian paced with a grave expression. I had a dream last night, in which a man radiated auspicious light. Though his features were unclear, I suspect he is the one Yi mentioned. He led me into the underworld, where I witnessed the horrors of the 18 levels of hell. Turning to see his wife's pale countenance, he assumed she was frightened by his dream and was about to offer comfort when he heard her murmur. Did he not also say that if we do not strictly discipline Yi, the Chu family will face catastrophic ruin? Chu Batian was taken aback. My lady, you had the same dream? Mrs. Chu nodded. Do not worry, my lord. I will keep a close watch on Yi and will not allow her to act foolishly again. The couple exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with fear and unease. This was no mere dream. It was clearly a stern warning from the divine. The following morning, Yang Chan quietly led me down the mountain to the town. We employed our magical abilities to disguise our appearances to avoid recognition. The town was bustling during the day, with an array of colorful sugar figurines, lanterns, and various homemade delicacies, all infused with the vibrant essence of human life. Yang Chan selected a butterfly-shaped eye mask and donned it, turning to ask, Cousin, does it look good? I nodded with a smile. It looks very beautiful. She then picked up a small fox eye mask and gently placed it on me, saying, Cousin, this little fox mask suits you quite well. Hand in hand, we strolled through the town, admiring the local customs and experiencing the harmony and joy among people of all ages. This prosperous and peaceful scene was indeed what we yearned for and anticipated. Upon encountering some celestial beings of Huawei, NeZha prepared to head into town to find us. Unexpectedly, he spotted a young girl perched atop a mountain peak, her feet resting upon a wheel of wind and fire as she hovered in the air. After observing her for a moment and realizing there were no others around, he hastened towards her. Quietly approaching her side, NeZha inquired, Why are you here alone? The girl, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, looked up at NeZha, instinctively taking 2 steps back from the unfamiliar figure. Where are your family? NeZha continued to press. I got separated from my family, the girl replied, moved by compassion for the little one, who appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old. NeZha spoke gently, Where's your home? I shall escort you back. The atmosphere ahead was bustling with excitement, and I found myself suggesting, Come, let us join the merriment. Before the words had fully left my lips, I had already taken Yang Chan's hand and was briskly moving towards the source of the laughter and joy. Congratulations to Boss Zhang. Truly a double blessing as a dragon and phoenix arrived together, bringing abundant fortune. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Such good fortune was indeed enviable. Moreover, it was fortuitous that this precious pair shared their birthday with the Holy Mother, destined to be extraordinary individuals in the future. However, with a father like him, one wonders whether it is a blessing or a curse. Amidst the whispers surrounding him, Boss Zhang appeared unfazed, grinning widely, his round belly quaking with laughter, radiating an air of festivity. Thank you all. Thank you for your blessings, he repeatedly expressed with a bow. It turned out that a new addition had graced the household of the rice merchant, Boss Zhang, and it was a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. He promptly instructed his servants to distribute the prepared goodie bags to celebrate with everyone. Though the crowd accepted the goodie bags with smiles, many did not seem genuinely enthusiastic, with some hastily departing, seemingly indifferent to such gifts. I pondered in confusion. Were the townsfolk so affluent that they paid no mind to Boss Zhang's goodie bags? Hearing my thoughts, Yang Chan stifled a giggle and handed me her goodie bag, saying, "Cousin, why not take a peek inside to see what mysteries it holds?" Taking the goodie bag, I weighed it in my hands and sensed it was unlike the usual fare. Curiosity piqued, I opened it, only to find a scoop of rice rather than the expected sweets or coins. I was taken aback. This is quite resourceful. Yang Chan, seeing my astonishment, laughed even more heartily and linked her arm with mine, saying, "Boss Zhang is notoriously stingy. It's quite a feat to get him to be generous." "Is he really that miserly?" I exclaimed in surprise, unable to resist teasing. How then could he be blessed with such a pair of dragon and phoenix twins? As I spoke, I pointed towards the sky, bemused. Yang Chan was amused by my demeanor and chuckled, saying, "Only you, cousin, would dare to speak so. Others would not easily dare to comment." She continued, "Boss Zhang is rather miserly, often taking advantage of the common folk in business. He is fated not to have children. Yet his wife's adopted daughter is destined to have siblings. The existence of those twins is likely due to her influence." A sudden clarity dawned upon me. So that is the case. Subsequently, the two of us continued our leisurely stroll until the afternoon, when we felt our enthusiasm waning. Just as we intended to head home, we encountered NeZha approaching. I stepped forward, feigning displeasure, and lightly poked his chest, saying, "Where have you been? We nearly finished our outing before you decided to show up." NeZha gently brushed my hand aside and explained, "I was attending to some matters and also returned a lost little girl to her home." Leaning closer to him, I whispered, "You've been acting mysteriously since yesterday. What have you been busy with?" "Nothing of great significance, merely trivial matters," NeZha replied succinctly before inquiring, "Are we heading back?" I glanced at Yang Chan and proposed, "Since NeZha has just arrived, why don't we explore a bit more?" Yang Chan mentioned knowing a delightful restaurant we could try. "Excellent suggestion," she agreed, adding, "You've come such a long way to see me. I must extend my hospitality. It's your birthday today. How can I let you pay?" I declared, patting my chest with righteous fervor. With that, I linked arms with Yang Chan and led the way, while NeZha leisurely followed us. And the three of us set off towards the restaurant. However, at that moment, a frantic shout shattered the tranquility. "You scoundrel! Where have you taken my child?" Chapter 31. Divine Retribution. What are you doing? Just after giving birth, you can't settle down. Boss Zhang's voice was tinged with panic as he grasped Mrs. Zhang's arm, attempting to pull her back to bed. "Who runs around like this during confinement? You're frightening the child." Mrs. Zhang, with an expression of fury, forcefully freed herself from his grip, her tone laced with undeniable reproach. "Ever since I became pregnant, you've attempted to send my child away more than once. I haven't seen her since morning. Where have you taken her?" Boss Zhang's gaze flickered, and he turned slightly, avoiding her eyes. His voice unconsciously weakened. Adopting a tone of deceit, he replied, "It's not that I didn't want you to see her. I thought you needed to rest after giving birth." Mrs. Zhang clearly did not believe him and stepped closer, demanding, "Zhang Yukai, look me in the eyes and tell me, where's my child? Why don't you trust me?" "She is in the backyard. I'll have someone bring her to you," Zhang Yukai said, eager to turn and leave, appearing quite the coward. "Zhang, stop right there." Mrs. Zhang attempted to halt him, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, clutching her stomach and collapsing to the ground. "Madam? What's wrong?" The maid, witnessing this, hurried to assist her. This action startled Zhang Yukai, who had just reached the door. He quickly turned back, lifting his wife and placing her onto the bed. "Madam, you've just given birth. Don't get upset. Let us talk calmly." Turning to the maid beside her, she commanded, "Quickly, summon the doctor." The young maid responded promptly and hurriedly dashed out. "Zhang Yukai, how dare you threaten my daughter? I shall not let this go." Mrs. Zhang's face was ashen, yet her gaze remained fiercely fixed upon him. "Madam, she is merely your adopted daughter. How can she possibly hold more significance than my own flesh and blood?" Zhang Youcai's expression reflected his displeasure. I have raised her for 5 years. She is as dear to me as my own child. We already have our own children now. Why must you continue to prioritize her? Were it not for us, she would have perished from hunger long ago. I have shown her more than enough compassion by nurturing her for 5 years. Zhang Yucai asserted with righteous indignation, feeling no remorse for his actions. Zhang Yucai, do you speak as a human being? She has called you father for 5 years. Do you feel no affection at all? Mrs. Zhang regarded her husband with utter disappointment. Fully aware of his miserly nature, she never anticipated he would consider abandoning the child he had raised for 5 years in the name of frugality. Just as the tension escalated, a sweet voice rang out from outside. Mother. It was Zhang Ziyi, a little girl of 7 or 8, dressed in a delicate pink gown. Her hair styled in 2 braided pigtails, exuding an unusual composure that belied her age. Yo! Mrs. Zhang's heart soared with joy as she opened her arms. Zhang Ziyi rushed to her side, kneeling by the bed and grasping her hand. Ear, where have you been? Did you know that mother was worried sick about you? Though she scolded her daughter, her heart ached with concern as she leaned over the bed to check for any injuries. Mother, I didn't go anywhere. I just heard the midwife say you were too tired and needed to rest, so I stayed in my room. Mrs. Zhang exhaled a sigh of relief, murmuring, as long as you are safe, that is all that matters. Zhang Yucai stepped forward, chuckling awkwardly. Ear, wasn't he here? You were the one being paranoid all day. Humph. Mrs. Zhang huffed, choosing to ignore him. Ear, let your mother rest well. Come with me. Zhang Yucai attempted to grasp her arm, but was swiftly thwarted by Mrs. Zhang's firm hand. From now on, Eo shall stay with me. Madam, why can't you trust me? Get out. Faced with his wife's unwavering stance, Zhang Yucai dared not resist further, remembering the midwife's advice that a postpartum woman must maintain a good mood for sufficient milk. He forced a smile. Then let Ear keep you company while you rest. I shall take my leave. Meanwhile, I had been at Huashan with NeZha for half a month, preparing to depart after bidding farewell to Yang Chan, who grasped my wrist tightly, reluctant to let go. Cousin, you must visit me often. I fear I might forget how to speak and turn mute if I stay here too long. I gently patted her hand, reassuring her, do not worry. I shall visit frequently and take you to Guangjiankou for a drink. Yang Chan chuckled. That is a promise. Just as we were laughing and joking, Yang Chan's expression suddenly changed, her demeanor turning grave. Noticing her distress, I inquired, what has happened? Someone prayed to me with an apparent urgency. I decided to take a look, and you accompanied me. Having spoken, we concealed our presence and made our way to the grand hall. There we witnessed a couple, each holding a child, fervently bowing before the statue of the Virgin Mary, their words filled with sincerity, while the surrounding crowd engaged in animated discussions. Please, Holy Mother, save my child. I am willing to sacrifice 10 years of my life, pleaded one devotee. Holy Mother, save my child. I promise to do more good deeds and never harm the people again, nor deceive anyone. I recognized a rather portly man among them. It was only after Yang Chan's reminder that I recalled he was Boss Zhang, the one who had previously distributed bags of rice. With a mere flick of her fingers, Yang Chan discerned the situation, shook her head with a sigh, and waved her hand, causing the statue of the Virgin to emanate brilliant golden light. The Holy Mother has manifested. The crowd exclaimed in awe. Upon witnessing this, Madame Zhang's expression brightened, and she quickly bowed before the statue, beseeching, please, save my child. I would trade my life for his salvation. Zhang Yucai, do you not understand your wrongs? Yang Chan's voice resonated within the hall. Zhang Yucai immediately began to bow repeatedly, his forehead bruised from the impact. I know my mistakes, Holy Mother. I should not have engaged in deceitful business practices. I was wrong. I truly recognize my folly. You are fated to have no children, Zhang Yucai. Your adopted daughter, Zhang Ziyi, is destined to have siblings, and your children are granted through her. This is the divine retribution bestowed upon you. Within the span of 2 weeks, Zhang Yucai appeared considerably haggard. He glanced at Zhang Ziyi, who was praying alongside them, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. He immediately knelt beside her, filled with remorse. It was my fault, dear daughter. I was wrong. I will never part with you again. I shall cherish you as my own flesh and blood. I am not human. I was blinded by my own folly. Dad, I understand you only wanted what was best for my siblings and me. I have never held a grudge against you. I am grateful to you and Mother for raising me. Madame Zhang, hearing such mature words from her young child, felt a surge of love and pulled her into a tight embrace. My dear Ia. The onlookers murmured their disapproval of Zhang Yucai, lamenting how he could abandon a child he had raised for so many years. Indeed, this is retribution. What a pity for those 2 children. Zhang Yucai, his face flushed with shame, acknowledged the truth in their words and refrained from rebuttal. Where has the child gone? Why is there no breath left? Madame Zhang's sudden exclamation sent his heart into a spiral of dread. Chapter 32. The game is over. The old man returns. Zhang Youcai's complexion turned ashen in an instant. Trembling, he reached towards the child's nose to check for breath, only to collapse weakly to the ground. Tears streaming down his face as he repeatedly struck his head against the floor, producing a dull thud. Holy Mother, I implore you, show mercy and save my child. He is innocent. All the blame lies with me alone. I am willing to trade my life for his survival. Madame Zhang, witnessing this scene, felt her heart wrenched as anger and despair intertwined within her. With a sudden, fierce motion, she struck Zhang Yukai across the face, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. I shall never forgive you for this." Without waiting for the crowd to react, she recklessly dashed towards the table. At that critical moment, an invisible force halted her. Zhang Yukai quickly rose, cradling the child with one arm, while firmly restraining Madame Zhang with the other, tears mingling with regret streaming down his face. "Madam, why must you do this? If anything were to happen to you, how could I possibly live?" The onlookers murmured among themselves. A mix of sympathy and gossip swirling in the air. Strange, isn't it? Though Boss Zhang is notoriously frugal, he dotes upon this young lady. Indeed, at his age, he could easily be her father. Rumor has it he had married 3 wives before, all discarded due to their inability to bear children. It seems, however, the issue lies with him. Though such words were spoken lightly, they pierced Zhang Yukai's heart like needles. "Then let us die together, you and the child." Madame Zhang, in a fit of rage, nearly strangled Zhang Yukai. Witnessing this, the nearby devotees hurried to intervene. Just then, a gentle yet authoritative voice resonated. "Heaven values the sanctity of life. Given your realization of your errors, heed this. Your children's fates are intricately linked to your adopted daughter." With that, Yang Chan lightly waved her sleeve, and golden light cascaded down. The child finally cried out, and it seemed as though Madame Zhang was awakened by the force, tears mingling with a smile as the couple embraced, weeping together. After bidding farewell to Yang Chan, we ascended into the sky. NeZha, noticing my silence, teased, "What's on your mind this time?" I sighed. I was merely contemplating how, despite not being the biological father, Zhang Yukai has raised the child for so many years. How can he let go so easily? NeZha responded calmly, "Biological ties do not always dictate the depth of one's emotions. The human heart is complex and beyond mere words." I then inquired about matters at home. "Madame and Jinying should be returning soon, right?" NeZha nodded. "By the reckoning of days, they should indeed be back. Madame Li, though not tasked with duties in the heavenly court, is considered a minor celestial being and often visits relatives with her young daughter." Upon hearing that she went to the East Emperor, Huang Feihu, I curiously asked what was so amusing in the eerie underworld that she wouldn't fear frightening her. "The Li family is no ordinary clan. If she were so easily frightened, she wouldn't be my sister," he replied. "But Jinying is barely 6 years old." I protested. "I slayed a dragon when I was 7, NeZha retorted. "All right, you're right," I conceded. As we conversed, we arrived at the southern heavenly gate, where the little celestial attendants of the Cloud Tower Palace greeted us with bows. I nodded and responded softly, ready to move forward when suddenly a clear tinkling sound rang out. NeZha frowned and turned to leave. "Third brother." Before he could fully turn around, the melodious voice of Li Jinying, sparkling like silver bells, echoed as she approached, her hair styled in double buns, golden bells chiming lightly. Clad in a gilded little dress, she leaped towards us like a radiant fireball. "My goodness, they're all flying now," exclaimed NeZha. "Third brother," she joyfully called out, and NeZha quickly opened his arms to catch the warm little fireball, the force of the impact causing him to stagger back a few steps. Despite being a young lady, she still thought of being held by her third brother. While she feigned annoyance, a tender smile danced at the corners of her lips. Li Jinying tightly embraced NeZha's neck, her chubby little face nuzzling against him as she playfully said, "It's because you are my dearest third brother." I crossed my arms over my chest, pretending to be displeased as I huffed. "Humph, last time you said I was your favorite." With a mischievous grin, she leaned on NeZha's shoulder and winked at me. "Sister XinXue, I'm too heavy. How could I let you carry me?" "Ah, I knew it." NeZha gently rubbed her head until her hair became a tousled mess, resembling a fluffy bird's nest, before chuckling softly. "Third brother, mother just styled my hair," Li Jinying retorted, playfully tugging at NeZha's hair. I couldn't help but chuckle at this heartwarming scene as NeZha carried the squirming Li Jinying towards the house. At that moment, Mrs. Li emerged, her face beaming as she welcomed me. "XinXue is here. How wonderful." She grasped my hand tightly, warm and affectionate. "Madam, you're finally back. NeZha has been mentioning you every day," I replied, reciprocating her grip as we entered the house together. "Mother, Sister XinXue, wait for us." Suddenly, Li Jinying sprang from NeZha's arms, wedging herself between us, one hand holding mine and the other clutching Mrs. Li's, bouncing along joyfully. Once seated, The attending little fairies promptly served exquisite pastries. Mrs. Li looked at the two children's slightly disheveled hairstyles and shook her head with a smile. Always talking about their third brother, and the moment they meet, they can't help but get into mischief. You two are truly a handful. To hit is to love. To scold is to care. NeZha and I are the closest, Li Jianying declared, even tiptoeing to plant a kiss on NeZha's cheek, leaving a damp mark. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy and thought, Jianying, would you mind swapping places with me? NeZha, looking somewhat helpless, gently pushed her face away. Look at all that drool, you're a mess. Mother, it has been long since we last met, and she's already gained weight. Li Jianying touched her chubby cheeks and blinked. Uncle says I'm cutest when I'm chubby. It's all your uncle's indulgence, Mrs. Li chuckled, shaking her head. She has been any less mischievous during this time. I beckoned her over, and she snuggled into my embrace. Curiously, I asked, you seem so happy. Share with us what brings you such joy. Sister XIN, the underworld is incredibly fun. There are all sorts of demons and monsters. And I even followed the 7th and 8th brothers to collect souls. When we encounter disobedient ghosts, we simply toss them into the oil to fry them until they're crispy and delicious. Li Jianying excitedly recounted. That sounds rather disgusting and filthy, doesn't it? Sister XIN, it's not just me eating. Uncle and the others enjoy it too. It's fragrant and crispy. Next time, I'll bring some back for you to try, she said earnestly, smacking her lips in reminiscence. I hastily waved my hand in refusal, exclaiming that it was entirely unnecessary. For I could not bear to witness such a scene. Old 7 and old 8? Who might they be? I inquired, my face a mask of confusion. The black and white impermanents, I called them. They dared not respond, so I whimsically referred to them as old 7 and old 8. There was a certain charm in my words. After all, anyone who encountered her would inevitably call her the 4th princess, drawing attention wherever she went. How could the black and white impermanents dare to respond? Mother, you must discipline her well and prevent her from consuming those nonsensical things. Very well, my dear. Lady Li replied gently, taking the comb from the hands of a nearby fairy attendant and meticulously redoing NeZha's hair. Just as this tender scene unfolded, the deep voice of Li Jing suddenly pierced the surrounding tranquility. What are you discussing that is so lively? Li Jianying, who had been laughing like a blooming flower, instantly wore a glum expression upon hearing his voice. Oh no, the old man is back. Chapter 33. I must kill him once for fairness, father. Li Jianying's face blossomed into a radiant smile as she lightly scampered over, appearing to Li Jing like a warm ray of sunshine in spring. Come, let father give you a proper hug. Li Jing rarely displayed such warmth, bending down to gently embrace his beloved daughter with one arm, indulgently stating, Our little Jianying seems to have gained a bit of weight. It's merely because I've been practicing calligraphy daily without any exercise, which has caused me to gain a few pounds, she shyly replied. As Li Jing led her into the pavilion, he remarked, when one goes out to play, one should relish every moment and not be overly harsh on oneself. I see your efforts, my dear. Miss XIN is also here, he noted, directing a soft greeting towards me. Indeed, I replied softly, and for a moment, the atmosphere was warm and tranquil. When did my lady return? Why wasn't I informed? Li Jing inquired after setting Li Jianying down and taking a seat. Isn't this my home? Must I report my return to you? Lady Li's tone held a hint of displeasure as she huffed lightly. My lady, that was not my intention, Li Jing quickly clarified, though he could not conceal his embarrassment. At that moment, Li Jing's gaze fell upon Li Jianying's disheveled hair and then to Lady Li, who was tidying NeZha's locks. Realization dawned upon him, and his expression darkened. You are no longer a child. Why do you still play so recklessly with your sister? Seeing this, Li Jianying nimbly shifted the conversation, lightly tapping Li Jing's back with concern. Father, you work hard outside. Are you tired or thirsty? Do you need to rest? NeZha, disregarding his father's reprimand, turned to Lady Li to take his leave. Mother, I'm going to the military camp to practice. With that, he prepared to depart. Rebellious child, do you not recognize your father's presence? Li Jing thundered, slamming his palm upon the table, causing the cups to tremble. NeZha defiantly replied, No, you truly are insufferable. Li Jing exclaimed in exasperation. Li Jianying hurriedly stepped forward to soothe him. Father, please calm your anger. Though my brother is stubborn, he keeps you in his thoughts at all times. Do not be angry. Humph. I fear that he is merely contemplating how to deal with me. Li Jing coldly snorted, his displeasure evident. NeZha angrily hurled his fiery spear to the ground and scoffed. So what? Are you planning to imprison me in the Linglong Tower again and set it ablaze? Lady Li, witnessing this, hurriedly rose to admonish, NeZha, that is your father. I swiftly approached, attempting to seize the weapon from NeZha's grasp, but he clung to it resolutely. After gently tapping him several times, he reluctantly released it, and I quickly cradled the fiery spear in my arms. Li Tianwang, you are well aware of NeZha's temperament. Why provoke him intentionally? What kind of father are you to scold your own son so readily? Li Jing, seething with rage, paced back and forth, pointing at NeZha. Look at him. Does he regard me as his father? No. NeZha emphasized once more, his tone resolute. You insolent wretch. Li Jing could barely contain his fury. Lady Li. Finally reaching her breaking point, exclaimed, Li Jing, will you never cease? The moment I return, I find you scolding our child. Whose cold demeanor is this for? Her words rendered the atmosphere instantly tense. My dear, NeZha's nature is unruly. All these years have not diminished his rebellious spirit. A mother's indulgence often leads to a wayward child. Do not coddle him so excessively. Li Jing spoke to his wife, striving to suppress his inner turmoil and articulating his perspective with calmness. Humph, Li Jing, now that you are exalted as the heavenly king, you have forsaken all familial bonds. Have you? If you find us a nuisance, we shall take our leave. Jinying, quickly gather our belongings. Lady Li's voice trembled as she turned to depart. Jinying moved to comply, but Li Jing urgently commanded, stop. Immediately, she was tearful, crying out, Mother, Father, please do not quarrel. I am frightened. Do not fear, Jinying. We shall not argue. Li Jing gently reassured his daughter, and then hurriedly caught up with Lady Li, grasping her hand tightly to prevent her from leaving. My dear, you have misunderstood my intention. Seeing his wife's tear-streaked face, Li Jing bent down, speaking softly to coax her. My dear, allow me to explain. Hurry and leave. NeZha swiftly lifted Jinying, quietly gesturing to me, and I comprehended immediately, hastening to follow them outside. Your performance was quite commendable just now. Tears appeared and vanished in an instant. I remarked, observing Jinying's swiftly concealed tears, unable to resist teasing. The speed of your transformation is indeed remarkable. Sister, you jest. I was genuinely frightened, Jinying replied, patting her chest, her expression one of lingering trepidation. Upon hearing this, NeZha chuckled lightly and playfully poked her forehead. Both of their faces resembling one another, their skin fair and translucent. NeZha's fingertip left a faint red mark on her forehead, adding an air of intimacy to their exchange. Had I not known your character well, I might have been deceived. Jinying then curiously began to play with the small golden lotus nestled in NeZha's hair, asking, with mother causing such a commotion, father will not scold you for at least half a month. Does this not count as us aiding you? Humph, you are quite perceptive. Though NeZha proclaimed this, a glimmer of warmth flickered in his eyes. Third brother, you do not truly intend to act against father, do you? Am I to become a child without a father? Li Jinying inquired with a note of concern. NeZha's expression darkened. This is a matter for adults. Children should not meddle. I interjected. I am also an adult. I too seek the answer to Jinying's question. After a moment of silence, NeZha spoke slowly. Years ago, I returned my flesh and blood to him, and the grievances between father and son were thought to be resolved. Yet, he destroyed my idol and severed my path to rebirth. Must I not take his life at least once to restore balance? I sighed, shaking my head. The complexity of their father-son entanglement seemed eternally intricate. Just as the three of us hesitated, the voice of Sun Wukong rang out from behind. NeZha, Sister XinXue, where are you heading? Oh, who is this young lady? She bears a striking resemblance to NeZha. Weren't you going to see a friend? Surely. In a year up in the heavens and down on earth, you haven't secretly created a child, have you? Sun Wukong circled around NeZha and Li Jinying, his barrage of questions lightening the mood. You monkey, what nonsense are you spouting? She is my sister, Jinying, NeZha retorted irritably. Sun Wukong chuckled. I knew something didn't add up. You are the illustrious Sun Wukong? Li Jinying gazed at him with admiration. Indeed, that is I. I was present during your tumultuous escapade in the underworld. They could not capture you. How remarkable you are. Sun Wukong beamed with pride, then scrutinized Li Jinying closely, exclaiming, now that you mention it, you must be the little masked child following behind Yanluo and Yama. That is me. That is me. She gracefully leaped from NeZha's embrace, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she examined Sun Wukong, exclaiming, wow, I've never seen such a large monkey before. You were truly impressive. Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, wore a proud smile and boisterously declared, haha, so I have a little fan who admires me. Come, let me show you my grand abode. Yes, yes. Li Jinying eagerly agreed, grasping Sun Wukong's furry, powerful hand, and together they strolled away, their laughter fading into the distance. He just left like that. Without explaining what he wanted from us, I inquired of NeZha, watching their retreating figures. NeZha chuckled lightly, a hint of jest in his tone. Perhaps he found it dull and sought some amusement. Come, let us finish our conversation, he said, not wishing to lag behind. And I followed closely. Chapter 34. Did you ever truly care for NeZha? Madam, Li Jing endeavored patiently to console her, but Madam Li remained bowed, lost in her tears, oblivious to his calls. Alas, madam, you have misunderstood my intentions. Misunderstood? Pray tell, what is your true meaning? Madame Li suddenly stood, her eyes ablaze with fury as she fixed her gaze upon Li Jing. You reproach our son for his mischief and chide me for my excessive indulgence. Yet, when have you ever shown him a shred of tenderness? Day and night, he trains the celestial soldiers. Have you ever inquired about his toil? He descends to vanquish demons. Have you ever expressed concern for his safety or inquired whether he returned unscathed? Li Jing, with a solemn demeanor, replied, as the commander of the three armies, it is a solemn duty to safeguard the heavenly realm and the mortal beings. Upon hearing this, Lady Li, in a fit of anger, forcefully pushed against Li Jing's chest, causing him to stagger back several steps while she clutched the exquisite pagoda tightly, fearing for its integrity. Li Jing, let your words fall silent from now on. May you accompany your tower for countless millennia. With that, she turned away in fury and strode off. Li Jing, recognizing the depth of her ire, hurriedly pursued her. My lady, please allow me a moment. He hastened forward, attempting to grasp her hand, but she resolutely shook him off. What more do you seek? Her voice was laced with indignation as she sought to depart without a second thought. With a resigned sigh, Li Jing earnestly replied, My lady, your words resonate deeply within me, yet all my actions are undertaken to uphold the order of the heavens and protect the populace. Lady Li scoffed coldly. For the greater good? What, then, do we, mother and son, signify in your heart? Li Jing momentarily found himself at a loss for words. His heart a tumult of emotions. Lady Li continued to interrogate, reflect upon this. Have you ever truly shown care for NeZha? You have never acknowledged his kindness and efforts. Only his defiance. A flicker of guilt crossed Li Jing's eyes as he slowly spoke. My lady, I have erred. Henceforth, I shall be more attentive to him and strive to atone for my past neglect. Though Lady Li's demeanor softened slightly, her anger had not entirely dissipated. I hope your words align with your actions. With that, she turned and left, leaving Li Jing standing alone, his heart a maelstrom of complex emotions. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong exuberantly showcased his grand palace to Li Zhenying, who was filled with curiosity about everything around her, incessantly questioning him. A flurry of flattering remarks greatly satiated Sun Wukong's vanity. Great sage, I have heard that your golden staff can change in size and form. May I witness its wonders? Haha, of course. Sun Wukong laughed heartily and flicked his ear, revealing a tiny embroidery needle that floated gently before Li Zhenying. With wide eyes, she gazed incredulously at the seemingly insignificant needle, secretly marveling. Is this truly the legendary Rui Jingu Bang? Great sage, you cannot deceive me simply because of my youth. Haha. I would never. Just keep your eyes wide open. Before he finished speaking, he flicked his fingertip, and the embroidery needle instantly transformed into a robust staff, firmly rooted to the ground. Then, like bamboo shoots after a rain, it grew rapidly, becoming taller and thicker until it towered over the majestic palaces, reaching for the heavens. Wow, it's still growing. How tall can it possibly become? Li Zhenying's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Higi, that's hard to say. Sun Wukong scratched his head, his expression playful. Remembering the time spent in the mortal realm, he mused that if he could soar to the heavens, then surely, in this place, he could pierce the celestial dome. There was a hint of jest in his words. NeZha, upon hearing this, promptly interjected with a laugh. Monkey, while your ambitions are admirable, should you truly rupture the heavens, you might find yourself in dire straits as well. Ha ha, I was merely jesting. Come, let us go celebrate with some wine. Sun Wukong chuckled heartily, leading us indoors, where he instructed the little celestial attendants to prepare a feast. After we had thoroughly enjoyed ourselves at the great sage's abode, more than an hour had passed as we strolled leisurely through the long corridors of the heavenly palace, wandering aimlessly. Third brother, do you think our father and mother are still bickering? Li Zhenying said, tugging at NeZha's hand, her eyes gleaming with mischief. How about we explore another place? NeZha glanced at her, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Mother's fighting spirit should have waned by now. Just say where you wish to go. Have I ever denied you? Li Zhenying sighed dramatically. Father oversees the celestial soldiers while on duty, and even at home, he keeps a watchful eye on us. Doesn't he tire of it? I couldn't help but chuckle. You seem so adept at managing everything. I thought you'd grown accustomed to it by now. Alas, if I don't feign obedience, he switched to his lecturing mode, and my ears will surely develop calluses, she replied with exasperation. If you wish to avoid returning home, why not stay with me at the peaceful palace for a few days? He won't say much, I suggested. Upon hearing this, Li Zhenying's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, though hesitation crept in as she fiddled with the hem of her garment. But would that be inappropriate? I know father is strict, but it is all for our benefit. NeZha, visibly dissatisfied, retorted, after such a commotion, are we really just going to return home? I proposed an alternative. Why not visit the Xuanwu Hall and see those new faces? It should be quite entertaining. Great idea. Excellent idea. Li Zhenying clapped her hands in delight. You all go ahead. I'll take a stroll around the military camp. Before NeZha's words had fully left his lips, he had already leapt onto his wind-fire wheels and sped away like the wind. Isn't third brother the one who loves excitement the most? Why the sudden change of heart? Li Zhenying asked, puzzled. I gazed at NeZha's retreating figure and softly explained. The little celestial beings at the Jingwu Hall would surely be too frightened to move upon seeing him. He fears we might not have enough fun. Chapter 35. This time he's in trouble. Achoo! Achoo! Sun Wukong, picking grapes in the courtyard, sneezed several times, rubbing his nose. I heard you fell asleep hanging from a tree last night. Surely you didn't catch a chill. I sat on a swing in the courtyard, playing with a monkey plushie gifted by Sun Wukong. Zhenying had one too, though in a different color. Suddenly, Sun Wukong blew a puff of air, and the toy in my hands transformed into a monkey that leaped away, startling me. Ha ha ha. Did I scare you? Sun Wukong laughed, slapping his thigh. Ha ha ha. This is no mere chill. Clearly, it stems from a mischievous spirit indulging in playful antics, earning the ire of others who speak ill of him. I casually hurled an orange from the table, which he deftly caught. The deities of the heavenly court are exceedingly rigid. I, Sun Wukong, merely jested out of boredom. He effortlessly peeled the orange, feeding it piece by piece to the little monkey perched upon his shoulder. You might think it's all in good fun, yet today, they have not spared a moment in reporting you. I heard NeZha's voice and suddenly turned around, only to find a rope appearing beneath him, ensnaring his ankle and swiftly hoisting him upside down from a tree, leaving him no time to react. NeZha, my heart skipped a beat, but I saw him wave his right hand, severing the rope in midair, and with a graceful flip, he landed securely on the ground. Sun Wukong paused, momentarily stunned, and then grumbled in dissatisfaction. They are a tad too stingy, aren't they? Is everything all right? I inquired, stepping closer. It's merely a monkey-esque prank. It won't harm anyone, NeZha replied, then turned to observe Sun Wukong, who was lounging under the grapevine. Look at your grand palace. It has become a monkey's den, filled with traps. Are you concerned about offending too many and facing vengeance? Sun Wukong extended his hand, and the surrounding little monkeys transformed into tufts of fur that fell onto the people. He then leaped to sit beside me, draping his arm over my shoulder and giving it a pat. It's just that the heavenly court is too dull. They concoct a few monkeys to alleviate their boredom. You're the most loyal, unlike them, who constantly throw me shade. NeZha would always share amusing tales with me after court sessions, and since Sun Wukong's appointment, he seems to be a recurrent topic at every gathering. It's the same old routine. Don't they ever tire of it? What does the Jade Emperor say? I picked up a nearby water jug, poured a cup, and handed it to him. He accepted it, downed it in one go, and set it aside, saying, the monkeys, bored and restless, always cause disturbances. The Jade Emperor has commanded him to guard the peach garden. I suspect the edict will arrive shortly. I thought I misheard him and uncertainly asked, they want a monkey to guard the peach garden? NeZha nodded. What is the Jade Emperor thinking? Who can say? NeZha replied nonchalantly. Sun Wukong perked up with interest. What is the peach garden? The peach garden belongs to the Queen Mother of the West, reserved for the annual peach banquet. It's a significant responsibility for a monkey, NeZha replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong thumped his chest and boldly declared, with me, Sun Wukong in charge, no one dares to act recklessly. This time, I shall show them my prowess. They ought not to underestimate me. Time flew by, and the peach banquet was set to occur in 3 days. The celestial beings were bustling, sending messages and invitations, filling the air with laughter and joy. I had just arrived at the Daoshui Palace when I was taken aback by the sight. Shells overturned, elixirs scattered across the floor, and jars strewn about. Nearby, Xianxia and Yinlingzi were nearly in tears from distress. What happened? Who did this? I quickened my pace and ventured inside, where the venerable Laozi was bent over, sighing heavily as he meticulously examined the bottles, attempting to locate a few unspoiled elixirs. Laozi, have we been robbed? I inquired, also bending down to inspect the empty gourds scattered on the ground. Alas, I cannot fathom which scoundrel, idle and mischievous, has wreaked havoc upon my Daoshui Palace. It seems this calamity was unavoidable. I gathered the remaining potions into a pile, intending to leave them for Xianxia and the others to sort later. Observing the despondent Laozi, I remarked, initially we were told to dispatch celestial soldiers for protection. You insisted there was no need, and now look what has transpired. Laozi shot me an irritated glance, his mood evidently sour, and you still have the leisure to watch the spectacle. The elixirs are gone, the purple gold elixirs have vanished. And for the ensuing months, perhaps years, you shall have no treats. Upon hearing this, I was utterly flabbergasted. What do you mean? I have grown accustomed to consuming one daily. How can I survive without my treats for such an extended period? I exclaimed. This won't do. We must seek the Jade Emperor and ensure that the thief who pilfered the elixirs is apprehended. With that, I tugged at Laozi, heading towards the nine heavens. As we entered the Lingxiao Palace, we encountered a throng of irate individuals engaged in fervent discourse. I hastened to NeZha's side and inquired, "What has transpired? Has your family been robbed?" NeZha, with a hint of amusement, whispered to me that Monkey has completely stripped the peach tree garden of its peaches. And even the Jade Emperor's imperial wine has been consumed in its entirety. He is in serious trouble now. I gasped in astonishment, struggling to comprehend. What madness has possessed him? There must be tens of thousands of peaches in the garden. Where could he have taken them? He could drown in hundreds of jars of imperial wine. Surely he hasn't consumed it all. NeZha, arms crossed, listened to my inquiries while surveying the situation in the Great Hall. I suspect he packed it all away for his monkey offspring. That wretched monkey is utterly lawless. Though NeZha chastised him verbally, the upward curve of his lips betrayed his amusement. I observed that Laozi appears flustered. What calamity has befallen us? The Jade Emperor remarked, feeling a surge of anxiety upon hearing of Sun Wukong's theft of peaches and wine. Upon noticing Laozi's hasty demeanor, he felt his heart race with trepidation. Your Majesty, for some unknown reason, my Duoshui palace has been plundered, and the elixirs have been completely ravaged. What? The crowd gasped in shock. One single elixir from Laozi could augment one's cultivation for centuries. If it fell into the wrong hands, it could spell chaos for the realm. Indeed, Your Majesty, that demon monkey has stolen peaches and wine. It is certain that he also pilfered the elixirs. I request permission to send celestial soldiers to apprehend Sun Wukong. Li Jing stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect. The Jade Emperor glanced at NeZha, who wore a bemused smile, and sighed. Let us discuss the matter of your request later. First, ensure NeZha's safety. Let us dispatch the Celestial Patrol Officer to trace the whereabouts of that demon monkey. NeZha, rarely displaying such a grave expression, turned to me and softly asked, The monkey has robbed the Duoshui Palace. What of your purple gold elixirs? With a sigh, I replied, Do not even mention it. They are gone. What? NeZha exclaimed in shock, and the fire-tipped spear in his hand emitted a sharp hum. The crowd gasped, hastily positioning themselves to shield the Jade Emperor. NeZha, what are you planning to do? Li Jing's heart raced intensely as he grasped NeZha's wrist firmly. Go fetch Sun Wukong. Any obstruction shall not be met with civility, NeZha declared, and with a forceful twist, he broke free from Li Jing's hold, his wind fire wheels propelling him swiftly out of the Lingxiao Palace. Just as I contemplated following, I was seized by Taishang Laojuan's arm. Remain calm. What business do you have in this commotion? Chapter 36. Would the third prince take advantage of the chaos? NeZha, riding the wind fire wheels, soared like a flash of lightning towards Huagua Mountain, only to witness the 72 demon kings reveling in unrestrained merriment, indulging in wine and peaches, lost in joy. The fire-tipped spear in his grip hummed ominously before he hurled it, striking a boulder beside Sun Wukong with explosive force, sending dust swirling into the air. Sun Wukong, agile as ever, leaped to a distant perch, a smile curving his lips as he faced NeZha. Brother NeZha, why not share a cup and revel in freedom? NeZha coldly retorted, Who claims you as a brother? With a flick of his wrist, the fire-tipped spear returned to him, surging towards Sun Wukong, brimming with battle intent. Dear brother, NeZha's intentions are not benign. We must unite in combat to subdue him, the bold demon king urged, eager to engage. Only to be halted by a glance from Sun Wukong. Let me confront him, roared the Flood Dragon King, discarding his wine jar and charging forward with weapon in hand. Closely followed by the Pink Demon King, as both engaged NeZha in fierce battle. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered ominously above, casting a shadow over Huagua Mountain. As a tempest whipped up yellow sands, blotting out the sun, accompanied by the thunderous beat of war drums, a magnificent display of power. The bold Demon King peered into the distance, observing the celestial soldiers descending from the clouds, a grave expression on his face, before bursting into laughter. Let those hypocrites from the heavenly court witness our might today. The troubles I have stirred, I shall bear alone. I cannot drag my brothers into this. Sun Wukong resolutely blocked the bold Demon King, who countered, Your words are misguided, dear brother. Since our oath of brotherhood, we share life and death. Retreat is not an option. Please, Brother Nyo, safeguard the citizens of Huagua Mountain, he implored. Before his words could fade, the Flood Dragon King was sent flying. The universe ring following closely, about to deliver a grievous blow. In a flash, Sun Wukong appeared before the Flood Dragon King, his golden cudgel sweeping outward, deflecting the universe ring back into NeZha's grasp. NeZha, if you seek vengeance, come at me alone, spare my brothers. NeZha's eyes blazed red with fury as he declared, You are the one I seek. In an instant, the merging sky silk transformed into sharp crimson blades, piercing through the earth towards Sun Wukong, shattering rocks along its path, altering the very fabric of the heavens. Then let me accompany you for a thrilling battle. Sun Wukong brandished his golden cudgel, Standing resolute amidst the biting cold and swirling mist of the celestial realm, his gaze filled with defiance and challenge. NeZha, mounted on the windfire wheels, donned in the merging sky silk, wielding the universe ring and fire-tipped spear, embodied the spirit and authority of a youthful hero. As the war drums echoed, the two transformed into radiant streaks of light, weaving through the skies, engaging in a breathtaking spectacle of combat, where Sun Wukong's golden cudgel morphed into a colossal pillar, sweeping across the battlefield with thunderous might. NeZha, wielding the universe circle as his guide and the fire-tipped spear as his blade, deftly navigated through the shadows of the staff. Each collision resonated with a deafening roar and dazzling sparks, as if striving to rend the heavens asunder, casting the world into tumultuous upheaval. With thunder rumbling ominously in the distance, the fire-tipped spear narrowly grazed Sun Wukong's profile, which he skillfully evaded with a nimble somersault. In swift succession, the golden cudgel swung forth like a colossal pillar, aimed directly at NeZha, who responded with an exquisitely agile leap, landing lightly upon it. The wind and fire wheels, ablaze with fierce flames, ignited everything in their path, enveloping Flowerfruit Mountain in a conflagration. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong could not contain his fury. NeZha, if you wish to fight, do so, but why set fire to my Flowerfruit Mountain? NeZha, unperturbed, sent forth a golden brick that hurtled towards Sun Wukong, catching him off guard and striking him, causing stars to dance before his eyes as he staggered. In the celestial realm, the assembled deities watched in fervor, their blood boiling with excitement and speculation. Liching remarked, "It has been long since we've seen the might of the third prince's golden brick. The last to suffer such misfortune was Master One." Liho, with a knowing glance, added quietly, "Even King Li was struck by this golden brick. At this rate, these two could upheave the heavens." While King Li observed the battle, he also kept an eye on the movements of the myriad demons of Flowerfruit Mountain, and upon hearing their murmurs, he promptly commanded, "You two must ascend to the mortal realm at once and apprehend the rebellious Demon King." "At your command," responded Liching, vanishing in an instant to race towards the mortal world. "You dare to plot against me?" Sun Wukong's words had scarcely left his mouth when fierce flames erupted in the air, and 9 fire dragons roared forth, their presence terrifying. Startled, Sun Wukong transformed his golden cudgel into a massive shield, resolutely defending the skies above Flowerfruit Mountain. "NeZha, if you possess courage, follow me." Sun Wukong morphed into a bird, disappearing into the mist, intent on diverting NeZha's pursuit. NeZha, mounted upon the wind and fire wheels, relentlessly pursued him. The magic silk as a serpent sprang forth, instantly ensnaring the bird's ankle in an unyielding grip. However, with a tremendous crash, the magic silk shattered into countless fragments, only to miraculously reconstitute and coil around NeZha's arm. "This is dire," exclaimed the water deity, witnessing the chaos, hastily conjuring clouds to pour down rain, attempting to extinguish the raging inferno engulfing Flowerfruit Mountain. "Water deity, what chaos are you causing?" protested Liho, drenched to the bone amid the fierce battle. "By the Jade Emperor's decree, we are to capture the demon monkey. If this fire continues, countless lives on Flowerfruit Mountain will be in peril, and we will incur the wrath of the King of Broad Eyes," the water deity explained. The clash between Sun Wukong and NeZha shook the heavens and the earth, causing mountains to crumble and seas to surge, enveloping all in chaos. Jidu, beside Li Jing, expressed concern, "Your Majesty, the third prince and Sun Wukong have fought for over 40 exchanges without resolution. Should we send reinforcements?" Li Jing stroked his beard thoughtfully, a grave expression on his face. "Such a battle is not one for the faint-hearted to interfere with. Let us observe a while longer." Sun Wukong plucked a hair from his head, blowing upon it, manifesting numerous clones, each wielding a golden cudgel, encircling NeZha. Upon witnessing the scene, NeZha unleashed his divine powers, manifesting 3 heads and 8 arms, wielding the fire-tipped spear, the universe ring, the wind and fire wheels, the celestial silk, and the dual swords of yin and yang. The two engaged in a fierce battle, their blades flashing and intertwining, sending shockwaves that dispersed the layers of dark clouds, creating a magnificent spectacle. "Celestial King, look. What did that monkey say to the third prince? Why has he suddenly ceased his assault?" Li Jing fixed his gaze and indeed observed that Sun Wukong and NeZha had called a truce. NeZha transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the heavens. Alarmed, Li Jing exclaimed, "Marshal Tianpeng, you lead the fight. I shall return shortly," and promptly pursued NeZha. The onlookers shifted from their passive observation, their expressions now tinged with concern. My goodness, could the third prince be taking advantage of the chaos? Chapter 37. I simply won't go. After Sun Wukong and NeZha halted their combat, they swiftly made their way to Flower and Fruit Mountain, where they beheld a scene of utter disarray. With a single swing of his staff, Wukong sent the demon Liho, who was battling a unicorn, hurtling through the air, crashing down before the 9 luminary Star-Lord. The gathered companions exchanged glances, hastily assisting Liso to his feet. The third prince is no longer fighting, and with lordly absent, all 4 heavenly kings have been defeated. Marshal Tianping. Shall we continue to fight? Star-Lord Jidu, eyeing the disheveled Liso, felt a pang of sympathy and whispered to Star-Lord Luahu. Are we merely offering our heads by going? Star-Lord Luahu, gazing at Sun Wukong standing atop the mountain, felt a headache coming on. Perhaps we should wait for Lord Li to return before deciding. Not at all. We've already fought a round. It's your turn now, Liso lamented, cradling his spirit snake and turning to Marshal Tianping. Wait a moment. Before he could decline, Liso and the others pushed him forward. With a scoff, Liso remarked, he talks a big game. Let us see how many rounds he can last. Meanwhile, Li Jing followed NeZha's trail up through the 3 heavens and the 9 heavens. NeZha showed no signs of stopping, and Li Jing relentlessly pursued. Yet he could not catch up, helplessly watching as NeZha's figure grew more distant. This wretched monkey, idling about and causing chaos in our Doshui palace, deserves to be captured and thoroughly punished, imprisoned forever, Jean Lingzi lamented, sorting through a disarray of herbs, almost in tears. How long will this take? The little green ox, sweeping the floor, sighed, then shook his head, returning to his labor. Such is the fate decreed by the old lord. Alas, too much talk brings only tears. Let us get to work. Meanwhile, I and Lingzi sat at another table, reclassifying the collected elixirs into bottles. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, overturning the basket before Jean Lingzi. Just as he was about to speak, he saw NeZha's silhouette and swallowed his words, a pained expression on his face. Third prince. We bear no grudge. NeZha, however, did not pause for pleasantries and rushed directly to me, noticing water still dripping from his hair. I quickly retrieved a handkerchief to dry it. He, with an anxious expression, inquired, how many purple gold pills do you have left? Purple gold pills? In a flurry, I hastily retrieved the colorful glass bottle from my bag, shaking it gently. There should still be dozens inside. What has transpired? Do not fret, third prince. The princess's purple gold pill has long been secured by my master. Silver Spirit quickly interjected upon noticing my concern. Hearing this, NeZha exhaled with relief and settled onto a nearby stone bench, his chaotic breaths gradually calming. Is there any water? He inquired. Promptly, the little green bull handed him a water flask, and NeZha drank cup after cup. Weren't you engaged in battle with Wukong at the front lines? Why have you returned so unexpectedly? I beckoned the little green bull to fetch more tea. The monkey confessed to pilfering from the Doshui palace but claimed he had never encountered the purple gold pill. Thus, I returned to ascertain the truth. And now I feel reassured, NeZha replied, preparing to rise. Noticing the instability of his breath, I grasped his wrist tightly. Are you injured? The monkey merely held back with his staff. It is of no consequence. With so many deities observing, why are you the only one so fervent? I insisted he remain seated. When I saw his reluctance, my eyes brimmed with tears, and I exclaimed, are you intentionally trying to upset me? No. Please do not cry. I shall not go. NeZha hurriedly comforted, alarmed by my near tears. Wukong is careless in his actions. Why engage with him? Have you sustained an injury? My heart raced as I anxiously scanned him. I possess many treasures. I am fine. He insisted. But are you unaware of how fragile your body is? As my words fell, tears cascaded down relentlessly. Observing his drenched and disheveled state reminded me of the torrential downpour at Chang'an Pass, leaving me breathless with concern. Do not weep. NeZha rose and enveloped me in his embrace, gently patting my back. I assure you, I am truly unscathed. If I encounter such a situation again, may I stay at the back? My heart felt heavy, akin to a soaked cotton ball, both sour and swollen, as I clung tightly to his waist. My voice choked with emotion. I truly wish to never endure such a scene again. Do you understand? NeZha's eyes resembled a tranquil river in spring, tender yet unfathomable. With a sigh, he placed his right hand on the back of my head, his voice softening further. Rest assured, it shall never happen again. At that moment, waves of light rippled outside the Doshui palace. The little green bull hastened to close the door, while Silver Spirit beckoned us to the backyard. Just then, Golden Spirit, having picked up a broom from the ground, heard a knock at the door and, shouldering the broom, stepped outside. What brings King Li to the Doshui palace? My master is not present. Please come another day. Li Jing surveyed his surroundings and inquired, have you seen my rebellious son? Golden Spirit shook his head. No. It is only Silver Spirit, the little green bull, and myself in this palace. Seemingly unconvinced, Li Jing stepped forward for a closer inspection. Golden Spirit offered him the broom. Are you here to assist us in cleaning? That would be splendid. When my master returns, I shall be sure to thank you profusely. Li Jing had pressing matters to attend to, and, having bid farewell, turned to leave. What if King Li discovers that you deceived him? Xianxia inquired. Aside from us, only the little princess and the third prince are here. Who knows who this rebellious son is? Close the door tightly. No one is to enter except for the master. Lingzi remarked, his face contorted in frustration as he began to sweep the floor, grumbling incessantly. Very well, I shall take responsibility for this matter and keep watch. Upon exiting the Doshui Palace, Li Jing found himself in a quandary. He had clearly seen NeZha heading towards the 33 heavens if he was not in the Doshui Palace. Could he be in the Xianxia Palace instead? Hesitating outside the Xianxia Palace, he could only call out, "Is the fairy Qingwan present?" Hearing his voice, Qingwan emerged, visibly surprised. "What brings King Li here?" she asked. "Have you seen NeZha?" Without hesitation, Qingwan replied, "I have not. Perhaps the king should look elsewhere." "I have been in pursuit of that rebellious son," Li Jing continued, "and if he is not in the Doshui Palace, he must be here in the Xianxia Palace. Fairy Qingwan, I perceive something is amiss with his demeanor. Should there be any transgressions, we both shall bear the consequences." Qingwan shot a glance at Li Jing and huffed. "You think too poorly of the third prince." Having said this, she attempted to depart, but Li Jing hastily followed, pleading, "Fairy Qingwan, please wait. Are you truly considering entering the Xianxia Palace?" With a swift motion of her right foot, ripples emanated across the ground, forcing Li Jing to retreat several paces. "I dare not, but this matter is of great importance. I hope that Fairy Qingwan will not conceal his whereabouts." Qingwan frowned in displeasure, casting a frosty gaze upon Li Jing. "I have just stated that I have not seen the third prince. If you wish to enter the Xianxia Palace, you must first seek permission from the heavens. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." "Fairy Qingwan," Li Jing wished to articulate further. But Qingwan had already entered the Xianxia Palace. Unable to intrude, he was compelled to return to the battlefield. Upon hearing that Marshal Tianping had returned in defeat and sounded the retreat, he was filled with indignation and proceeded towards the Lingxiao Palace. Chapter 38. Why must one persistently contend with a child? The 4 great heavenly kings, Marshal Tianping, and the 9 luminaries were all defeated. And NeZha was nowhere to be found, leaving everyone in a state of anxiety akin to ants on a hot stove. At that moment, NeZha arrived on a mission to gather intelligence and, seeing the celestial beings at a loss, proposed a meeting with Sun Wukong. NeZha, having cultivated alongside the Bodhisattva for so many years, you must have significantly advanced your skills. However, that crafty monkey is full of tricks. You must exercise caution. Li Jing advised as NeZha prepared to depart, patting him on the shoulder. Li's unable to contain himself, murmured, "King Li is indeed biased. They are both sons. Yet the treatment is so disparate." Beside him, Li Jing cleared his throat and nudged his brother with his elbow, prompting the two to step back a few paces and position themselves alongside the others. "Father's teachings are etched in my heart." NeZha bowed and withdrew, wielding the mixed iron staff as he charged down to the mortal realm. The once unyielding iron staff, tempered through countless trials, now wielded by the unpredictable Zhenhai stick, finds itself in the hands of both NeZha and Sun Wukong. As they engage in combat, each strikes with ferocity, the former, a tempest of malevolence, and the latter, a master of lethal tactics. This fierce confrontation stirs the blood of all spectators. The Li family is certainly not to be underestimated. Jidu Xingjuan cranes his neck to gaze into the realm of reincarnation at the heart of the Grand Hall, witnessing the 2 warriors fiercely exchanging blows, each intent on vanquishing the other. "My initial intention was to have NeZha recuperate in the 33 heavens, yet he insisted on fulfilling his duty as a vanguard, rendering me unable to deny him and accompanying him to the 9 heavens Lingxiao Palace to keep a watchful eye." Upon entering the hall, I immediately heard the voice of Jidu Xingjuan. "Indeed, I recall their exploits during the campaign against Zhou, their fearsome reputation forged through bloodshed." I moved closer to the realm of reincarnation to observe. I learned that Lady Xin had also partaken in their illustrious deeds. "I wonder how many rounds you and Sun Wukong could exchange?" Taibai Jingxing, observing my curiosity, teased me. "Me? My defensive spells are my strong suit. But I lack the capability to engage in combat." I waved my hand dismissively, my gaze returning to the duel unfolding before me. Li Shou's eyes widened in disbelief at my words. Had I not experienced it firsthand, I might have found it hard to believe. "Oh?" Taibai Jingxing's interest piqued. He urged Guangmu Tianwang to elaborate. Li Qing leaned in to whisper, recounting how she once thought my flower ferret had devoured Erling Shun, nearly leading to our demise. "I tell you, defying the decree might not spell your end, but if you provoke her, you certainly won't survive." Taibai Jingxing chuckled bitterly. He was already struggling to evade trouble. How could he dare to provoke her? Li Jing was wholly preoccupied with the battlefield, and it took us a considerable time to realize NeZha's absence. "NeZha, where have you just been? With the battle imminent, how can you neglect your duties?" Li Jing's rebuke rang out as soon as he laid eyes on NeZha. "Li Jing, You remain indifferent to NeZha's injuries on the battlefield. Yet you reprimand him upon our reunion. What is the meaning of this? Must you wait for him to perish before you find satisfaction? I felt a surge of anger at Li Jing's pompous demeanor. Out of respect for NeZha, I addressed him as Tianwang. Yet it was difficult to distinguish between the high and low kings in this moment. That was not my intention. Jidu Xingyuan and Taibai Jingxing hastily encircled me, attempting to pull me away as I raised an eyebrow, coldly challenging, "Dare to try?" The deities surrounding us promptly withdrew, while NeZha stepped forward to shield me. I am accustomed to this. Why do you still harbor anger? NeZha stood resolutely before Li Jing, seemingly unfazed by the earlier comments. Instead, he calmly replied, Sun Wukong has consumed numerous elixirs from Taishang Laojun, rendering him impervious to blades and spears. I, of course, cannot match him in strength. I merely sought healing potions from Laojun. What is it? Do you intend to imprison me? Tianwang, Sun Wukong has yet to be subdued. We must not allow disorder to take root. Taibai Jingxing urged urgently. Li Jing, infuriated, pointed accusingly at NeZha, but upon recalling his promise to Lady Li, he forcibly suppressed his rage and stepped aside in silence. Li Jing, NeZha's departure from the battlefield due to injury is entirely justifiable, given your advanced age. Why do you persistently clash with a child? Matters within your household can be addressed later. The Jade Emperor, witnessing Li Jing reprimanding the child publicly, immediately interjected. Li Jing responded with a respectful gesture. The third prince was defeated by Sun Wukong? Imo Li Shou expressed his doubts, turning to Imo Li Qing beside him. They had not clearly established a victor, so how could it be deemed a defeat? Did the third prince not mention being injured? Is it not tantamount to defeat? The assembly in Lingxiao Palace buzzed with chatter, while down below, NeZha and Sun Wukong battled fiercely, exchanging blows for dozens of rounds until fatigue rendered their arms incapable of wielding their weapons. In a moment of deception, NeZha retreated towards the nine heavens. Alas! Even the messenger of Huayan has fallen. Could it be that our heavenly court possesses no one capable of contending with that monkey demon? The crowd parted to clear a path as NeZha approached Lingxiao Palace and respectfully greeted the Jade Emperor. Indeed, the great sage, equal to heaven, possesses extraordinary powers. Even Huayan has failed to prevail. The Jade Emperor waved his hand, seemingly accustomed to the situation. Do any among you possess a means to subdue this demon monkey? The assembly exchanged glances. Having each fought a round, they all returned in disarray. Amidst the discussions in Lingxiao Palace, no one stepped forward to offer assistance. Is there any injury? Li Jing inquired of NeZha beside him. NeZha nodded slightly, grateful for his father's concern, stating that he had evaded injury in a timely manner. Upon witnessing their father-son bond, NeZha scoffed, stepping aside with his arms crossed. NeZha, having not seen his brother for quite some time, took a few steps forward to inquire. I heard you were injured. Is it serious? I won't die, NeZha replied nonchalantly. NeZha chuckled, remarking, It has been ages since we've seen one another. Why must we engage in barbs upon our reunion? He has always been of such disposition. Why bother with him? Li Jing huffed. With a clang, I brandished the sword of exorcism. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Star Lord of Jidu, the sword would have struck Li Jing. What nonsense! They are both my sons, one cherished like a treasure, the other regarded as mere weeds. Li Jing, if you cannot speak wisely, then remain silent. When I am in a foul mood, it is inevitable that I might inadvertently cause harm. Stand back. The Jade Emperor, witnessing my intent to act, helplessly addressed the crowd. Upon receiving the Jade Emperor's command, they promptly restrained Li Jing, forming a human wall around me, persistently urging calm. NeZha seized the sword of exorcism from my grasp, a smile gracing his features as he declared, Disorder is not permitted in the Great Hall. The Jade Emperor sighed at this sight and pointed at Li Jing, instructing, Li Jing, take the heavenly troops and resume your command. Do not linger here. I shall obey the decree. Li Jing replied with a bow before leading the 4 great heavenly kings and the 9 luminaries once more into battle. Since the third prince has sustained injuries, he should rest properly and withdraw for now. NeZha acknowledged this and bowed before retreating, with me following closely behind. Wait, why would we withdraw the assault at such a time? The barefoot immortal, perplexed, sighed beside the silver star. Thank the heavens if our ancestor does not add to the chaos. As we exited Lingxiao Palace, we headed towards the Cloud Tower Palace, where we noticed NeZha had followed us out. Are you returning to the Cloud Tower Palace? I have not seen my mother in ages. I shall accompany you. I am not going back to the Cloud Tower. You may go alone. NeZha observed NeZha approaching with a cheerful smile, and immediately attempted to turn away and take another path. Unperturbed, NeZha stepped in front of him, arms outstretched, and jovially remarked, Am I not your elder brother? Is it really necessary to be so unapproachable? His tone suggested a familiarity, as if they had met numerous times. NeZha, brushing him aside, replied, You should go on your own. Seeing you reminds me of your father, which is quite vexing. With a disdainful huff, he stomped past NeZha, who simply chuckled and shook his head as he made his way towards the Cloud Tower Palace. Chapter 39. I demand blood for blood, to refine medicinal elixirs. NeZha and I returned to the Dwashui Palace, assisting in tidying up the remnants of chaos. Before long, we sensed a disturbance outside. Which rascal has arrived now? xianxia craned his neck to peer outside, exclaiming, I shall investigate. I couldn't help but tease him. Hey, when did he usurp little green bull's duties? xianxia lightly chuckled. Brother, you seem to be harboring some frustrations that you wish to unleash. Before xianxia could exit, he collided with little green bull. The latter glanced at us and inquired, Is it the Jade Emperor? Shall I let him in? The Jade Emperor? What could he possibly want? Let him in. All right, responded little green bull as he went to open the door. Meanwhile, xianxia resumed wiping the bottles with a cloth. xianxia set the tea and snacks on the table and cheerfully said, Princess, you and the third prince should take a break. We shall handle the rest. NeZha and I crashed against the alchemy chamber's door, and upon hearing xianxia's words, we washed our hands and seated ourselves in the now tidy courtyard. Miss XIN. Third prince, you are indeed hard to find. We had scarcely settled when the hurried voice of the Jade Emperor echoed as he approached in haste. Tai Bai. Are you not in the Lingxiao Hall? How did you find your way here? I inquired. Alas, do not mention it. That Sun Wukong is exceedingly arrogant on Flower and Fruit Mountain, uttering vulgarities from the mountaintop. Following a reminder from Guanyin Bodhisattva, the Jade Emperor dispatched someone to summon Erlangshan. NeZha, raising an eyebrow at the exasperated expression on the Jade Emperor's face, asked, and then? Erlangshan refuses to come. Tai Bai Jin Xing exclaimed in frustration, while I chuckled at the scene. Erlang listens to the summons only by my father's tacit approval. Even if the Jade Emperor himself were to ask, it may not yield results. Why doesn't he issue a command for troops? I'm used. If Erlangshan continues to delay, it will indeed bring disgrace to the heavenly court. Miss XIN, accompany me. Surely, Erlangshan will grant you some courtesy. Tai Bai Jin Xing said, bowing with a smile directed at me. I shall not go. I am terrified of Sun Wukong and still quite shaken. I need to recuperate. I repeatedly waved my hands in refusal. Why should I intervene, leading to a brotherly conflict? What a jest. Oh dear, third prince, do persuade him. Tai Bai Jin Xing lamented, placing his hopes on NeZha to convince me to step forward for the greater good. NeZha, with an air of indifference, picked up a kettle and poured a cup of tea, presenting it before me. He glanced at the great star of Tai Bai and said, You should go along with the celestial officials assigned to mobilize the troops. If he does not arrive, simply state that the Monkey King not only pilfered peaches and wine but also stole the golden elixir. Yang Jian is one who relishes chaos. He would welcome turmoil in the heavenly court. The great star of Tai Bai expressed some skepticism, questioning the efficacy of this approach. Just go? NeZha urged. Alas, let's treat a dead horse as if it were alive. With a sigh, the great star of Tai Bai hastily departed. Will Erlang come? I inquired, resting my chin on the table. He does not strike me as someone concerned with the heavenly court. We'll see, came the response. The two of us soared through the clouds towards the celestial realm, only to behold a multitude of monkeys on Flower Fruit Mountain, waving flags and shouting, while the 7 formidable demon kings established their encampment with great pomp. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the flag emblazoned with the title of the great sage equal to heaven, severing it with a resounding crack. My lord, another young general has come and struck down our flag. Sun Wukong, engaged in revelry with the 6 other demon kings, brightened at the news and inquired, Who is this young general? I do not recognize him, but he dons silver armor and a dark cloak, and strides in cloud-stepping boots. He appears quite imposing, unlike the previous feeble celestial soldiers. Oh, let me have a word with him. Sun Wukong expressed a keen interest, setting down the wine jar and peering outside the water curtain cave. Upon stepping out, a gust of wind and sand, laden with dry leaves, suddenly assaulted him. With a deft flick of his Rui Jingu Bang, the surrounding tempest seemed to be soothed by an invisible hand. Upon closer inspection, he found 7 distinct figures standing before him, the foremost being the very young general the monkeys had spoken of. As Sun Wukong beheld this, a playful smile danced upon his lips, and he casually rested his staff on his shoulder, proclaiming, Pray tell, who might you be? I do not slay nameless individuals. Before he could finish speaking, one among the group raised an eyebrow, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. It was Yang Jian. He coldly retorted, The great sage equal to heaven? You dare to claim such a title? As he spoke, the heavenly eye on his forehead glimmered, and a bolt of thunder shattered the nearby flag into dust. The third eye? So you are Erlangshan, Yang Jian. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes as he swiftly approached Yang Jian, his gaze sparkling with curiosity. I have heard of your exploits in vanquishing demons and your illustrious achievements. Is it true that you privately nurture elite troops? Yang Jian, wielding his trident blade, pointed its edge squarely at Sun Wukong's face with a stern tone. Indeed, that is true. And what of it? Sun Wukong chuckled mischievously, showcasing his playful nature. Though your uncle treats you well, he is narrow-minded and petty. I have also heard whispers regarding your family affairs. Why not seize this opportunity to join forces with me and avenge past grievances? Upon hearing this, Yang Jian, filled with rage, let out a cold laugh and retorted. What concern is it of yours whether he is narrow-minded or petty? If I wish to rebel, would I require your assistance? Furthermore, who told you that the current Jade Emperor is my uncle? With a shift in tone, Yang Jian's gaze intensified. Sun Wukong, they say you have stolen peaches and elixirs. Do you admit to these charges? Sun Wukong gazed skyward and laughed heartily, his demeanor calm and composed. Indeed. It is true that the exquisite nectar of the penthouse has been savored by me, Sun Wukong. He patted his belly, a look of reminiscence gracing his face. The Jade Emperor truly knows how to indulge. That flavor is indeed extraordinary. Upon hearing these words, Yang Jian was consumed by fury, the winds and sands swirling around him. His weapon humming ominously. He leapt forward, aiming directly at Sun Wukong's face. With agile grace, Sun Wukong swung his staff, yet Yang Jian deftly evaded it. Instantly, the two became embroiled in a fierce battle, the golden staff clashing against the three-pointed, double-edged blade, sparks flying. Having consumed the purple gold elixir, I demand retribution in blood. You shall be ground into medicine. Yang Jian bellowed. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow in retort. Another mention of the purple gold elixir? NeZha turned against me. His eyes clouded with rage over this very item. What is the substance that incites such alarm among you? Yang Jian pressed forward, his weapon bearing down on the golden staff, questioning. So you have not taken the purple gold elixir? Irritated, Sun Wukong unleashed his strength, forcing Yang Jian back. The golden staff following closely. I at least refer to her as sister. How could I covet her beauty-enhancing elixir? If I did not take it. I did not take it. My actions are always above board. As I observed their back and forth, engrossed in their contest, I suddenly noticed the 6 brothers of Meishan preparing to harm the monkeys of Huagua Mountain. Alarmed, I transformed into a streak of light and rushed down to the mortal realm. Miss Xian, what brings you here? Kong Lao, upon seeing me, displayed a look of surprise, holding several captive monkey demons. These monkeys are utterly powerless. Why have you captured them? You should focus on subduing the leading demon kings instead. After speaking, I discreetly signaled the surrounding monkeys to flee swiftly. Chapter 40. Reign in your laughter. Sun Wukong and Yang Jian clashed from Huagua Mountain to the heavens above. Then down to the eastern sea, their golden staff and three-pointed blade dazzling as they parried and attacked, left and right, in a relentless struggle. Each showcased their extraordinary prowess. Their contest of magic and might stretching over 300 exchanges, yet neither gained the upper hand. Sun Wukong transformed in myriad ways, at times becoming a soaring bird, at others a swimming fish, seeking to escape. Yet Yang Jian, with his celestial sight, saw through every transformation and pursued relentlessly. In that moment, the skies over Huagua Mountain roiled with tumultuous clouds, thunder and lightning erupting, leaving the monkey soldiers and generals in a state of astonished fear. Just as I had captured Peng Demon King and Zhao Demon King, NeZha descended beside me. Aside from the Bull Demon King, all other demon kings have been subdued. Will you not return? I shall delay my return. I fear they may flatten Huagua Mountain. Let me observe a while longer, I waved dismissively. NeZha gazed upwards, the aftermath of the battle between the two appearing like brilliant fireworks in the sky. He turned back to me and said, very well. I shall leave a contingent behind for you. I will return to report. Agreed, I replied, and NeZha and his comrades departed with the 72 demon kings, leaving behind only the 6 brothers of Meishan and 1,200 grass-headed deities, encircling Huagua Mountain tightly. Understanding my intent, Kong Lao did not trouble the smaller monkeys, instead ushering them all into the water curtain cave, stationing guards outside. Yang Jian, seeing that the battle had reached an impasse, conceived a clever stratagem. He transformed himself into a towering giant, his azure visage adorned with sharp fangs, and his crimson hair billowing in the wind, brandishing an equally enlarged trident halberd. He charged fiercely at Sun Wukong. Unyielding, Sun Wukong also morphed into a colossal figure, his face similarly azure and fanged, with his own crimson locks. Wielding a magnified Rui Jingu Bang, confronting Erlangshan with defiance. I raised my hand to shield my eyes from the sun, marveling at how remarkably mischievous Wukong was, transforming into a mirror image of his opponent. What game were they playing? The two giants clashed above Huagua Mountain in a cataclysmic duel. The thunderous collision of the golden staff and the halberd reverberating, altering the very colors of heaven and earth. As I sat upon a stone, observing the fierce contest. I waved my right hand, and the xianxia bracelet on my wrist emanated a radiant glow, conjuring a vast transparent barrier in the skies above Huagua Mountain. This shield not only provided a clear view of the aerial spectacle, but also safeguarded the mountain from collateral damage. Seeing this, Kong Lao Da approached me, perplexed, and inquired why Miss XIN would protect Huagua Mountain. I replied that the mountain harbored countless living beings. It would be unjust to let them suffer harm. Though Miss XIN was kind-hearted, she lamented that these monkeys were complicit in wrongdoing and undeserving of sympathy. Such a sentiment is misguided. They are merely nascent spirits, obedient to commands, unaware of the concepts of right and wrong. I rose and brushed off the dust from my attire, advising Kong Lao Da to allow the two to continue their battle, for the myriad beings of Huagua Mountain were innocent and should not be subjected to chaos. Understood. Kong Lao Da laughed and acknowledged my words, instructing the others to search for any lurking demons. The gathered celestial beings congregated at the edge of the cycle of reincarnation. Witnessing the fierce confrontation, Li Jing produced the demon illuminating mirror, diligently seeking Sun Wukong's whereabouts in an effort to pinpoint his form. This protracted conflict was not a wise strategy, and thus I, a humble Taoist, resolved to lend a hand. Before I could finish my thought, a Guanyin Bodhisattva, gracefully wielding her willow branch, prepared to cast her spell, yet was interrupted by Taishang Laojuan's laughter. How can the Bodhisattva intervene? Allow me to toss this jade purity bottle at him unawares, to assist Erlangshan. Why are you, from the West, so eager to meddle in heavenly affairs? They are already engaged in battle. Will your intervention seek to claim glory? Discontent brewed within me as I gazed at Guanyin's benevolent smile. Ah, if the Bodhisattva's bottle strikes true, it would be fortunate. But should it miss and shatter upon the ground, it would indeed be a pity. Such trivial matters need not trouble your hands. Leave it to this old one. Upon completing his words, he retrieved a golden ring from his sleeve. This Vajrazwan is ever unpredictable, impervious to water and fire, far sturdier than your jade purity bottle. Is this what you call a Vajrazwan? It resembles the nose ring worn by the little green ox. I was utterly astonished at its might. The Vajrazwan soared through the air, striking Sun Wukong on the back of his head, causing him to stumble and fall. Taking advantage of the moment, the Celestial Hound and the 6 brothers of Meishan swiftly bound Sun Wukong, rendering him immobile. Observing this, Yang Jian, consumed by rage, charged toward the 9 heavens. While the Meishan brothers escorted the incapacitated Sun Wukong, pierced by the peepa bone, closely behind. Before he could respond, Yang Jian pointed directly at Taishang Laojun and inquired, Old Lord, why do you meddle in our duel? The revered sage, unperturbed, replied with a benevolent smile, Do not be angered, my dear. You and Sun Wukong are evenly matched. Any further conflict would be futile. This intervention is merely to lend you a helping hand. Yang Jian scoffed, Assist me? Had our roles been reversed today, I fear I would have met a dire fate. He cast a glance at the bound Sun Wukong, a flicker of unspoken camaraderie in his eyes. Yet upon witnessing the surrounding deities laughing heartily, he swirled his sleeve and prepared to depart, the Meishan brothers trailing closely behind. I hurried after them. Wait, where are you going? Yang Jian moved with the swiftness of the wind, forcing me to quicken my pace just to keep up. As I overheard his low grumbling, the heavenly court is rife with treacherous beings. I disdain to associate with them. After all this time, have you not yet grown accustomed? I grasped his sleeve in mild reproach. Is it your intention to tire me out with such speed? Yang Jian halted, casting a sidelong glance at me. Who encouraged you to frolic all day, neglecting your own advancement? I playfully kicked him, expressing my discontent. Oh, dear brother, cease your pretense. Did you not once vow to avoid this mess? Only after hearing of that wretched monkey pilfering the golden elixir did I relent. Otherwise, I would not have waded into this murky water. Yang Jian's disdainful snort followed. I was taken aback by his words. Isn't it merely a few beauty-enhancing pills? I am not in a hurry. Why are you two so anxious? Yang Jian paused, a fleeting emotion crossing his brow before he chuckled lightly. An undertone of jest in his voice. Is it not because you might weep over your fading beauty? What sort of image do I truly hold in your heart? Since you are here, I propose we visit Mother in the celestial realm. Would you care to accompany me? He suggested suddenly. I promptly waved my hands. No. You go alone. It is easy for me to enter, but difficult to exit. Without waiting for his response, I hurriedly turned, lifting my skirt as I made my way back. At that moment, the assembly of deities was deliberating on how to deal with Sun Wukong. My heart was heavy with concern, yet I soon witnessed him enduring the relentless onslaught of blades and thunder, and scathed. My worries were indeed unfounded. Sun Wukong, having consumed the divine elixir, had forged an indestructible physique. Taishang Laojuan's elixir was truly remarkable, only I would consider such precious pills as mere snacks. I could not help but marvel at the kindness bestowed upon me by the old lord. The crowd was utterly astonished, save for NeZha, whose grin seemed impossible to suppress. I gently poked him with my slender fingers. Do rein in that smile of yours, as if you fear others might miss it. Chapter 41. Why do you gaze at me so? Seated in the tranquil pavilion of the Xianxia Palace, a gentle breeze caressed my face, evoking a slight tickle. I rubbed my nose, suddenly aware of a series of surges of spiritual energy outside. Qingwan, go see who has arrived, I softly instructed. Yes, Qingwan replied. And before she reached the palace entrance, she spotted Yang Jian's figure and greeted him with a bright smile. Lord Yang has arrived. Please, come in. Ah, Yang Jian responded. Following Qingwan into the palace, I rose and waved my hand towards the person, and Qingwan guided him over. I invited him to sit down, asking, Didn't you go to see Auntie? You're back so soon? Yang Jian elegantly settled beside me, responding nonchalantly, a brief visit suffices. There is little to discuss. Qingwan promptly filled our cups with tea before retreating to the side. When you visited the celestial realm, did my father inquire about me? Yang Jian cast a sidelong glance at me, and noticing the solemnity on his face, I momentarily felt a surge of anxiety. Fearing my father had sent him to bring me back, he mentioned that Sun Wukong has his own reasons and advised me to refrain from meddling. Is that all? Nothing more? I inquired. Yang Jian shot me an irritated glare. What else did you expect? Over the years, he has spoiled you to the point of recklessness. I chuckled lightly, dismissing his words. That is my father. Who else should he indulge? I continued. If you were to charm Auntie a bit, she would surely be delighted. Yang Jian's expression darkened as he glared at me. Look at the nonsense you prattle on about. I have come to bid you farewell. The matter is settled. And it's time for me to return. Sensing his intent to leave, I quickly interjected. Since you've come all this way, won't you share a drink with NeZha? Currently, the heavenly court is quite tumultuous. He likely has no time. We shall gather another day. Then allow me to escort you. I accompanied Yang Jian away from the tranquil palace before turning back towards the Doshui Palace. Sun Wukong, impervious to blades and spears, left everyone at a loss. Ultimately being confined by the Supreme Lord Laozi in the 8 trigrams furnace. Burn him, burn him. I had barely approached the alchemical furnace when I heard Jin Lingzi's furious voice, tossing a few chunks of blazing rock inside. Ouch, you're roasting me alive. It's so hot, so hot. The exaggerated cries of Sun Wukong echoed from within the furnace, prompting Jin Lingzi to laugh heartily. Serves you right. Who told you to cause chaos in Doshui Palace? Upon turning, he spotted me at the doorway and immediately exclaimed, The princess has arrived. Master is not here at the moment. I'm not looking for Laozi, I replied, bending to peer into the furnace, where Sun Wukong lay, lamenting in agony. Jin Lingzi, take a breather. I will keep watch for you. All right, I'll just step out for some water, Jin Lingzi said before turning to leave. With only myself remaining in the alchemical chamber, I retrieved several pieces of blazing rock with the fire tongs. Wukong, how are you faring now? Upon hearing my voice, Sun Wukong immediately ceased his lamentations. Thanks to your sister's fire-avoiding pearl, I am unscathed. Just fine. I was startled when a blackened face suddenly appeared at the furnace's mouth, causing me to jump. Only then did I realize it was Sun Wukong, who resembled a charred coal, his fur completely singed away. I crouched down, tossing a few fruits into the furnace. Jining heard you were subjected to the flames in the 8 trigrams furnace and was so worried she cried. She wishes to see you. But Li Jing has confined her in Yunlu Palace. Tell Sister Zhan Ying not to fret. Once I escape, I will surely give that old man a good thrashing in her honor. I cited his words, pondering the difficulty of making my escape. From the depths of the 8 trigrams furnace, I discerned the somewhat muffled voice of Sun Wukong, expressing concern for my brothers and the monkey offspring. I wondered if they had suffered any repercussions due to my actions. I reassured him, you need not worry. I have arranged for the Earth God and the Mountain God to keep watch. Flower Fruit Mountain shall remain unscathed. As for your brethren, under the protection of myself, the Jade Emperor, and the illustrious Taibai Jinxing, they were merely given a verbal admonition before being sent back. Upon hearing this news, Sun Wukong rejoiced, his hands gripping the edge of the furnace in profound gratitude. I, Sun Wukong, shall remember your kindness. Once I am free, I will surely repay you. However, I insisted, let us not discuss the future just yet. It is not wise for you to remain confined within this furnace day after day. I sat upon the cushion, frowning with concern. I did not wish for him to perish in the flames, yet I could not simply release him. Fear not, dear sister. I am impervious to blades and fire. These flames cannot harm me. Sun Wukong chuckled, performing a few somersaults inside to prove his resilience. Then, I heard commotion from outside. I hastily seized a nearby fan to create a breeze, while Sun Wukong began to wail from within the furnace. Shiner, why are you here? Has my disciple grown lazy again? Taishang Lao Jun remarked, approaching the 8 trigrams furnace and peering inside. I shall tend to him for a while. Let him rest. I quickly replied. Let me see how this monkey has fared, Taishang Lao Jun said, bending down to look inside. Suddenly, a cloud of black smoke billowed forth, causing him to cough repeatedly, followed by the boisterous laughter of Sun Wukong. "You wretched monkey, how audacious!" Taishang Laojun exclaimed. "He is but a wild monkey. It is beneath me to be angered by him." I hastily retrieved a cloth to wipe the soot from Taishang Laojun's face. Such audacity from Wukong. Enduring punishment, yet remaining so defiant. Should he provoke Taishang Laojun further, the flames may intensify, and I wonder if he will still laugh then. Fear not, fear not. Taishang Laojun replied, accepting the cloth from my hands to cleanse his face. He glanced at the 8 trigrams furnace, perplexed. It has been 3 days. Yet this monkey remains lively. It seems the flames are insufficient. More fuel must be added. Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. How could his thoughts manifest so precisely? I immediately grasped his arm, chuckling nervously. "Laojun, this 8 trigrams furnace is capable of refining all worldly things. He is akin to a grasshopper in autumn, unable to leap for many more days. Adding fuel seems unnecessary." With a flick of his dust brush, Taishang Laojun produced a pearl from the furnace. The very fire-repelling pearl I had given to Sun Wukong. How did he discover this? I wondered in astonishment. Taishang Laojun, noticing my shock, replied with a hint of resignation. "Your cunning is not lost on me. However, everything has its ordained fate. By aiding him now, are you truly helping him?" "What do you mean by that, Laojun?" I failed to comprehend. Seated on a cushion, Taishang Laojun lightly waved his dust brush, causing the flames within the furnace to blaze even more fiercely. "I shall perish. I shall perish." "Oh no." Sun Wukong's voice, now devoid of pretense, sounded urgently. I stomped my feet in distress, grasping his dust brush and pleading, "Laojun, let us converse civilly. Please refrain from adding more fire." The venerable Laozi shook his head in resignation and instead offered counsel to me. "Xianxia, this monkey has his own destiny. It would be wise for you not to interfere." How does this echo my father's words? I found myself utterly perplexed, yet it would be unwise to confront Laozi directly. Thus, I decided to seek out NeZha for a solution. What shall we do? I recounted the entire situation, and after a moment of contemplation, NeZha responded. Since they have stated their position, there must be reasoning behind it. Let us observe the developments quietly. As we continued on our way, we unexpectedly encountered the newly relieved Magli Shou. "Miss Xian, third prince, what a coincidence." He greeted us with a cheerful smile. However, as he noticed our unwavering gaze upon him, an unsettling feeling crept over him, prompting him to step back 2 paces. "Why do you look at me so?" Chapter 42. The fragile vessel of friendship. I pinched my lips with 2 fingers, striving to shape a sweet smile, attempting to appear more docile. With a bright demeanor, I called out, "King Guangmu." As I approached him step by step, Magli Shou, invisible terror, scuttled back. "Miss Xian, if you have any orders, please speak." "There's no need to frighten me." Feigning curiosity, I inquired, "I've heard that your fire avoidance shield can block all sources of fire. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, a proud smile spread across Magli Shou's face as he conjured the fire avoidance shield. "Indeed it is true, as long as the shield encompasses an object. Whether it be the flames of the 9 nether or the true fire of Samadhi, it cannot be harmed in the slightest." "How does it compare to the fire avoidance pearl of King Xinjiang?" I pressed further. "The pearl can only protect a single person, while my shield can be enlarged or reduced to cover an entire oasis without harm, making it far superior to his pearl," Magli Shou enthusiastically explained. Upon hearing this, my eyes sparkled with intrigue, and I continued, "So, you mean it can also shield against the true fire of Laozi's 8 trigrams furnace?" "What?" Magli Shou immediately sensed trouble and turned to flee, but just as he did, NeZha stood before him, brandishing his fiery spear. "Lend it to me for a moment." Without waiting for a response, I swiftly snatched the fire avoidance shield while he was distracted and took off running. "Wait!" Magli Shou shouted in realization, attempting to pursue me. But NeZha's spear barred his path, rendering him motionless. "Miss Xian, I was merely joking. The true fire would melt it." He called after my retreating figure, panic evident in his voice. "Who told you to boast?" NeZha shot him a disapproving glance, suppressing a laugh. Magli Shou appeared on the verge of tears. "Oh, third prince. I understand you have a good relationship with the Monkey King, but if the Jade Emperor holds me accountable, I want to have an explanation. Just say it was stolen." NeZha replied, then sheathed his spear and followed my trail. "Is that truly feasible?" Magli Shou mumbled to himself for a while before sighing, casting his gaze around at the heavenly soldiers. "You all must bear witness. I have been robbed." Upon hearing this, the heavenly soldiers lowered their heads and whispered among themselves. Did I just imagine that? I think I heard things as well. One of the celestial soldiers exaggeratedly claimed that he was undoubtedly fatigued over the past few days, leading to a lapse in his mental faculties. He instructed the others to hold their positions while he sought permission from the Heavenly King of Growth. This timid group, chastised by Mo Li's Ho, grumbled and turned away, seemingly on the verge of tears. Upon my arrival at the Doshui Palace, I discovered an additional layer of restrictions before me. I extended my finger and prodded it, creating ripples that cascaded outward. Perhaps it was my call to the inside that echoed. Little green bull, please let me in. The little green bull, having transformed back to his original form, peered out and said, "Little princess, the old lord has commanded it. You are not permitted to enter." "Why not?" I inquired. The little green bull stepped over the threshold, his tail casually swaying, and remarked upon seeing my anxious expression. "Isn't it because we fear you might secretly assist that Sun Wukong? The old lord has declared that everything has its destined course. He does this for your own good. You should return, little princess. I cannot let you in." After his words, the little green bull swayed his tail and departed, slamming the door shut behind him. Oh, this little green bull, how easily our friendship has capsized. Seeing no response despite my calls, I turned to leave, only to catch sight of NeZha, who frowned and asked, "What now?" "We cannot enter." NeZha surveyed the surrounding restrictions and then lowered his gaze, saying, "I cannot undo his barriers either. We must find another way." I weighed the fire avoidance umbrella in my hand, realizing my efforts were in vain. Since it is of no use, I shall return it to Mo Li's Ho. He must be terrified. Upon hearing this, I exclaimed, "He is so large. How can he be so timid?" NeZha chuckled at my remark. "You are using the fire avoidance umbrella to help Sun Wukong. Does the Jade Emperor not hold you accountable? It is inevitable that he will face consequences." I tossed the fire avoidance umbrella to NeZha, saying, "Take it back to the seven heavens and return the fire avoidance pearl to the king of Duowen." I also threw a pearl from my arms to him. "I shall make a trip to the Yaoqi," I announced. Despite knowing that Sun Wukong had caused considerable trouble, I still wished to gauge the situation, to see if Sun Wukong's fate was truly sealed. "Very well," NeZha replied, and we went our separate ways. I gently flicked my sleeve, dispersing the clouds before me, and made my way toward the Yaoqi. Before I reached the Yaoqi, I spotted the rolling curtain general, gagged and being punished. "What has transpired here?" I inquired of a nearby celestial soldier. The soldier cupped his hands in respect and replied, "Greetings, my lady." The rolling curtain general shattered a glass lamp, inciting the Jade Emperor's wrath, and he has been sentenced to 30 strokes. Upon seeing me, the rolling curtain expressed great agitation. His eyes filled with desperation, as if hoping I would intercede on his behalf. Observing the silent agony of the rolling curtain, I felt a pang of sympathy. "Rolling curtain, when will you rectify your clumsiness? The Queen Mother is usually benevolent and does not hold it against you. How could you dare to err before the court?" I then addressed the celestial soldiers administering the punishment. "You have worked together for quite some time. Be gentle." I approached the Jade Emperor to intercede on her behalf. The celestial soldiers paused, responding with a hint of exasperation. "The general of the curtain has already dropped the crystal goblet 7 times this month. And today he spilled fruits all over the Queen Mother. It is no wonder the Jade Emperor is furious, and the Queen Mother is genuinely incensed. We dare not show leniency. What a predicament." I glanced at the general of the curtain and, noticing his guilty demeanor, realized the soldiers spoke the truth. To plead before the Jade Emperor? I felt embarrassed to even utter a word. With a sigh, I continued down the long corridor, when suddenly I witnessed 2 celestial soldiers dragging out a fairy, her mouth covered. As she passed by, her hair obscuring her face, she appeared quite agitated, though all that escaped her lips were muffled cries. I turned back in confusion, only to see that she summoned an unexpected strength. Breaking free from her captors and clutching my leg tightly. "How dare you disturb Miss XIN?" one celestial soldier exclaimed, raising his whip, only to be halted by another. "To strike before Miss XIN? Are you out of your mind? Miss XIN, this little fairy has offended the court, spilling wine on the Queen Mother. And I have been ordered to escort her to the demon-slaying platform." While I felt some sympathy, the Jade Emperor was in a foul mood. How could these 2 lack such awareness? Suddenly, the fairy desperately broke the spell binding her mouth and cried out, "Senior, save me." Chapter 43. What a situation. That voice sounded strangely familiar. I mused quietly. "Senior, I am wronged. I do not wish to die." The fairy clung to my leg, tears streaming down her face. That voice was unmistakably that of Zhu Yiqing. Upon closer inspection, it indeed was her. I bent down to pull her up, but found her as unyielding as a puddle of mud, drawing astonished glances from the surrounding celestial soldiers. How embarrassing. I patted Zhu Yiqing on the shoulder, urging, "Stand up first." With tear-filled eyes, she looked up at me, her expression rife with fear and helplessness. My legs are weak. I cannot stand," she whispered, her voice barely audible, filled with despair. The 2 celestial soldiers exchanged glances, bewildered by the scene before them. One hesitantly inquired, "Do you know her, miss?" I nodded. "We have met on a few occasions. Please remain calm. I shall inquire further." If she has truly committed an egregious offense, I shall not shield her. At my words, the two celestial soldiers silently retreated to the side. I gently lifted the person up and patted their shoulder in a soothing manner, urging them to first recount the events that led to their predicament. After a moment of composure, Zhu Yiqing began to speak. The great sage, Qi Tian de Sheng, had wreaked havoc at the Peach Banquet, throwing the entire heavenly court into disarray. The Yaoqi fairy had gone to the Xuanwu Hall to recruit dozens of minor deities for assistance. Noticing my cleverness and diligence, she decided to keep me at Yaoqi to serve. However, today, while I was presenting celestial fruits to the Queen Mother, someone pushed me from behind, causing the fruits to spill onto her. In a fit of rage, the Jade Emperor ordered my execution. Tears streamed down her face as she continued to lament. I am but a newcomer, and on my second day here, I am met with such a calamity. How unjust this is. Serving the Queen Mother on my second day in Yaoqi? I glanced at the foolish Zhu Yiqing with sympathy, understanding that the Queen Mother must have been in a foul mood lately, entangling those around her in her misfortune and seeking out new faces to bear the brunt of her wrath. Did you see who pushed you? I inquired. Zhu Yiqing sniffled and replied, I did see. It was General Wanlian. He stumbled and not only broke a cup but also pushed me. Sighing as I looked at General Wanlian, who was still receiving punishment nearby, I reflected on the absurdity of the situation. Let the matter of her being escorted to the demon-slaying platform be set aside for now. I will go to see the Jade Emperor and discuss it upon my return. The two heavenly soldiers exchanged glances before bowing in acknowledgement, remaining there to watch Zhu Yiqing. Your Majesty, Queen Mother, I have come to request a cup of tea, I announced as I stepped into Yaoqi. Finding the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother seated in their exalted positions, I approached and stood before them. Does your tranquil palace lack any celestial nectar? That you must come here for tea? The Queen Mother's anger dissipated upon seeing me, replaced by a more amiable demeanor. With a wave of her hand, one of the attending fairies brought forth a cup of tea. Ah, these are all new faces, I remarked, taking a delicate sip and addressing the attending minor deities beside me. The Queen Mother responded, recently, Yaoqi has been in turmoil, filled with newcomers like Hong Ling and her companions. One does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without reason. You must have something to discuss with the Queen Mother. The Jade Emperor observed, noting my cheerful expression. Your Majesty is astute. Upon seeing me, you already discern my purpose. Understanding the benevolence of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, I intended to make a request. The Queen Mother's expression darkened at my words. Yet she maintained her composure, saying, if you seek to intercede for Wanlian, that is futile. He has erred more than once, and this time he must learn a lesson. It is not for Wanlian. The Jade Emperor's expression shifted to one of concern. If it is for Sun Wukong, do not even speak of it. He has committed an unforgivable crime. I chuckled softly. It is not Sun Wukong either. Oh? The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother exchanged glances before asking. Then who is it? I pointed outside. It is that little serpent fairy. She too is a victim and did not act with malice. I beseeched the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother to consider her millennium of cultivation and, for the sake of mercy, grant her reprieve this once, thereby exemplifying the Jade Emperor's benevolence. Is it that little serpent fairy from earlier? The Queen Mother evidently did not anticipate that I would plead for a minor celestial maiden, and her surprise was palpable. Your kindness is commendable. A mere little fairy is indeed worthy of such a journey. I had encountered that serpent fairy on a few occasions. She was innocent and lacked malice, solely desiring to serve in the jade pool. Perhaps her overwhelming excitement upon seeing the goddess led her to err. Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother chuckled softly. The little fairy's transgression is not grave. Since you, XinXue, have spoken in her favor, let the Jade Emperor spare her life. The Jade Emperor stroked his beard and gently acquiesced. Since the goddess does not hold a grudge, I shall grant her a reprieve. However, given her clumsiness, it would be best if she did not remain in the jade pool. Thank you, Your Majesty. I expressed my gratitude with a series of respectful bows, while a nearby celestial attendant promptly departed to convey the edict. Upon exiting, I noticed Zweiking still standing there. As soon as she spotted me, she rushed over and knelt before me with a thud. What are you doing? I bent down and grasped her arm to help her up. With heartfelt gratitude, she exclaimed, Senior, from this moment forth, you are my reborn parents. I will do whatever you ask without question. Enough of such talk. Although the Jade Emperor has pardoned you, you have still been banished from the jade pool. They likely will not accept you back. Where shall I arrange for you to go? Zweiking cautiously followed me, suggesting, Senior, may I accompany you? I can serve tea, clean, wash clothes, and cook. I am capable of anything. I waved my hand dismissively. You cannot go with me. Perhaps you should head to the Palace of Frost, where it is secluded and only inhabited by Chang'e and the Jade Rabbit. You could bring some liveliness there. Senior, it's not that I am unwilling, but I fear the cold. If I go to the Palace of Frost, I might only hibernate. Could you find me a warmer place? Xianxia clasped her fists on my shoulder, adopting a very ingratiating demeanor. Her concerns were not without merit, but where could she go? What about the Tunghua Palace? No, that won't do. The fire deity has a bad temper. You certainly cannot go to the Supreme Lord Laojun either. What about the Cloud Tower Palace to keep company with Jinying? However, that old man Li Jing adheres strictly to rules. He will not show favoritism if you err. I pondered the celestial beings in the heavenly court but could not find an appropriate place for her. I gazed at the obsequious Xianxia with a sense of helplessness. Why not go to the divine capital palace? The Lord of the Star of Calculation is amiable. I will speak to him and request that he assign you a leisurely position. Xianxia's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, and she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Senior. Thank you. She had encountered the Lord of the Star of Calculation a few times and found him pleasant and easy to converse with. To serve under him was an enviable opportunity. However, upon arriving at the divine capital palace, she soon realized that the Lord of the Star of Calculation was not as agreeable as she had previously perceived. Thank you all for your unwavering support. I welcome your feedback and suggestions in the comments, as I am open to all ideas. Writing is not an easy task, and I hope for your continued input. Please consider clicking to encourage updates after reading. Your support is greatly appreciated. Chapter 44. Apologies, my hand slipped. With a deafening roar echoing across the sky, the 33 heavens seemed to be torn apart by thunder. I suddenly leapt up, hovering atop the serene palace. To my astonishment, I beheld flames raging in the distance, soaring into the clouds. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the Doshui Palace. A sense of foreboding surged within me, compelling me to hasten my steps. Upon arriving at the scene, I was met with billowing smoke. The once celestial palace lay in ruins, the alchemical chamber unrecognizable, ravaged and scarred. The small Azure Ox and Jean Lingzi were desperately attempting to extinguish the flames, while Yin Lingzi supported the groaning Taishang Laojun. I approached immediately to inquire, Laojun, what on earth has transpired? Taishang Laojun offered a wry smile, resting his hand on his lower back as he was assisted to a seated position by Yin Lingzi. He sighed. That raucous monkey escaped from the 8-trigram furnace, showing no regard for my advanced age. My back, Yin Lingzi, with a grave expression, continued. Not only did that monkey escape, but he also smashed the Doshui Palace. His eyes burned with fury, and before departing, he set fire to it, stating that we should taste the bitterness of being scorched. Recalling how Sun Wukong endured 49 days of searing flames within the furnace, it was evident that his escape would not bode well for us. I immediately descended to the mortal realm, piercing through layers of auspicious clouds. Below, the landscape resembled a battlefield. Every palace I encountered was devastated, either shattered to smithereens or reduced to ruins, a sight of utter desolation. In my line of sight, Sun Wukong, clad in black, resembled a warrior returning from the depths of hell, locked in fierce combat with celestial soldiers who were sent flying like autumn leaves. NeZha, upon seeing my arrival, hastily retreated from the fray and grasped my arm. What brings you here? He has set ablaze the Doshui Palace. How could I not come? NeZha laughed at this spectacle. He is quite the troublemaker. Is your serene palace unharmed? Indeed, it remains unscathed, I replied casually, but my heart trembled at the sight. As Sun Wukong wielded his golden staff with unmatched prowess, none could stand against him. Where are the 4 heavenly kings and the 9 luminaries? Such a commotion cannot go unnoticed. The adversaries engaged with Sun Wukong were merely subordinates of Li Jing, one a giant spirit god, another a fish-belly general. Alongside several commanders from the Qin army, their strength proving inadequate against Sun Wukong. NeZha scoffed, eyes filled with disdain, arms crossed. They have all been intimidated by that monkey. Each of them feigns deafness, hiding away in fear. It was not without reason. During the last encounter, Mo Li's Ho's spirit snake was nearly vanquished by Wukong, leaving him sleepless for days. NeZha, what are you doing? We have no time for idle chatter. Li Jing reprimanded us as he caught sight of our conversation. He is quite loyal. NeZha retorted with a dismissive snort. His stubbornness reminds me of his unwavering devotion to King Zhou. That monkey is rampaging like a mad bull, attacking anyone in sight. Keep your distance, NeZha cautioned before charging back into battle. Sun Wukong, where do you think you're going? He shouted, unleashing the mystic silk like a serpent, but it was instantly shattered by the golden staff, only to bizarrely reassemble and ensnare NeZha himself. Although NeZha aimed his fire-tipped spear, he could not withstand the force, being sent tumbling through the air by a single blow. Li Jing summoned the Linglong Pagoda, which enveloped Sun Wukong in an instant, granting the others a moment to breathe. The Pagoda of the Heavenly Kings is truly effective. That demon monkey is cornered now. Suddenly, the Linglong Pagoda expanded dramatically and then contracted with a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves that hurled everyone backward. The monkey is impervious to blades and bullets, displaying an astonishing stamina. If this continues, we shall either be slain or exhaust ourselves. How long must we endure this? Observing their gradual defeat, I swiftly made my way towards the Hall of Clarity, for my xianxia bracelet, a treasure bestowed by my mother, should suffice to withstand Sun Wukong. NeZha, witnessing the destruction of Li Jing's pagoda without having a moment to act, called out to Sun Wukong, "Monkey, do not harm her." I soared into the air, with Sun Wukong closely in pursuit. Before long, he caught up to me. Drawing forth my hairpin, I transformed it into the soul-devouring sword, aimed directly at Sun Wukong. "Wukong, since you have emerged from the 8 trigrams furnace, why do you not flee? What are you fighting for?" He chuckled. "The outcome remains uncertain. I, Sun Wukong, have emerged from the furnace and will make the Jade Emperor pay dearly. I shall smash his skull with my staff. You may indulge in your folly, but slaying the Jade Emperor is utterly impossible." Phantom sword formation. I quickly chanted an incantation, summoning 72 soul-devouring swords that encircled Sun Wukong. Yet, he merely scoffed and effortlessly broke through the encirclement, standing before me, scratching his head in impatience. "Sister, why must you impede me as well? First and foremost, I am a member of the Heavenly Court. Only secondarily am I your sister." Aware of his invulnerability and his lack of mercy, the soul-devouring sword soared from behind, growing to an enormous size, an unstoppable force. Sun Wukong, swinging his staff, swept the extermination sword aside and, with a whoosh, leaped past me towards the Hall of Clarity. "Wukong, do not act recklessly," I shouted, quickly pursuing him. Behind me, NeZha threw his xianxia circle, which fortuitously soared over Sun Wukong, striking the plaque of the Hall of Clarity with a resounding crash, shattering it to pieces. "Third Prince, what are you doing?" Wang Lingguan emerged, witnessing the scene and calling out to NeZha. "I aim to strike that demon monkey. I lost my grip." NeZha chuckled, waving to the deity, "My apologies." He then resumed combat with Sun Wukong, wielding his fiery spear. Wang Lingguan, upon hearing this, twitched his lips in irritation, pointing at Sun Wukong. "You audacious monkey. Dare you act so recklessly before me and defile the Hall of Clarity? You shall not escape today. Who will escape remains to be seen." Sun Wukong struck NeZha back, and I, seeing this, immediately charged with the extermination sword. "Hey, dear sister, I do not wish to fight you." He suddenly seized my wrist and flung me aside. NeZha, enraged, shouted, "Sun Wukong, our feud is far from over." I swiftly zipped past NeZha, almost transforming into a streak of light, while NeZha's wind and fire wheels blazed with fierce flames, closely following my trail. Chapter 45. The two were evenly matched. The wind roared in my ears, and everything around me became a blur, save for that fiery figure drawing ever closer. He swiftly reached out, firmly grasping my wrist, and with a surge of power, pulled me into his embrace. Inhaling the sweet scent of lotus, my panicked heart instantly calmed. NeZha, noticing my silence, spoke urgently. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" "No. It's nothing. Just flying too fast made me a bit nauseous," I replied, leaning against NeZha's chest. "I feel terrible. Let me rest a moment." NeZha tightened his left arm around my waist and asked, "Are you feeling any better?" "It's nothing serious. Don't worry." I glanced around, astonished to find that he had flung me into the first heaven. "He has already reached the Hall of Clarity. Will the Jade Emperor be all right?" I inquired hastily. NeZha, unfazed, responded, "The title of Wang Lingguan Tai Lei Xing Ingwa Tianzuan is not without merit. Against him, the monkey stands a 50-50 chance. For now, neither side can truly prevail." Above us, thunder roared and lightning flashed in the second heaven. NeZha remarked, "It seems Wang Lingguan has dispatched orders to the Thunder Department. By the way, did your father's tower just explode?" Upon hearing this, NeZha paused, then swiftly tightened his grip around my waist, and with a surge of power from his windfire wheels, we headed straight towards the 9th heaven. There, Sun Wukong was being blocked by a multitude of gods outside the Hall of Clarity, fiercely battling Wang Lingguan, who wielded a golden whip. The golden cudgel spun like a whirlwind, and the whip sliced through the air. Their clash was intense and heart-stopping. Li Jing had already led the others to the sidelines to watch. In the area outside the hall was a sea of heads. Seeing that Li Jing's Linglong Tower had returned to its original state, NeZha expressed his disappointment, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "This damned Taoist technique is truly annoying." No sooner had he spoken than the 36 heavenly generals of the Thunder Department arrived, surrounding Sun Wukong. Instantly, blades, spears, swords, and halberds intertwined, thunder and fire roared relentlessly, all converging upon Sun Wukong. NeZha and I retreated several dozen meters to observe the chaotic battle. Listen to their shouts. "Whatever ferocity they had when they clashed with me seems to have vanished," NeZha remarked, holding his fire-point spear beside me, the Mingtian silk dancing lightly in the wind. "Good heavens, Zhao Gongming, Yin Jiao, and the entire Thunder Department have arrived. What do you think the outcome will be?" I asked. Sun Wukong transformed into a three-headed, six-armed figure, the golden cudgel spinning like a windmill, its might shaking the heavens. With Wang Lingguan and the generals of the Thunder Department present, NeZha chuckled lightly. Let him be reckless. This time, he is likely to meet his downfall. Given the current situation, I need not intervene. Are you leaving? They can't continue fighting like this forever. I should check the situation inside the Hall of Clarity. All right, I'll return to the Cloud Tower. Take care, he advised. I affirmed, then leaped over the crowd, heading straight for the hall. Upon entering, I was astonished by the scene before me. The situation is dire. And yet you two are leisurely drinking tea? I exclaimed, surprised to find my brother had arrived and was enjoying tea and conversation with the Jade Emperor in the palace of the Hall of Clarity. No need to worry. I have sent someone to the Western Paradise to seek assistance from the Buddha, the Jade Emperor said nonchalantly. What? Why should we involve the Buddha in our heavenly affairs? I questioned, baffled, my right hand lightly covering my face as I muttered, now, we've lost face in the Western Paradise. My brother shot me a glance and said, what do you know? In those days of the Battle of the Gods, there lingered a few unresolved matters. Now is the opportune moment to utilize the strength from the West to conclude this entangled fate. He gazed at my dust-laden form, gently placing down his teacup. His expression slightly grave. Do you always relish causing a stir, regardless of the occasion? I merely wish to contribute, I retorted. One cannot allow Sun Wukong to wreak havoc in the Hall of Clarity unchecked. My brother cast a sidelong glance at me, his lips curving into a faint, teasing smile. You think you can thwart that monkey? I felt a surge of displeasure. Whom do you underestimate? I have exchanged blows with him. Oh, did you emerge victorious? He raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Well, not exactly, but my courage is commendable, I argued, as I regarded his somewhat provocative grin. A flame of indignation ignited within me. Crossing my arms defiantly across my chest, I huffed. I admit I cannot best him. If you possess the ability, why not try? Let us see if you can subdue him. He smiled nonchalantly, his tone laced with disdain. Engaging him would be beneath my dignity. Besides, the heavenly court is not devoid of capable individuals. There is no need for my personal intervention. The Jade Emperor, observing our sibling dispute, could not help but smile. XinXue is also concerned for the safety of the heavenly court. It brings me great comfort, and there is no need to reproach her. Having conveyed his message, the Jade Emperor, I took my leave. My brother inclined his head slightly, then turned to depart. The Jade Emperor nodded in acknowledgement. I followed closely behind. Outside the Hall of Clarity, fierce battles raged on, yet my brother seemed undisturbed, walking with an air of calm, untouched by the tumultuous waves of energy swirling around. Sun Wukong's gaze was inevitably drawn to him, filled with intrigue. Who is this person? Their presence is so formidable. I wonder how many rounds they could last. Monkey, you must first pass through our trials before boasting, roared King Ling, as his golden whip lashed out like a dragon. Sun Wukong, infuriated, retaliated with a swift kick. You despicable scoundrels, all of you come at me together. If you have the guts, face me one-on-one. You, the thieving monkey who stole elixirs and created chaos in the heavenly palace, are already guilty of capital offenses. What talk of martial ethics do you have? Despicable and shameless. Is it not despicable to steal peaches and elixirs? Is it not shameless to destroy another's palace? Sun Wukong's face flushed with anger, his form becoming a blur. Yet he could not break free from the encirclement. Still not satisfied with the spectacle, my brother suddenly turned back, his eyes holding a hint of warning. I'm done watching. Let us go. I hastily quickened my pace to catch up, wrapping my arm around his, smiling brightly. Shall we visit my Hall of Harmony for a drink? Your Hall of Harmony is filled with overly sweet treats, which do not suit my palate. He declined without hesitation, intent on leaving. Is that all? You traveled such a distance just to convey a message? I called after his retreating figure. He halted, turned to me, and a rare gentle smile graced his lips. I also wished to see you. At his words, warmth surged within me, though my brother often enjoyed teasing me. I had always known of the deep-seated care and affection he held for me. Chapter 46. Why does he not tease the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother? Upon receiving the news, the Buddha hastened to arrive, and a wager ensnared Sun Wukong beneath the Five Elements Mountain. The palaces of the celestial realm lay in ruins, and it took a considerable amount of time to restore order. Although the peaches of immortality were no more, the banquet in their honor would still be held. With the troublesome Sun Wukong subdued, the gathering was filled with merriment, laughter, fine wines, and exquisite delicacies. Casting a glance at the jubilant crowd, I began to gather the items from the table into my bag of holding, preparing to depart. However, NeZha intercepted me at the entrance. Aren't you the one who revels in festivities? Why leave at such a moment? Seeing their joy and recalling the plight of Wukong beneath the mountain stirred a sense of unease within me. I must check on him, I replied. NeZha responded affirmatively. That monkey craves wine. Do not forget to bring him some. I patted my bag with a smile. All is prepared. Are you not joining? It would be inappropriate for me to leave at this moment. There will be another time. I acknowledged and made my way to the mortal realm. As I traversed through layers of clouds, I beheld the five-finger mountain they spoke of and plunged downwards. After a lengthy search, I finally discovered the head buried beneath withered leaves. Tentatively, I called out, Wukong? Who? Sun Wukong abruptly lifted his head, brushing aside the dry foliage. The moment he caught sight of me, his previously dim eyes sparkled brightly. Sister Hui, you came to see me. His voice brimmed with excitement as he waved his hands eagerly. I hurried forward, crouching down to remove the leaves from his head. His disheveled appearance starkly contrasted with the majestic monkey king of yore, and my heart ached at the sight. Indeed, I replied softly, producing fruits from my bag and placing them before him, followed by a cup of wine. NeZha, unable to break free, specifically asked me to bring you a flask of fine wine. Upon hearing this, Wukong paused momentarily, chuckling sheepishly. I thought you all were severing ties with me. How could that be? I replied with a gentle laugh, then sighed. However, the trouble you caused this time is indeed considerable. I cannot openly assist you. Wukong savored a cup of wine, closing his eyes in bliss. Another cup, please, another cup. I obliged, pouring him another serving. Take your time, it is all yours. During these years of confinement, I have come to understand that one must not blame others for their shortcomings. I, Sun Wukong, must bear the consequences of my own actions. As for the duration of my sentence, what does it matter? In essence, a single sleep will bring me to the day of my release. He chuckled lightly, appearing remarkably at ease. I gently patted his head. You are still Na'vi. You believe whatever others say. This time, let it be a lesson. That old Buddha claimed if I won, he would grant me the celestial palace, and if I lost, I would descend to the mortal realm. Who would have thought that his benevolent facade was a ruse? I was too careless, too careless. He pounded the ground in frustration, displaying his unwillingness to accept defeat. I chuckled softly. Well, here you are, confined to the mortal realm. Wukong sighed. Ah, do not mention it. They are but a group of false immortals. I offered him a peach and suggested that he seize the opportunity to enter seclusion for cultivation. As you mentioned, centuries can pass in the blink of an eye. He accepted the fruit and took a bite, looking somewhat glum. Now I am enduring this punishment. I wonder if my children can wait for my return. Will I still be able to see them? Do you think those peaches and celestial wine you possess are mere trivialities? Who consumes them without adding a few hundred years to their lifespan? Rest assured, with my protection over Flower Fruit Mountain, those demons dare not act recklessly. Sister XinXue, your great kindness leaves me at a loss for how to repay. Sun Wukong exclaimed, his hand clasping mine tightly, filled with gratitude. As long as I, Sun Wukong, live, I shall always remember your benevolence. We ought not to stand on ceremony, I said, handing him another miniature bag of the universe. This bag can contain all things. I have prepared many items for you. Although you do not require sustenance, I still wish for your well-being, so please take good care of it. Thank you. Thank you. Sun Wukong replied, bowing slightly. After bidding him farewell, I soared back into the heavens. The banquet in the 9 heavens continued, and as soon as NeZha saw me, he approached. How is that monkey faring? Quite poorly. Well, as long as he doesn't die, that's sufficient. NeZha reached out to pinch a few strands of monkey fur from my sleeve, his expression somewhat displeased. Did you embrace him? What? How else would I have so much monkey fur on me? I couldn't help but chuckle at his jealousy. He is lying on the ground. How could I have held him? A year in the heavens is but a day on earth. Is there not a possibility that he has endured the elements? Shedding fur in abundance? NeZha pressed his lips together, falling silent. Noticing his discomfort, I playfully poked his waist with my finger. He grasped my mischievous hand, saying, stop it. So many eyes are upon us. I relented when I saw a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth and glanced around, asking, do you wish to drink with them? After a few cups, their boasting grew tiresome. Let's not drink anymore. It has lost its charm. We leisurely strolled along the corridor of the Jade Pool, where men and women alike raised their cups in greeting upon seeing us. However, to my surprise, I spotted Xianxia in a corner, cradling the jade rabbit and quietly shedding tears. I quickly approached her, inquiring, what has happened? You seemed well just a moment ago during the dance. The jade rabbit replied first. It was Marshal Tianping who, after drinking, teased my sister. Is that so? I was taken aback. Marshal Tianping, who usually appeared so composed, engaged in such disgraceful behavior? Xianxia looked up at me with tear-filled eyes. With the high status of Marshal Tianping, who would believe a mere woman like me, having grown accustomed to Xianxia's cold demeanor? Seeing her in sorrow stirred an indescribable feeling within me. What drunkenness? That is merely an excuse. If he were truly intoxicated in the Jade Pool, why did he not tease the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother instead? Instead, he chose to target Xianxia. NeZha chuckled softly. There are ears everywhere. Be mindful of your words. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became, and I was just about to confront Tianping when NeZha grasped my wrist, cautioning, if you wish to confront him, you must present evidence. What if he denies it? NeZha spoke with reason. Just as I hesitated, he remarked that this situation was not unfamiliar. Summon the Inspector Ling Guan to catch him in the act. I think it is feasible. In Chapter 47, are you satisfied? Beneath the resplendent starry river. Amidst the ethereal mists of the Yochi fairyland, there stood a colossal peach platform intricately carved from white jade, dragon's gall and phoenix marrow. Exquisite nectar and jade dew surrounded it, with celestial music wafting through the air, cranes dancing in unison, and colorful ribbons fluttering, creating a scene of peace and grandeur. The intoxicated Tianping gazed fixedly at Chang'e, oblivious to the wine spilling onto himself, eliciting peals of laughter from the crowd. In my hand, the orange was being mercilessly torn apart, each segment thrown onto the table, bursting open. I glared in Tianping's direction, exclaiming, look at him. His drool is flowing. NeZha's expression was indescribable as he shook his head repeatedly. Below, Chang'e donned a flowing moon-white gown that swayed gently with her movements, resembling the softest moonlight descending upon the earth. After her dance, she gracefully retreated. Chang'e's beauty was captivating, her features akin to a painting, a distinguished celestial maiden in the heavenly court, exuding an ethereal grace that drew the attention of the surrounding deities. Seeing this, Tianping also rose to leave, humming an off-key tune, his clumsy and slightly comical steps causing the nearby gods to stifle their laughter. Look, Marshal Tianping is drunk again. Ha ha, he can hardly stand. He has left. I placed my wine cup on the table and waved at NeZha, indicating for him to follow Tianping. The Inspector Ling Guan in the crowd received my signal and followed suit. Marshal Tianping, please conduct yourself with decorum. When NeZha arrived, he found Tianping tugging at Chang'e's garment. Her delicate brows furrowed as she coldly reprimanded him, dodging left and right. Chang'e, the desolate palace of Guanghan is lonely. Allow me to keep you company. Upon saying this, Tianping unexpectedly lunged towards her. Stop. Before he could reach her, a fiery spear shot forth, aimed at Tianping. Startled, he stumbled and fell to the ground, the spear embedding itself between his knees, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Chang'e gasped and hid behind a pillar, observing the unfolding situation. Third Prince, what are you doing? NeZha soared forward, the spear aimed directly at Tianping, his brows furrowed. I must inquire what Marshal Tianping intends to do. Tianping, brushing the spear aside, rose with a sheepish grin. I was merely joking with Chang'e. Third Prince, consider it as if you saw nothing. Why do you not dare to make such a jest before the Queen Mother? Upon hearing this, Tianping's expression darkened as he glared at NeZha. Third Prince, we should keep our affairs separate. Why meddle in mine? Humph, I will certainly intervene. NeZha retorted coldly, slamming the fiery spear onto the ground. Come with me to meet the Jade Emperor. Do not force my hand. Upon hearing this, Tianping's face paled, and he pointed at NeZha. Everyone in the heavenly court knows about your matters with Princess XinXue. Now you dare to interfere with me? Today, pretend you saw nothing, or else. NeZha's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes gleaming like sharp blades as he surveyed the scene. Are you threatening me? Immediately, Tianping retracted his imposing demeanor. Threatening is hardly the term. This is merely a discussion, is it not? This matter is non-negotiable. If you possess the capability, present your evidence before the Jade Emperor. I shall await your arrival. Alongside the patrol spirit, I searched high and low for their whereabouts, only to discover they had made their way to the Moon Palace. Upon our arrival, we found Tianping embroiled in a heated argument with NeZha. After inquiring about the circumstances from Chang'e, the patrol spirit bellowed, audacious Tianping. How dare you defy the heavenly laws and refuse to accompany me to the Jade Emperor? It is a misunderstanding. All of this is a misunderstanding. At this sight, Tianping, somewhat sobered, hastily attempted to placate. Princess XinXue, it's all a misunderstanding. Please speak to the third prince and dissuade him from holding a grudge. I beckoned Tianping with a flick of my finger, prompting him to stagger forward. Before he could regain his footing, I sent him sprawling to the ground with a swift kick. Tianping, come now, enlighten me. What business do we have? I stepped closer, delivering a few more kicks. Have you grown so proud from a bit of drink that you've forgotten your place? Speak up. Princess XinXue, let us converse amicably. No need for violence. Tianping lay on the ground, shielding his face and pleading for mercy. Observing this, NeZha seized my arm, gesturing for the patrol spirit to escort Tianping to the Jade Emperor. After recounting the events, the Jade Emperor, consumed by fury, declared that Tianping was to be taken to the execution platform for public beheading. No. Surely this is excessive. Before I could voice my thoughts, the Star of Venus and others interceded on Tianping's behalf. What Taibai says holds merit. considering this is Tianping's first offense. I implore the Jade Emperor to show leniency. My thoughts, however, were solely focused on preserving Tianping's life rather than imposing discipline. The Jade Emperor's wrath was palpable. With a single strike, he sent tea and water spilling across the table. He audaciously defies the heavenly edicts, even obstructing others in the Moon Palace. A severe punishment is warranted to serve as a warning to those celestial beings who dare breach the heavenly conduct. I cast a complex gaze towards the enraged Jade Emperor, sensing an implication aimed at me. Turning to NeZha, I noted his arms crossed, seemingly unperturbed. Jade Emperor, Tianping, the valiant guardian of the heavenly river, has served diligently. I beseech you to spare his life. Considering his past valor, Tai Bai implored once more, eloquently presenting a multitude of arguments. Ultimately, the decree was softened to 200 strokes of the cane, stripping him of his celestial status and relegating him to the mortal realm. Though Tianping has erred, his punishment is excessive. A lesson would suffice. Stripping him of his celestial status seems far too harsh. Xianxue, come forth. The Queen Mother beckoned as I contemplated interceding. Approaching her, she recounted the details of the situation. A swirl of emotions enveloped me as I responded. Tianping has long served the heavenly court. Losing such a capable general seems an unwise decision. The Jade Emperor's resolution was evidently firm, and further persuasion would be futile. We must all maintain a semblance of dignity. Noticing my despondent demeanor, NeZha turned to me and asked, "Do you regret this?" "It is not that," I replied, ensuring our conversation remained private as I recounted to NeZha the information shared by the Queen Mother. The 500 arhats of the Western Paradise sound imposing. Yet it is likely that only the 18 arhats are truly formidable. Additionally, there are another 18 bodhisattvas and 20 revered Buddhas, suggesting that the Western Paradise is rather sparse in numbers. Since they cunningly recruited Sun Wukong for their own purposes, it stands to reason that they would not overlook any talent, which explains the incident involving Tianping's flirtation with Xianxia, an act intended to infiltrate their ranks and cause them trouble. However, is this not somewhat unfair to Tianping? NeZha, unfazed by the situation, encouraged me to reconsider, suggesting that Tianping's actions would allow him to revel in the human realm for several centuries as a form of exchange. He would be more than willing to embrace this. I raised my gaze toward NeZha, pondering how I could feel so unsettled about offering a few individuals to the Western Paradise. NeZha chuckled lightly and remarked that the Western Paradise only receives criminals from the heavenly court, which should be gratifying. Upon hearing this, I placed my hands on my hips, took a deep breath, and exclaimed, "Indeed, that is gratifying." Chapter 48. The Cloud Tower has deployed its forces. As the days passed, everything continued in an orderly fashion. The roll calls were conducted, and those who slacked off did so without concern. Following the upheaval caused by Sun Wukong in the Heavenly Palace, the others seemed to disregard all matters. The 4 heavenly kings took turns guarding the southern heavenly gate, spending their free time drinking and playing cards, leading to a rather carefree existence. However, there was always one person missing, necessitating a 5th to complete the group. Thus, there was always a seat for me when I arrived. The jade tiles in my hand clinked melodiously as I, along with Imo Lihai, Imo Lisho, and Imo Lihong, gathered around a table. "Dharma King of Great Hearing," I remarked, noticing the multitude of beads on your primordial umbrella. "Should I win this round? I would like to borrow your umbrella for a couple of days." As I spoke, I neatly arranged the jade tiles in my grasp. Imo Lihong burst into laughter, exclaiming, "That is agreeable. If I win, Miss Xian will lend me your Excalibur for a few days." I casually discarded a 5 tile. Imo Lihai rubbed his hands over his tiles, exuding confidence as he chuckled. "What would a young lady want with my brother's umbrella? If you win, I shall let you play with my jade pipa. You can give it to me, but I wouldn't know how to play." I replied, "It would be better to let me play with the spirit serpent of the King of Broad Vision for a couple of days." Upon hearing this, Imo Lisho quickly refused. "That won't do. My spirit serpent has developed a fear of you. It holds grudges." "How many years has it been? Is it still holding on to that?" I inquired, placing a tile on the table, glancing at the spirit serpent coiled in Imo Lisho's arm. "I won." Imo Lihong laughed heartily, knocking over the tiles before him. It even reported to the underworld back then. If it weren't for the 4th being summoned to the heavenly court, it wouldn't he know how many reincarnations it has gone through. I wonder how this Excalibur compares to my elder brother's Qifeng sword? Imo Lihong grinned and extended his hand toward me. At that moment, I removed the hairpin from my hair and handed it to him, transforming it into an Excalibur. "Let us go again. Let us go again." Imo Lisho protested, pushing his tiles away with a hint of defiance. "I refuse to believe you will win every time." Imo Lihong chuckled. "Ah, 4th brother, who can you blame for your poor luck? The Cloud Tower has deployed its forces." Someone shouted at the entrance, startling the heavenly soldiers. "Enough of this! Enough of this!" Upon hearing a commotion, I immediately rose and turned my gaze towards the direction of the six heavens. Indeed, I spotted Li Jing and NeZha leading the heavenly soldiers of Yunlu towards the southern heavenly gate. Do not leave. This is insufficient manpower. Just grab anyone to make up the numbers. We can play later when I return. I heard the voice of Imo Lisho as I hastened my pursuit towards the southern heavenly gate. Why are you here? NeZha turned to me upon noticing my presence. You and King Li have both mobilized. Are you intending to subdue the formidable demon there? My face lit up with excitement. NeZha's expression took on a peculiar tone as he responded. Messengers from the west reported that a golden-nosed, white-haired rat has stolen the fragrant flower candles of the Buddha and, having gained some prowess, has proclaimed itself a half-guanine, taking refuge in the territory of the heavenly court. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. Is the West's guanine so trivial? A mere rat spirit claims to be guanine? How impressive can it be? Its prowess is uncertain. Yet the Buddha's fragrant flower candles are no ordinary items. They have allowed a rat to attain spiritual sentience. It has strayed from the Ling Mountain, prompting the Jade Emperor to command us to capture this rat spirit. Soon, Li Jing utilized the demon illuminating mirror to track the rat spirit's whereabouts, which had transformed back into its original form, hiding within the crevices of a great mountain. Old wretch, come forth and accept your fate, NeZha declared as he unleashed the Qian circle, shattering the mountaintop into rubble. A white-haired rat emerged from the debris, transforming into a human form. She appeared no older than 7 or 8, her eyes wide with panic, crouching before a massive stone, cradling her head and weeping. I know I was wrong. Please do not kill me. Still calling yourself Guanyin? With such limited abilities? NeZha scoffed, retracting the Qian circle, which then morphed into a golden bracelet upon his wrist. He immediately commanded the nearby celestial soldiers to bind her. As one of the heavenly soldiers approached with ropes, the rat spirit exhaled a cloud of white mist, causing everyone to cough vehemently, their vision obscured by the fog. Standing beside NeZha, I waved my hand through the mist when suddenly he grasped my wrist, and the wind and fire wheels lifted us above the smoke. The rat spirit, though young, was cunning. I observed the scene below. If she remained in human form, we could search for her, but if she transformed into a rat, so diminutive in size, she would be exceedingly difficult to locate. Once the mist dissipated, the rat spirit had vanished. Li Jing had no choice but to once again employ the demon illuminating mirror, which confirmed my suspicions. She had reverted to her rat form, hiding within the mountain's crevices. I noticed NeZha preparing to strike and immediately intervened. If she keeps hiding, can you demolish the entire mountain? Upon hearing this, NeZha's mixed heaven silk snaked forth like a spirit serpent, tracing her path. In no time, he forced the rat spirit out from her narrow hiding place, and the celestial soldiers surged forward. However, to our astonishment, the rat spirit instantaneously expanded to 100 times her size, baring her teeth and sending the heavenly soldiers into disarray. Old wretch, do you not surrender? NeZha bellowed, his form vanishing as he transformed into a streak of red light. Swiftly closing in on the rat spirit, his fiery spear aimed directly at her vital points. The rat spirit, unwilling to yield, fragmented her form into countless shadowy figures, attempting to bewilder NeZha with sheer numbers. NeZha, with his cold gaze and a slight smile, summoned his will, and the wind and fire wheels began to whirl rapidly. His figure transformed into numerous afterimages, effortlessly weaving through the shadows. Each confrontation was executed with unparalleled precision, shattering the illusions of the rat spirit one by one. Sensing the precariousness of her situation, the rat spirit shrank in size, becoming exceptionally nimble, cunningly darting across the battlefield like a specter in the night, attempting to escape through speed and trickery. Underestimating his opponent, NeZha scoffed lightly, his eyes ablaze with determination, wielding the fire-tipped spear, its tip radiating a searing brilliance. Each swing was accompanied by a thunderous roar, as if capable of rending the very fabric of space. Heavenly soldiers rallied to assist, some wielding swords in fierce strikes, others drawing bows to launch arrows, working in perfect harmony with NeZha to form an impenetrable web, sealing off every possible escape route for the rat spirit. Exhausted and in disarray, she transformed into a pitiful 7 or 8-year-old girl, sprawled helplessly on the ground. I was driven by hunger to steal that fragrant candle. Aren't you deities supposed to be compassionate? Why won't you spare me? Tears streamed down her dirt-streaked face, leaving 2 trails as she sobbed, utterly forlorn. What is it that cannot be consumed? You specifically chose to devour the candles that enhance one's cultivation. You truly have no other choice, NeZha retorted with a cold smile, the fire-tipped spear suddenly accelerating into a brilliant flash of flame. At that critical moment, Li Jing's sword flew from his hand, causing NeZha's spear to veer off course. What are you doing? NeZha exclaimed, furious at the interruption. The Jade Emperor merely commanded us to capture her. He did not decree an execution, Li Jing said, waving his hand, prompting nearby heavenly soldiers to securely bind the rat spirit. The The Buddhist teachings advocate compassion and do not promote killing. The reason for seeking aid from the heavenly court was to use another's hand to eliminate her, was it not? When did King Li become so benevolent? I firmly grasped NeZha, who was ready to erupt in anger, and turned to Li Jing. Li Jing sighed as he gazed at the rat spirit. Seeing her age akin to Zhang Ying's stirs my compassion. Bah! How dare you compare that wretched creature to my sister? Chapter 49. Another day of unwelcome tasks. NeZha, seething with indignation, cast a disdainful glance before soaring away on his wind and fire wheels. I hurriedly pursued him, but the speed of the wheels was unparalleled. Just as I was about to concede, NeZha unexpectedly slowed his pace to wait for me. I chuckled softly and quickly caught up. Li Jing does have a point. The Jade Emperor has not issued a command for her execution, so it would indeed be inappropriate to take action. I simply cannot bear to see him defend that wretched creature. NeZha exclaimed, still irate. I tugged at the mystic ribbon at his waist, reminding him that his blindness to reason was not a recent affliction. Why engage in this quarrel with him? It's maddening to work with him every day. Enough. It's not worth it to argue with him. I linked my arm with NeZha's and said, there's a game of cards with Li Show. We're one player short. Let's go. But it's not even time for the court to disperse. NeZha lamented, both vexed and resigned. In the realm of celestial beings, the divine master of the three altars and the commander of the three armies exuded an air of grandeur, yet their duties were burdensome and incessant. Frustrated and increasingly irritable, NeZha resolved to remain seated upon a cloud, refusing to move any further. Alas, another inconsequential day. I chuckled lightly, taking a seat beside him, resting my head on his shoulder. Why not request a brief leave from the Jade Emperor? We could venture to the Guanjingku to indulge in some wine with Erlang. Such a notion was not unfeasible. The Jade Emperor, seated regally on his throne within the celestial hall, donned in his majestic dragon robe, emanated an aura of authority that was beyond reproach. His piercing gaze scrutinized the mouse spirit, who was being escorted by celestial soldiers, despite the enchanting celestial music surrounding them. The atmosphere was thick with tension. How audacious! The Jade Emperor's voice reverberated through the hall, each word resonating like a hammer upon the hearts of the assembled immortals. This demon dares to trespass into the Buddhist realm to steal sacred artifacts and has ignited great calamity upon the holy mountain. According to celestial law, the penalty is death. Your Majesty, please spare me. I merely knocked over the candle by accident. The mouse spirit wailed, her cries echoing with desperation, even evoking pity from the many deities present. At that moment, Li Jing's expression was a complex tapestry of calmness and turmoil. He glanced at the restrained mouse spirit, and despite her bindings, he perceived the flicker of pleading and despair in her eyes, reminiscent of his own daughter in her youthful days. His heart softened, and he boldly stepped forward. Your Majesty, I humbly beseech you to consider my words. Li Jing bowed respectfully, his voice steady and authoritative. Though this creature has committed a grave transgression, her appearance suggests youth and naivety, perhaps indicative of inexperience in the ways of the world. Moreover, all beings possess a spark of spirituality, if guided properly. She may yet abandon her wicked ways and contribute positively to society. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of Li Jing's words as his gaze shifted between the two. Indeed, your counsel bears merit, he acknowledged, since she has attained a human form. It signifies a connection to the divine. The Buddhist teachings advocate compassion. Thus, should not the heavenly court embody the same benevolence? Let us grant her a reprieve. Taibai Jingxing also rose to speak, subtly suggesting that the Buddhist doctrine of mercy should not be overshadowed by the heavenly court's actions against the wrongdoer. Your Majesty, there is truth in the words of the heavenly king, the Jade Emperor slowly conceded, revealing a hint of compromise in his tone. Yet, the laws of heaven must not be disregarded. Nonetheless, in recognition of your heartfelt plea, I shall extend mercy, sparing her from execution. Upon hearing this, the mouse spirit rejoiced, expressing her gratitude with fervent bows before the Jade Emperor and then Li Jing. Thank you, Heavenly King, for saving my life. If you do not mind, I would like to adopt you as my father, dedicating my existence to your service. Seeing her tearful and grateful demeanor, Li Jing felt his heart soften further. Then I shall accept you as my adopted daughter. Engage in your cultivation diligently and refrain from further misdeeds. Father's teaching shall be etched in my heart. The mouse spirit replied obediently, bowing once more. The Jade Emperor, witnessing this exchange, added, however, while the death penalty may be averted, you shall not escape punishment. I decree that you descend to the mortal realm and be conferred the title of Lady of the Earth Springs, to endure mortal tribulations and cultivate your spirit. Observing the results thereafter. Upon hearing this decree, Li Jing felt a surge of joy and promptly bowed in gratitude. Your Majesty is most wise. I express my deepest thanks on behalf of this demon for your magnanimity. Beside them, NeZha let out a cold snort, forcefully casting his fiery spear onto the ground. causing the hearts of those present to skip a beat. Tai Bai Jinxing chuckled lightly and stepped forward, offering his congratulations to the third prince on acquiring a new obedient sister. NeZha, displeased, shot a glance at him and retorted, "Would you like to take this sister for yourself?" Caught off guard by NeZha's words, Tai Bai Jinxing could only retreat to his original position, silenced. "Your Majesty, I have a matter to report." "Speak, third prince." The prince continued. "I sustained a minor injury while capturing that rat spirit and would like to request a 2-day leave for recuperation." The Jade Emperor regarded NeZha with a touch of exasperation. This was not a matter for discussion, but rather an announcement. Though maintaining a composed face, the Jade Emperor internally lamented, yet he acquiesced, saying, "Very well. I grant you leave." "Thank you, Your Majesty." NeZha bowed respectfully and disregarded the gazes of the crowd as he exited the Lingxiao Palace. Outside, I was engaged in conversation with Gao Yuqian, who was seated upon a golden leopard, when I noticed NeZha emerging. I immediately approached him and, seeing his displeased expression, inquired, "Did the Jade Emperor grant your leave?" "Yes, but why do I look so unhappy?" We walked side by side down the steps. NeZha sighed and replied, "Don't even mention it. That old man has accepted the rat spirit as his daughter, and the Jade Emperor has conferred upon her the title of Earthly Lady, allowing her to receive incense offerings from the mortal realm. The more I think about it, the angrier I become." I reached out to poke the edge of the magical silk, attempting to pull it out, yet it seemed to playfully elude me, making it impossible to grasp its edges. "Ah, it seems to be spirited today." I glared at it, threatening with my gaze, "If you don't come out soon, I shall have you fashioned into garments." Indeed. Under the pressure of my glare, the magical silk unwound itself from NeZha's waist, promptly surrounding me in a warm embrace, its intentions to please unmistakable. Contentment washed over me as I smiled and patted NeZha on the shoulder, saying, "Enough of this anger. It is unworthy to be upset over such trivial matters. Since the Jade Emperor has granted your request, let us seek out Erlang." "All right." NeZha agreed, swiftly carrying me toward the direction of Guanjinku. Miss Xian and the third prince have arrived. The celestial hound, Xiaotian, spotted us from outside the courtyard and immediately approached. "Is the master at home?" "Yes. The master is in the house," Xiaotian responded, leading us into the courtyard, where we found Yang Jian engaged in a game of chess against another version of himself. "Erlang, it has been quite some time. Have you missed your sister?" Upon hearing my voice, Yang Jian turned to look at us. His expression a mix of complexity as he replied, "What brings you here again? Is my brother not welcoming us?" NeZha raised an eyebrow, teasingly inquiring, before leisurely taking a seat across from him. Yang Jian chuckled lightly, his gaze shifting toward me. I was referring to her. He gestured for NeZha to take the white pieces and join him in the game. I approached his side, feigning displeasure as I remarked, "You ungrateful little brother. Have we not been apart for over a century? I have thought of you daily, yet you seem to resent my presence upon my arrival." Pouting, I kicked the toe of my shoe against his foot a few times. For many years, he has grown accustomed to my little gestures, paying them no heed whatsoever. Yang Jian lifted his gaze to me, his eyes filled with skepticism. "To me, it has been over a century, yet to you, it is merely a span of 3 months. You have acted your part." Subsequently, Yang Jian turned his attention to NeZha across from him, inquiring, "What are you doing standing there, holding your peace?" NeZha shrugged, raising an eyebrow. "Second brother, do I look like someone who plays chess?" Yang Jian was momentarily at a loss for words. While NeZha truly excelled in combat, he indeed was not adept at chess, a fact I had overlooked. He glanced at us both, shook his head in resignation, and remarked, "How fortunate I am to have met both of you." He then rose, waving his sleeve. "Let us go. Today, I shall treat you both. Let us indulge in a few cups." "Sounds great," I replied. Yang Jian took the lead, stepping through the winding corridor, guiding NeZha and me into a charming pavilion hidden amidst the sea of clouds. Outside, mist swirled, resembling a realm of immortals. Inside, however, a warm and elegant scene unfolded, with flickering candlelight illuminating the ancient scrolls adorning the walls, each seemingly narrating a tale of yore. This place, known as Yuning Pavilion, serves as my sanctuary for contemplation and enlightenment, a locale that has seen no visitors other than you two, Yang Jian mentioned as he personally poured 3 cups of wine. The liquid clear and fragrant, undoubtedly of exceptional quality. NeZha lifted his cup, giving it a gentle swirl, and chuckled, "Second brother, this wine must have been aged for many years, right? I shall savor it." With that, he downed it in one gulp, then closed his eyes to relish the taste, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is exquisite wine, smooth upon entry, with a lingering aftertaste that refreshes the spirit." I stifled a light laugh beside him, raising my own cup to take a delicate sip, feeling the wine glide over my tongue, a warm current surging within me. This was not merely a cup of wine. It was a testament to the profound bond we shared and the memories of the years gone by. Reflecting on it, the last time the three of us gathered like this was before that great battle. It had been quite a while since we enjoyed each other's company in this manner. I sighed softly, my gaze drifting out the window toward the vast sea of clouds, my thoughts wandering far away. In the days of the campaign against Zhou, the three of us often drank together, occasionally joined by others, reveling in joy. However, after the fall of the Shang dynasty and the return of the gods to their respective places, it felt as though I had awoken from a long slumber. Only to find 3 years had passed. In the mortal realm, it had been over a millennium. Many past events are now but vague memories, and I find it difficult to recount them. Yang Jian, upon hearing this, displayed a glint of nostalgia in his eyes. Indeed, back then, we fought side by side, fearless and undaunted. Yet now, we are each consumed by our own affairs, meeting less frequently. NeZha wrapped an arm around Yang Jian's shoulders, laughing heartily. Second brother, let the past remain in the past. What matters is the present and the future. There is no greater fortune in life than being able to gather like this. As the wine flowed, our conversation gradually shifted from reminiscences of yesteryear to the current situation. NeZha spoke of recent events in the heavenly court, while Yang Jian listened quietly, occasionally nodding in agreement or falling into deep contemplation. Come, let us raise a toast to our friendship, I proclaimed, lifting my cup and offering it before the two of them. NeZha and Yang Jian exchanged knowing smiles, subsequently raising their wine cups, which gently clinked together in the air, producing a melodious sound. At that very moment, a splendid display of fireworks erupted outside the window, adorning the night sky like a poetic masterpiece. I could not help but glance sideways, observing the vibrant lights of the mortal realm, bustling with life, as the fireworks pierced through layers of clouds, illuminating the heavens with their most resplendent brilliance. Is there a festival of sorts? Why is it so lively? I inquired curiously. Upon hearing my words, Yang Jian and NeZha turned their gazes towards the window as well. Yang Jian took a delicate sip from his cup and replied nonchalantly, "It is merely a wealthy merchant from Guanjinku, known for his benevolence, who is marrying off his daughter." This news has long spread throughout Guanjinku, capturing everyone's attention. Captivated by the scene, I rose and approached the window, focusing intently on the jubilant spectacle. Such a joyous occasion, I too wished to partake in the merriment. Yang Jian laughed heartily in response. "Indeed, since you two have made this rare visit, I shall take you to enjoy the wedding feast tomorrow." A thought crossed my mind, and I teased, "To have you, the illustrious Erlangchen, deign to attend, that merchant must surely be extraordinary." Yang Jian nodded slightly and elaborated. "He is indeed a man of 3 generations of virtuous deeds, resulting in a harmonious family and a loving couple, frequently engaging in charitable acts for the people. In celebration of his daughter's wedding, he adorned Guanjinku with decorations 3 days in advance and extended invitations to a multitude of guests to join in the festivities." I expressed my admiration. What a grand gesture, truly befitting one of immense wealth. In that case, I shall prepare a few talismans for peace as a modest gift to convey my best wishes. The atmosphere in Guanjinku was jubilant, with every establishment reserved for the occasion, welcoming individuals of all ages to partake in the joy, and the three of us headed directly to the Liu estate. Guests continued to arrive in a steady stream, and numerous maids and servants at the entrance of the Liu estate greeted them, meticulously recording the gifts. Yet, despite the joyous occasion, the three of us felt a heaviness in the air above the Liu estate, a palpable sense of resentment. We exchanged glances, each harboring doubts. This thick aura of resentment was incongruous with the surrounding celebratory atmosphere, as if concealing an undisclosed secret. Yang Jian furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, "It appears that this matter is not as simple as it seems." Before he could finish his thought, he subtly activated his heavenly eye, peering deeper into the Liu estate in an attempt to uncover the source of the resentment. "What do you see?" I asked. He observed a chamber where the oppressive resentment lingered, likely entangled with the Miss Liu in some karmic affair. I quietly retrieved several meticulously crafted peace talismans from my sleeve, silently reciting incantations, hoping to bestow a measure of tranquility upon the newlyweds about to embark on their marital journey. The talismans emitted a faint golden glow, seemingly capable of dispelling the surrounding gloom, yet that malevolent aura clung stubbornly, as if it possessed a life of its own. How persistent it is. While it may be resentment, I have no intention of resorting to violence. Just as we were engulfed in confusion, a middle-aged steward clad in splendid attire hurriedly approached, a smile gracing his face. "Are you 3 esteemed guests from the Yang estate?" Chapter 51. A touch of malice. Yang Jian nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed. We have just come from the Yang residence." The steward, with a series of ingratiating smiles, guided us further inside, apologizing for the lack of a proper welcome, expressing his contrition. As I walked alongside NeZha, the festive atmosphere surrounding us lifted my spirits. Look how well we are received, I remarked. NeZha glanced at me with a light chuckle. Consider this. We are at Guanjinku. How many families bear the surname Yang? Is it any wonder they are popular? True enough, I replied, and shortly thereafter, we entered the grand hall, where jubilance reigned. Here come the newlyweds, someone exclaimed, as the couple, adorned in red silk, made their entrance into the hall. The guests erupted in applause, yet we observed the couple, entwined with an aura of resentment. And the smiles on our faces turned into something more contemplative. The groom stumbled over something unseen, nearly losing his balance, but NeZha swiftly caught his arm, preventing any embarrassment. With a gentle smile, NeZha patted him on the shoulder, and the lingering resentment dissipated entirely. I exhaled softly, and the bride's aura of discontent vanished as well. Regardless of the circumstances, today was a day of joy, and it was imperative they completed their vows without incident. As the resentment faded, the atmosphere in the hall returned to one of harmony and festivity. The guests remained blissfully unaware of the subtle shift that had just occurred, immersed in waves of laughter and well-wishes. NeZha and I exchanged knowing glances and continued to blend in as guests at this grand celebration. While I wore a smile, my mind was occupied with thoughts of the peculiar resentment. Its origins seemed to hold deeper secrets. Yet today was not the day for revelations. As deities, our foremost duty was to ensure tranquility among mortals, safeguarding this rare moment of celebration from any malevolent forces. The wedding proceeded without a hitch and amidst the witnesses. The couple performed the 3 bows and 9 kowtows, joining in matrimony. Their faces radiated with happiness, as if all past shadows had been swept away. Yet, a sense of unease lingered in my heart. I felt the resentment had not entirely vanished, but was merely suppressed for the time being. During the banquet, I excused myself from my seat and discreetly sought out NeZha to share my concerns. NeZha, do you not find this resentment rather unusual? It seems far from ordinary. NeZha furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, I share your sentiments. However, today is a momentous occasion for them, and we should not interfere unduly. Nevertheless, we can conduct our inquiries discreetly to uncover the source of this resentment and its connection to the newlyweds. I nodded in agreement, already formulating a plan. After the banquet concluded, we departed with the other guests. As we left, I secretly inscribed a talisman to monitor the movements of that lingering resentment, ensuring we would be alerted to any disturbances. As the 3 of us walked along the long street of the town, an insidious undercurrent of resentment hung in the air. What kind of fiend dares to stir trouble here? I exclaimed. Erling, they clearly do not regard you at all. I glanced at Yang Jian beside me, arching an eyebrow in a provocative manner. Since you enjoy the commotion so much, why not go and indulge in it? I remarked. Yang Jian cast a fleeting glance at me, responding nonchalantly before striding away, turning my attention to NeZha, who was stifling a laugh. I reached out to poke at his waist, inquiring, what is so amusing? He deftly removed my meddling hand, chuckling, after all these years. Do you think you can rouse him? Sighing, I expressed my desire not to leave him out of the festivities, hoping to alleviate his perpetual gloom. I waved my hand dismissively and followed the source of the lingering resentment. Together, we journeyed to the mountainside outside the city. Gazing down at the swirling malevolence beneath the cliff, as we leaned over the edge, we discovered a weathered corpse, evidently long deceased, yet strangely devoid of any wandering spirits. This peculiarity intrigued us. Having thoroughly searched the entire Guanjinku, we found no traces of the owner of this resentment. Surely, as seasoned immortals, we could not be incapable of locating a mere specter. Could it be that someone of great prowess was aiding us from behind the scenes? We ascended to the sky from the mountainside, gazing down at Guanjinku with confusion. NeZha pondered for a moment, suggesting perhaps the soul has already returned to the underworld, and the malice is merely a remnant of its past obsessions. Just as I was mulling over his words, I spotted a familiar figure below, a small child in a mask, radiant in fiery hues. I pointed excitedly, look, isn't that Jing? NeZha squinted in the direction of my gaze, frowning. When I went to court, she was still asleep in the cloud tower. How is it that she appears just as we arrive? Let us go see, NeZha declared, and we stealthily followed her path, only to see her enter the Lu residence, the very place hosting a celebration that day. Concealing ourselves, we trailed behind Li Zhongying, who made her way through the corridor directly to the newlywed Miss Lu's chamber. I exchanged a bewildered glance with NeZha, who appeared equally perplexed by her actions. I watched as Li Zhongying opened a pocket, from which a plume of black smoke surged forth, heading straight into the newlywed's room. So this is why we couldn't find the source. It was her all along. NeZha and I remained hidden, observing as Li Zhongying leisurely sat on the steps, contentedly munching on some dried meat. Wait, dried meat. I recalled her earlier description of the crispy yet tender monstrosity, and I felt a wave of nausea wash over me, my right hand clutching NeZha's shoulder as I began to retch. Concerned, he quickly steadied me, asking, You were fine just a moment ago. What's wrong? Burying my face against his chest, I inhaled the fragrance of lotus, which helped quell my discomfort. Oh, how I loathe her. Look at what she is eating. I lamented. NeZha glanced up, a light laugh escaping his lips. Well, it certainly is a ghastly delicacy. How dreadful. I retorted. I retaliated by directly pinching the man at his waist. He let out a hiss and immediately begged for mercy, grabbing my hand. I was wrong. Please stop. It hurts terribly. After about a quarter of an hour, the dark smoke finally drifted out of the newlyweds' residence, only to swiftly re-enter the pocket of Li Jiniying. What could have provoked these two? Yet, to cause such a scene on someone's wedding night does seem rather unkind. Let us observe further. Upon seeing Li Jiniying depart, we followed suit, and it was only when she exited the Lu residence that I caught up with her, placing my hand on her shoulder and inquiring, Xiao Jiniying, what are you doing? Chapter 52. Li Jiniying, do not force me to strike you. Upon hearing my voice, Li Jiniying immediately turned around, her tone cheerful. Sister XinXue. Third brother. NeZha looked on with disdain. Whose little girl is this? Utterly hideous. Li Jiniying swiftly removed her ghostly mask, laughing heartily. But I am your most adorable little sister. What a coincidence that you are here too. NeZha, arms crossed, glared at her with displeasure. I must ask. What are you doing here? Seeing his expression, Li Jiniying stepped forward and tugged at his sleeve, adopting a flattering demeanor. Oh, third brother. You needn't be as stern as father. It frightens me. I crouched down, playfully rubbing the sides of NeZha's waist. Your third brother has accumulated many grudges while vanquishing demons. He merely fears that enemies might abduct you for revenge. Li Jiniying giggled incessantly. I'm not afraid, not afraid. Old 7 and Old 8 are nearby gathering souls. NeZha flicked her forehead. When did you arrive? Does mother know? Li Jiniying nodded repeatedly. I told her I was going to find uncle, and she accompanied me here. She is currently speaking with uncle in the underworld. By the way, Sister XinXue, last time I promised to bring you some delicacies, I saw her reach for the pouch at her waist, but her expression suddenly soured. With a swift motion, she dove into NeZha's chest, sobbing. So annoying. Aren't you going to do something? NeZha wrapped an arm around my waist, gazing intently at the giggling Li Jiniying. His tone turning serious, Li Jiniying, discard that absurdity immediately, or I shall be compelled to strike you. Li Jiniying remained undeterred, still looking up with a smile. Third brother. It's quite crunchy and delicious. Why don't you try some? Do you truly believe I have a temper that is so forgiving? Before NeZha could take action, Li Jiniying dashed away, calling out, Old 7, Old 8, come save me. Old 7, Old 8. In the blink of an eye, two figures appeared before Li Jiniying. The black and white impermanence of the underworld. They sighed in relief upon seeing her unharmed. Who dared to provoke the black impermanence while the soul-reaping instrument clattered in their hands? Before he could finish his threat, he spotted NeZha standing before them, and silence fell. Third Prince, it was my oversight. I apologize. Immediately, the black and white impermanence began to retreat, and upon seeing this, Li Jiniying was startled and hastily pursued them, exclaiming, I asked you two to help me. Why are you running faster than I am? Princess 4, it is not our place to intervene in your family matters. Our apologies. I looked up at NeZha. What now? Shall we pursue them? One must inquire why she takes pleasure in tormenting mortals. After NeZha voiced this concern, he promptly led me to the underworld of Huangquan. Following his demise, Huang Fei, whose soul was inscribed in the Investiture of the gods, being elevated to the status of the Eastern Mount Tai's Tianqi Renqing Emperor, who oversees the fortunes and misfortunes of the mortal realm and governs the 18 layers of the infernal realm. The spectral officials, unfamiliar with NeZha, nevertheless recognized the legendary wind fire wheels, which blazed fiercely, illuminating the shadowy depths of the underworld. As I beheld the tortures of the 18 hells and the harrowing cries for mercy, a sense of oppressive despair enveloped me, prompting me to press my face tightly against NeZha's chest, seeking solace in the fragrance of lotus. I shall take you away, NeZha declared, noticing my distress, and was ready to turn back. It would be in vain to come here, I replied, transforming into a wisp of smoke that entwined around his waist, slipping into the collar of his garment. Now this is splendid. NeZha gently patted his chest, and soon returned to his realm. Ah, my dear nephew has arrived. What a rare visitor, Huang Fei exclaimed, personally coming forth to greet us. The malevolent spirits on the reincarnation platform were exceedingly curious about NeZha's identity, as it was unusual for the Eastern Emperor to personally welcome someone. One of the spectral officials lashed out, barking, What are you staring at? Line up properly. Observing the disturbance, the black and white impermanence approached, with the former delivering a swift kick to the back of the offending official. Today, we have esteemed guests. Silence, everyone. Anyone who causes trouble will be thrown into the boiling oil. The official, bowing profusely, asked, Lord 8, who is this esteemed guest that warrants such a grand welcome? Surely, their status is extraordinary. Is that not self-evident? Do you not see the wheels upon his feet? Those are the wind-fire wheels, a rarity in all 6 realms, possessed solely by the 3rd Prince of Heaven. The official chuckled foolishly, gazing toward NeZha. I am indeed fortunate to witness this divine being. Upon witnessing this, the Black Impermanence delivered another kick, admonishing, stop your foolishness and get back to work. He gestured towards the line of malevolent spirits awaiting punishment. Should any of you dare to howl and disturb our honored guest, I shall have your tongues cut out, depriving you of the chance to reincarnate. With that, the infernal realm fell into a profound silence, the only sounds being the bubbling of the boiling oil and the mechanisms of torture. Typically, it is Su Ji and Xianxia who come to visit me, but this is your first appearance, Huang Feihu chuckled, signaling for a spectral official to bring tea. My duties keep me exceedingly busy. Moreover, Xianxia often comes to keep you company. My presence or absence makes little difference. Ah, what a thing to say. You are you, and she is she. How can they be the same? Nevertheless, your visit brings me great joy. I am here to find Xianxia. Where is she? You mischievous child, can you not utter a few kind words to lift my spirits? NeZha glanced at Huang Feihu and shrugged. Flattery is not my forte. Huang Feihu grumbled and instructed the official to locate Li Xianxia. Before long, Xianxia, adorned with a mask of malevolent spirits, bounced over. Upon seeing NeZha, she darted to Huang Feihu's side, quickly using his ample sleeves to cover herself, revealing only her pair of eyes. Uncle, save me. 3rd brother wants to hit me. NeZha couldn't help but cast an exasperated glance at her, questioning why she would provoke him. Huang Feihu embraced Li Xianxia tightly, looking earnestly at NeZha as he spoke. NeZha, Xianxia is like a sister to you. Even if she makes mistakes, you should speak to her kindly. She's not a boy. You shouldn't casually threaten her. In Huang Feihu's arms, Li Xianxia made a face at NeZha. NeZha pointed at Li Xianxia and said, Uncle, do you not think she deserves a good scolding? Children can be a bit mischievous. It's natural. As an older brother, you should be more tolerant, he continued, rambling on. Goodness. How had he become more loquacious than the Silver Star after all these years? I, entangled in NeZha's collar, inquired. NeZha gently brushed the collar with his fingers, signaling me to remain silent, so I lay quietly once more. NeZha turned his gaze to Li Xianxia and asked, Xianxia, tell me, how did Miss Lu provoke you to the point of sending a malevolent spirit to torment her? Chapter 53. 3rd brother, don't speak nonsense. Huang Feihu's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he looked sternly at Li Xianxia, his tone becoming serious. Is it true, as your 3rd brother claims, that you frightened a mortal with a malevolent spirit? Li Xianxia jumped out of his embrace, hands on her hips, glaring at NeZha as she vehemently denied the accusation. Don't say such things. I never tormented any mortals. Leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed, NeZha shot a glance at the indignant Li Xianxia and said, Then please clarify the situation. Li Xianxia unfastened a pouch from her waist, and a wisp of black smoke billowed forth, coalescing into the figure of a female ghost. She pointed at the ghost and said, Let her explain. She provides more detail. The ghost, having encountered the great emperor and several immortals, knelt before everyone and introduced herself. I am Wang Tsue, a woman once married to Wang Hai. For 4 years, we lived harmoniously, though not in wealth. However, a year ago, while gathering herbs on the mountain, he pushed me off a cliff. I thought I had misjudged the situation, but after waiting in vain for him to retrieve my body, I returned home only to find him scheming with my mother-in-law to approach Miss Lu. It was then I realized he had intentionally plotted my demise. Despite the child I bore him, how could he be so heartless? Wang Tsue spoke, her voice trembling with tears as she covered her face in anguish. It turned out he despised me for not bearing children after 4 years of marriage. After seeing the beautiful and wealthy Miss Lu at the temple, he devised this cruel method to end my life. He spent all his savings to bribe ruffians in town to pose as bandits, staging a heroic rescue to win Miss Lu's affections while feigning deep sorrow for my supposed illness. Miss Lu, naive as she was, fell for his tricks, marrying him soon after while I lay dead in the wilderness. Li Xianxia shrugged. This is exactly how it happened. Her resentment runs deep, and she cannot be reincarnated. I merely wish to help her. NeZha cast a glance at Huang Feihu and then at Li Xianxia, as if to imply that matters of the underworld were within his purview and warranted earnest discussion. Huang Feihu spoke with a tone tinged with admonishment and instruction. Xianxia, while your intentions to assist are commendable, you must refrain from wielding the powers of the spirits recklessly, for such actions disrupt the order of the mortal realm. Every occurrence has its cause and effect, and there exists a rightful resolution for every matter. Li Xianxia, lowering her head, shook her hand dismissively as she acknowledged her fault, saying, Indeed, uncle, your teachings are well taken. Xianxia recognizes her mistake and shall act with greater prudence henceforth, avoiding rashness. Observing her contrition, Huang Feihu let out a gentle sigh, patting her shoulder with earnest gravity. To recognize one's errors and amend them is a virtue of the highest order. Your youthful fervor and sense of justice are admirable, yet you must learn to wield your power wisely, so that you may benefit all beings. Turning his gaze towards Huang Tsuetsue, Huang Feihu understood the emotional entanglements of the mortal realm often lead to endless tragedy, especially in tales entwined with life and death, betrayal, and injustice. He spoke slowly, his voice steady and resonant. Huang Tsuetsue, should your words hold truth, the actions of Huang Hai are indeed intolerable by the heavens. However, since you have departed from this world, you must accept the mandate of fate, embrace reincarnation, and not linger among the living, nor allow your grievances to disturb their existence. Upon hearing this, Huang Tsuetsue ceased her weeping and looked up at Huang Feihu, her eyes filled with reluctance and despair. Great Emperor, it is not that I wish to remain, it is that I have perished unjustly. My unborn child bears no guilt. Yet it has accompanied me to the underworld without ever seeing the light of day. How can I reconcile this bitterness? Your plight indeed invokes sympathy. Yet clinging to resentment will only deepen your suffering. If you are stained with the blood of others, it is not only you who will face repercussions. Even your unborn child will be ensnared in this fate. Are you willing to sacrifice the opportunity for both you and your child to be reborn as humans to enact vengeance upon that heartless wretch? Aye. Huang Tsuetsue, upon hearing NeZha's words, again covered her face and wept bitterly. Li Zhenying had previously spoken to her about the consequences of such actions, yet how could she find peace knowing that the heartless man thrived with a loving wife and countless riches while she and her child had suffered unjustly? Huang Feihu remarked that Huang Hai had blood on his hands, and if earthly laws could not punish him, he would not escape the severe retribution of the underworld in due time. NeZha's assertion was correct. Timely repentance is the true path. Huang Tzu gazed at Huang Feihu and NeZha, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes, but ultimately, she nodded, as if having made a decisive choice. Great Emperor, immortal, I am willing to give it a try, but I hope my grievances can be made known to the world. Huang Feihu waved his hand, and a nearby emissary of the underworld led Huang Tsuetsue and her child away. Truthfully, such occurrences are all too common in the mortal realm, often beyond anyone's control. Fortuitously, Huang Tsuetsue encountered Li Zhenying. Had she been driven to slay her adversary and become a malevolent spirit, committing further misdeeds, her fate may have ended in utter annihilation. NeZha guided me back to Guanjinku, where dawn was breaking. The town had begun to stir, with some shops opening for business amidst the misty atmosphere, wafting the sense of earthly life. Though deities need not partake in sustenance, encountering the wares of the mortal realm ignited my desire to sample them. NeZha, the osmanthus cake from that shop is quite delightful. Let me take you to savor it. As I spoke, I drifted down from the collar of a person and landed gracefully on the ground, pulling NeZha towards the breakfast shop. You seem quite familiar with this Guanjinku. How could I not be familiar? I chuckled and added, it has been over a century, yet the shop remains, though I wonder if the taste has changed. Boss, 2 pieces of osmanthus cake, please. Certainly, esteemed guest, that will be 6 copper coins. The jovial proprietor greeted us, lifting the steamer lid, revealing neatly arranged, steaming osmanthus cakes. After paying, I received the wrapped delicacy and took a bite. The fragrant osmanthus and the soft, glutinous texture filled my mouth, prompting me to squint with satisfaction as I savored the unchanged flavor. Quick, try some. I offered the other piece to NeZha, who hesitated but ultimately took a small bite. How is it? I'm not deceiving you, am I? The osmanthus cake was tender and sweet, causing me to relish the moment with closed eyes. It's sweet, but sticky. You should indulge in sweet treats more often. It will uplift your spirits. Indeed, NeZha replied, taking another bite, a smile creeping upon his face as he noticed my enjoyment. Yes, it does brighten the mood. We strolled through the streets of Guanjinku in the morning light, and on our way back, we passed by the Liu residence, where the gates were already ajar, and maids and servants rushed in and out in a flurry. I turned to NeZha beside me. Surely, there hasn't been a fatal incident? NeZha's smile faded abruptly as he said, let us go see. Chapter 54. What sort of marriage have I entered into? What could have transpired overnight to cause such turmoil? Master Liu paced anxiously about his unconscious daughter, as physicians came and went, yet Miss Liu remained unresponsive. The groom, Huang Hai, was equally distraught, kneeling in the courtyard, pleading with the heavens. Initially, Master Liu suspected Huang Hai of wrongdoing, but seeing his earnest demeanor made it difficult to place blame. What exactly happened yesterday? Why did my sister suddenly fall into such a deep slumber? Liu Yang, the eldest son of the Liu family, was also in a state of distress. In the room were only his sister and Huang Hai. Liu Yinyin had never suffered from any ailments. How could she suddenly become comatose? He harbored suspicions that Huang Hai had done something to her. Brother, I am at a loss. Yesterday, when I was resting with my wife, everything was fine. Yet this morning, she could not be awakened. Just as Liu Yang was about to inquire further, He saw a physician exiting the room and rushed to him. "Doctor, what is the matter with my sister?" The physician shook his head. "Forgive my lack of skill. I cannot discern the cause. You may wish to seek a more adept practitioner." Doctor. Lu Yang grasped the physician's arm. "Please, think of something. She is my only sister. She cannot come to harm." The doctor sighed and subsequently offered a suggestion. Since the medical expertise could not uncover the underlying issue, it would be prudent to consult a master of feng shui to discern if any disturbances lay therein. Upon hearing this, Lord Lu experienced a moment of clarity and hastily instructed his steward to summon a feng shui expert. As fate would have it, we were just entering when we collided with the steward. "Esteemed guests, your arrival is most regrettably met without proper welcome, as urgent matters occupy the household today." The steward's face was etched with worry, yet he forced a smile and apology. "I comprehend your intent. As it happens, the two of us possess some knowledge of the mystical arts. Perhaps we might take a look ourselves." Upon hearing this, the steward's eyes lit up, and he promptly led us towards the inner courtyard. "Did I not instruct you to find a master? How have you returned so swiftly?" Lu Yang, known for his impatience, felt his temper flare upon the steward's return. "Young master, these two are esteemed practitioners from the Yang residence, who have come upon our affairs," the steward replied, bowing deeply. "I beg your pardon for any offense. Esteemed practitioners, please, do enter." Lu Yang quickly shifted his demeanor and invited me to inspect Lu Yinin's chamber. As I observed the groom kneeling in the courtyard, he was putting on quite a performance. I pointed towards him, stating, "I perceive darkness in his soul. Perhaps Miss Lu has been ensnared by him." At my utterance, the gaze of Lu's household shifted towards Wang Hai with newfound suspicion. Lu Yang had always looked down upon this impoverished youth, believing he was unworthy of his sister, while his sister naively insisted on marrying Wang Hai. Had it not been for her desperate insistence, he would never have consented to such a union. "What are you still doing here? Embarrassing yourself," Lu Yang scolded, commanding the steward to escort him away. In the chamber, Lu Yinin appeared radiant, not resembling someone who was ill or poisoned. However, a faint aura of shadow clung to her chest, refusing to dissipate. I possessed no medical prowess, it was merely an act. I placed my hand upon her wrist, channeling a surge of energy that flowed towards her heart. It was Wang Chui who had left a trace of darkness, invading her dreams with visions of Wang Hai. The tale of Wang Hai and Wang Chui unfolded. Their love blossomed into marriage, culminating in the harrowing moment when Wang Hai cast his first wife over a precipice. All of it was an elaborate ruse, unbeknownst to her as she unwittingly followed Wang Hai's lead. As I entered Lu Yinin's dream, I found her within a humble farmhouse, seated with Wang Hai and his aged mother. "Fear not, mother, Lu Yinin is utterly devoted to me and will wed no one else. Soon, we shall live a life of comfort," Wang Hai declared. His mother, her face a tapestry of wrinkles, could not hide her sharpness as she chuckled at his words. "Lost in dreams of a prosperous future. Fortunately, you dealt with that wretched Wang Tsue, who for so many years bore no fruit. Her demise is well-deserved. Lu Yinin has always believed me to be a person of deep affection and unwavering devotion, and my year-long game of feigned indifference has not been in vain. Once I infiltrate the Lu household, I shall secretly administer slow-acting poison to the Lu family, ensuring that the entire clan eventually belongs to us." Standing there, Lu Yinin was already in tears, her countenance a portrait of despair, yet she was unable to vent her fury upon Wang Hai, who was plotting against her kin. "Scoundrel! Beast! How could I have been so blind as to be deceived by you?" Lu Yinin approached the others, attempting to strike them with fists and feet. Yet her efforts barely grazed them. Seeing the opportune moment, I dissipated the lingering dark energy enveloping her, and Lu Yinin awakened as a result. "Awake! Awake!" Lord Lu, upon witnessing his beloved daughter regain consciousness, immediately beamed with joy, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to us. "Sister, what has happened to you? Why do you look so pale?" Lu Yang, noticing his sister's ashen complexion and the panic in her eyes, could not help but inquire. Lu Yinin shook her head, replying, "It's nothing. Just a dream where I was bitten by a vicious dog." "My dear, you have finally awakened," Wang Hai exclaimed, rushing forward in an ecstatic frenzy to grasp her hand, only to be met with a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Remarkably, this young lady possessed considerable strength. Her reaction suggested she did not perceive her earlier visions as mere dreams. "Who are you, and how did you enter my chamber?" Lu Yinin questioned, her face a mask of anger. This unexpected turn of events left the Lu family dumbfounded. Lu Yang was the first to speak. "Sister, he is Wang Hai, the husband you chose. Brother, do not jest with me. How could I possibly select such an ugly creature as my spouse?" While Wang Hai was indeed of unremarkable appearance, Lu Yinin had previously viewed him through the lens of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, finding him admirable. However, now that the illusion had shattered, her attraction had waned. Lu Yang glanced at their father, both men perplexed. Lord Lu, equally bewildered, pondered, "My dear daughter, you once insisted on marrying Wang Hai. How is it that you no longer recognize him?" Lu Yining, with a face of sheer terror, gasped, "Is he truly my husband? My dear, what troubles you?" "I am Wang Hai, your husband," Wang Hai declared, worry etched across his face as he leaned over the bed. "Please, do not frighten me. Father, brother. How could you allow me to be so foolish and reckless? Look at the kind of person I have married," Lu Yining exclaimed in disdain. Wang Hai turned his gaze towards me. "Master, please, ascertain whether my wife has been possessed." I nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, she had once been under a malevolent influence. But that enchantment had now been lifted. The Lu family regarded Wang Hai with eyes full of suspicion, especially the father and son, who clenched their teeth, previously believing Wang Hai to have cast a spell upon Lu Yining. "Father, brother, why do you look at me so?" Wang Hai queried, catching sight of their expressions. Chapter 55. Infuriating you. Wang Hai noticed the glances exchanged between his father-in-law and brother-in-law, his throat tightening as he instinctively turned back to Lu Yining, only to find the tenderness in her eyes had vanished, replaced by profound disdain and scorn. "The younger sister, tormented by nightmares, has seemingly forgotten you. So it would be best for you to refrain from appearing before her, lest the familiar sights rekindle her sorrow and exacerbate her unsettled heart." Lu Yang spoke with unwavering conviction, leaving no room for dissent. "You make a valid point, elder brother. I shall proceed to the shop to offer my assistance," Lu Laoi said gently, gesturing for the steward to escort Wang Hai away. Wang Hai cast a lingering glance at Lu Yining, filled with reluctance, but in her eyes there was only the cold glare of hatred, starkly contrasting with the sweetness of their past. "Since Miss Lu is safe and sound, we shall not impose further. I take my leave," I politely suggested. "Your kindness is deeply appreciated, old man. Why not stay a while and allow me to extend my hospitality?" Lu Laoi urged, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "There is no need for such pleasantries. I must take my leave," I graciously declined, and alongside NeZha, we stepped out of the Lu residence. The morning light bathed the earth, and the town's clamor returned to a tranquil state. We exchanged a smile and headed toward the Yang residence. "If we return now, we can still partake in the midday meal at home," I remarked, glancing at the sky, suggesting our return. NeZha, with a faint smile, retorted, "When has your elder brother ever deprived you of food and drink? A gathering is only lively when there are many present." I linked my arm with NeZha's and quickened our pace. Strangely enough, what did Lu Yining dream of? I heard she held deep affections for Wang Hai. Yet her demeanor just now seemed contrary to that notion. NeZha pondered aloud. In her dreams, she uncovered the truth, including Wang Hai's nefarious intentions to harm her family and covet the Lu family's wealth. Now she must be wishing to stab him with a knife, I explained in detail. NeZha allowed me to hold on to him, his eyes shimmering with warmth, clearly accustomed to my closeness. Noticing his silence, I couldn't help but inquire, "What occupies your thoughts?" "Nothing of consequence. Love requires mutual affection. Now that Lu Yining knows the truth, Wang Hai's future days will not be easy." "I did not expect karma to arrive so swiftly," NeZha replied matter-of-factly. I sighed softly, feeling pity for Lu Yining's fate. Observing my expression, NeZha offered consolation. "All things in the world are bound by fate. Why should you trouble yourself over it? I simply feel that Zheniying's actions may have been ill-considered. Had she revealed the truth to Wang Tsuitsue earlier at the Lu residence, perhaps this unfortunate outcome could have been averted. Instead, she chose to let Lu Yining discover everything on her wedding day. Hasn't that ruined her life?" I lamented. Just as NeZha and I were deliberating, Li Zhenying unexpectedly interjected, effortlessly linking her arm with ours and joining our company. "What are you following us for?" NeZha shot her an annoyed glance, yet begrudgingly maintained his grip on her hand. "Humph. Are you still the third brother who dotes on me the most?" Li Zhenying pouted, her face a picture of grievance. "Not at all," NeZha replied curtly. Without a hint of mercy, Li Zhenying mischievously made a face and stuck out her tongue. "Then I shall cling to you every day, driving you mad. Whose little fool is this? It's almost too much to bear." NeZha shook his head in disdain, while I couldn't help but chuckle aloud. "You two always bicker whenever you meet. How old are you both?" "Humph." NeZha scoffed lightly, gently shaking off Li Zhenying's hand and striding away with a carefree air. "Wait, is he angry again?" I gazed at Li Zhenying in utter astonishment. "What is going on?" Li Zhenying laughed heartily. "Sister Xian, you know my third brother is rather petty. If you speak on my behalf, he will surely become upset." I grasped her delicate hand tightly as we strolled through the bustling market. "He is quite grown up and won't easily get lost. Aren't you supposed to be with your uncle? How did you sneak out on your own?" Li Zhenying waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, it's just a trivial matter. This Guanjinku is under Brother Yang's domain. It's perfectly safe. I came to see how that Wang Hai is receiving his comeuppance, so I can have a good talk with Wang Tsuitsue later." I wouldn't want her to carry resentment into her next life, only to suffer endlessly. I recounted the events that had just transpired at the Lu residence, voicing the questions that lingered in my mind. Sister XIN, everything has its cause and effect. Master Lu, who has performed good deeds throughout his life, has wronged no one. Yet, in his youth, while engaging in trade, he met the current Mrs. Lu and broke off the childhood engagement he had with her. Although he compensated her materially, the young woman had long regarded him as her husband. Upon hearing the news, unable to bear the humiliation, she took her own life. That young woman was Lu Yinyin, who in her previous life failed to repay her parents for their nurturing and instead met a tragic end. Thus, she committed a grave sin and in this life is deceived and faces emotional turmoil. Master Lu wronged her in her past life, so he must worry for her in this one. The intricate web of cause and effect in this world leads to a series of events like these. Upon hearing this, I too found it bewildering. Such convoluted circumstances indeed make one ponder the trials of the Wheel of Fortune and the Old Man Under the Moon. I quickly shook my head, casting aside all thoughts, reminding myself that I was here for leisure and should not concern myself with worldly matters. I hurried back with Jinying, and as soon as the guards spotted me, they approached. Miss, the second master has gone hunting and specifically instructed us to prepare food and drinks for you. As I walked with Jinying towards the estate, I asked, have you seen NeZha? The guard cheerfully replied, the third prince just passed by. Upon hearing that the second master went hunting, he turned and left, likely to join in the excitement. I turned to Li Jinying and said, didn't you say you wanted to see how Wang Hai is facing his retribution? Go ahead, I shall join in the merriment as well. Li Jinying looked bewildered as I walked away. Sister XIN, didn't you promise to take me out for a meal? Chapter 56. This will not do. I soared above Guanjingku, searching for the figures of a few individuals. Before long, I spotted a familiar silhouette in the woods and swooped down. Upon landing, I witnessed NeZha preparing to shoot an arrow, his eyes sparkling with a rebellious desire to challenge nature. I leaned against an ancient tree, arms crossed, quietly observing him as I waved my hand. NeZha raised the corners of his lips, then drew his bow and released 4 arrows in rapid succession. The arrows whizzed past my cheek, stirring the strands of hair that hung by my ear. I playfully chided him, are you attempting murder? NeZha casually tossed his bow and arrow to a nearby attendant and strode towards me, each step crunching on the dry leaves, producing a soft rustling sound. The midday sun filtered through the dense foliage, casting a dreamlike glow upon us, enhancing the surreal ambience. How could this be? He exclaimed affectionately, coming to my side and gesturing behind me. To my astonishment, 4 feathered arrows had ensnared a snow-white rabbit on the lawn below. He bent down, offering the little creature to me. Shall we keep it for a couple of days? Give it a gentle stroke first, and we can release it later. I gladly accepted the rabbit, which seemed particularly docile after its recent harrowing experience. Isn't Erlang hunting? I inquired, scanning the area but finding no trace of Yang Jian and his companions. If we were together, this mountain would likely be stripped bare, he mused. They are in the western hills. NeZha bent down again to retrieve the arrows from the ground. We walked side by side through the dense forest, with a few attendants silently trailing behind us. Isn't it a bit excessive for the third prince to hunt mere small animals? I remarked. NeZha turned to me and replied, I was merely thinking of catching a few furry creatures for you to play with. How about I capture a tiger instead? His words warmed my heart. As I lifted my gaze, I was met with his spring-like, comforting eyes. I chuckled softly, that sounds splendid. Just wait for me, NeZha instructed, extending his hand. And the attendant behind him promptly handed him the bow and arrows. I immediately declined. No, that won't do. I want to join in the fun. Besides, they can't harm me. Would it be acceptable for you to observe from the shadows? NeZha asked, his tone filled with resignation. Upon my gentle nod, he turned away to depart. The magical silk ribbon danced with the wind, sometimes intertwining around his arms, adding an air of celestial elegance at other times. It transformed into a streak of light, weaving through the trees as if guiding NeZha's direction and shielding him from the lurking beasts of the forest. With a clear whistle, NeZha's figure expanded, akin to an arrow released from its bowstring. In an instant, he leaped onto the fire wheels, transforming into a streak of crimson lightning that darted through the woods, leaving a cacophony of startled birds in his wake. Where the fire wheels passed, a tempest arose, causing the surrounding trees to rustle, as if nature itself were applauding the valiant hero's gallant display. Before long, a deep and urgent roar of a beast shattered the tranquility of the forest. NeZha's lips curled into a confident smile, his eyes shining like torches as he locked onto his target. He lightly stepped on the fire wheels, carving an elegant arc through the air as he charged towards his prey, drawing his bow and releasing the arrow in one fluid motion. The massive striped tiger before him was utterly disregarded, inciting its wrath. With a thunderous roar, the tiger lunged at NeZha, intent on devouring him whole. The surrounding wildlife, startled by this sudden turn of events, scattered in all directions, while NeZha remained firmly atop the fire wheels, his fiery spear gleaming ominously. Seemingly capable of piercing the very fabric of reality, aimed directly at the roaring striped tiger below. In an instant, the fiery spear transformed into dozens of long spears piercing the ground, forming a cage. Sparks crackled across the surface, and the mighty tiger, observing the unfolding scene, grew increasingly agitated, attempting to break free from its confinement. After several futile attempts, it resigned to its powerlessness and fell silent. Once the hunt concluded, NeZha leaped gracefully, landing soundlessly. He stowed away the fiery spear and turned to face me. I took a couple of steps closer to his side, and the tiger, baring its teeth, roared once more at our presence. Roar again, and I shall skin you alive, NeZha warned, his gaze as sharp as ice. The fiery spear seemed to sense its master's emotions, and the entire cage flickered with tiny flames. The tiger, sensing the shift in atmosphere, quieted down, obediently lying on the ground and watching us. Can Brother Air agree to keep it in the courtyard? It's unbearable, NeZha remarked, crossing his arms with a look of disdain at the tiger. If it were merely a kitten, it would be a different matter. But if we release it, the hunters ascending the mountain may be in danger, right? NeZha, having grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death, appeared indifferent. Upon hearing my words, he merely replied, "Since ancient times, the weak are preyed upon by the strong, survival of the fittest. If the hunters are harmed by it, it can only be said they are out of luck. If the tiger is captured by the hunters, it simply means its fate was sealed." His reasoning seemed sound. Then let us take it back for Erlang to guard the premises. All right. I suspect Erlang might skin it for a pair of tiger boots. Perhaps we should just release it. Good. I chuckled at NeZha's prompt response, then continued, but releasing it could harm people. Shall we just kill it instead? That works. NeZha agreed, preparing to take action. I quickly grasped his arm, laughing. Why do you agree with everything I say? NeZha looked at me with affectionate eyes. As long as it's what you say, there is no need for consideration. Then give me a kiss, I pointed to my cheek. As I watched NeZha's face draw nearer, my heart raced uncontrollably. Just as I closed my eyes, I suddenly felt him whispering in my ear. That's out of the question. When I opened my eyes again, he had stepped 2 paces away, instructing his attendant, "Take it and throw it into the deep mountains next door." The attendant complied and swiftly vanished with the tiger. I placed the rabbit I held on the ground and hurried towards him, linking my arm with his. Wait for me. Chapter 57. Doesn't your conscience ache when you say such things? We meandered through the mountains, and NeZha managed to catch numerous small animals, all of which he ultimately released. By the time we reached the western mountain to meet Erlang, he returned triumphantly, his attendant cheerfully carrying the spoils behind him. Xianxia, accompanied by others, chatted and laughed, his face aglow with a gentle smile. However, upon catching sight of us, confusion clouded his expression. What have you two hunted? Surely you aren't playing hide and seek with them? Sister is kind-hearted, she let them all go. I retorted, raising an eyebrow as I noticed the bounty in everyone's hands. Xianxia, noticing my gaze, immediately spoke up. This is for a feast for the brothers. It cannot be released. Xianxia waved his hand, and Kong Laodao approached, cradling a couple of small foxes. Xian girl, these pink little foxes were specially prepared for you by the second master. Aren't they adorable? Instantly captivated, I reached out to take the 2 tiny creatures into my embrace. They seemed to have just opened their eyes. Would they survive? Where is their mother? I gently stroked the little foxes and inquired aloud. Their mother was killed by a wild dog. These little ones were too small to remain there, and they would have met a grim fate. Kong On Yu replied with a smile. I poked their foreheads with my finger. They lay there, soft and limp, their eyes shimmering as if brimming with tears. My heart melted at the sight. Who could resist such tiny bundles of fluff? Poor little ones, come and stay with me from now on. The bonfire crackled at the young residents, while the May Mountain brothers roasted game on the fire, and the hounds sat nearby, eyeing the meat with longing. Green Willow had already brought over several jars of fine wine. We 3 sat at a stone table in the moonlit courtyard, NeZha and Xianxia indulging in small sips, while I played with the 2 little foxes. Their furry forms were glued to me, and my maternal instincts surged forth, prompting me to ask Green Willow to fetch some goat's milk. Let the maid do it. We wouldn't want to dirty your clothes, she replied, taking the little foxes from my hands and using a spoon to feed them. Have you named them yet, miss? Xianxia asked, casting a light-hearted smile our way, his tone laced with playful challenge. What kind of name could she possibly come up with, given her whimsical nature? Humph. I rolled my eyes, then gently caressed the little fox in Green Willow's hands. Look at those bright, sparkling eyes. Let us name this one Big Eyes. At my suggestion, a sudden silence fell over the group. Xianxia halted mid-sip, his expression a mixture of surprise and contemplation. After a brief pause, he remarked, I seem to have overestimated you. Big Eye sees the world, taking it all in, which isn't such a bad thing. At that moment, NeZha responded lightly, drawing everyone's attention. I pointed towards the roasted meat nearby. What do you all think? Isn't Big Eyes a lovely name? Kang Anyu chimed in. That name is quite memorable. Zhang Bashi nodded earnestly. Indeed, it's rather unique. Yao Gonglin echoed enthusiastically. That name carries a certain poetic charm. I then gestured to another little fox with a hint of red on its tail. This one has a big head. Let us call it Big Head. Big Eyes. Big Head. Ha ha. The hound erupted in laughter, but quickly halted when met with two piercing glares, reverting to its original form and lying down. Green Willow looked on incredulously. Miss, are you serious? Big head. Big head. Rain 1T worry. Others have umbrellas, but it has a big head. NeZha replied earnestly, unable to suppress his own chuckles. No, that 1T work. Perhaps we should reconsider the name. Yang Jian shook his head, his expression one of exasperation. Indeed, one is influenced by their surroundings. I shot Yang Jian a glance and explained, just a bit of light-hearted fun to liven the atmosphere. Two little foxes, one rosy and plump, named Yin Yin, and the other with a hint of peach pink on its tail, named Ran Ran, thus solidifying their identities. The lush willows were entrusted to care for them, while I took on the role of playmate. The moonlight was like a gentle wash, enveloping the entire Yang residence in a soft silver veil, lending a serene ambience to the tranquil night. By the campfire, the laughter of the May Mountain brothers intertwined with the fragrant aroma of grilled meat, painting a warm and harmonious scene. I rested my chin on my hands, gazing at this diverse group of friends, each with their unique personalities yet bonded like family. As a wave of warmth surged within me, NeZha lifted his cup and took a delicate sip, then remarked with a smile, speaking of which, tonight is indeed a rare moment of leisure. Why not share some amusing tales? His words wafted through the air like a refreshing breeze, dispelling the lingering heaviness and prompting enthusiastic agreement from the others. Yang Jian set down his cup, his gaze distant as if lost in memories. Time has passed, and there are too many events to recall, yet with the howling celestial dog and my brothers by my side, each day is filled with intrigue. Upon hearing this, I turned to glance at the howling celestial dog, who lay quietly nearby. It seemed to sense its master's gaze and looked up at Yang Jian with eyes full of loyalty and dependence. I chuckled softly and replied, indeed. With so many good brothers around, life is always delightful. The May Mountain brothers eagerly joined the conversation, taking turns recounting their thrilling adventures alongside Yang Jian, each tale brimming with excitement and the extraordinary, stirring a tide of emotions within the listeners. I listened attentively, interjecting a jest here and there to lighten the atmosphere, making this rare gathering all the more warm and unforgettable. As the night deepened, the campfire gradually dimmed, leaving behind a pile of glowing embers. We gathered around the stone table, continuing our unfinished discussions. I looked up at the starry sky, where countless stars twinkled like dazzling jewels embedded in the dark canvas, a sight so enchanting it took one's breath away. In the heavens, there is no night, which is why I often find myself drawn to the mortal realm. Isn't Zheng with you today? Where has she gone? NeZha inquired, noticing the absence of Li Zheng in the deepening night. I beckoned him closer, whispering softly in his ear, I know where she is. She's at the Lu residence, enjoying the festivities. Yang Jian, catching a glimpse of us, remarked mildly, everything in this world is predestined. Do not meddle with their fates. When did you become so rule-abiding? I asked incredulously. Yang Jian raised his cup and drained it in one go. When have I not adhered to the rules? Well, Erlang, does your conscience not ache when you say such things? Thank you, Tan Hua Qian Yan, for letting go of that little Xiao, and to Tang Xiaogu, who loves raspberry wine and often sparks joy. Thank you, everyone, for your unwavering support. I am deeply grateful. Chapter 58. Do you find me unappealing? As my words faded, the surroundings seemed to still for a moment. Even the aroma of wine suspended in the air took on a weighty tone. NeZha's lips curled into a smile that could not be suppressed. Second brother, it is rare to see you earnest. It leaves us, accustomed as we are to your unconventional ways, feeling somewhat disoriented. Yang Jian set down his wine cup and cast a sidelong glance at NeZha, seemingly with an air of boasting. I do not conform to conventions. Who in this world can contend with me? Yet there are some who are perpetually subdued by another. NeZha's smile faltered, and he cast a displeased look towards Yang Jian. Second brother, you are rather dull. Yang Jian lifted his gaze, his eyes deep as the night sky, which was as dark as ink, speckled with stars, as if he could perceive the essence of all things. His tone bore a hint of admonition. It is not to dampen your spirits, but to remind you to tread carefully lest you provide others with leverage against you. When you reach my level, you shall no longer be bound by others. I swirled my wine glass in my left hand, my elbow resting on the table, and propped my chin up with my right hand, addressing the solemn Yang Jian. Erlang, how have you become more talkative than the moon god? Can we not enjoy ourselves properly? Yang Jian, looking rather exasperated, shook his head and said, It is late. We should all retire early. With that, he stood and turned to leave. Watching his tall silhouette, an inexplicable pang of sorrow washed over me. I turned to NeZha beside me and inquired, "Why does Erlang's figure appear so lonely?" NeZha snatched the wine cup from my hands and placed it on the table, pausing for a brief moment before replying. "You are intoxicated. I am indeed a bit tipsy. This wine is rather potent." The Mysian brothers continued their jovial banter, while Green Willow had already succumbed to slumber. I then looked back at NeZha. "Yes, I am drunk. Will you carry me home?" With a grin, I extended my hands towards him. NeZha, with a hint of reluctant affection, smiled and said, "Very well." He rose effortlessly, lifting me into his arms as if cradling a feather, nestled in his warm embrace. The intoxication deepened, but I couldn't resist teasing. The third prince is indeed immensely strong. Should anyone dare to bully me in the future, you must be the first to stand up for me. NeZha chuckled, his steps steady as he traversed the lantern-lit courtyard. The night breeze brushed against us, carrying a slight chill, yet it also dispersed some of my inebriation. "Naturally, with me around, no one shall dare to lay a finger on you," he declared. His voice deep and resolute, akin to the celestial silk entwined around his waist, both gentle and filled with strength. Upon returning to the room, NeZha gently set me down on the couch. "This Green Willow was supposed to care for you, yet he has become utterly intoxicated himself. To indulge once in a while is understandable," I said with a playful gaze fixed on his near visage. "Would you like some water?" NeZha moved to the table, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to me. I accepted it, sipping delicately, and then looked up to ask, "Today, did Erlang's words carry a special meaning?" I endeavored to make my voice sound clearer. NeZha fell into a moment of silence, seemingly weighing his words. Perhaps he was merely reminding us to tread carefully. Within this vast realm of 3,000 worlds, each individual bears their own constraints and unspoken struggles. Upon hearing this, a myriad of emotions surged within me. Indeed, even those who appear omnipotent harbor their own hidden woes and conflicts. "Third Prince, I have prepared the water," came the voice of a servant from the Yang residence, prompting NeZha to respond and step outside. He wrung out a cloth to cleanse my face and dry my hands. I had never witnessed such meticulousness in him. It was as if I were dreaming. Noticing my enduring smile, NeZha chuckled. "Why do you keep smiling? Could it be that the wine has muddled your senses?" "Do not shake me," I exclaimed, reaching out to grasp his arm, laughing heartily. The illustrious third prince was actually washing my hands and face. If this were to be revealed, it would surely leave many astounded. NeZha, unfazed, gently wiped my fingers with the cloth. "When I was young, did you not care for me in the same manner?" "Young? You?" The scene before me began to blur, and I could only faintly hear NeZha's murmurs. However, one question pierced through clearly. "Have you taken the purple gold pill today?" I reached into my bag for the colorful glass vial. "Not yet," I replied, just as I was about to open it. My gaze lifted to the swaying figure before me. I pointed to my own face. "With looks like mine, why would I need such beauty-enhancing elixirs?" NeZha, amused, replied, "Indeed. You are the most beautiful. Consuming it will only enhance your radiance. Do you think me ugly? Then I shan't eat it." I found myself inexplicably entangled in a whimsical argument, attempting to return the vial to my bag. "Do not tease." NeZha grasped my hand, trying to pry my fingers open. I clutched tightly, fearing he might hurt me, but soon he grew impatient, his tone sharpening. "The purple gold pill is beneficial for your health. You must take one daily. You are being fierce with me." I felt a wave of grievance wash over me, my eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. Realizing I was on the verge of crying, NeZha panicked. I did not mean to be harsh. He opened his arms and gently enveloped me in an embrace. Our foreheads touched, our noses almost brushing, and I was enveloped by the intoxicating scent of lotus flowers, rendering me blissfully dazed. NeZha's voice softened, soothingly urging, "Sheener, be good. If anything were to happen to you, I would go mad." Perhaps lost in his tenderness, I was unable to grasp his words, merely following his lead. Doing as he asked, fatigue washed over me, and I leaned against his chest, yawning, my eyelids growing heavy. "Sleep. Everything will be all right." I felt a cool sensation upon my forehead, and soon after, I drifted into complete unconsciousness. As I gradually drifted into slumber, I found myself seemingly immersed in an endless sea of stars, surrounded by dazzling celestial bodies and ever-shifting mists. Yang Jian, NeZha, and other familiar faces flickered in and out of sight within this starry expanse, their expressions, whether joyful, sorrowful, angry, or content, so vividly real that they felt almost tangible. It seemed I had not beheld their vibrant selves in quite some time. Chapter 59. Then you might as well die. Early in the morning, Yang Jian, upon spotting NeZha in the courtyard, could not help but inquire, "Have you just returned, or are you preparing to head out?" "I've just come back," NeZha replied, lifting a wrapped item, osmanthus cake. "Would you like some?" Yang Jian's expression turned complex as he gazed at NeZha, finally asking, "Since when did you develop a taste for such sweet, cloying delicacies?" A gentle smile graced NeZha's lips as she walked inside. She loves them and has been fond of them for over a century. At her words, a fleeting, barely perceptible smile crossed Yang Jian's face, quickly fading as he regained his composure. "Can you even digest this so early in the morning? Besides, she probably won't tea wake until noon. Do you know her so well? Whether she is happy or not, she always bothers me, dragging me along for endless drinking sessions. And I end up sleeping until the sun is high in the sky." Although Yang Jian feigned disdain, his tone was laden with affection. "The weather is splendid today. Let us go fishing. Let me catch fish instead. You should go by yourself." NeZha waved him off and headed toward the backyard. Yang Jian remarked to her retreating figure, "Can you not learn to calm your restless spirit and temper your impulsive nature?" "Not a chance," she retorted. Yang Jian chuckled softly. "You rascal." He was indeed correct. When I finally awoke, it was well past noon. Stretching, I called out, "Green Willow." "Green Willow?" To my surprise, there was no response. Rising from my bed, I stepped out the door to find two little foxes bustling about at the entrance. "Little ones, are you hungry?" I squatted down and extended my hand, and they scampered up to my shoulders as I stood. Just then, I spotted Green Willow approaching with water. "The young lady is awake. Please wash up first." "All right," I replied, handing the two small creatures to Green Willow. I wiped my face with a cloth and turned to Green Willow, who was tidying up the bed. "What are Erlang and NeZha busy with?" "Erlang is fishing in the backyard. The third prince left early this morning and brought back some osmanthus cake, which is still warming on the stove. He has since gone out again and has yet to return," Green Willow responded. A soft smile graced my lips, filling my heart with sweetness. I then took a seat at the vanity and picked up an eyebrow pencil to groom myself. "Let me help you with your makeup." Green Willow, having finished her tasks, stood beside me and took up the comb. Whenever Qing Wan and Green Willow were around, they would adorn me beautifully with powder, eyebrow pencil, rouge, and lip balm. Their ministrations were enough to lull me into a delightful nap. Thus, when they were absent, I would merely cleanse my face, after all. As a celestial maiden, the difference between being adorned and unadorned was quite negligible. As the gentle Willow braided my hair, NeZha returned, appearing rather travel-worn. I could not help but inquire, "Where have you been? Why did it take you so long to return?" With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, NeZha replied, in a manner that suggested he was relishing the unfolding drama. "I ventured to the Lu residence in search of Jining. It was quite lively there. I thought I would return to see if you had awakened." Intrigued, I pressed, "What sort of liveliness?" "You'll find out when you see it for yourself," NeZha said as he approached me, taking my hand and leading me outside. In the past, he would grasp my wrist, but now he held my hand directly. I mused whether, in time, he might venture to kiss me, and I chuckled at the thought. Hearing my light laughter, NeZha turned back to ask, "What is making you so joyful?" "Nothing, nothing." When we arrived, we found Jining seated on the steps, holding a candied hawthorn stick. She waved at us, and we joined her on the side. "Third brother, you missed quite the spectacle while you were away," Jining exclaimed, laughing so hard she doubled over. "Do tell," I said, pulling out some sunflower seeds from my bag and offering NeZha a handful. That Wang Hai was once again feigning deep emotion, lamenting the loss of his deceased wife. Can you guess how Miss Lu responded? Jining animatedly imitated, capturing the essence of the moment perfectly. She said, "Why don't you just die? Then you can be reunited with her." Lu Yining had become fully aware of everything by now and harbored nothing but disdain for Wang Hai. Even his very breath seemed a transgression. Such affected theatrics only served to deepen her disgust. My lady," just as Jining recounted the events, Lu Yining appeared in the courtyard, pursued closely by Wang Hai. "My lady, please listen to me." Wang Hai rushed to stand before Lu Yining, arms outstretched to block her path, his insincere smile only intensifying her discomfort. "My mother is aging. Now that we are married, it is time for me to bring her here to enjoy her twilight years." Lu Yining, incredulous, retorted with a laugh tinged with anger, "She is your mother, not mine. What concern is it of mine?" Wang Hai, taken aback, hastily replied, "But we are married. She is also your mother-in-law." Lu Yining found his words laughable, a derisive smile gracing her lips. "You are a son-in-law. Tell me, which daughter brings her parents to her in-laws' home?" Wang Hai felt a wave of shame wash over him, his gaze dropping as a cloud of gloom settled upon him. He quickly attempted to don a more conciliatory demeanor. "My lady speaks the truth. I have been inconsiderate. But my mother is aging. Would it not be reasonable for you to send a maid to care for her? Even a maid requires wages. If you provide the funds, I would be happy to do this favor." Wang Hai's frustration grew palpable as he looked at Lu Yining with disappointment. "My lady, you once professed your unwavering love for me. Why must you humiliate me so after our marriage? Had you made your stance clear from the beginning, I would not be forced into this position of filial disgrace. In truth, she had once admired his refined elegance, charmed by his steadfastness against the allure of wealth. Yet, all of it had been a fade. Luinine's handkerchief was now crumpled in her grip. Have I ever said you should not be dutiful to your mother? Have I ever forbidden your return? Luinine pointed towards the entrance, declaring, the main door is right there. No one will stop you. You, what are you doing? Don't block the way. I still have accounts to settle. After uttering these words, she left with her maid, only to turn back after a few steps to threaten. If you don't leave, I shall chop the firewood in the backyard. Pa. Retribution. Li Zhengying spat out the sunflower seed shell to the side. Sister XinXue, third brother. Do you think Wang Hai will depart? He has schemed for so long just to enter the Lu residence, it's improbable he would leave due to such a slight. NeZha also scoffed. Serves him right. Amused by the siblings' genuine emotions, I stole a glance at Wang Hai in the courtyard, only to catch a fleeting glint of murderous intent in his eyes. Chapter 60. Do you need to choose a day to kill? The afternoon sun was pleasantly warm, filtering through the dense branches and leaves, casting dappled light upon the ground. The lotus pond shimmered with sparkling reflections, while koi fish occasionally leapt from the water, sending up sprays of droplets. Leaning over the railing, I scattered fish food bit by bit, enticing the koi to swim eagerly around me. Sister XinXue. I heard Li Zhengying's voice from afar. Turning my head, I saw her approaching, the golden bells atop her head jingling. She wore a red dress adorned with floral and avian embroidery, which danced gracefully with her every movement, resembling a woodland sprite. Here, I waved, and she hurried over to my side. Why are you feeding the fish alone? Where are brother Yang and third brother? A few hunters were injured by a tiger from the mountain. They went to capture it, I replied casually. Li Zhengying took the plate from my hands and poured all of its contents into the pond. The koi, frenzying for food, surged forward as if mad. I looked at her in disbelief. Is this how you feed fish? A little bit to satisfy them. Now they're all full. Li Zhengying clapped her hands in delight. When she looked down again, it was indeed as she had said. The koi had eaten their fill and swam away. She seemed to possess a certain logic after all. I turned around, leaning against the railing, and playfully pinched her cheek. Weren't you supposed to be observing the excitement at the Lu residence? How do you have time to come here and find me? Upon hearing this, Li Zhengying eagerly recounted. Wang Hai, in a fit of shame and anger, poisoned the Lu family and was caught on the spot. After enduring torture, he confessed to having spied on people bathing in his youth, with the murder of his wife preceding the poisoning. He was handed over to the authorities and sentenced to execution. Is this not a case of delayed retribution? I remarked. My brothers and I agreed that I will go after Wang Hai to the underworld. The affairs of the living are concluded, but the judgment in the realm of the dead has yet to commence. Would you care to join me? I waved my hand dismissively. You go ahead. I cannot bear to witness the horrors of the underworld. Li Zhengying gazed skyward, noting that it was nearly noon. Sister XinXue, I shall take my leave now. Go ahead, I urged. The happenings at the Lu residence were merely a fleeting interlude during my excursion. The events that followed were recounted by Zhengying, revealing that after Wang Hai faced judgment in the underworld, he was sentenced to 80 years of hellish punishment, climbing a mountain of blades and swimming in pots of boiling oil. Yet, alas, he had already become a restless spirit, unable to die again. The penalty of 80 years was one he could not escape, even for a single day. In the vast expanse of the 3,000 worlds, all beings exist due to their karmic connections, with the cycle of cause and effect intricately intertwined. This is why the celestial edicts strictly forbid interference in mortal affairs. After a period of sojourning at Xianxia, we resumed our journey back to the heavenly court, accompanied by the two little foxes, Yin Yin and Ran Ran. Why have you brought back mundane items? Inquired Mo Liqing, the sentinel of the southern heavenly gate, who was cradling the Chi Feng sword. Upon our return, he greeted us with a jovial expression and reached out, eager to pinch the little foxes. This was gifted to her by brother Yang. If you break it, you shall owe a debt, NeZha interjected, swatting Mo Liqing's outstretched hand away. Third prince. You are rather stingy. A mere touch would not ruin it. Mo Liqing retorted with a discontented glance before resuming his post with the Chi Feng sword in hand. They have yet to awaken their intelligence. With your strength, you might inadvertently harm them. I chuckled, cradling Ran Ran in my palms as I approached Mo Liqing. Such a sizable creature still has the capacity for anger. Here, feel free to touch, but be gentle. Mo Liqing cautiously pinched a tuft of red fur on Ran Ran's tail. This little fox is quite unique, since it hasn't yet gained wisdom. I shall mark it to prevent it from straying and being mistaken for a meal by others. Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten. Thank you for the reminder, King of Growth. You're too polite. As time swiftly passed, the celestial beings emerged from the Lingxiao Palace, engaging in cheerful conversation. Beware, Heavenly King. Suddenly, the fire spear pierced the air like a bolt from the blue. Had it not been for Gao Yuqian, the guardian of the Lingxiao Palace, who swiftly intercepted the lethal strike, Li Jing's life would have been in grave peril. Although the spear's power was significantly diminished, Li Jing's helmet was still shattered, leaving him in a state of disarray. With disheveled hair, Li Jing, witnessing his own disgrace, erupted in fury. What treachery is this? What do you intend to do? You ungrateful wretch? NeZha scoffed, reclaiming the fire spear, his eyes ablaze with defiance. I wish to inquire what you intend. You have chastised me relentlessly. Yet for that wild rodent, you indiscriminately punish your own daughter. Seeing the situation escalate, the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing and the Star Lord of Jidu quickly flanked NeZha, urging caution. This is outside the Lingxiao Palace. We cannot act recklessly. Should the Jade Emperor be incensed, dire consequences will follow. Li Jing, supported by his comrades, glared at NeZha, his anger unabated. It is one thing for you to act recklessly, but Jining has always been well behaved after merely a few days with you. She has lost her sense of right and wrong, valuing lives as mere trifles. Stand aside. Today, I shall settle both new and old grievances, NeZha exclaimed, shoving Tai Bai Jinxing and the Star Lord of Jidu aside. This is utterly outrageous, a complete disregard for order. Li Jing fumed, his face flushed with rage, but was restrained by his companions on either side. With a sudden exertion, he hurled them away. The fire spear glimmered ominously as it once again targeted Li Jing. Sensing the impending danger, the onlookers hastily brandished their weapons to intervene, but NeZha, fueled by anger, showed no mercy. After several encounters, they all succumbed to defeat. This matter between Li Jing and myself is of no concern to you. Step aside. NeZha found himself unable to extricate himself from the situation. So he summoned the universe circle and hurled it forth. Upon seeing this, Gao Yuqian immediately cast the primordial pearl, causing the universe circle to rebound. NeZha leapt into the air, and the heavenly silk moved with the swiftness of a spirit snake, once again being intercepted. You ungrateful wretch, how dare you commit patricide? Old fool, who among us is truly father and son? The heavenly king, you are well aware of the temperament of the third prince. Let us speak civilly, after all. You share blood. Gao Yuqian tightly grasped Li Jing's left hand while pressing the Linglong Tower into his palm, attempting to quell the turmoil. Did you not see him trying to kill me? Release me at once. Must one choose a day to kill you? With that, NeZha struck with the golden brick in his hand, landing a resounding blow on Li Jing's face, leaving him bruised and battered. Chapter 61. I beseech you, must you? The onlookers were taken aback. Was this truly happening? This is bad. Jidu Star Lord, make haste and inform Lady Xin. I shall seek out the Jade Emperor. Tai Bai Jinxing, in a flurry, slapped his thigh, bewildered by the chaos unfolding outside the Lingxiao Palace. Gao Yuqian, witnessing Li Jing's battered visage, felt a pang of sympathy and nearly wiped the blood from his nose with his sleeve. Yet he hesitated. Are you all right, Heavenly King? This is insurrection. This is insurrection. Li Jing thundered, summoning the Linglong Tower to imprison NeZha within. Heavenly King, even if the third prince is heired, it is the Jade Emperor who must adjudicate. You cannot take matters into your own hands. Gao Yuqian, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly interjected. Humph. Li Jing scoffed, visibly displeased. What is wrong with disciplining my own son? Gao Yuqian rolled his eyes. Li Jing often abused his authority, frequently directing them with condescension and in disputes. He would instinctively favor one side. Third prince, admit your fault. We can discuss this later. Mo Liqing, seeing NeZha ensnared within the Linglong Tower, quickly offered his counsel with patience. What fault do I bear? It is he who is blind, deaf, and foolish. NeZha struggled to break free from the confines of the Linglong Tower, which inherently restrained him. Ungrateful wretch, since you remain obstinate, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Li Jing declared, and as his words fell, fierce flames erupted within the tower. The samadhi true fire that blazed within did not consume the flesh but rather scorched the soul. The crowd, hearing NeZha's anguished cries as the flames engulfed him, could no longer bear to watch, urging Li Jing to show mercy. This child is audacious. Let him learn a lesson today. Li Jing coldly retorted, remaining unmoved. Beside him, Mo Liho, unable to contain his outrage, shouted without regard for decorum, Heavenly King, the third prince is but a child. Your actions are excessive. Indeed, Heavenly King. Let us speak reasonably. Do not sever the bonds of father and son. The crowd, witnessing the scene, joined in the pleas. NeZha, do you not recognize your error? NeZha curled into himself, the world around him reduced to a blinding crimson in the sound of their entreaties. Through gritted teeth, he declared, I am in the right. Why should I confess? Old fool, if you possess the courage, then burn me alive. You are incorrigible. Li Jing, witnessing NeZha's plight, felt a surge of anger but faltered upon hearing his defiant words, breathing heavily in indignation. The third prince, a gentleman, believes that revenge is a dish best served cold. Acknowledge your mistake and emerge, for to continue this conflagration is utterly unwise. In a state of urgency, Mo crouched on the ground, striving to discern NeZha's condition amidst the blinding flames. Yet, all that met his gaze was an expanse of fire, obscuring everything else. Within the inferno, NeZha was engulfed, his consciousness wavering, sustained only by a fierce determination, a seething hatred that could find no outlet as long as this cursed tower remained. My vengeance shall forever remain unfulfilled. Kingly, if this continues, you will surely incinerate him. The third prince poses no threat to you now. Release him at once. I implore you. Seeing NeZha's voice weaken within the Linglong Tower, Li Jing promptly retracted the tower, revealing NeZha kneeling on one knee, his spiritual energy in disarray, his soul somewhat unstable. Kingly, for heaven's sake, he is your son. How can you be so merciless? Mo exclaimed through gritted teeth, immediately supporting NeZha, declaring, I shall take you to the Supreme Old Lord for healing first. Li Jing, I shall slay you. Upon arriving, I was met with NeZha's pitiful state, which ignited a fury within me. I swiftly drew the hairpin from my head, transforming it into the celestial sword, aimed directly at Li Jing. Once more, Gao Yuqian, witnessing this, hurriedly stepped forward to intervene, once again summoning the primordial pearl, yet he dared not engage me directly, merely evading my onslaught. Miss XIN. The pressing matter at hand is to expedite the third prince's healing. Battles can be fought at any time. Upon hearing Gao Yuqian's words, clarity returned to me. Momentarily clouded by the rage incited by that old scoundrel Li Jing, I quickly assisted NeZha, setting our course towards the 33 heavens. By the time the Jade Emperor arrived from the Hall of Clarity, the crowd had greatly dispersed. The Supreme Old Lord had set up an array, with laws of nature swirling around, gradually stabilizing NeZha's soul. Beside him, my eyes reddened with fury, longing to see Li Jing torn asunder. Mo sighed deeply, then, in exasperation, exclaimed, They are father and son. How could he be so heartless, nearly reducing him to ashes? Years ago, I inflicted over 3,000 cuts upon myself, sacrificing flesh for my mother, stripping bones for my father, severing all ties of paternal affection. Since my rebirth, I have been nurtured by the earth, with no connection to the Li family, yet he incessantly labels me a rebellious son, wielding that Linglong Tower to command me. How can I endure such humiliation? NeZha sat cross-legged within the array, articulating his grievances and frustrations. In those days, Ao Guang, seeking vengeance for his son, demanded NeZha's life. I sought my father's edict to command Ao Guang to withdraw the waters, but he defied the imperial decree, prioritizing revenge for his own child, petitioning the goddess Nuwa for a decree demanding NeZha's death as atonement. The Spirit Pearl was nurtured by the goddess Nuwa herself. How could she possibly allow her most cherished disciple to meet an untimely demise? I could not fathom it. Yet, upon my return, I was met with a scene of bloodshed, a ravine strewn with remnants of flesh. I had not anticipated that he would resort to such a gruesome fate, believing that with the two who loved him most gone, he could obliterate his very essence, dispersing his 3 souls and 7 spirits, yearning to vanish entirely from this world. As I pondered this, an immense pain welled up within me, as if I were the one being cut open back then. Tears cascaded down my cheeks, each drop a testament to my anguish, obscuring my vision. Emily Shou, quick-witted and nimble, grasped my arm. Taishang Laojun, something is amiss with Miss XIN. Chapter 62. Perhaps let her stab 2 swords to vent her anger. Noticing my peculiar expression, Taishang Laojun swiftly seized my wrist. A gentle stream of spiritual energy flowing through me, akin to a warm spring breeze that soothed every nerve, urging me to forget the past, to quiet my mind. He spoke softly. Just as NeZha attempted to break free from the formation, a jolt coursed through my heart, compelling me to rush forward. Speaking in unison with NeZha, do not worry, I am fine. Please, do not fret, I am not gravely harmed. Amidst our intertwined voices, I stepped into the formation. Kneeling before NeZha, my heart a tumult of emotions, both sorrow and guilt. My hands tenderly caressed his face, our foreheads touching, silent tears falling, vanishing upon contact with the formation. I am so sorry, all of this is because of me. NeZha gently lifted his hand, his fingertips brushing away the tear stains on my cheek. His aura transformed from sharp to gentle, like a newly blossomed lotus, elegant and warm. He leaned closer to my ear, his voice as delicate as a whisper yet brimming with affection. How could I bear to blame you when my heart is filled with joy? I was momentarily taken aback, attempting to push him away, my gaze rife with uncertainty. Yet, I was met with a gentle smile, as his thumb tenderly brushed my eyelids, indulgently asking, must I voice it for you to feel at ease? In the past, I was always the one standing in front of him, but now, his wings had grown wide enough to shelter me from the storm. Meanwhile, Emily Shou had quietly slipped away, and Taishang Laojun lowered his head, stroking his feather duster as if to avoid any implication. I rose and softly instructed NeZha, "You must recuperate well. I have some matters to attend to." As I turned, I tightly grasped Taishang Lao Jun's arm, earnestly imploring, "Lao Jun, please ensure you do everything in your power to heal him." Taishang Lao Jun gently patted the back of my hand, comforting me. "Do not worry, I will restore your lively third prince." "Where are you going?" Taishang Lao Jun inquired with concern as I prepared to leave. "To settle a score," I replied with unwavering determination. Emily Shou looked at Taishang Lao Jun in shock. "Who is she going to confront?" Taishang Lao Jun smiled faintly. "It is indeed the one you suspect." "Are you not going to stop her?" Emily Shou observed my fierce demeanor, growing anxious. "She is merely venting her anger. How can I easily placate her?" "Let her express her feelings." Taishang Lao Jun shook his head, his tone tinged with resignation. Emily Shou gazed at my retreating figure, seeking reassurance. "She is only going to teach a lesson. She will not take a life, will she? It should not be so extreme. Perhaps we should send Wang Mutianwang to check on her?" Emily Shou waved his hands repeatedly, his tone laced with a hint of evasion regarding the matter. "Old Lord, I take my leave." He turned towards the southern heavenly gate to deliver the news. Apart from the third brother, Emoli Hai, who was on duty today, the other three brothers had already returned to Mount Shumi. The people of Yunlu Palace sensed my ill intent and immediately rushed inside to report. By the time I arrived, Li Jing had vanished. I let out a cold laugh, my grip on the sword hilt tightening with increasing intensity. "Where's Li Jing? Have him come out and face me." "Miss XinXue, the Heavenly King is not here," stammered a small celestial attendant, not daring to raise his head. "Do not think that I am unaware of your secret communications. If you dare deceive me today, I will cast you all down to the mortal realm." I glanced at the array of bottles and jars on the table, which had yet to be cleared away, and with a swift stroke of my sword, reduced them to mere dust along with the table itself. "Miss XinXue, the little celestial has no intention to deceive you. The Heavenly King just left the back courtyard. Where he has gone, I truly do not know." The frightened attendant knelt down with a thud, pleading for mercy. Your Majesty, please help me." Li Jing, currently applying medicine to his wounds, felt an ominous turn upon hearing the celestial attendant mention my arrival at Yunlu Palace. He hurriedly sought out the Jade Emperor in Tongming Hall for protection. "Then tell me, how would you like me to intervene?" The Jade Emperor sighed, lifting his teacup, only to place it back down on the table without tasting it. She drew her sword and struck at me. I dared not retaliate. Li Jing, bearing a bruised visage, only added to the Jade Emperor's exasperation. "Your Majesty, Miss XinXue has set fire to Yunlu Palace," reported the patrol spirit officer, hurrying in with urgent news. "Your Majesty, look." Li Jing attempted to speak, but was interrupted by the Jade Emperor. "Swiftly command the water deity to extinguish the flames." "Your Majesty, hiding out like this is not a solution. You must intervene." Li Jing, in a state of desperation, cast a pleading glance at the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor, with a hint of resignation, replied, "How can I counsel you when you have scorched NeZha so? You might as well stand there quietly and let her stab you a couple of times to vent her anger. I am, after all, your appointed general of heavenly armies." "This is quite embarrassing." Li Jing sighed heavily. "Your Majesty, Miss XinXue is approaching Tongming Hall," reported the patrol spirit officer once more. "I am aware." The Jade Emperor gestured for him to leave and turned his gaze back to Li Jing. "Perhaps you should seek refuge in the outer heavens?" Li Jing's face contorted with difficulty. "Even if I were to go to the 33 heavens, I would need to report in advance. I cannot go to the outer heavens." Listening to the patrol spirit officer's repeated reports made Li Jing more anxious than during Sun Wukong's tumultuous rebellion in heaven. At that moment, the Star of Venus rushed into Tongming Hall in a hurry. Li Jing felt a flicker of hope upon seeing the new savior. "You've arrived. Quickly. Think of a solution." The Star of Venus bowed to the Jade Emperor. "Your Majesty, Miss XinXue is already at the entrance of Tongming Hall." I slipped in from a side chamber. "Dear Ministerly, you must propose a solution. What should we do?" inquired the Jade Emperor. "Your Majesty, Miss XinXue is in a furious rage and has ignited Yunlu Palace. All the celestial beings have shut their doors, leaving only the on-duty heavenly soldiers outside. It seems there is no way to appease her. We may have to inconvenience the Heavenly King this once." Sigh. Li Jing wore a troubled expression, burdened with grievances. "I do not wish to resort to the Linglong Tower. It is that ungrateful child who insists on wielding a weapon against me. What choice do I have?" The Star of Taibai persistently urged the Heavenly King. "It is too late for words now. Perhaps you should seek refuge elsewhere. She won't be able to find you, and in time, her fury will subside." As a dignified Heavenly King, Li Jing found the idea of hiding to be utterly laughable. He stood his ground, refusing to either retreat or confront the matter directly, which exasperated the Star of Taibai to the point of nearly losing his temper. "Then go out and face her in a duel." Upon hearing this, Li Jing hesitated, yet soon appeared to resolve himself, lifting his chin and declaring, "If the sovereign commands, the subject must obey, even if she were to slay me. I would have no words to utter. Resorting to violence is absolutely out of the question." The Star of Tai Bai pointed outside. "She is right there. The Heavenly King. Please proceed." Chapter 63. Let her step outside to fight. I raised my gaze to the luminous plaque of the Tongming Palace and ascended the steps, one by one. Suddenly, the guardian of Tongming Palace, Wang Lingguan, stood before me, wielding a golden whip. "Miss Xian, this is not a place for frivolity. Is Li Jing inside?" Wang Lingguan stammered, unable to give a clear answer, his demeanor betraying his guilt. "Wang Lingguan, step aside. I must see the Jade Emperor." My impatience surged, and I pushed him, yet he remained unmoved. "Miss Xian, this is not in accordance with the rules. Weapons are not permitted within Tongming Palace." Noticing his gaze on my soul-devouring sword, I promptly transformed it into a hairpin, casting him an irritated glance. "Is this acceptable now?" Wang Lingguan appeared troubled, yet stood resolutely, refusing to yield. "Miss Xian, I am merely a gatekeeper. Please do not make this difficult for me." I regarded him in astonishment. Wang Lingguan, the embodiment of Tai Thunder's divine might, claiming to be a mere gatekeeper? Is Li Jing truly inside? He obstructed my path, and my temper flared. "Speak up." After much hesitation, he finally replied, albeit reluctantly, "Li Tianwang is within. But the Jade Emperor has decreed that he is engaged in important matters with the king and cannot be disturbed. If you wish to see Li Tianwang, you must wait for him to emerge. Why must you commit such an act of disrespect?" Wang Lingguan was correct. Entering Tongming Palace with a weapon could be interpreted in grave ways. The charges of treason and regicide would be inescapable, and it hardly seemed worthwhile to confront Li Jing. "That scoundrel. Do you wish to engage me in combat?" Wang Lingguan, alarmed, immediately replied, "You cannot cast such accusations. When did I imply that I intended to fight? Then allow me to enter." Wang Lingguan's brow furrowed in concern. "I cannot defy the edict." My internal turmoil reached a boiling point, and I felt a wave of indignation wash over me, my eyes welling with tears as I regarded him with a look of accusation. "You are bullying me." "Please, no. I would never." Wang Lingguan, flustered by my near tears, became agitated. "Then let me in. Can we not rephrase this?" Wang Lingguan, in a state of desperation, scratched his head. Known for his unwavering integrity and impartiality, he found himself at a loss before me, unable to resort to violence or favoritism. He felt as if he might faint from the sheer frustration. I glared at him menacingly, threatening to cry if he did not step aside. And I would inform my brother, Yang Jian, and my father, the king, that he was the one striking me. "I am merely following orders, Miss Xian. You cannot fabricate such claims." My round, expressive eyes remained fixed on him, and soon they began to sting, tears welling up in their corners. Ultimately, Wang Lingguan succumbed, letting out a resigned sigh as he extended his hand towards me. "At least leave your weapon behind." Upon hearing this, I promptly removed the hairpin from my head and handed it to him, lifting my skirt to scurry inside. "Li Jing, come out," I called, exasperated by the ineffectiveness of Wang Lingguan, who could not even stop a single person. Upon hearing my voice, Li Jing immediately appeared with a woeful expression, directing his gaze towards the Jade Emperor. The Tai Bai Jinxing cast a sidelong glance at Li Jing. "What good are you? What are you hiding here from the Jade Emperor for?" The Jade Emperor beckoned to Tai Bai Jinxing, who promptly approached, only to hear the Jade Emperor say that the treasures in the Tongming Hall were numerous, and she should step outside to continue the fight. Tai Bai Jinxing nodded in acknowledgement. "I suddenly recall that I have matters to attend to at the Yaoqi," the Jade Emperor declared, rising to leave. "Jade Emperor! Jade Emperor!" Li Jing called out, but the Jade Emperor ignored him and turned away, exiting from a side hall. Just as Li Jing turned, I kicked him in the chest, sending him sprawling to the ground, where he hastily retrieved the fallen Linglong Tower. I swore I would destroy that wretched tower. My teeth nearly ground to dust as I prepared to act, only to be firmly grasped by Tai Bai Jinxing's arm. "Li Tianwang, you must leave at once." Seeing this, Li Jing quickly rose and adjusted his helmet. "Tai Bai, I cannot express my gratitude enough," he said. "Li Changong, are you rebelling?" I seized his beard and yanked it forcefully. Calm down, calm down. Miss Xian, please listen to me. The Tongming Hall is the Jade Emperor's palace. It is indeed inappropriate to act violently here. Once outside, no one will dare to stop you." Upon hearing this, I understood the implication and immediately chased after Li Jing. "Where do you think you're going?" Despite his age, the old man ran surprisingly fast. By the time I exited the Tongming Hall, he had already vanished without a trace. It was all Tai Bai Jinxing's fault for wasting my time. "Which way did he go?" I inquired of Wang Lingguan, who pointed in a direction. I followed, inquiring passers-by if they had seen Li Jing. Li Jing spent the afternoon hiding in the military camp, dispatching individuals to gather intelligence. Upon learning that I had returned to the 33 heavens, he sighed in relief and prepared to return to the Cloud Tower Palace. Lady Li first heard Li Jinying lamenting that Li Jing had struck her over the matter of the rat demon, and then learned that he had imprisoned NeZha within the Linglong Tower and set it ablaze. Enraged, she cursed loudly and slapped him. Weeping as she made her way to the underworld to seek Huang Feihu, Li Jing, feeling utterly drained, had scarcely left the military camp when a sharp pain shot through the back of his neck, causing him to lose consciousness entirely. Chapter 64. A treat for your ears. I scoured the vast expanse of the sky, yet there was no trace of Li Jing to be found. Despite being the illustrious pagoda-bearing heavenly king, he scurried about like a rat fleeing through the streets. How disgraceful. Humph, Li Jing, our time will come. I shall see how long you can evade me. I made my way to the southern heavenly gate, where the sentinel Mo Li Hai feigned a brief respite, while the 6 heavenly soldiers at the entrance dangled their heads, nearly toppling over. Witnessing this scene left me utterly speechless. I had done nothing to warrant such behavior. Approaching Mo Li Hai, I caught sight of the jade pipa cradled in his arms. With a forceful tug followed by a sudden release, the sharp twang of the instrument pierced the air, nearly rupturing my eardrums. Mo Li Hai jolted upright, hastily retreating a few steps while cradling his pipa. Miss XinXue, this pipa is not to be played so recklessly. He chuckled, concealing the instrument behind him. I whistled, the sound echoing through the 33 heavens, and soon after, a series of melodious cries resonated through the skies. The Qing Yuan transformed into its true form, descending gracefully from the 33 heavens, stirring a veil of mist in its wake. The magnificent figure of the Qing Yuan landed at the entrance of the southern heavenly gate, the force of its landing causing the celestial soldiers to stagger back a few paces. Seizing Mo Li Hai's pipa, I leaped onto the back of the Qing Yuan. Miss XinXue, that pipa's strings are difficult to repair. The last time Sun Wukong broke 3 strings, it took me 2 months to mend them. Please, show some mercy. Mo Li Hai lamented, his face a comical mask of despair as he extended a hand towards me. Could we perhaps trade for something else? King of holding the nation. Kindly cease your laughter. It's rather unsettling, I remarked, nearly recoiling at his peculiar grin, which sent chills down my spine. Just let me borrow it. I promise to return it to you, I declared, addressing the Qing Yuan. Let us depart for the Spirit Mountain. Is there no room for negotiation? Mo Li Hai cried, his expression one of utter dismay as he jumped in frustration. Why must it be just you? Can't someone else go? However, having already vanished beyond the southern heavenly gate, I could no longer hear his pleas, only the howling wind remaining in my ears. If Li Jing cannot be found, then I shall seek the source of this matter, this cursed tower. Once I uncover how to control it, we shall see how you fare against the gentle breeze. The Qing Yuan carried me towards the western Yohuzhou in the land of Tianzhu, where the Spirit Mountain resides among its peaks, a place where they often discuss the profound teachings. Who dares intrude upon the Spirit Mountain? As the Qing Yuan prepared to land, the formidable king of strength emerged to confront us. Do you not recognize me, nor this jade Yuan bird? I dismounted from the Qing Yuan, which then shrank to the size of a kingfisher, perching upon my shoulder. Ah, a visitor from the heavenly court. What brings you here? In this world, there exist but 2 Yuan birds, one named Jing Yuan, skilled in melody, attending to the Queen Mother, and the other, the Qing Yuan, adept in martial prowess. This very bird upon my shoulder. I gently stroked the feathers that hung from my shoulder. I seek the ancient Buddha of the burning lamp. Please kindly inform the Vidra. I chose to bring the Qing Yuan along, not only for her swiftness but also for her combat prowess, which saved me considerable effort. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the mighty king of heaven returned. The enlightened Buddha had just departed for scholarly pursuits and was not present. What a coincidence. It seems that the enlightened one anticipated the purpose of my visit. Monastics do not speak in falsehoods. If he is absent, then he is truly absent. Perhaps he received advance notice of my arrival and chose to flee. I now have matters to discuss with the Tathagata Buddha, so I must trouble you to announce my presence once more. Though the formidable Vajrapani was somewhat reluctant, he nonetheless turned and walked inside, returning after another quarter of an hour. Lady, the Buddha requests your presence. This time, Vajrapani employed the courteous term request, and his demeanor had noticeably improved. I cast an annoyed glance at the 4 heavenly kings guarding the outer gate, realizing I must frequent this place more often to ensure they recognize me. Mount Ling has its 8 great kings, with 4 guarding the outer gate and 4 safeguarding the inner gate. Beyond them lies the magnificent Hall of Great Strength, the venue for discussions among the Tathagata and the Bodhisattvas. Despite Mount Ling's modest size, its splendor is dazzling and opulent, rivaling even the heavenly palaces. At this moment, the phrase to save the suffering and rescue the distressed seems particularly ironic. There were indeed numerous celestial creatures, such as white cranes, pine lions, elephants, and leopards, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a forest kingdom. Almost every bodhisattva and arhat had their own noble steed. I reached out to touch the tail of a green phoenix, only to find it lacking in comparison to my own. Unbeknownst to me, the lady has arrived, and I have failed to welcome you properly. The Tathagata, resembling a statue, was enveloped in golden radiance. However, his towering golden figure left me craning my neck in discomfort, unable to see his face. There is no need for such formality, I remarked, patting the green phoenix. It instantly transformed into its grand avian form, causing the hall of great strength to feel crowded. Lady XIN, this hall is meant for discussions. Your presence here is rather inappropriate. Before the Tathagata could respond, the guardian NeZha interjected. Ah, now he must be the great protector. Who are you? We are not acquainted, I retorted, my tone tinged with discontent and provocation. Seeing him reminded me of his father, which was quite vexing. It is not my intention to violate the rules of Mount Ling. It is merely that your golden form is too magnificent. I am straining my neck, and still cannot behold your true visage. It is said that the Buddha embodies compassion. Surely, you would not begrudge such trivial matters. Lady XIN, you jest. The Tathagata's sculpted visage lifted slightly at the corners, appearing indeed benevolent and kind. This is a pure domain of the Buddha. I presume you would not visit without reason. Before he could finish, I quickly interjected, naturally, I came in search of the enlightened Buddha, but he is absent. It is no small feat for me to journey this far. I have been fortunate to learn a few melodies from the King of Growth during these past few days. I immediately produced the jade pipa of Mo Lihai, noticing the expressions of those present gradually shifting to one of astonishment. Allow me to offer you a delightful auditory experience, I declared as I plucked the strings of the pipa. Chapter 65. This matter is beyond my jurisdiction. Above the Yaoqi, amidst swirling clouds and mist, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother sat on either side. Their figures were gently enveloped in soft golden light, exuding an air of both solemnity and transcendence. The Jade Emperor, adorned in a dragon robe, emanated an aura of regal authority, while the Queen Mother, draped in a resplendent phoenix gown, possessed a gentle demeanor, her eyes shimmering with compassion. Beside them, the fairy Hongling moved with grace, akin to a blooming red lotus, delicately presenting a fragrant celestial tea in an exquisite jade pot. The aroma of the tea intermingled with the ethereal essence surrounding them, creating an uplifting atmosphere. Sighing softly, the Queen Mother expressed her helplessness and regret regarding Li Jing's recent actions, which she deemed excessive. Her tone carried a hint of sorrow. The Jade Emperor took a sip from the tea, his brow furrowing in contemplation, revealing a weighty concern. I have followed that disciple for many years. XinXue has practically grown up under my watchful gaze, he remarked slowly, his voice tinged with both affection and resignation. She is lively and kind-hearted, but she cannot endure injustice. Growing up alongside Ling Zhu, their bond is profound. After Ling Zhu descended to the mortal realm, she nurtured him herself. Li Jing has truly provoked her this time. Another sigh escaped the Jade Emperor, his eyes betraying a flicker of weariness. Years ago, when NeZha was conferred the title of the third prince, the intent was clear, yet Li Jing, in his foolishness, fails to grasp the deeper meaning. His constant opposition to NeZha is indeed a source of great annoyance. Hearing this, the Queen Mother smiled gently, offering words of solace. Let them be. As long as they do not create a significant disturbance, there is always the protection of the 33 heavens. A breath of life can always be restored. Just as their conversation unfolded, a hurried footstep interrupted them. The heavenly king of holding nations, Mo Lihai, rushed in, visibly distressed, and saluted. Little Immortal pays respects to the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. There is an urgent matter to report. The Jade Emperor, noticing his anxious demeanor, felt a sense of foreboding and questioned, what has transpired that has you in such a frenzy? Mo Lihai, his face etched with worry, explained. Report to the Jade Emperor. Miss XIN has seized my jade pipa. His words nearly brought him to tears, revealing the pain within. The Jade Emperor was taken aback and furrowed his brow in confusion. Why would she take your pipa? The Queen Mother, unfazed, chuckled lightly and remarked. Perhaps the young lady was simply inspired to learn the pipa. Mo Lihai quickly shook his head, insisting, Your Majesty, you do not understand. She does not wish to learn the pipa, but rather, she has gone to Ling Mountain. He spoke with mounting urgency, fearing entanglement in the ensuing turmoil. The Jade Emperor sighed, shaking his head helplessly. In this heavenly realm, aside from NeZha's fiery wheels, who else can match the pace of the Qingyuan? Let her go. This matter is beyond my control. If those from the west have objections, let them consult Lord Xuanxiang of the southern heavens. With that, he waved his hand, signaling Mo Lihai to withdraw. Though reluctant, Mo Lihai could only acquiesce, bowing in departure while continuing to stomp his feet in distress, clearly pained by the situation. Though I possess no understanding of musical theory, the sound of the pipa's strings is truly enchanting, clear and resounding. Yet, to the ears of those around me, it is merely noise. My fingers incessantly pluck at the strings, causing the countenance of the onlookers to shift. Several bodhisattvas have already begun to chant incantations, forming a transparent barrier around themselves, while the less powerful arhats cover their ears, enduring in silence, casting desperate glances toward the Tathagata. The Tathagata emits a series of characters that float around, obscuring the chaotic sounds of the pipa. Disheartened, I observe that the attack from the jade pipa has been thwarted, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the surrounding arhat emissaries, who repeatedly murmur Amit Ba. I stow the jade pipa into my bag. Having noted the splendid scenery of Mount Ling, I intend to linger for a few days, especially since I have recently learned alchemy from Lao Jun. Perhaps I shall demonstrate my skills later. NeZha steps forward, standing beneath the Qingwan, and beams at me. Sister XIN, were you not searching for the Buddha of Light? Allow me to guide you. Had you mentioned it sooner? I exclaim, promptly leaping from the back of the Qingyao, with a gentle demeanor reminiscent of his mother. NeZha's cheerful disposition is rather endearing. Wasn't it said that he had ventured out? Surely, there must be traces to follow. He is indeed away, NeZha replies, extending his right arm to lead me from the great hero hall. I cast a glance at the multitude of Buddhas above, then turn back to ponder, when, precisely, is the day of Sun Wukong's release? All is governed by fate. The secrets of heaven cannot be disclosed, I hear, causing me to roll my eyes, one after another. They attempt to evade my inquiries with this phrase. As I exit the great hero hall with NeZha, he guides me to the sutra repository. What brings me here? I inquire, my face a mask of confusion. The Buddha of Light has a profound affinity for scriptures and resides here. Thus, these texts are of utmost importance to him. NeZha replies with a cheerful demeanor. With such a revelation, clarity dawns upon me. Are they suggesting that I should peruse his scriptures? Yet, despite my occasional mischief, I would never become a pawn for another's schemes. I chuckle, Messenger Huiyan, your calculations are quite transparent. Lady Xin, do not jest. The whereabouts of the Buddha of Light remain unknown, yet these scriptures are indeed his most cherished possessions. This jovial NeZha, seemingly harmless, harbors a darker side. I instruct Qingwan to fetch a pile of firewood to ignite, while I sharpen 2 daggers, the sound echoing ominously. The golden-winged bird outside appears quite plump. I wonder how it would taste. Qingwan, seize it and prepare it for a feast. Understood, Qingwan responds, preparing to act, but the white-horned sage from the sutra repository, upon hearing this, turns pale and urgently intervenes. Young lady, that golden-winged bird is the steed of the Bodhisattva of the void. It must not be harmed. Chapter 66. Fight even if you cannot win. Must not be harmed? I scoff, leaping to the top of the sutra repository, gathering my strength to project my voice to every corner of Mount Ling. If I do not encounter the Buddha of Light today, I shall slay all of your steeds. Otherwise, what do you suppose I brought Qingwan here for? Upon hearing this, the serene expressions of those gathered in the grand hall could no longer be maintained. The Bodhisattva Samandabhadra and I share an old acquaintance. I was present when he subdued the white elephant in the array of 10,000 immortals. Had it not been for his swiftness, I would have surely reduced that Lingya immortal to mere fragments. Buddha, the little princess, is known for her unwavering will. Should we fail to accommodate her wishes today, it is likely to incite a great uproar in Lingshan. The Bodhisattva Samandabhadra spoke wisely. She merely seeks the Buddha of Light. Why should we invite further troubles? The Bodhisattva Manjushri concurred in persuasion. The words of both bodhisattvas are reasonable. Thus, let us assist her in finding the Buddha of Light. As soon as the Tathagata uttered these words, within moments, all 18 arhats and the assembly of bodhisattvas poured forth, leaving me astonished from my perch atop the attic. Were they in search of someone or fleeing? I hastily instructed Qingwan to gather information. Seated in the attic of the sutra repository, I began tossing down fragments of tiles, which shattered with a satisfying crunch. Burning scriptures is absolutely forbidden, yet breaking a few tiles poses no issue. Young lady, cease at once. If you tear off the roof, it could spell disaster in the rain. The esteemed White Xiong, visibly anxious, dared not intervene and could only plead with upturned eyes. It is not my scripture. What concern is it of mine? It is he who chooses to hide from me. I retorted, tearing off another tile to glance down at White Xiong. You better stay clear, lest you be caught in the crossfire. I must admit, this reckless abandon feels rather exhilarating. Just as I neared the end of my tile-throwing spree, the Buddha of Light finally appeared. Rather than expressing anger at the chaos before him, he simply smiled and gestured for me to descend. With a swift motion of his sleeve, the shattered tiles restored themselves to their original state, neatly arranged upon the attic's roof. I clapped my hands and approached him, saying, Buddha of Light, Let us speak plainly. How could the tower you gifted to Li Jing possibly be destroyed? Princess, please enter, the Buddha of Light replied, smiling as he patiently explained that the exquisite tower is an innate treasure, formed from countless profound methods. Even if it were to be destroyed, it could be restored in an instant. Upon hearing this, my frustration intensified. Neither Lingzhu nor NeZha had wronged him. Why then did he specifically target this tower to counter NeZha? What is your intention? What favor has Li Jing granted you for such assistance? I queried, grasping a scripture from the nearby shelf and striking it against NeZha. He has done nothing to deserve such cruelty. The Buddha of Light chuckled softly. Princess, please remain calm. My actions are not without reason. Although the third prince has severed his paternal ties with Li Jing, he still has a mother, a sister, and 2 brothers. If Li Jing were truly to perish at the hands of the third prince, how would he face them? At that point, he would have severed all familial connections. How could he endure such a fate? I fell silent, pondering his words. The Buddha of Light spoke with merit. Although NeZha may feel indifferent towards his brothers, he harbors genuine affection for Lady Li and Li Jinying. If he were to truly kill Li Jing, how could he reconcile with them? Regardless of my feelings, you must divulge the secrets behind the exquisite Linglong Tower. I cannot merely stand by and watch as it is used to incinerate NeZha, the young princess. Leaning closer to hear the words spoken, I was eager to understand his intentions. The sentry, Emoli Hai, stood at the southern heavenly gate, lamenting, while the celestial soldiers beside him lowered their heads in an attempt to diminish their presence. Suddenly, a figure approached from beyond the southern heavenly gate. Hair disheveled and exuding an imposing aura that momentarily suggested trouble, Emoli Hai shouted, "Where do you think you're going, you monster? This is not a place for you to trespass. Leave at once, or I shall strip you of your powers." Li Jing, having exited the military camp, was ambushed and ensnared in a sack, subjected to blows and kicks. Before he could free himself from the confines of the bag, he was sent sprawling by a powerful kick. Had he not hastily drawn his weapon to slice through the sack, he would have certainly sustained grievous injuries upon crashing to the mortal realm, slowly revealing the resplendent 7-treasure Linglong Tower in his grasp. Li Jing pondered whether Emoli Hai would recognize his true identity and allow him passage. To his dismay, Emoli Hai erupted in fury, exclaiming, "You audacious fiend! With a visage akin to that of a pig, how dare you impersonate King Li? You are truly brazen." He commanded the celestial soldiers, "Seize him at once." At his command, the guards advanced with their spears, launching a fierce assault against Li Jing. Taken by surprise, he could only evade their onslaught. Each attempt to speak resulted in excruciating pain at the corners of his mouth. As the tide of spears surged towards him, he swiftly drew the formidable Tiangang blade, determined to resist with all his might. You vile creature, even the Tiangang blade of King Li can be counterfeited. This is never-ending. Emoli Hai, undeterred, joined the fray with bare hands. The blade gleamed ominously, and even Emoli Hai found it challenging to gain the upper hand, ultimately retreating from the battle momentarily. As the celestial soldiers began to falter, Emoli Hai's anxiety escalated, muttering to himself, "This unfortunate child, why did he seize my pipa? If he truly breaches the southern heavenly gate, how could the Jade Emperor possibly forgive me?" One of the celestial soldiers stumbled beside Emoli Hai, hastily adjusting his helmet, and anxiously inquired, "Lord of the Holding Nation, this monster is formidable. We cannot defeat him. What shall we do?" Emoli Hai forcefully shoved him towards the edge of the battlefield, resolutely declaring, "Even if we cannot win, we must fight. I will summon reinforcements." "Wait, Emoli Hai!" Li Jing cried out in pain, his voice contorted due to the agony on his face. In that moment of distraction, a nearby celestial soldier took the opportunity to kick him behind the knee, causing him to stagger. Li Tianwang, Emoli Hai, upon hearing this familiar yet foreign call, abruptly halted, surveying the surroundings before finally locking his gaze upon the encircled figure of the monster. "Stop!" He issued a command once more, and the celestial soldiers swiftly withdrew, forming a perimeter that enclosed Li Jing in their midst. "Indeed, it is I," Li Jing replied through gritted teeth, instinctively covering his cheek, a sharp cry escaping him as he touched the wound. The celestial soldiers exchanged glances, hastily lowering their weapons and retreating to the sides of the southern heavenly gate, pulling down their helmets to conceal their awkward expressions. Emoli Hai, suppressing a chuckle, approached Li Jing with feigned concern. Who is this formidable character? Striking so fiercely and targeting the face? Li Jing sheathed his Tiangang blade, casting a sweeping gaze around, his heart a tumult of emotions. How could a dignified heavenly king find himself in such a disheveled state? He could only imagine how his colleagues would mock him behind his back. Observing his distress, Emoli Hai quickly offered an explanation. "My king, it is not favoritism on my part. That young lady, unable to find you, seized my pipa and Qingwan to venture to Ling Mountain, and she is yet to return. This must surely not be her doing. Not her. Doubts clouded Li Jing's mind. In the heavenly court, who else could act so recklessly? Moreover, he could distinctly feel that the blows he received were not from a single individual. Has anyone else visited the heavenly court today? He inquired. Li Hai, supporting him inward, replied, earlier, Erlangchen came by, presumably to visit Princess XinXue. Not long ago, the Eastern Emperor of the Underworld also arrived. He cast a meaningful glance at Li Jing. Li Hai observed keenly that Lady Li had wept as she exited the southern heavenly gate, heading towards the mortal realm. And shortly thereafter, the Eastern Emperor had arrived. Was this not a clear indication of avenging the young lady? The Eastern Emperor? Li Jing's brow furrowed as he contemplated this. Yes, the one from the underworld, appearing quite imposing, seemingly seeking retribution. Li Hai stifled a laugh in response. Seeing that no one was around, Li Jing pointed at the celestial soldiers beside him, warning, anyone who dares to defy authority must not be spared. Indeed, indeed. Absolutely not to be spared. My king, you should first attend to your injuries. Li Hai reminded him, urging him to leave hastily. Once Li Jing departed, Li Hai could no longer contain his laughter, slapping his thigh. Li Jing, you two have your day of reckoning. Ha ha ha. The celestial soldiers on either side nearly wept, adjusting their helmets once more, looking at Li Hai with forlorn expressions. We cannot be blamed for failing to recognize the heavenly king in such a state. Moreover, we are merely following orders. While Li Hai reveled in their misfortune, he had no intention of genuinely punishing them. Instead, he commanded, I will keep watch. You lot quickly find someone to take over. For the time being, avoid appearing before him. Thank you, heavenly king of holding the nation. The 6 celestial soldiers exclaimed, their sorrow turning to joy, and they hurriedly expressed their gratitude before departing. Although Randang did not divulge the incantation to control the Linglong Tower, he did share how to wield the true fire within it. Henceforth, that tower would merely serve as a prison, incapable of inflicting harm upon NeZha. Xingwan carried me towards the 9 heavens, and upon seeing me, Li Hai hurriedly approached with a broad smile. Young lady, you have finally returned. Extending his hand towards me, he exclaimed, here, look at how stingy you are. With that, I reached into my qianquan bag and tossed him the jade pipa. As I prepared to leave, Li Hai stepped forward, blocking my path with a gloating expression. Miss XIN, while you were away, it seems that Lord Li was rather unfortunate, having been ensnared by someone. Who could be responsible for such a deed? Upon hearing this, I immediately halted, intrigued by his narrative. Although I was unaware of the perpetrator, it was evident that Lord Li had suffered greatly, his visage resembling that of a bruised pig, recently returned from the lower realms, barely recognizable. Li Hai chuckled heartily. Well deserved. He often struts around with such arrogance, never once cracking a smile. I felt a surge of relief upon hearing about Li Jing's misfortune. I glanced toward the southern heavenly gate and noticed that Li Hai was alone. The celestial soldiers stationed earlier had vanished. I inquired, why are you alone? They must have been affected by witnessing Lord Li's disgrace, he replied. My soldiers are not to be punished at his whim. I sent them off to switch shifts. Miss XIN, I imagine Lord Li is currently recuperating under the care of the Taibai Star. The glint of mischief in Li Hai's eyes was unmistakable. Qingwan, you should return now. I shall pay a visit to the Jiu Yao Palace, I announced, twisting my wrist as I headed in that direction. The journey was remarkably tranquil. Apart from the celestial soldiers stationed at various posts, there was hardly anyone in sight. Presumably, they were all attending to their duties in their respective abodes. Upon arriving, the attendant deity at the gate immediately approached me with a cheerful demeanor. Miss XIN has arrived. May I inquire which Star Lord you seek today? Is Li Jing here? The attendant hesitated momentarily before responding. He came to see Lord Taibai and has been here for about half an hour. I heard he was quite severely beaten. Is that true? I asked, stepping inside and glancing back at the attendant. The attendant nodded, leading me further in. Indeed, it is true. Jing Xing. The voice of Jidu Star-Lord echoed through the chamber, startling Taibai Jin Xing, who was tending to Li Jing's wounds. He inadvertently jabbed Li Jing, causing him to leap from his seat with a grimace, exclaiming in pain. My lord, it was not my intention. Jidu Star-Lord startled me. Taibai, noticing Li Jing's distress, hastily attempted to deflect blame. Miss XIN has arrived and is in the main hall. Jidu Star-Lord appeared flustered. Everyone in the heavenly court was aware of my intention to confront Li Jing, and while they were curious to witness the spectacle, they now felt a twinge of sympathy for him. With Li Jing in such a state, continuing the assault could lead to dire consequences. Hurry. Let us exit through the back courtyard. Taibai Jin Xing urgently handed over 2 porcelain vials. This is for external application, and this one is for internal use. Sighing in resignation, Li Jing hurried toward the back courtyard. Jidu Star-Lord shook his head, feeling pity for him. Is it not somewhat unkind of us? Lord Li does seem genuinely unfortunate. Taibai Jinxing quickly began to tidy up the items on the table. If he does not depart, we shall be the ones suffering when Miss XIN arrives and stirs up trouble in the Jiuyao Palace. Jidu Star-Lord, Taibai Star-Lord. Miss XIN has sent a small deity to summon you, announced the attendant. Upon hearing this, Jidu Star-Lord immediately turned to the attendant, asking, "What does she require of us?" Not only you two, but also the other celestial lords sighed in unison, as the Lord of Jidu shrugged and remarked, "Well, it seems we have matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor was taken aback. I merely intended to apply some medicine to King Li, surely. It won't come to that. Chapter 68, Matters without evidence should not be spoken lightly. Within the Doshui Palace, the intricate formations radiated a mystical brilliance. Enveloped in enigmatic arcane energies, NeZha sat in serene meditation at the center, surrounded by resplendent golden light, resembling a sacred and inviolable deity. In this tranquil and solemn setting, apart from the regular inhabitants of the palace, a familiar figure quietly appeared, seated leisurely on a stone bench not far from NeZha, whispering softly. Knowing that the Linglong Tower was specifically designed to ensnare you, why insist on confronting it head-on? With a slight opening of his eyelids, NeZha's tone was calm yet resolute. This time, I can bear no more. Yang Jian, upon hearing this, chuckled heartily, his eyes glinting with fervor. After years of restraint, I thought you had undergone a transformation. It seems your spirit remains undiminished. My dear brother, when did you become so talkative? Though NeZha was meditating, he responded through a transmission of thoughts, laced with a hint of jest. I hardly find it worthy to elaborate to others. Yang Jian cast a glance at NeZha, a touch of exasperation evident. Why do you insist on a direct confrontation? Can't you be more strategic? At that moment, I returned and happened to catch Yang Jian's remarks. Hastily making my way to sit beside him, I just heard Mo Li Hai mention that Li Jing had been thoroughly beaten. Could it possibly be your doing? Without evidence, one must refrain from making baseless claims. Yang Jian replied with a light chuckle, taking a sip of tea, his demeanor betraying a tacit acceptance of my conjecture. NeZha also opened his eyes, a mixture of excitement and dissatisfaction shimmering within them as he turned to Yang Jian. Such an exhilarating affair, and you didn't include me? Brother, you are being rather inconsiderate. Yang Jian set down his teacup and regarded NeZha earnestly. Do you wish to suffer even greater injuries? You seem unaware of my genuine concern. I interjected, as long as it avenges you, it matters not who takes action. Alas, had I been present, I would have ensured he faced consequences. Only then did Yang Jian notice my disheveled appearance, a hint of confusion in his voice, by custom, given his injuries. You ought to have remained by his side. Where have you been? With a sigh, I recounted the events. I ventured to the Ling Mountain to seek the ancient Buddha of the lamp, hoping to discover a way to destroy the Linglong Tower. But alas, I was unsuccessful. You act far too rashly. The guards of Ling Mountain are not to be trifled with. If something were to happen to you, how could I find peace? Yang Jian admonished, his words laced with genuine concern. I retorted, you underestimate me too much. Besides, I had Qing Wan with me. Furthermore, I cannot rely on you for everything. I command elite troops to guard a territory, and you think it's for what purpose? Don't be angry. Next time I'll call for you during a fight. I noticed his anger and my voice unconsciously softened. It was peculiar, for I was his cousin. Yet somewhere along the line, I had developed a slight apprehension of his wrath, which left me perplexed. Yang Jian spoke with a hint of urgency. If you continue to place yourself in danger like this, I shall bind you and send you to the outer heavens, never to concern myself with you again. Though his tone was rather fierce, it stemmed from his genuine concern for my safety. Upon witnessing this, NeZha quickly interjected on my behalf. Second brother, why are you being so harsh with her? Everyone in Lingshan is aware of her identity. Who would dare to act recklessly? Yang Jian, upon hearing this, shot a displeased glance at NeZha and then at me, letting out a heavy huff before sweeping away in irritation. I was perplexed. Was he truly angry over this matter? Observing his furious silhouette, I could not understand his reaction. NeZha's brow furrowed with concern, however, he softened his tone. The guards of Lingshan are not to be trifled with and possess formidable skills. If they were to act in unison, I would stand no chance against them. Second brother is merely worried about you. I recognized his worry, and I believed that courtesy should precede conflict. Should they refuse me entry, it would plainly be a sign of disrespect, and I could not be blamed for retaliating. You make a valid point, but do not forget to bring me along. I replied. NeZha, unlike Yang Jian, did not indulge in lengthy reasoning. He simply followed my lead, fearing that I might unleash chaos, and he would be left to clean up the mess. My fondness for him deepened with each passing day. What a predicament! I crouched beside the formation, resting my chin in my hand as I watched him recover. Once you have healed, we shall confront those 8 together. Very well. NeZha chuckled in agreement. You continue to recuperate. I shall remain here to guard you. You need not guard me. It is a rare occasion for second brother to visit. You should catch up with him, NeZha stated before closing his eyes to resume his meditation. Very well, I see that he is quite upset. I should go and appease him, I concluded, departing from the Doshui Palace and descending to the mortal realm, where I caught up with Yang Jian and led him to the Xianxia Palace, offering him wine as an apology. As I prepared to escort Yang Jian out of the southern heavenly gate, the celestial realm erupted with lively chatter, groups of deities whispering and laughing amongst themselves. Upon noticing us, they immediately silenced, greeting us briefly before retreating to the side. Have you heard? King Li was unexpectedly ambushed and beaten up. And no one knows who he offended. They specifically targeted his face. Oh, what a tragedy. I heard. I even heard that someone stuffed his mouth with stinky socks. What? You don't know? King Li was left with nothing but his undergarments and was kicked down to the mortal realm, nearly assaulted by several female spirits. What? With that bushy beard of his, did those spirits really fancy him? That's not the point. It's his undergarment, which is supposedly pink. Haha. Who would have thought King Li harbored a delicate heart? A few celestial attendants, holding drinks, were unknowingly discussing their destination while animatedly gossiping. At that moment, another attendant joined in. That's not surprising. I also heard that when King Li returned to Yunlu Palace, the residents there didn't recognize him and thought someone was drunkenly misbehaving, so they gathered to give him another beating. Yang Jian could not help but laugh upon hearing this, casting a thoughtful glance in my direction. This tale is indeed absurd. Did you have a hand in it? I immediately dismiss any baseless claims. Such unfounded assertions should not be uttered. Chapter 69. Oh. Anger reigns once more. I am well aware that Li Jing is, by nature, a person who cherishes his reputation above all else. Yet, does revenge not require striking at the heart? A mere beating would be easily forgotten in a matter of days. Spreading rumors is precisely intended to achieve this effect. Otherwise, how could they be classified as rumors? This tumult has become a topic of idle chatter among everyone. The primary suspect, apart from myself, is none other than Li Jing. But I cannot admit to the incident of him being assaulted while ensconced in a sack. At this juncture, Li Jing's illustrious reputation lies in tatters. Even the Jade Emperor feels a loss of face, as a celestial king has been ensnared in a burlap sack. How will the realms perceive the heavenly court when this news circulates? The assembly of celestial beings gathered in the Lingxiao Palace sought to peer into the reincarnation mirror to discern who dared to plot against Li Jing. The atmosphere was charged with excitement. The origin of this event stemmed from Li Tianlong himself, and thus, the inquiry must first consider why NeZha was so intent on his demise. All eyes shifted to Li Jing, whose injuries had begun to swell and heal, revealing his unmistakable features, albeit marred by bruises resembling a painted mask. The gathered crowd refrained from speaking loudly in his presence, each person biting their lips in discomfort. This incident was indeed instigated by Li Tianlong. The truth would soon be revealed. With a gentle wave of his hand, the Jade Emperor activated the central reincarnation realm within the Lingxiao Palace, shifting the scene to the mortal realm. And all present leaned in unison to gaze at the unfolding image. In the shadowy night of the Xiankong Mountain, silver moonlight cascaded in patches across the winding path. When a dispute shattered the tranquility, a woman clad in a resplendent white robe, her eyes gleaming with cunning and avarice, believed herself to be immensely powerful and commanded the awe of the mountain's myriad demons, often behaving with considerable arrogance. Today, however, her target was the 1,000-year-old ginseng sought by the rabbit demon, a treasure that could augment one's cultivation by a millennium, undoubtedly a coveted prize among the demons. Madam Earth's embrace, you have relished the offerings of this mortal realm. Why must you trouble one so weak as I? The rabbit demon's voice, though soft, resonated with undeniable conviction. In just over a month, my 1,000-year thunder tribulation will arrive, and this time, I will not yield. Madam Earth's embrace, upon hearing this, curled her lips into a cold smirk. In an instant, she appeared before the rabbit demon, an overwhelming aura enveloping the space, compelling the rabbit demon to retreat several steps. Weak? In the face of absolute strength, any justification is futile. This 1,000-year ginseng shall be mine. If you yield willingly, I might offer assistance during your thunder tribulation. The rabbit demon hesitated momentarily, clutching the ginseng doll protectively behind her. Impossible. Before she could finish her protest, Madam Earth's embrace transformed into a swift white shadow. Lunging at her, the rabbit demon swiftly employed her agility, weaving through the forest in an attempt to evade the onslaught. Humph, a mere rabbit demon dares to challenge me? Madam Earth's embrace scoffed, suddenly brandishing a glinting dual-edged sword, aiming directly for the rabbit demon's vital points. The little rabbit demon felt a shiver run through her, and in a moment of desperation, she leaped up, using a sturdy bamboo as leverage to kick at Madame de Yong, forcing her to stagger back. Madame de Yong, are you truly willing to sacrifice the harmony of this hollow mountain for your own selfish desires? Upon landing, the rabbit demon still gasped for breath. Yet her gaze grew more resolute. You have already attained immortality. Why must you trouble a mere little demon? Madame de Yong paused, then burst into laughter. This hollow mountain is my domain. Since you are cultivating here, ought you not to show me respect? Where is the trouble in that? If you fail to recognize my authority, do not blame me for what follows. With her exceptional speed, Madame de Yong launched a fierce assault, while the rabbit demon relied on her agility and wits, deftly turning peril into safety. They leaped into the treetops or hid within the underbrush. Each encounter accompanied by the clash of spiritual power and flashes of light, illuminating the entire bamboo forest as if it were day. The heavenly assembly began to murmur, questioning why they were not witnessing NeZha's confrontation with Li Jing, but instead watching two demons battle. Madame de Yong, why does that name sound so familiar? The star monarch of Jidu pondered, recalling Li Tianwang. Is she not the daughter you recognized not long ago? This is rather unprincipled. Li Jing shot a glare at the star monarch. You talk too much. Oh dear. Is he angry again? The star monarch chuckled, stepping back a few paces to crowd behind several colleagues. That mouse spirit seemed so docile at first, yet now she exudes such malice. Her demonic energy nearly eclipses her celestial aura. The bright star of Tai Bai furrowed his brow, shifting his gaze to the wheel of reincarnation. I scoff. That mouse spirit appeared no more than 7 or 8 years old upon descending. A day in heaven equals a year on earth, after so many years without proper guidance. She is bound to stray. As I uttered this, the crowd turned their eyes to Li Jing, whose composure faltered yet feigned calmness as he spoke. Heaven is busy with many affairs. How could I attend to her? A blatant attempt to cover up the truth. Madame de Yong, do you truly believe that power is everything? The rabbit demon inquired, breathless after a clever counterattack. Is it not? Madame de Yong replied without hesitation. Yet beyond power, there exist perseverance and conviction. The rabbit demon's gaze remained steadfast. Though I am weak, I shall not be slaughtered at will. This declaration seemed to strike a chord within Madame de Yong, causing her assault to falter as a flicker of complex emotion crossed her eyes. Seizing the moment, the rabbit demon, fueled by unprecedented courage and determination, launched her final strike against Madame de Yong. You seek death. Madame de Yong's eyes turned icy, her long sword gleaming with a cold light directed at the rabbit demon. The exhausted rabbit demon, gazing at the approaching sword, widened her eyes in defiance, striving to etch this moment indelibly in her memory. Chapter 70. What kind of mouse spirit are you? In that critical instant, a resplendent golden bell, entwined with fluttering red ribbons, collided suddenly with Madame de Yong's sword, producing a sharp crack. The longsword shattered, breaking into 2 pieces. Madame de Yong staggered, retreating several steps, a flicker of astonishment passing through her eyes, which were otherwise filled with hostility. She lifted her gaze towards the horizon, where a young girl adorned in a gilded gown descended gracefully from the clouds, her hands waving lightly, ribbons of red trailing behind her, and golden bells embellishing her attire, emitting a melodious and delightful chime. Madame de Yong pondered silently, wondering if this sudden assailant was a spirit child under the auspices of some celestial being. Suppressing her fury, she resolved to first discern the intruder's intent before making any plans, thus feigning calmness and inquiring, "Might I ask which celestial child has graced us with their presence? Why would you disrupt my affairs?" Li Jing, upon hearing this, let out a soft huff, her toes barely touching the ground as she landed with poise. The golden bells on her ribbons swayed with her movements, producing an even more enchanting melody. You acknowledge my father as your adoptive father, yet you do not recognize me? She retorted, a hint of dissatisfaction lacing her words. In response, Madame de Yong's lips curled into a faint smile, realizing that this forthright child was indeed the long-lost Zhengying's sister. However, before she could complete her thought, Li Zhengying interrupted her without mercy. Bah! My mother only bore me 3 brothers. What sort of rodent spirit do you think you are to call me sister? Madame de Yong's smile instantly froze, her eyes flashing with cold light as her anger began to rise. Yet she managed to suppress it, responding with an even more haughty demeanor. I am Madame de Yong, bestowed by the Jade Emperor, a being of the earth, having cultivated in the Spirit Mountain for many years, my age surpassing yours significantly. What is inappropriate about calling you sister? Li Jing dismissed her with scorn, retorting, by earthly measures, I could easily be your ancestor. Do not call me sister, for I do not recognize you. You are simply overstepping your bounds. Madame de Yong, seething with rage, clutched her dual swords, their metallic sounds echoing sharply. Celestial beings, save me, she cried out, as the ginseng rabbit demon, sensing Madame de Yong's trepidation towards Li Zhengying, scurried behind her for protection. It has already attained sentience and become a ginseng spirit. Why would you still wish to consume it? What kind of being are you? Li Zhengying reached out, and the ginseng doll in the rabbit demon's grasp swiftly flew into her hands, freeing it from the red ribbon tied around its head. The liberated ginseng doll blinked its large, watery eyes and exclaimed, "Thank you, little celestial child. Be careful next time, off you go." Li Zhengying squatted down, and the ginseng doll leaped from her hand, instantly burrowing into the earth, disappearing from sight. The rabbit demon, witnessing this scene, was left dumbfounded. Instantly reverting to its true form, its coat of pure white fur shimmering vividly against the night, its eyes wide with fury, its paws clenched tightly, emanating waves of resentment and anger, as if poised to leap at Li Zhengying. "In just a few days, I shall face my thunder tribulation. Why must you all conspire against me?" Li Zhengying observed the scene before her with an unexpected calmness, earnestly advising, "I am helping you. If your hands are stained with innocent blood, no amount of ginseng will save you from the tribulations of thunder. Even if you miraculously survive, you shall not pass the first trial set by the Jinwu Hall and will be cast down to the mortal realm." As the two engaged in a heated dispute, Lady Di Yong quietly stood to the side, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she contemplated how to exploit the conflict, intending to teach the insufferable young girl a lesson through the hands of the rabbit demon. Historically, the law of the jungle has always prevailed. What fault lies with me? Rabbit demon, your cultivation is arduous. You ought to be benevolent. Yet, for your selfish desires, you harm the innocent. Keeping you alive is a calamity. It is better to eliminate you. With that, Li Zhengying's figure flickered like a gentle breeze, instantly entangling herself with the rabbit demon in combat. In the fray, the red blade in her hand was wielded with exceptional finesse, each move infused with profound technique, causing mountains and stones to shatter wherever the golden bell struck. Noticing the formidable power of the bell on the red blade, Lady Di Yong could not help but observe intently. Li Zhengying's strikes were fierce, while the rabbit demon countered with agility and sharp claws, launching relentless assaults. Their clash was a tumultuous dance of strength against speed, intellect against courage, rendering the battle fiercely contested. Lady Di Yong smirked as she perceived a slight waning of Li Zhengying's momentum and seized the opportunity to provoke, "If you call me sister, I shall aid you." She seemed to relish the conflict unfolding before her, a playful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "Bah, truly, a shameless rat from the gutter, full of schemes. Humph, then enjoy your play." With Li Zhengying's disdainful glare directed at her, Lady Di Yong huffed and stepped back to observe the duel. However, Li Zhengying was far from an ordinary adversary. With a fierce shout, she declared, "Prepare to meet your end." Her form soared, the red blade transforming into a spirit snake, instantly binding the rabbit demon, rendering it immobile. Following this, another golden bell from the red blade became an arrow, striking directly at the rabbit demon's chest, causing it to revert to its original form, gasping for breath. Witnessing the potency of the golden bell, Lady Di Yong was taken aback, her amusement replaced by admiration. "Though your martial skills may be mediocre, this artifact is indeed remarkable." Li Zhengying chose not to pursue her advantage, instead transforming the red blade into a hairpin, elegantly entwined in her coiled hair, the golden bell chiming melodiously, akin to the harmonious sound of the mixed heaven silk. This golden bell was bestowed by the supreme Laojun. It is no ordinary treasure, and certainly not something someone of your ilk can covet. Lady Di Yong gazed at the golden bell with greedy eyes, cautiously suggesting, "Dear sister, since you possess two such treasures, why not gift me one?" Li Zhengying glared fiercely, retorting, "You shameless rat spirit. How can you be so brazen? Are you addicted to seizing others' possessions? I was merely curious to see what kind of person my father's adopted daughter is. But I find you to be a despicable bully, insatiably greedy." Furious, Lady Di Yong unsheathed her twin swords, their cold gleam reflecting her wrath as she seethed. "You are courting death." Chapter 71. "So, it turns out that King Li has a preference for this type?" Li Zhengying, taken aback by the fierce demeanor of Lady Di Yong, found herself regarding the situation with heightened seriousness. She had not anticipated that the cunning creature, fully aware of her own identity, would dare to act against her. As Li Zhengying extended her hand, the hair ties adorning her double buns transformed into two crimson blades. "Poised for action. Do you presume to strike me?" Lady Di Yong's eyes blazed with murderous intent, her hands gripping two glimmering swords, their tips glinting as they traced silvery arcs in the air. "How audacious to be so brazen on my territory. I shall teach you a lesson." The red blades in Li Zhengying's grasp, entwined with intricate runes, shimmered with a soft glow, accompanied by the melodious chime of golden bells with each movement. Her form was agile, reminiscent of a flame dancing through a forest, as the crimson blades appeared to possess a life of their own, sometimes morphing into supple chains that ensnared Lady Di Yong's offensive maneuvers, at other times resembling unsheathed daggers. targeting her vital points directly. Humph, you vile rodent. Relying on your modest prowess, you dare to challenge authority? Today, I shall ensure you receive your due punishment. Li Jingying's voice rang clear, as the crimson blades moved with serpentine grace. She executed a series of spinning kicks, forcing Lady Di Yong to retreat step by step. Suddenly, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Lady Di Yong's eyes as she momentarily restrained her aggression. The red blade in Li Jingying's hand abruptly coiled around Lady Di Yong's neck. Spare me, fourth princess. Lady Di Yong's sudden display of weakness took Li Jingying by surprise. Before she could loosen her grip, a commanding voice called out, "Stop." Clad in armor, Li Jing approached with urgency, holding a pagoda in his hand. Why had I never noticed that the fourth princess possessed such a sharp tongue? Mo Liso observed, grinning. Her words, though coarse, bear truth. What worth does that rodent possess? Taking advantage of the fourth princess's youth, no less. At that moment, the celestial star monarch could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward a few paces. Previously, I thought the fourth princess to be gentle and charming. It appears she is quite the firecracker. Which of the Li family is not a formidable character? The heavenly assembly murmured amongst themselves, their voices hushed, yet clearly audible. Observing Li Jing, one could see his expression darkening as he surveyed the unfolding scene. Sensing the shift, Lady Di Yong feigned weakness, relinquishing her swords. Swaying as if to collapse, covering her face with her hands, tears brimming in her eyes as she cried, "Father, save me. The fourth princess seeks to kill me." Li Jing's brow furrowed deeply as he hurried to her side, gently pushing aside Li Jingying's red blades to ensure Lady Di Yong's safety. He then turned to Li Jingying with a stern expression. "Jingying, what is the meaning of this? Even if you harbor disdain for her, she is still your father's adopted daughter. How could you take it upon yourself to trouble her?" Li Jingying, aflame with indignation, fervently attempted to explain, "Father, it is not as it seems. It is she who..." But before she could complete her thought, Lady Di Yong interrupted. Rising to kneel beside Li Jing and embellishing the tale, "Father, that rabbit demon has cultivated for a millennium and is on the brink of success. Yet she seeks to consume the ginseng doll to enhance her powers. I feared she might stray from the righteous path, which is why I acted to teach her a lesson. I do not understand why the fourth princess would take offense on behalf of that rabbit demon. You slanderous wretch." Li Jingying, witnessing the distortion of truth before her, was consumed with rage and immediately raised her golden bell, poised to strike. Seeing this, Lady Di Yong, with tear-filled eyes, cowered behind Li Jing, trembling in fear. Li Jing seized Hong Ling, his anger boiling over. "How dare you act so brazenly in front of your father? My daughter, though her life may be deemed insignificant, should not let the fourth princess's hands be stained with blood, lest it become my sin." What a shameless rodent to twist the truth. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's fury intensified, and he spoke in a low, grave tone, "Jingying, as the fourth princess of the heavenly court, you ought to discern right from wrong. When did you become so blind to the truth?" Li Jingying felt an overwhelming sense of injustice and retorted, "You are the one who cannot tell right from wrong. You merely listen to nonsense." "Enough," Li Jing exclaimed. "I once thought you to be clever and sensible, yet you have followed your third brother into mischief, losing your ability to discern right from wrong and bullying the weak. Do not drag my third brother into this. It is you who blindly believes one side without discernment. Now I understand why he dislikes you. You are nothing but a fool." As her words echoed, the surrounding air seemed to still. Li Jing, seething with anger, looked at his once innocent daughter, now transformed, and scolded. "How dare you defy me? Will you not admit your mistake? I am not wrong. Why should I confess?" Li Jing, gazing upon her stubborn face, which bore a striking resemblance to NeZha's, forcefully pinned Li Jingying down and struck her behind with a sharp slap. Humiliated in front of the rodent, Li Jingying felt a mix of anger and injustice. Bursting into tears, "I am not wrong. I am not wrong. You are a foolish creature, unable to distinguish between good and evil. I despise you." In his moment of rage, Li Jing continued to strike her, "You stubborn girl." As the scene unfolded, a dense fog enveloped the realm of reincarnation, and the hall of Lingxiao was filled with murmurs, the onlookers' gazes towards Li Jing shifting. "So, the heavenly king has a preference for such a type? Isn't it true that men are drawn to the delicate, tearful appearance?" I cast a glance at the amused Jidu Star-Lord and Mo Liso, who spoke as if they were not men themselves. "I am not. I detest whiny individuals." Jidu Star-Lord quickly interjected. Mo Liso chuckled softly, "I find no appeal in such cunning behavior. If I were to favor anyone, it would be the gallant Yunjiao fairy." I stifled a laugh and rolled my eyes. "She would hardly look your way." Now understanding the entire situation, Li Jing was consumed by regret. He had always cherished this little daughter, yet this uproar had created a rift between them. The matter was now clear, and the Jade Emperor's voice resonated. "Li Jing, what shall you do?" Instantly, the The surroundings fell silent, all eyes turning towards Li Jing. Stepping forward, his face marked by shame. He clasped his hands and declared, "I was momentarily deceived by her. I acknowledge my error. Knowing your fault is the first step. Now face your punishment." Came the cold response. "Although NeZha acted somewhat recklessly, it was ultimately a consequence of your actions. Since we have both endured our share of suffering, perhaps it would be best to let this matter rest. I beseech the Jade Emperor for mercy." Just as I was about to speak, I was restrained on either side by the hands of the Star of Venus and the Star of Jidu. The former leaned closer to my ear and whispered, "Miss XinXue, it is wise to show leniency when one has the opportunity. King Li has lost both face and dignity this time. Granting him mercy would be prudent." The Star of Jidu, casting a sidelong glance at Li Jing, feigned an air of mystery and added, "However, I have heard that the Eastern has reported him to the Jade Emperor and is currently awaiting him at the Cloud Palace." At this revelation, I couldn't help but chuckle. Has Huangfeihu arrived? Chapter 72. The uniqueness of the Li family's education. The corners of the Star of Jidu's mouth curled into a playful smile as he softly remarked, "I have heard that Lady Li wept along the path to the Yellow Springs. How could the Eastern simply let this go?" I cast a skeptical glance at the Star of Jidu, for he was known for his penchant for gossip and his loose lips. Thus, I ventured to ask, "Why do you always speak of what you have heard? Is this information reliable?" At that moment, the demon Li Shou interjected confidently, "It is indeed reliable. Today, my third brother is on duty and witnessed the events firsthand." Upon his declaration, the hall erupted into an uproar, discussions igniting as the news swiftly circulated throughout the heavenly realm. Even the gods of the Thunder Department, who typically remained in the shadows, flocked to investigate the matter. Zhao Gongming let out a cold laugh, turning his gaze toward Li Jing with sharp words. "King Li, the third prince, may not be particularly likable, yet he is still your son." "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing much. When he behaves, he is a good son. But the moment he dares to retort, he becomes a rebellious son or daughter. The education in your Li family is truly unique." Li Jing's face turned ashen at these words. And just as he was about to retort, Zhao Gongming disdainfully cast him a glance and departed without another word, leaving the room in stunned silence. "Ah, has Zhao Gongming changed his ways?" I mused inwardly, surprised. Zhao Gongming had never held a favorable view of the Chan sect. Even after years of working together in the heavenly court, few had caught his eye. Yet today, he had spoken in defense of NeZha. How peculiar. The Star of Jidu seemed to see through my bewilderment and softly remarked, "Perhaps he harbors a greater disdain for King Li's demeanor." Since Li Jing had proclaimed himself the demon-subduing marshal, he often regarded his peers from a lofty position, issuing orders with an air of superiority. Though the 28 mansions and the 9 luminaries appeared to collaborate on the surface, many harbored discontent within. Such behavior, naturally, could not win him the hearts of others. Though Li Jing was seething with rage, he understood that this was not the time to express it and could only suppress his fury. "Your Majesty, I respectfully request to personally enter the wheel of reincarnation to investigate who has dared to conspire against me." Despite the humiliation he faced, he still sought to uncover the truth. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor furrowed his brow and then waved his sleeve lightly, causing the scene in the wheel of reincarnation to reappear. In the image, Li Jing was stealthily maneuvering through the military camp, desperate to escape, yet in his haste, he lost his helmet, his hair disheveled and looking rather disheveled. Suddenly, a staff descended from the sky and struck him heavily on the head, causing him to lose consciousness and collapse to the ground. The second master observed the suspicious behavior of a certain individual, undoubtedly a spy, and thus acted with excessive force. The culprit was none other than the fourth of Meishan, Yao Gongyin, who promptly approached to take credit upon seeing Yang Jian arrive. Yang Jian cast a glance at the prostrate Li Jing on the ground, maintaining an indifferent demeanor and choosing to ignore him. He then commanded, "Since he is indeed a spy, we shall first capture him and present him to the Jade Emperor for judgment." "Understood," replied Yu Gonglin, who swiftly produced a burlap sack and ensconced Li Jing within, sealing it tightly. Following this, a series of punches and kicks ensued, causing Li Jing to regain consciousness multiple times, only to be brutally rendered unconscious once more. The onlookers feigned ignorance to his cries for help, only ceasing their assault once they confirmed he was utterly incapable of resistance. At that moment, the celestial hound transformed back to its original form and raised its hind leg, but was quickly restrained by Yao Gonglin, who cautioned, "Celestial hound, we still need to present you to the Jade Emperor. Be wary of incurring the grave offense of disrespect." Upon hearing this, the celestial hound morphed back into a humanoid form, standing beside Yang Jian and delivering a kick to the burlap sack, exclaiming, "You saved me a drop of spiritual water. I shall make a brief visit to the outer heavens. Old Fourth, keep an eye on things." "Yes." A burst of laughter erupted from the Star Lord Jidu, who could not contain himself, observing Li Jing's ashen face, yet stifling his amusement. To be frank, the Erlang god is indeed capable of such feats. I shot a warning glance at Jidu, signaling him to refrain from reckless remarks. For Erlang had merely apprehended Li Jing under the impression he was a spy, and it was Yao Forth who had bound him, not Erlang himself. Li Tianwang, I presume that at this moment, Erlang god has not ventured far. Will you not pursue him for an explanation? Jidu feigned a suggestion. Sighing heavily, Li Jing lamented. What good would it do for me to chase after him? This ancestor disregards even the Jade Emperor, if I were to pursue him alone. Would it not be akin to courting death? Yao Gonglin and the Celestial Hound engaged in some discussion before they hoisted the burlap sack and headed towards the Nine Heavens. En route, they encountered the Star of Tai Bai, casually tossing the sack aside before indulging in idle chatter, seemingly forgetting its existence as the trio departed, laughing and joking. Before long, the onlookers spotted a furious Huang Feihu entering the southern heavenly gate, making a beeline for Lingxiao Palace. Coincidentally, the conspicuous black sack lay discarded beside a stone lion. Who lacks public virtue to carelessly litter? Huang Feihu exclaimed. Delivering a swift kick that sent the sack soaring through the air, tracing a graceful arc. Look, guardian of the nation, what is that object flying through the air? Could it be that someone has descended from the heavens incognito? The gatekeeping celestial soldiers gazed curiously at the dark object soaring away. It flew too swiftly. I could not discern it clearly. It does not appear to resemble a human. Mo Lehigh shaded his eyes with his hand, squinting into the distance. Laughter erupted, and murmurs intensified. Some found the spectacle amusing while others expressed sympathy. Li Jing sighed repeatedly, acutely aware that his humiliation had become common knowledge throughout the heavenly realm. Yet, he found himself unable to seek redress, suspecting a conspiracy against him, albeit without proof. Sighing heavily, the Jade Emperor lamented, "What a tumultuous day this has been. Since the rights and wrongs are already evident, let us disperse." With that, the Jade Emperor turned to depart, utterly disenchanted with the proceedings of the court. As the Jade Emperor departed, the assembled onlookers bid him farewell in clusters. "Great King of the Broad Eye," I called out gaily to Mo Lehigh, who immediately took a few steps back, expressing his trepidation. "Please don't address me like that. It frightens me a bit." Softening my tone, I implored, "Could you lend me your spirit snake for a while?" Upon hearing this, Mo Lehigh hastily concealed the serpent coiled around his neck within his sleeve. "Why must a young lady play with my spirit snake when there are countless other toys?" he retorted. Noticing his retreat, I advanced a few steps. "The snake is the natural enemy of the mouse. It is only fitting that it seeks vengeance for my sister, Zhang Ying. Besides, aren't you known for your hatred of evil? Why be so petty about such a trivial matter?" "Well, do take care." Mo Lehigh reluctantly retrieved the spirit snake from his sleeve. However, the serpent, upon seeing me, clung tightly to Mo Lighou's arm, refusing to descend. "Behave, dear snake," Mo Lehigh coaxed for a while, until the creature finally slithered onto my shoulder. Thank you. I expressed my gratitude and promptly departed from Lingxiao Palace. Chapter 73, A Few Individuals for My Use. With the spirit snake accompanying me, I made my way toward the cloud tower. The guards stationed at the entrance wore expressions of despair upon seeing me. "Miss Xian, the king has yet to return." One lamented. "Is he truly absent? Where is the fourth princess? Please summon her forth." I commanded the celestial attendants as I stepped further into the tower. "The fourth princess is confined to her chambers. She cannot leave without the king's orders." The guard carefully followed behind me, constantly glancing at my expression, fearful of incurring my wrath. From this day forth, the confinement is lifted. Should Li Jing inquire, let him come to find me. I hastened toward Li Jingying's quarters, lifting my skirts as I went. 2 celestial soldiers guarded the entrance to her courtyard, and a barrier had been erected at the door. With a wave of my hand, the barrier dissipated, and upon hearing the commotion, Li Jingying emerged, her skirts held high. Sister Xian. Her eyes were red, and the moment she saw me, tears streamed down her cheeks, conveying her profound sense of injustice. Observing her distress, I quickly knelt and wiped the tears from her face with my thumb. "Sister knows your grievances. Come, let us seek vengeance." "Sister Xian, is my third brother well?" "I wish to see him," she implored. "Do not worry. He is currently recuperating in the Doshui Palace. First, we shall settle this score, and then I will take you to see him." "Very well," Li Jingying replied, dabbing her face with her sleeve as we turned towards the southern heavenly gate. "King of the earth, I require a few individuals for my use." I approached Mo Lehigh, who still lingered nearby. Upon seeing my resolute demeanor and the spirit snake perched upon my shoulder, he inquired, "Are you preparing for a confrontation?" "Indeed. We are going to fight. If you truly intend to engage in battle, you ought to request a command from the third prince to mobilize the Sanqin army. They possess formidable combat prowess. There's no need for such grand measures. Just provide me with 2 aides, and that will suffice." Very well. Mo Lehigh readily agreed. Gesturing to a nearby celestial soldier, summon a small squadron. The soldier acknowledged and swiftly departed. Before long, the soldier returned, leading a small contingent of 12 celestial warriors who accompanied us towards the Xianxia mountain, in the realm of the Abyssal Mountain, whose peaks soar to the heavens and are enveloped by dense foliage along with a myriad of creatures. The climate is ever-changing. In sunlit areas, the fragrance of blooming flowers saturates the air, while in the shade, remnants of snow linger. This singular mountain encapsulates the essence of all four seasons. It is no wonder that Li Jing has developed a certain affection for his adopted daughter, having discovered this enchanting locale. Where is the land spirit? Present yourself, bellowed the commanding celestial soldier, and an ethereal mist began to envelop the ground. The land spirit, having never encountered them before, cautiously inquired, "What commands do the esteemed immortals have?" The celestial soldier pressed his spear heavily into the earth, declaring, "This is the fourth princess of Yunlu Palace. Speak truthfully." Upon hearing this, the land spirit's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as it respectfully replied, "I was unaware of the arrival of the fourth princess and the esteemed immortals. I regret my failure to offer a proper welcome. If there is any service I can render, I shall exert myself to the utmost. There is no need for alarm. I simply inquire as to the whereabouts of the cave of the golden-nosed, white-haired rat spirit," came the response. To the south, 180 miles lies a profound and unfathomable bottomless pit, where Madame Earth dwells. Her temperament is capricious, and we generally steer clear of her. Upon receiving this information, we hastened towards the bottomless pit. I dismounted the spiritual serpent from my shoulder and pointed to an opening in the ground, above which a stone tablet boldly inscribed with the words "bottomless pit" stood out prominently. "Spiritual serpent, go and drive that rat out," I commanded, and in an instant, the serpent transformed into a colossal form, plunging into the depths of the pit. Shortly thereafter, the rat spirit emerged in a state of panic, her eyes wide with fright upon spotting the 12 celestial soldiers standing vigil. And the alarming expressions on my and Li Jingying's faces compelled her to flee back into her lair. However, she was met with the daunting visage of the serpent's massive head at the cave's entrance, causing her to collapse in terror. "Fourth princess, we bear no grudge against you. Why do you pursue me?" pleaded the rat spirit, adopting a pitiful demeanor upon seeing Li Jingying's support. "Bah, had it not been for your slander, my father would not have reprimanded me. You have caused me to lose face, yet you dare speak of having no grudge." Li Jingying retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation, hands firmly placed on her hips. "As fellow immortals, you cannot impose personal retribution." The rat spirit, realizing her escape routes were blocked, was filled with trepidation. I scoffed. "And if I do?" Li Jing would not dare utter a word in my presence. "Do not harbor any hopes for him to avenge you. Abandon that notion. Seize her." With a gentle wave of my right hand, 2 celestial soldiers advanced with their spears. Yet, to our surprise, the rat spirit refused to surrender, launching an attack instead. "If you resist further, I shall send you directly to the underworld, and let it be known that the emperor of the netherworld, Dongwei, is the uncle of Jingying indeed." Upon hearing this, the rat spirit turned ashen, momentarily stunned before being subdued by the 2 celestial soldiers, who swiftly pinned her to the ground. Attempting to rise, she found 2 spears crossed against her neck, forcing her to kneel, utterly immobilized. With fury blazing in her eyes, the rat spirit hissed, "What do you want from us? Oh, were you not quite the actress? Why the sudden silence? Why you?" The rat spirit began to protest, but the spiritual serpent darted beside her, its forked tongue flicking across her face, petrifying her with fear, her complexion paling to that of parchment as she dared not move. I lowered my gaze towards the little girl beside me and inquired, "Jingying, how many times did Li Jing hit you?" Li Jingying's small face flushed, and she quickly understood the implication of my question, responding softly, "He hit me 9 times. Then let her receive 100 strokes as a lesson," I declared. "Proceed." At the command of the leading celestial soldier, 2 more soldiers stepped forward, their spears striking the back of the rat demon with considerable force, knocking her to the ground. 2 spears were crossed at her knees, while 2 other soldiers took turns delivering blows. The rat demon clenched her teeth, muffled groans escaping her mouth, as the celestial soldiers showed no mercy. Before long, blood began to seep from her back, and the shadows of Xianxia Mountain grew lively, various spirit creatures concealing themselves, revealing only their eyes. Now, all beings of Xianxia Mountain witnessed the spectacle, and she was thoroughly humiliated. "Is that satisfying?" I mused. "Thank you, Sister Xian," I thought, feeling a childish satisfaction that came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. In no time, 100 strokes were administered, noticing the increasing animosity in the rat demon's eyes. Devoid of any remorse, I cautioned, "The Jade Emperor has conferred upon you the title of Earthly Matron, to receive the incense of mortals and safeguard a realm in peace. Yet you have strayed from this path, abusing your status to oppress the weak. Golden-nosed rat, consider this a mere lesson. Should you dare to behave recklessly again, your life shall be forfeited on the spot. Little immortal, heed the lesson. The rat demon lay on the ground, disheveled hair obscuring her features. Yet her venomous eyes were starkly evident. With this, her future demise would be of her own making. Chapter 74. Is this monkey not going to freeze to death? King of the earth, I must say, your soldiers possess remarkable insight. Upon arriving at the southern heavenly gate, I lavished praise upon several celestial soldiers, while Emoli High wore an expression of pride. Indeed, just look at who has trained these soldiers. Thank you for today. I shall treat you to a drink another day. I patted a soldier on the shoulder and handed him the spiritual serpent from my own shoulder, requesting he return it to Guangmu Tianwang. Of course, Emoli High chuckled as he accepted the serpent. After returning the serpent to the celestial soldiers, I prepared to take Li Jinying to the Duishui Palace to see NeZha. However, midway, I encountered the hurried figure of the Morning Star, rushing towards the Tongming Palace. Tai Bai, why the haste? Has the Jiuyou Palace caught fire? Seeing his frantic demeanor, I called out to him. With a resigned sigh, Tai Bai Jinxing responded, alas. It has begun again. Who is fighting? I asked, puzzled. It is the Eastern and Li Tianwang. The news has spread throughout the heavens. He continued. I must report to the Jade Emperor. Forgive me. As he turned to leave, I quickly stopped him. You are so eager every day, usurping the duties of the inspecting spirit official. What shall they do? Beware of their envy. They might set fire to the Jiuyou Palace. Upon hearing my words, Tai Bai Jinxing halted abruptly, wearing a face of disbelief. Surely it can't be that serious. Besides, who in the heavenly court, except you, would so readily set fire? He muttered softly. Huang Feihu is Li Jing's brother-in-law. It is only natural for them to spar after years apart. Do not make a fuss over it. Princess, will you not intervene? Upon seeing me, the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing wore an expression of amusement and swiftly shifted his gaze to Li Jinying. Li Jinying pouted, clearly reluctant to involve herself in matters of adults. After all, my uncle detested seeing my mother in tears, and no amount of persuasion would change that. Not far off. The voice of Jidu Xingyuan echoed, as he breathlessly threw an arm around Tai Bai Jinxing's neck, exclaiming, Jinxing, you may be no spring chicken, yet you run quite swiftly. Leaving me utterly exhausted, I exchanged a knowing glance with Jidu Xingyuan, who promptly steered Tai Bai Jinxing towards the Jiuyou Palace. Jinxing, it seems Chang'e, by the side of the moon goddess, is urgently seeking you. You must go and see what she desires. What could Chang'e want with me? Tai Bai Jinxing inquired, puzzled. Perhaps her rabbit is unwell. Come, let us hasten back to the Jiuyou Star Palace, Jidu Xingyuan insisted, pulling him along. If it is Chang'e seeking me, I should be heading to the Guanghan Palace of the Moon Goddess. Why take me to the Jiuyou Palace? Tai Bai Jinxing, well aware of Jidu Xingyuan's intentions, turned to me and called out, Miss Xian, please do persuade him. Persuade him? Huh. I would rather not add fuel to the flames. NeZha had spent 3 days recuperating in the Duishui Palace, and I remained by his side until the moment the formation dissipated. At that instant, my eyes sparkled. He had recovered. Just as NeZha stood unsteadily, I rushed towards him, causing him to stagger. He quickly grasped my waist to steady himself and chuckled. This time, I will heed your advice and recuperate properly. I am healed. Emerging from his embrace, I circled him twice, scrutinizing him from head to toe, eager to perceive every detail. I stepped closer, entwining my fingers around the Hunyuan ling at his waist, and provocatively inquired, such obedience, what reward do you desire? NeZha's gaze fell upon my close visage. A smile gracing his lips. These 3 days have felt interminable. Let us take a stroll outside. My eyes lit up at his words. It was usually I who clung to him, but now he was the one suggesting an outing. He was indeed becoming more perceptive. Very well. Where shall we go? I asked eagerly. The monkey has been cooped up for quite some time. Shall we pay him a visit? That is a splendid idea. Without delay, we set forth towards the direction of the Five Elements Mountain. The wind-fire wheels propelled us swiftly, and within moments, the familiar peak came into view. At this time of year, the mortal realm was gripped by winter, with heavy snowflakes cascading down, blanketing the landscape in white. Were it not for the distinctive silhouette of the Five Elements Mountain, it would have been challenging to spot. The mountain was shrouded in snow, and even Sun Wukong lay buried beneath the thick cover. Noticing the prolonged silence, NeZha inquired, surely this monkey hasn't he frozen to death? He is impervious to blades and flames. How could he succumb to the cold? Who claims that I, Sun Wukong, have perished? I am alive and well. Before us, the snow mound suddenly exploded, and Sun Wukong's head emerged from the snow. NeZha and I hastily ascended the mountain, attempting to clear away the snow beside him. However, the accumulated snow had long since melted and refrozen into icy fragments. NeZha, Sister Xian, Sun Wukong exclaimed with great excitement, waving his hands. It has been so long since I last saw you. I nearly failed to recognize your voices. What happened to you? I inquired. Did I not arrange for the local deities to take good care of you? I quickly brushed the snow off his head, for the frigid weather had nearly frozen him to the snow. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with sincerity, his voice filled with joy. 300 years have passed. The local deity was reassigned long ago. However, the newcomer often brings me food and drink, which is quite satisfactory. I must thank my sister even more. At that moment, as NeZha spoke, his wind fire wheels ignited with fierce flames and began to spin rapidly. In a mere instant, the snow beneath us melted into a puddle of water. The snow atop Sun Wukong's head dripped down like beads of water, as if he had just emerged from a river. How did you manage to get yourself into such a sorry state, you monkey? NeZha remarked, waving his hand to dry Sun Wukong's hair. Even though you were suppressed, it didn't prevent your magic. Couldn't you conjure a shelter to shield yourself? Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively. This bit of wind and snow is nothing compared to being trapped beneath this mountain. It's quite trivial. I retrieved a tablecloth from my bag, setting forth fruits and fine wine before him. Drink some wine to warm yourself. Thank you, Sun Wukong exclaimed, lifting the wine jug and pouring it directly into his mouth. 300 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I never expected you all would still remember me. I interjected, what are you saying? 300 years in heaven is but a year's time. There have been some matters in the heavenly court recently that have kept me preoccupied. It's a pity. During my last visit to Ling Mountain, I didn't inquire how much longer you would be suppressed. It's nothing. I've grown accustomed to it. Sun Wukong replied, seemingly unperturbed, bursting into hearty laughter. A few days ago, Guanyin Bodhisattva visited and instructed me to wait here for a pilgrim. Once I escort him to the Great Thunder Monastery in the west, my task will be complete. NeZha and I exchanged glances, sensing that this matter was not as simple as it appeared. NeZha cautioned. Those people in the west are quite cunning. You must be careful not to fall into their trap unknowingly. Thank you for the warning, my brother, Sun Wukong replied, his eyes twinkling. I understand. Once I am entirely free, I shall express my gratitude properly. NeZha patted his head, ruffling his hair with a chuckle. You flatter us. We cannot assist you much. However, should you encounter any difficulties while escorting the pilgrim, do not hesitate to ask. We will certainly do our utmost to help. Brother NeZha, your loyalty is commendable. I thank you in advance, Sun Wukong said, bowing repeatedly in gratitude, his appreciation evident. After bidding farewell to Sun Wukong, we made our way back to the heavenly court. I couldn't help but voice my thoughts. They are keeping this matter under wraps rather tightly. Not a whisper has been leaked. NeZha scoffed lightly, perhaps fearing that the heavenly court might secretly set traps for him. Let us inquire further. I responded affirmatively, and the two of us made our way to the Doshua Palace. Upon our arrival, we found the Supreme Lord Lao Jun preparing to ignite the furnace, while Lingzi and Lingzi had already positioned themselves with trays in hand, awaiting his command. Seeing us, the Supreme Lord Lao Jun chuckled heartily. You little rascals have arrived just in time. NeZha stepped forward, peeking into the furnace. Isn't it better to arrive at the right moment? Master, what elixir is this? Is its potency remarkable? The Supreme Lord Lao Jun replied, it is the revitalization pill. Today marks its 9th purification. I recently upgraded the formula, but I am uncertain how many pills this batch will yield. As the flames in the 8 trigrams furnace extinguished, he waved his whisk, and the furnace door swung open. Lingzi and Lingzi hastily presented their trays, and one by one, gleaming golden revitalization pills rolled into the trays. There were a total of 180. NeZha and I were utterly astonished. The efficacy of Lao Jun's elixirs was legendary, truly a rare treasure, and yet so many emerged from this furnace. However, he meticulously selected only 100 of the revitalization pills, instructing Lingzi to place them into a 5-colored gourd, then added, the remaining ones are of inferior quality. You may divide them among yourselves. Such a stroke of luck? NeZha chuckled and immediately grabbed one, popping it into his mouth, only to find it slightly astringent. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun chuckled softly, lightly patting NeZha's back. Do not think I am unaware that Xian often shares her elixirs with you. It seems to have spoiled your palate. Master, these revitalization pills can indeed bring the dead back to life, correct? I inquired. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun nodded. You could say that. As long as the physical body is not decayed, one can be resurrected regardless of how long they have been deceased. Do not underestimate these so-called inferior products. Though their appearance may be lacking, their efficacy remains intact. I shall reserve a few for emergencies. I noticed Lingzi counting the remaining pills and quickly interjected. These revitalization pills are of little use to you. Grant me a few more. As I spoke, I hastily retrieved my xianxia bag, preparing to fill it. Observing this, Lingzi retreated with the tray, exclaiming, Princess, you possess ample superior elixirs. Do not compete with us for these. With that, he dashed away, clutching the tray tightly. But I do not possess any revitalization pills. I called after him, xianxia. Halt. Do not run. I pursued him with my qianquan bag in hand. The Supreme Lord Laojun watched our playful antics, shaking his head in resignation before bursting into laughter. Ah, youth is indeed delightful, full of vigor. Little green ox, stop him. I yelled after xianxia as he sprinted toward the backyard. The napping little green ox stood up at the sound, only to see us chasing each other and then lay back down, wagging his tail with a hint of amusement. This won't do, princess. If I assist you, what if xianxia holds a grudge against me? I am counting on him to share his elixirs. Well done. Upon hearing this, xianxia erupted into hearty laughter, tossing a rejuvenation pill towards the little green bull. The bull lifted its head and caught the pill in its mouth, chewing it thoughtfully. See, my future delicacies are all in his hands now. Suddenly, the little foxes Yin and Ran leaped onto xianxia's shoulders, causing the tray he held to wobble precariously and sending the pills tumbling to the ground. Oh dear, you little rascals, what brings you here again? Xianxia sighed, his voice laden with exasperation as he hurriedly crouched down to gather the scattered pills. Observing this, the little green bull transformed into human form and stepped forward to assist. The two little foxes, upon noticing my presence, bounded over and perched on my shoulders, chattering incessantly. I reached up to gently squeeze their tiny paws resting there. Weren't you in the Hall of Harmony? How did you end up here? Xianxia interjected. A few days ago, I fed them 2 potent pills, and as a result, they gained intelligence. They've been coming here every day since. It's all because you have delicious treats here. I chuckled in response, promptly picking up 2 rejuvenation pills to feed each of them. Those 2 little troublemakers caused quite a stir yesterday, knocking over all the herbs I had laid out to dry. I sent them to the Hall of Harmony, but they managed to find their way back together. Upon hearing xianxia's tone of disdain, the 2 little foxes jumped onto his back, playfully prancing around. Xianxia, who had been grumbling moments earlier while collecting the pills, now laughed, saying, Look, they've come to curry favor with me again. Being foxes, their newfound intelligence only makes them craftier. In the end, xianxia stuffed 30 rejuvenation pills into my bag. Every time the old lord opens the furnace, he selects some superior pills to collect, leaving the remainder for xianxia and the others to share. They truly find no novelty in these elixirs. It was merely a jest aimed at me. What did you discuss with the old lord just now? I inquired, as I walked alongside NeZha on our way back. NeZha responded, mentioning the trials set for the journey to the west, stating they were designed to test the perseverance of the pilgrims, with 81 tribulations arranged. I turned to NeZha, astonished. They have already planned out the number of tribulations? The old lord only provided a general overview, not delving into specifics. It's likely still in the planning stages. I beckoned, and NeZha leaned in closer. Since you intend to test their resolve, why not lend a hand? Are the Jade Emperor and old lord aware of this? NeZha's interest was piqued after my narration, his mischievous intent resurfacing. I waved my hand dismissively. It doesn't matter, as long as we don't go too far. The Jade Emperor won't intervene. Besides, the West's undertaking of this matter is already rather unjust, so it's only natural for us to vent our frustrations. NeZha snapped his fingers. All right, I'll first send someone to ascertain the route of the pilgrim. I chuckled lightly. Then I shall gather the Star Lord of Jidu and others. We need to discuss this thoroughly. We exchanged a firm handshake, and thus made our decision with delightful resolve. Chapter 76. This matter should not involve acquaintances within the resplendent halls of the divine palace, illuminated by flickering candlelight and casting dancing shadows. Several celestial beings gathered in a harmonious and expectant atmosphere. He has returned, with a rush of footsteps akin to a blazing flame. NeZha burst into the sight of the assembly. Armed with his fiery spear, he exuded an aura of gallant vigor that instantly drew the attention of all present. The Star Lord of Jidu, upon witnessing his arrival, was momentarily taken aback, his eyes glimmering with delight. And he exclaimed with an exuberance that seemed to ripple through the very air. Reacting promptly, the attendees adjusted their seating, instinctively clearing a central space for NeZha. As one of the hosts of this gathering, I swiftly poured him a cup of tea. Smiling as I offered it to him with a tone brimming with curiosity. How was it? NeZha settled beside me, downed the tea in one gulp, and began to narrate slowly. His voice, deep and resonant yet laced with excitement, struck each listener's heart with the weight of his words. I have discerned that the pilgrim is the reincarnation of the golden cicada, having undergone 9 cycles of rebirth. Each time he reaches the flows and river, he is intercepted and slain by the general of the curtain, whose 9 skulls now form a necklace around his neck. To wear someone's skull as a necklace? What peculiar obsession is this? Why does the general harbor such profound resentment? The Star Lord of Jidu mused, shaking his head in disbelief. The Star Lord of Rahu gazed deeply into the distance, his expression contemplative, as if he could pierce through the barriers of time and space to witness the general's sorrow. He then took over the conversation. Despite the general having smashed the glazed lamp into the flows and river, the Jade Emperor has never imposed severe punishment. However, due to the calamity of the westward journey, he was cast down to endure daily torment. His grievances are understandable. Had it been anyone else, they might have already ascended to the holy mountain. With that, he cast a casual glance at NeZha, a mixture of probing and reverence in his eyes. At this, xianxia erupted into laughter, his voice bright and melodic, tinged with mischief and nonchalance. If the third prince were to face such injustice, he would have surely stormed the holy mountain by now. Even the dogs passing by would be kicked by him. Upon hearing this, NeZha's expression shifted, and in an instant, the fiery spear materialized in his grasp, radiating brilliance and an imposing presence. Xianxia, you are asking for trouble. In a moment of fright, Xianxia darted behind me, exclaiming, "Little princess, save me." I chuckled lightly, feigning a kick. "You deserve it for your loose tongue." Xianxia, nimble in movement, evaded my playful assault and swiftly made his way to the side of the Star Lord of Rahu, repeatedly waving his hands. "I cannot provoke him. I cannot provoke him. Move aside, move aside." The Star Lord of Rahu, appearing bemused, pushed him away gently, laughing, "Hiding here as if I could stand against them. You know how talkative he is. Just ignore him," I urged, grasping NeZha's arm and persistently inquiring, "Do tell, what else is there?" Suppressing his fiery temper, NeZha continued, "I have ordered an investigation. Along the journey to obtain the scriptures, there are a total of 23 caves, with 19 being essential stopovers, inhabited by countless demons and monsters, numbering well over 100. Upon hearing this, the Star King of Jidu seized a handful of sunflower seeds, cracking them open as he spoke. His tone laced with amusement. "Though there are many demons, the uproar caused by the monkey during the Heavenly Palace incident is notorious. Who would dare to risk their life and provoke such trouble? They are creatures of cunning, not fools." I pondered for a moment, a glint of mischief flickering in my eyes, and a smile graced my lips. Then let it be whispered that consuming the flesh of the pilgrim grants eternal life, instantly elevating one to the realm of immortals. Wouldn't those demons rush to seek out trouble? Laughter erupted from my lips as I spoke. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily lost in the enigma of my suggestion. Xianxia appeared particularly perplexed, tears of laughter welling in his eyes as he inquired, "Little princess, what is it that has you laughing so?" NeZha, however, seemed to grasp the situation, casting a sidelong glance at me with a slight smile, and then addressed the assembly. "What the beings of Lingshan lack most is the secret to immortality. Otherwise, they wouldn't be fixated on the peach banquet each year. If consuming the pilgrim could bestow eternal life, they would have long since feasted on him. What need would they have for the demons?" I turned to NeZha, my eyes filled with admiration and understanding, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Only the third prince truly knows me." Yet, the Star King of Jidu shook his head, adding, "Though this plan is brilliant, those demons lack the strength. They have all been outclassed by the monkey." With his words, agreement rippled through the crowd, and once again, the Heavenly Palace was engulfed in fervent discussion. Observing the collective gaze shift towards him, the Star King of Jidu promptly remarked, "Do not look at me. When we 9 joined forces, we were no match for that monkey. I myself stand no chance. In all of heaven, only the third prince possesses strength comparable to that of the monkey." Upon hearing this, the crowd redirected their attention to NeZha, acknowledging the Star King's reasoning. NeZha chuckled. "As the commander of the celestial armies overseeing the 5 routes of heaven, do you truly think I would stoop to consume the pilgrim? Are you all mad? Or am I?" "Absolutely not." I repeatedly gestured in disagreement, insisting, "This is not feasible. Our bond with Wukong is too strong to even consider such an act. We must not risk him coming to stir trouble in heaven before we reach Lingshan. Miss Xian is right. We cannot involve acquaintances in this matter. If we must, we should seek unfamiliar faces." As the Star King of Jidu mentioned unfamiliarity, the crowd turned their gaze towards Xianxia. Xianxia, still munching on sunflower seeds, vehemently shook his head. No, that monkey is petty and holds grudges. Besides, my small frame would not withstand a beating." At this moment, the Star King of Rahu interjected, "What Xianxia says holds truth, that Sun Wukong is quite formidable. Otherwise, during his rampage in the Heavenly Palace, we would not have barred our gates. Seeking trouble with the monkey is truly unwise." Both Xianxia and the Star King of Rahu were correct. Sun Wukong possesses a robust physique and has consumed numerous elixirs from the Old Lord, enhancing his strength to extraordinary levels. Few could withstand even a few exchanges with him. NeZha, upon hearing this, beckoned us closer. "I have an idea." We all gathered around, our eyes brightening with anticipation as I gazed at NeZha with a mix of complexity and admiration. Could this truly be the audacious act of a good brother? The third prince pondered the matter at hand, finding it somewhat dubious. What if that monkey sought retribution later? The Star Lord of Jidu, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of unease. The Star Lord of Lahu, standing nearby, concurred, acknowledging the truth in Jidu's words. That monkey was indeed one to hold a grudge. Caught between the proverbial wolf and tiger, this matter should not have been brought to your attention, lest it bring disgrace upon the Nine-Yao Palace. NeZha huffed disdainfully. Rising to depart, Jidu gritted his teeth, declaring, I shall not be provoked by this tactic. Chapter 77. The more chaotic the situation, the more intriguing it becomes. Sun Wukong, impervious to blades and bullets, was indeed a formidable challenge. However, news from the earthly realm had already reached them. Guanyin had sought out the likes of Zhuanlian and Tianpa, urging them to redeem themselves by ensuring the safe passage of the pilgrims to Ling Mountain, promising them promotions afterward. Yet, having once been the heavenly general of Zhuanlian and the marshal of Tianpeng, they would hardly covet the trifles of Ling Mountain. Their pent-up resentment likely promised a most entertaining journey to the west. NeZha ventured to the Doshui Palace to consult with the Supreme Old Lord, while Jidu and Luahu roamed the heavenly court in search of suitable candidates. I, on the other hand, made my way directly to the fragrant halls of the moonlit elder. The gentle glow of the setting sun bathed a corner of the resplendent, heavenly court in warmth, where NeZha stood alongside the Supreme Old Lord upon the clouds of the first heaven, enveloped in ethereal mist. Their figures, intertwined in light and shadow, exuded an air of solemnity and mystery. Old Lord, look there. NeZha's gaze was profound, as though he had pierced the clouds. Setting his sights on the distant kingdom of the Daughter of the West, the Supreme Old Lord, adorned in a simple yet elegant Taoist robe, with silvery hair and a countenance both benevolent and sagacious, held a finely crafted whisk, gently wafting away layers of clouds. The direction NeZha pointed to was indeed the kingdom of the Daughters of the West, a realm devoid of men, where its inhabitants thrived along the banks of a mother river. The old lord turned his gaze towards NeZha, his eyes shimmering with approval and encouragement for the young disciple, a slight smile gracing his lips. The kingdom of the Daughters of the West had now entered its third generation, having existed for 63 years, populated solely by women. A peculiar arrangement intended for the travelers of the West, which NeZha had astutely uncovered. Since ancient times, heroes have found it challenging to navigate the allure of beautiful women. The journey to the kingdom of the Daughters of the West would undoubtedly present a rigorous trial for the pilgrims. The Supreme Old Lord's voice, smooth as jade, carried an undeniable authority. NeZha, taken aback, nodded thoughtfully, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. That is precisely my thought. We must test the resoluteness of their heart in seeking the scriptures. The Supreme Old Lord, stroking his beard with a smile, regarded NeZha with a hint of appreciation. However, the pilgrim is the reincarnation of the golden cicada, having cultivated for many years before the Pagoda. It may not be so easy to sway him. The two fell into contemplation, the world around them seemingly frozen in time, with only the gentle breeze stirring their garments. After a moment, NeZha's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Let us transform into the likeness of the pilgrim, weaving dreams for the queen of the daughter kingdom, crafting tales of past romances, and bestowing riches and glory. If we can lead him to break his vows, the situation will become most intriguing. The Supreme Old Lord, upon hearing this, could only shake his head with a resigned chuckle. In the midst of chaos, where some seemed to revel in the turmoil, NeZha, with arms crossed, gazed at the world below and chuckled. The more disorderly the situation became, the more intriguing it appeared to him. The last rays of the setting sun gradually faded, while their scheme began to unfold like the rising moon, illuminating the unknown journey that the seeker of scriptures was about to embark upon. The old man of the moon, taken aback by my arrival, promptly set aside his book of destinies and approached me. What brings you here, Miss Xian? He inquired. What is the name of that seeker? Jiang Luo, Xuanzang. Old man, does your book record their names in full or by their given names? Upon finishing my question, I reached for the tome on the table. He chuckled lightly. Naturally, it records their full names. As I leafed through the pages filled with names, I felt overwhelmed. Who could ascertain their full names? Continue with your tasks. I shall peruse at my leisure. Upon hearing this, the old man swiftly inquired, might I ask whom you are searching for? If you provide me with their names, I can assist you more swiftly. I wish to see the destinies of Qin Xuanzang, Zhuanlian, and Tianpeng. The old man burst into laughter. Miss Xian, you possess a delightful sense of humor. Qin Xuanzang is the reincarnation of Jin Shanzi, a figure of the Buddhist realm. How could he possibly have a romantic fate? Despite his jest, he took the tome from my hands and flipped to the relevant page. As he had predicted, the page for Qin Xuanzang was blank, as was Zhuanlian's. Yet on Tianpeng's page, the name Gaozuelan appeared. I inquired whether having their names inscribed together indicated a fated connection. Not quite. This book of destinies is merely one aspect. To establish a fateful bond, one must tie their red threads together at the Hall of Destinies. I nodded, deep in thought. Although it posed some difficulty to manipulate the book in front of the old man, binding the red threads seemed a simple task. Please, continue with your work. I will browse at my own pace. Very well, feel free to look around. I have matters to attend to. I posed a few inquiries to several celestial attendants and made my way towards the Hall of Destinies, where a grand tree stood, adorned with flourishing branches entwined with red threads. I learned from the attendants that by calling out names towards the grand tree, the corresponding red threads would descend. I called out the names Chun Xuanzong, Sun Wukong, Zhuanlian, and Tianpeng in succession, and the tree trembled, shedding several red threads. The thread for Chun Xuanzong shimmered with a golden hue. Thin and short, it seemed to possess a connection, contradicting the old man's assertions of its absence. Zhuanlian had no thread at all, while Tianpeng was graced with a common red thread. Sun Wukong also had a red thread, however. Considering he had once addressed me as sister, I decided to spare him any further scrutiny. I retrieved a small notebook and called out a series of names, prompting the tree to shake once more, releasing a handful of red threads. I promptly tied that bundle of threads with those of Chun Xuanzong and Tianpeng, subsequently concealing their intertwined threads within the densest part of the fateful tree. With a satisfied smile and a clap of my hands, I declared, all done. I eagerly anticipated the ensuing scenes of rivalry and discord that would unfold on their journey westward. In the celestial realm of the Doshui Palace, two ethereal beings and a celestial ox were engaged in a spirited game of dice. The sound of the dice cup clattered incessantly on the table, while Lingzi and Lingzi exchanged amused whispers nearby, leaving the little azure ox to solemnly fixate on the cup in his hands. What game were they playing? Upon arriving at the Doshui Palace with NeZha, I was greeted by this curious sight and could not help but inquire of my companion. NeZha responded with a faint smile, mentioning that he had conversed with the old lord about this matter a few days prior, and surmised they were engaged in a game where the loser would descend to wager against Tangxing. Lingzi, who among you has emerged victorious? My curiosity piqued. I seated myself beside them, casting my gaze towards the azure ox's cup. Lingzi chimed in with a melodious laugh. We three deliberated that we would roll the dice and compare the results. The one who loses must descend. Just earlier, my senior brother and I both rolled sixes. And now the little azure ox seems too frightened to make his move. Who says I am afraid? The azure ox shot a disgruntled glance at Lingzi, halting his actions. Just as he prepared to unveil the cup, he found Lingzi gazing at him with mischief. Let it be clear, no cheating. Do not take advantage of my inexperience. Lingzi incited. We have no habit of deceit. Go on, roll it. The azure ox, resting his head on the table, squinted with one eye, cautiously lifting the cup to peer inside. To his astonishment, he froze in place. What is the hold-up? What did I roll? Seeing his hesitation, I reached out and lifted the cup myself. The result was a solitary one. Of ta-ha-ha. Lingzi erupted in laughter, nearly doubling over. Your luck is abysmal. Little azure ox. That doesn't tea-count, doesn't tea-count. Best 2 out of 3, let us play again. The azure ox protested, seizing the cup from my hands and thrusting it towards Lingzi. Very well, I shall ensure your defeat is both thorough and satisfying, Lingzi declared, producing 2 dice and placing them within the cup, rolling up his sleeves in preparation for the contest. As the clattering resumed, all eyes fixated on the cup, eager to see the outcome. Lingzi's first roll yielded triple sixes, followed by a second roll of 5, 6, 6. Lingzi took her turn next, rolling 5, 5, 6, and then 6, 6, 5. The azure ox's expression morphed into one of bewilderment as he contemplated the 3 dice before him. Azure ox, it is your turn. Lingzi pushed the cup towards him. Today, my senior brother shall enlighten you on the ways of a master. Fine, fine, I concede. The azure ox stubbornly refused to play further, fearing that rolling 3 ones would lead to utter humiliation. Leaning close to NeZha, I whispered. I see the cunning smile on Lingzi's face. Do you think he is cheating? NeZha chuckled softly, lowering his voice. If caught cheating, it is a scandal. If not, he is a master. Oh, I see. I nodded thoughtfully. The azure ox appeared despondent, resting his chin on his hands, exuding an aura of hopelessness. Though my skin is tough, but Sun Wukong is impervious to blades and spears, I cannot possibly defeat him. Who told you to engage in a real fight with Wukong? That ring upon your nose is no trivial matter. I have not forgotten that it was the golden cudgel on the nose of the little green ox that nearly knocked Sun Wukong unconscious. The little green ox touched the golden cudgel on its nose, perplexed, thinking, isn't this merely a nose ring? Could it possibly be some unparalleled treasure? That nose ring is known as the golden cudgel, impervious to blades and fire, a true nemesis to any weapon in existence. At that moment, the Supreme Lord Laozi had just returned and, upon overhearing our discussion, interjected with an answer. The little green ox's eyes sparkled with excitement as it rushed to Laozi's side, asking, "Is this thing truly that powerful?" NeZha responded, "Indeed, it is a treasure crafted by the Lord, a rare find that one can scarcely hope to encounter. However, I, the ancestor, am a vegetarian. Capturing Tangsen would hardly garner belief." The Supreme Lord Laozi beckoned, "Come here, I have a few words of advice for you." The little green ox leaned in to listen, and moments later, it bid us farewell and descended to the mortal realm. I hurried to assist Laozi in sitting on a nearby stone bench, and NeZha, seeing this, poured a cup of tea and handed it to him. "The Tangsung has already overcome 7 trials, and you still have the leisure to jest? What?" Upon hearing the Supreme Lord's words, I was not the only one astonished. Even NeZha and the silver and golden spirits wore expressions of disbelief. The seeker of scriptures, known in childhood as Jiang Luer, took monastic vows under the name Xuanzang. Bestowed by the Tang Emperor with the name Tang Song, has already embarked on his journey from the Great Tang. We were all aware of this. But Wukong remains trapped beneath the 5 Elements mountain. What has he been doing? How could he have faced 5 tribulations already? The 81 trials did not commence on the journey west, but began when xianxia was cast down and reincarnated. At birth, he narrowly escaped death at the hands of bandits. His mother, in a bid to protect him, placed him in a wooden basin to float away. As he grew, he sought his family and exacted revenge, adhering to the Tang Emperor's edict to journey west, encountering fierce tigers along the way. Upon hearing the Supreme Lord's words, we were utterly astonished. Does that mean his stumble counts as a trial? NeZha frowned, snorting softly. Who are you trying to fool with these 81 trials? How shameless. The Supreme Lord Laozi, however, remained unfazed, chuckling lightly, and addressed our indignant expressions. The journey to the west is merely a ruse to recruit talent. The quest for scriptures is but a fade. Did you truly believe it? A day in heaven equates to a year on earth. Once they complete their quest, it will be but the blink of an eye. How could there be any play involved? As I spoke, I resumed fiddling with the dice on the table. Tangxing will soon reach the 2 Sessions Mountain. I have obtained a route map from the primordial heavenly sovereign. So take a good look and choose a prime location to ambush. The Supreme Lord Laozi then produced a map from his sleeve. We all craned our necks to examine the routes depicted on the map, clearly outlining each mountain and cave along the way. It was a foregone conclusion that Sun Wukong, Tianpeng, and Zhuanlian would be included under the banner of the Scripture Seeker, but that was of little consequence. Look closely at what follows, I remarked, glancing at the map. This route is teeming with small fry. They even pass through the 5 Zhuang Temple. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Lao Jun nodded. I, along with Jin Yuanzi, have bowed beneath the tutelage of our master, Hong Jun Laozu, forging a bond of brotherhood. This matter had already been discussed with him beforehand. Although Jin Yuanzi is a vegetarian, the great immortal Jin Yuan is not one to be trifled with. I chuckled at the blueprint in my hands, pondering that their visit to Wuzhuang Temple would likely extend for a few months. While seeking excitement, we must ensure to conceal our tracks, lest we be discovered by that monkey. Noticing our resolve, the Supreme Lao Jun repeatedly cautioned us. He then turned to Jin Lingzi and the others, saying, "The cow is already preparing. You two should also find a suitable location." "Yes, master." We bid farewell to the Supreme Lao Jun and departed from the Doshui Palace. Suddenly, I spotted a familiar figure. It was none other than Sun Wukong, who was performing somersaults, leaping from 2 Worlds Mountain to the first heaven, and then from the first heaven to Flower Fruit Mountain. After being confined for several centuries, he could hardly contain himself upon his release. "Let us go take a look." "All right," NeZha replied, following suit. Upon our arrival, we found Sun Wukong sitting on a stone, sighing heavily. The moment he saw us, his gloomy demeanor lifted instantly. "NeZha, Sister Xian, what brings you here?" Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully, his previous despondency vanishing. "I heard of your release and came to see you," I remarked, observing the golden hoop atop his head. "This golden hoop looks quite splendid. Who gifted it to you?" "Alas, do not mention it. I, Sun Wukong, have been deceived once again." Sun Wukong heaved a deep sigh, filled with regret. "This golden hoop was given by Guanyin to that monk, who tricked me into believing he was presenting me with a hat as a greeting gift. Little did I know, the hat transformed into a golden restraint upon wearing it. The moment the monk recited a spell, it felt as though my head would explode." "You deserve it," NeZha exclaimed, kicking Sun Wukong in frustration. He adeptly dodged the blow, reminding NeZha, "Come now, we are brothers. Do not take advantage of my misfortune." NeZha, exasperated, raised his voice. "Am I taking advantage? They say monkeys are clever. Are you an exception? Have I not repeatedly cautioned you to be cautious?" Chapter 79. What kind of master is this? Sun Wukong scratched his nose, chuckling with a glint of mischief in his eyes. Ah, NeZha, you know me well. I love excitement and challenging the unknown. Moreover, who could have anticipated that the seemingly benevolent monk would employ such tricks? Heh, NeZha laughed lightly. To be deceived once, imprisoned for centuries. To be deceived again and bound, Sun Wukong. What can I say about you? I grasped NeZha's arm and turned to Sun Wukong, saying, NeZha understands the discomfort of being bound. Do not take it to heart. Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively. I am not one to hold grudges. NeZha cares for me, and indeed, I was careless this time. With a heavy sigh, Sun Wukong lamented. Is there no way to remove this golden restraint? Perhaps you could assist him? I glanced at NeZha. Alas, I have tried. It cannot be removed. The Buddhist sect is truly my bane. Upon witnessing the sorrowful visage of the man, NeZha could not help but entertain the thought of mischief. Monkey, if I were to sever your head, would it grow back? Oh. Sun Wukong's eyes spun in contemplation. I haven't tried that, but I, the great sage, am impervious to blades and spears. How could one possibly remove my head? NeZha extended his hand, and the dual swords of yin and yang promptly manifested within his grasp. Shall we give it a try? I seem to have encountered that sword before, Sun Wukong remarked, pondering the familiarity of the dual swords until he recalled their previous clash with NeZha. If I may say, NeZha, weren't these dual swords split in two by me? He jested. With a light chuckle, he retrieved a hairpin from his head and instantly transformed it into the sword of extermination. Here, use this. NeZha accepted the sword, then stood upon a nearby rock, beckoning to Sun Wukong. Monkey, lie down. Sun Wukong hesitated, expressing doubt. Why do I feel as though you are deceiving me? You'll only know by trying. All right, I shall trust you this once. Sun Wukong laughed heartily and promptly lay down upon a nearby stone. Brother, be swift about it. NeZha raised the sword of extermination high and swung it down with vigor, when suddenly a voice cried out, Stop. All three of us turned to see a pale-faced monk in a robe hastily approaching, holding a staff. He halted 5 meters away from us. Amitabha, benefactor. Why do you wish to harm my disciple? NeZha was about to speak when I silenced him with a glance. I stepped forward, but the monk retreated a couple of paces. I advanced again, and he continued to back away. Benefactor, we bear no grievances, past or present. How could you commit such an act of slaughter? I scoffed. We may have no enmity. Yet your disciple has stolen my rare treasures and destroyed numerous palaces in my home. Does that not constitute a grievance? Sun Wukong's eyes whirled, his mind racing with urgency. Master, my disciple was but foolish in the past. I implore you, save him. NeZha instantly adopted the demeanor of a mountain bandit, declaring, to not kill him would leave my heart unsatisfied. Since you are his master, let him suffer for his misdeeds. He insisted, I must return with a head today, otherwise I cannot face my return. Amitabha, Amitabha. The monk closed his eyes, palms pressed together, chanting, Benefactor, lay down your weapon and become a Buddha right here. If you can spare him, do so, for today's good deed will certainly yield good fortune in the future. NeZha scoffed. I only concern myself with the present. I care not for what may come. He has pilfered so much from my home that he must repay with equal value. To suggest I spare him is but a daydream. Master, do you not possess a precious xianxia? Please, reveal it to save your disciple. I, the great Sun Wukong, assure you I will wholeheartedly protect you on our journey to the west. The performance of the Monkey King is indeed convincing. Were it not for my knowledge of the truth, one might believe he was truly desperate, reduced to such humble pleas. Upon hearing this, Tang Sung sighed deeply, his heart in turmoil. Wukong, that splendid xianxia was gifted by the Bodhisattva Guanyin. It holds profound significance. How could I so readily part with it? I could not help but chuckle. If you refuse to exchange treasures, then your life may suffice to save his. With a swift motion, NeZha obediently handed me the sword of extinguishing immortals. I pointed the blade at Tang Sung, declaring, if I take your life, will you then release him? Amitabha, benevolent one. This is not a matter of my unwillingness to trade my life. Rather, I bear a grave responsibility. The countless citizens of the Tang dynasty await the scripture's return. Perhaps you might wait until I have completed my pilgrimage and delivered the sacred texts before deciding my fate? Monk, do we appear so easily deceived? I swung my sword, cleaving a nearby tree in twain. Tang Sung turned pale, collapsing to the ground in fright. Amitabha, benefactor, grievances have a source, and debts a master. It is best for you to resolve your conflicts. With that, Tang Sung turned and departed without a backward glance. Master, master? Sun Wukong called out several times, but there was no response, leaving him in stunned silence. Is he truly departing so nonchalantly? I was taken aback by the scene. What manner of master is this? Sun Wukong shouted again, but to no avail, and he grumbled as he sat upon the ground. This cowardly monk of the Tang dynasty. Guanyin has entrusted me to protect him to the Thunder Sound Temple in the west. Bah, NeZha sat beside him, patting his shoulder. Did you see? No one is willing to sacrifice everything for you. Such loyalty should not be taken for granted. Sun Wukong gestured to the golden circlet upon his head. Alas, I am bound by fate. Who could have foreseen that I would be outmatched? The calamities I have wrought must be accounted for. Since Guanyin has promised to remove this curse upon completion of my task, I shall trust her once. Should she dare deceive me, I shall march upon the spirit mountain, leaving no trace of her. I gently patted his shoulder, speaking with gravity. Wukong. The trials on our journey to acquire the scriptures will lead you to greater maturity and composure. Though the golden circlet is burdensome, it serves as an opportunity for enlightenment. As for that monk, he may have his own considerations. Let us observe how he proceeds. The words of my sister I shall remember. If Guanyin breaks her promise, I will join you in confronting the spirit mountain to show them our might. Sun Wukong laughed again, his spirit lifted by my words. NeZha, noting the shift in our conversation, relaxed but still cautioned. In any case, be vigilant. Do not easily place your trust in others. Chapter 80. The silence was deafening. Sun Wukong nodded, rising to brush off the dust from his attire, attempting to cast aside all worries and grievances. Sun Wukong extracted his golden staff from his ear and forcefully hurled it to the ground, gritting his teeth as he declared, This time, I, the great sage, will remember this. Is it merely a journey to the western paradise? I fear not even the tumult of the heavenly palace, so why should I fear this? With that, he hoisted the golden staff and pursued Tang-Xing, casting a glance at us. NeZha, Sister XIN, your goodwill is appreciated. Thank you. We shall gather again another day. As I watched Sun Wukong's departing figure, an unexpected wave of guilt washed over me. Were we being somewhat disloyal in our actions? The journey to the western paradise is fraught with trust and doubt alike, beset by myriad challenges. The most inscrutable aspect of existence is the human heart. He will undoubtedly undergo significant growth. NeZha's words held merit. Sun Wukong possesses many virtues, yet he is somewhat naive, while others, in their hundreds of years, are fiercely contesting territories. He, at 300, remains on the mountain, content to gnaw on peaches. His desire to avoid conflict does not imply that others share the same sentiment. Let us return, NeZha said, placing his arm around my waist. In the next moment, the wind-fire wheels soared into the air, and we made our way back toward Wuzhuang Temple. After explaining our purpose to Xianxia, we swiftly continued toward the 9 heavens. Today, Liho was on duty. Upon our return, he inquired about our adventures along the way. Why are you so curious? Why not descend to the mortal realm yourself? I couldn't help but ask, noticing his inquisitive demeanor. Liho hesitated, seemingly burdened by unspoken troubles, before finally admitting, Oh, don't mention it. I noticed you frequently visiting the mortal world, so I took advantage of my off-duty time to explore. I encountered a man abusing his wife, and after intervening, I may have been a tad too forceful. To my surprise, she brought the authorities, claiming I had harmed her husband. I ended up compensating them and was detained for 3 days. Ultimately, I managed to escape only after they erased their memories of the incident. I shook my head in disbelief. You truly have had a rather unfortunate series of events. Another time, I found a lost little girl at the market. She was far too young to know her way home. I even consulted the local deity to assist her, only to discover that her parents were ungrateful, chastising me for meddling. It later came to light that they were biased towards sons and had intentionally abandoned her in a neighboring town. NeZha nodded in sympathy. Your luck rivals that of the little green ox. Remember to consult the almanac before your next outing. Liho sighed. Let us not dwell on it. Speaking of it only brings tears. By the way, the Jade Emperor has opened the cycle realm in Lingxiao Palace, allowing us to witness the journey of the monk. Would you like to take a look? Why didn't you mention this sooner? I shot him a glare and hurriedly pulled NeZha toward Lingxiao Palace. The assembly gathered around the cycle realm was bustling with excitement. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong and Tang-Xing had already ventured far. During our visit to Wuzhuang Temple, they had acquired the White Dragon, only to have their ceremonial cassock stolen by the Black Bear spirit, resulting in a fatal incident at the temple. Perplexed, I turned to NeZha and asked, We spread the word that consuming Tang-Xing grants immortality. So why doesn't the Black Bear spirit pursue him instead of the cassock? After some contemplation, NeZha slowly spoke. Perhaps he, like Elder Jiqi, had become infatuated with treasures. Initially, we remained oblivious, but when Guanyin emerged to subdue the Black Bear demon, clarity dawned upon us. This was yet another maneuver to summon assistance through Sun Wukong. I scoffed at their relentless ingenuity. They truly would stop at nothing, devising every possible stratagem. Knowing is one thing, but must one articulate it? At some point, the Star Lord of Jidu had approached me, startling me with his sudden exclamation. I shot him a fierce glare. Was it too much to ask for silence while walking? The Star Lord, looking bewildered, replied, After all this time as immortals, who walks noisily? Perhaps, he speculated, Miss XIN had encountered some misfortune and was seeking a vent for her frustrations. I cast him a cold glance, silently warning him. Do you perceive me as such a person? Instantly, he offered an apologetic smile, lightly slapping his mouth. I spoke in jest. With their speed, it would not be long before they reached the Western Paradise. NeZha turned to the Star-Lord and inquired how many we had arranged. The Star-Lord raised his hand, counting, including the beasts, we currently had 4. Leaning closer, NeZha whispered to me, disbelief etched on his face. Can those 2 manage? I reassured him, it shouldn't pose a problem for a few days. We can make our appearance when the monkey is ready to strike. All right, I trust your judgment. I concluded, turning towards the direction of the 33 heavens. Wukong. I find myself quite famished. Could you procure some vegetarian fare to satiate my hunger? Sun Wukong, wielding his golden staff, led the way, with the white dragon horse carrying Tang Tsung closely behind. Sun Wukong glanced back at Tang Tsing, questioning. How can you be so hungry when you've been riding the horse all this time? Tang Tsing, looking troubled, replied, I had a piece of flatbread for breakfast. And now that it is evening, I am truly starving. Mortals are such a hassle. Sun Wukong retorted, promptly instructing, you and the white dragon horse stay put. I shall see if there are any nearby households. If not, I will gather some fruits to tide us over. With that, he opened the diminutive bag at his waist, the very one I had gifted him. During our previous adventure, he had stumbled upon a wild fruit tree and had harvested all the fruits for emergencies. When the time came, the 2 of them subsisted on those wild fruits. And after several days, even Tang Tsung was regurgitating sour juices. Upon seeing Sun Wukong retrieve those wild fruits, Tang Tsung could not help but salivate, swallowing hard. Sun Wukong, noticing this, expressed disdain. Master, you are no longer a child. How can a mere handful of fruits entice you so? Before Tang Tsung could offer an explanation, Sun Wukong had vanished from sight. Tang Tsung clarified, that was not saliva, it was sour juice. However, when Sun Wukong returned with a bowl of rice, he discovered Tang Tsung missing, leaving only the white dragon horse pacing in place. Where is the master? He exclaimed. He has been whisked away by a gust of demonic wind. Sun Wukong, alarmed, inquired, whisked away where? I do not know. In a frenzy, Sun Wukong began to fret. Then why do you not pursue him? I must inform you. Chapter 81 of Sun Wukong. Benefactor. Turning back is salvation. Sister Bamboo Leaf. Is it truly possible to attain immortality by consuming his flesh? Yet, he appears rather filthy, as if he has not bathed in quite some time. Everyone seems to believe so. It must be true, right? Bamboo Leaf and the 2 little foxes gathered around the tightly bound Tang Tsung, chattering away. Upon hearing that he was to be eaten, Tang Tsung immediately became alarmed. Bah, dear ladies, I am but a humble mortal. Consuming me would not grant immortality. Such tales are mere fabrications spread by hearsay. Bamboo Leaf squatted before him, cracking sunflower seeds, the shells falling around him. She pinched Tang Tsung's face to ascertain its authenticity, suggesting that they could simply try it and see. To her surprise, this monk's tender flesh appeared quite delectable. At that moment, the little fox Ran had transformed into human form, resembling a 3- or 4-year-old girl clad in a white dress with pink trim. Her collar and cuffs adorned with fluffy material, mirroring her own fur. So how shall we consume him? The large stones outside are quite slippery. Perhaps we could slice him and roast him instead? Little Fox Yin, donned in a peach-orange dress, squatted before Tang Tsung as well, playfully tugging at his ears. Let us keep these ears. They should be quite tasty when marinated. The 3 of them gazed at Tang Tsung with unabashed intensity, as if poised to plunge a knife into him at any moment. Tang Tsung silently lamented his fate, fully aware that he had fallen into the hands of these spirits, who firmly believed in the legends of immortality. His life hung by a thread, yet as a monk, he endeavored to maintain his composure, attempting to sway these creatures with words in hopes of finding a glimmer of hope. Dear ladies, though I am unworthy, I understand that all living things possess a spirit. Life is precious and should not be taken lightly. The pursuit of immortality is but a fleeting notion. Despite countless legends, it is merely the result of human greed. I have devoted my life to the salvation of all beings. If my existence were to cause you to commit such grievous acts, it would be a grave sin indeed. Tang Tsung spoke earnestly, his eyes shimmering with compassion. Noticing Bamboo Leaf's hesitation, he seized the moment to press on. Moreover, these young ladies are at such tender ages. Still innocent and naive, you must not commit such an atrocity before them. Upon hearing this, Bamboo Leaf furrowed her brow, her actions pausing. Yet she soon let out a cold laugh. Monk, your words are easy to utter. Who in this world does not yearn for immortality? We have toiled for millennia. If this could lead us to enlightenment, who would refuse such an opportunity? My 2 sisters have only just transformed. Consuming you might elevate them to heavenly ranks without centuries of arduous practice. Little Fox Ran blinked her large eyes, appearing somewhat perplexed. But, sister, what if eating him does not grant us immortality? Would that not mean our efforts were in vain? Yin Yin chimed in, indeed. What if other spirits discover this and mock us? Upon witnessing this, Tang Sung felt a slight sense of relief, realizing that his words had sown a seed of doubt in their hearts. He continued, indeed. I would stake my life on the assertion that the notion of immortality is nothing but a fabrication. Furthermore, if such a phenomenon truly existed, how could there be so much birth, aging, sickness, and death in the world? The path of cultivation emphasizes the refinement of the heart rather than external pursuits. If you all can relinquish your obsessions and devote yourselves to true practice, you may perhaps grasp the essence of reality and attain the rightful fruit of your efforts. Zhu Qing nodded in agreement, acknowledging the reason in his words, and encouraged him to proceed. Tang Sing exhaled in relief and eagerly added, should the opportunity arise, I shall certainly elucidate the teachings of Buddhism for you, aiding you in your escape from the sea of suffering. Ran stood up, tapping her legs, which had grown numb from squatting for too long. She glanced at Zhu Yiqing and remarked, what the master says is true. This monk is quite adept at spinning grand tales. Yin Yin chimed in, indeed. This monk speaks a myriad of nonsense. We should first devour him, or at least sever his tongue. Otherwise, I fear I may be swayed by his incessant prattle. Zhu Yiqing rose and brushed off the remnants of sunflower seed shells from her hands. All right, little ones, stoke the fire and prepare the pot. At her command, the little demons in the mansion began to hoist Tang Sung and toss him into the large pot that had been prepped nearby. The two young girls, Ran and Yin Yin, clapped their hands and laughed joyfully. Oh, how delightful. We're going to feast on Tang Sung. Tang Sung, bewildered and confused, thought, didn't we agree not to eat him? How can they suddenly decide to boil him? Benefactor, turn back now. Tang Sung's plea was cut short as he, along with the ropes binding him, was unceremoniously thrown into the boiling pot. That monk is truly timid. Does no one butcher meat for a feast without first slaughtering it? Look at how frightened he is. Ran chuckled, her eyes narrowing into slits as she teased while munching on a peach, with a puzzled expression. Yin Yin turned to Zhu Yiqing and asked, it has been 2 days. Why has Sun Wukong come looking for us yet? It seems the local earth deity has gone on a visit. Perhaps he has not been able to gather information, Zhu Yiqing replied, waving her hand for another little demon to come forth. Your Majesty, what are your orders? Go out and investigate whether that hairy-faced Lei Gong monk has made an appearance. Be sure to remain undetected. As you command, Your Majesty. Zhu Yiqing observed the little demons bustling about and could not help but sigh. Being a king truly felt delightful. Isn't it more enjoyable to be a deity in the heavens? The little fox, Ran, inquired. Zhu Yiqing sighed again, placing her hands behind her head as she reclined in her throne. Oh, do not mention it. This past half-month of descending to the mortal realm has been the most exhilarating experience of my life. No need to practice, no fear of being beaten. You have no idea how he seeks out different people daily to spar with me. My serpent skin has been worn away in layers. Yin Yin chuckled. Though the plan set by the Star-Lord was rather strict, the Master has mentioned your significant progress. Ran added, once this affair is settled, you should remain here as the Mountain King. Upon hearing this, Zweiking extended his hand, transforming the two little foxes into their original forms and embracing them within his arms. He sighed, lamenting, I have painstakingly attained my celestial rank and secured such a splendid position, yet here I find myself, foolishly remaining as a ruler. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong scoured the mountains for a radius of 300 miles, desperate and frantic in his search for Tang Sung, feeling an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of demonic energy. Concealing his presence, he followed the trail of the energy, only to discover a butterfly spirit stealthily orchestrating activities upon the mountain. What has become of that bearded monk? The butterfly spirit mused. There appears to be no one else around. After uttering these words, the butterfly transformed back to its original form and flew towards the cave, with Sun Wukong taking the guise of a butterfly in pursuit. Chapter 82. When outmatched, retreat. Deep within the lush and shadowy bamboo grove lay an ancient cave, shrouded in mist. Outside, the verdant bamboo swayed gently, resembling the guardians of nature, silently observing the impending events. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense bamboo leaves, casting a mottled golden hue upon the ground, adding an eerie charm to this tranquil realm. This cave is indeed a hidden paradise. As the butterfly-shaped Sun Wukong followed the small demon deeper into the cave, he marveled at the enchanting scenery around him. Numerous emerald-scaled snakes, their eyes glinting like cold stars, coiled around the stout bamboo stalks, their forms agile and robust. A stark contrast to the frail appearance of ordinary venomous serpents. Sun Wukong initially intended to stealthily rescue Tang Sung from the cave. only to unexpectedly collide with a transparent barrier, sending ripples radiating outward. "They're here." Xianxia, who was munching on seeds within the cave, abruptly rose. A hint of trepidation in his voice. "But what if we cannot defeat them?" Little Fox, Dian, perched upon my shoulder, replied, "If we cannot fight them off, we shall flee. What is there to fear? Besides, our master and the Star Lord of Jidu are watching over us from the shadows. They will surely not allow the monkey to harm us." Encouraged by these words, Xianxia steeled himself, wielding the Qingyun sword as he stepped out of the cave. "Halt! Who dares to wreak havoc in my territory?" Sun Wukong, with eyes sharp as an eagle and a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, stared at Xianxia. "You demon, have you taken my master? Release him at once." "And who are you to command my release?" "That would be quite undignified for me," Xianxia retorted. Sun Wukong, wielding his golden staff, struck it forcefully upon the ground, declaring, "Listen well, I am Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, who once caused chaos in the heavenly palace." Before Xianxia could respond, the little fox, Dian, burst into laughter atop his shoulder. "I thought you were someone important. Turns out you're merely the stable master." Xianxia cast a bewildered glance at Dian, realizing she was inviting the monkey to strike her down. "Curse demon, take this." Sun Wukong, filled with fury, bellowed, as the golden staff expanded dramatically, crashing down towards Xianxia with the force of a thunderbolt. Best of friends. As soon as Xianxia gently raised her hand, the air shimmered with arcs of electricity, as if it could reduce everything to dust at any moment. The thunderous strike lived up to its name, catching Sun Wukong off guard with a swift motion. The combined force of lightning and fire surged towards him, the acrid scent of charred flesh wafting through the air from a distance. Alarmed by the sight, Xianxia swiftly cast the two foxes from her shoulders to a safe distance. Engaging in a few rounds with the great sage was enough to boast about for several days, and as she saw Sun Wukong's fury, she felt no fear. Instead, a cold smile curled at her lips. In a flash, she transformed into a green blur, deftly evading Sun Wukong's golden staff while preparing to unleash another surprise with her palm thunder. Sun Wukong, agile and nimble, leaped into the air one moment and burrowed into the ground the next, the golden staff seeming to possess a life of its own, each strike resonating with the force of a tidal wave. Xianxia was equally determined, using the bamboo forest as her cover, occasionally concealing her form and launching sudden attacks. The power of her palm thunder was astonishing, each release causing the surrounding air to tremble, while the bamboo grove crackled with electric energy, deafening in its intensity. As the battle intensified, the once serene bamboo grove became a scene of devastation, with leaves scattering and stalks splintering. Xianxia, overwhelmed, focused solely on escaping, her eyes filled with dread as the golden staff approached within mere inches. Suddenly, a bolt of thunderous fire shot towards her, far more potent than her own attack. "Great sage, show mercy." After dodging the fierce thunderfire, Sun Wukong steadied himself, ready to strike, when he caught sight of a familiar figure. "Jidu Star-Lord? Master, save me!" Xianxia exclaimed, abandoning her fallen Qingyun sword to rush to Jidu Star-Lord's side, coiling around his arm like a small green serpent. She whispered in frustration, "Master, you are so unreliable. I nearly got killed." Jidu Star-Lord chuckled sheepishly, having been delayed by a few idle words with the Venus star. "Master? This creature is your disciple?" Sun Wukong immediately adopted a serious demeanor and confronted Jidu Star-Lord. "We had a good relationship in the heavenly court, and I've treated you to drinks more than once. How could you allow your disciple to come down here and trouble my master? Great sage, please calm your anger." Jidu Star-Lord responded with a series of apologies. "She did not intend to trouble your master. She admires your renowned prowess, but lacked the opportunity to meet you, leading her to take this misguided action. I have advised her repeatedly, yet she remained infatuated and came down here to cause you trouble." Xianxia quickly chimed in. "I have already achieved immortality among the celestial ranks. I truly had no intention of troubling your master. I merely wished to witness the great sage's magnificence with my own eyes, and ignorance is no crime. This has nothing to do with my master." Jidu Star-Lord smiled amiably. "Great sage, today my disciple has indeed erred. How about we agree on a proper apology?" "There is no need for an apology." Sun Wukong, embracing his golden staff with a proud demeanor, exclaimed, "What an aura of immortality surrounds you. So, you are indeed a disciple of the Star-Lord of Jidu. Since this was merely a misunderstanding, kindly return my master to me. I, the old monkey, will hold no grudge." Hearing these words, Xianxia felt a wave of relief wash over him. He immediately transformed into human form, hastening to retrieve his Qingyun sword. "Tang Chonglao is within the cave. I shall escort the great sage to him at once." Upon this, Sun Wukong sheathed his staff and, with an arm draped around the shoulders of the Star-Lord of Jidu, they made their way toward the cave. "Your disciple possesses remarkable talent," remarked Sun Wukong. Though she is youthful, her cultivation is quite impressive. Flattery, great sage. While her innate abilities may be modest, she is diligent. During your ruckus in the heavenly palace, she witnessed your most glorious moments from my divine palace, and thus became infatuated. Sun Wukong chuckled, is that so? However, upon returning to the cave, Xianxia found that a small demon had fled in terror. After searching in vain, he was struck with panic upon realizing, Master is missing. How could he be absent? The Star Lord of Jidu appeared equally perplexed. This was not part of the plan. Sun Wukong, unable to locate his master, grew furious and brandished his golden staff at the two, accusing them, did you conspire against me, using tricks to lure my master away? Chapter 83. As long as he lives. The Star Lord of Jidu's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly waved his hands in denial. Great sage, it is a misunderstanding. How could I dare employ such subterfuge before you? We are genuinely here to assist you in finding Tang Changlao. There must be some hidden circumstance. Xianxia, equally innocent, felt tears welling in his eyes. Great sage, I truly do not know why Tang Changlao has vanished. I had indeed placed him here. Furrowing his brow, Sun Wukong's staff glimmered ominously, revealing his mounting fury. Do not attempt to deceive me further. If it were not for your meddling, how could my master have disappeared into thin air? If you do not provide an explanation today, do not expect mercy from me. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the cave. A small demon rushed in, kneeling and trembling. Great king, Tang Changlao has been taken by the second and third kings. Xianxia, in a frenzy, stamped his foot. Those two little foxes must be trying to bring about my downfall. Hearing this, Sun Wukong halted, turning to the small demon. Where are they? Let me there at once. The three hurriedly followed the small demon in search of Tang Sung, only to find him suspended from a great tree, with two young maidens clapping their hands below. Seeing Tang Sung with his eyes tightly shut, Sun Wukong assumed the worst and, in a fit of rage, raised his golden staff, declaring, you shall pay for my master's life. Great sage, do not. The Star Lord of Jidu interjected, positioning himself before Sun Wukong and gripping the staff tightly. These two little foxes are raised by Sister Xian. They must not be harmed. Sister Xian? Sun Wukong replied, astonished. Do not be hasty. Let me assess the situation first. The Star Lord of Jidu commanded Xianxia to lower Tang Sung and checked for his breath. Great sage, he is still alive. The Star Lord of Jidu hastily assisted Tang Sung to sit down, taking the gourd from his waist and pouring its contents into Tang Sung's mouth. Caught off guard, Tang Sung coughed a few times and slowly opened his eyes. What is this? Why is it so spicy? The Star Lord observed his holy monk and, noting the lack of water in the desolate wilderness, explained, I brought this wine to alleviate the situation. Please do not be offended. Upon hearing the word wine, Tang Sung nearly cried out in alarm. He had devoted himself to the Buddhist faith for decades, and now, having consumed alcohol, he felt he had broken his vows. Tears welled in his eyes as he murmured, Amitabha, I have sinned. May the Buddha forgive me. This was never my intention. Seeing his distress, the Star Lord quickly concealed the gourd, reassuring the holy monk, do not worry. This is vegetarian wine. It does not count as breaking your vows. Master, that is a trivial matter, Sun Wukong interjected, his face brightening as he helped Tang Sung sit up. As long as you're alive, that is what matters. Tang Sung, noticing the figures of the bamboo leaf green and two little foxes, immediately hid behind Sun Wukong in fright, chanting, Amitabha, Amitabha. The two little foxes transformed back into their original forms, jumping onto the shoulders of the Star Lord, one on each side. Why does the holy monk appear so haggard? The Star Lord inquired, observing Tang Sung's pallid complexion and unsteady demeanor. I have not had a drop to drink these past 2 days, and I fear I have fainted from hunger. I beg your pardon, Tang Sung replied. You lot, why are you capturing him without providing food? What if he starves to death? If he dies before reaching Lingshan, how will I remove this golden hoop from my head? Sun Wukong exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the little fox named Yin leaped onto Sun Wukong's shoulder and chattered for a long while, causing Sun Wukong to chuckle. What is it saying? Tang Sung asked. It says you are too verbose, which is why you are not being fed, Sun Wukong replied, promptly retrieving a bowl of rice and offering it to Tang Sung. Quickly eat. Mortals are troublesome. If you starve to death, how will you embark on your journey to the west for the scriptures? After bidding farewell to Sun Wukong, the Star Lord of Jidu, accompanied by the bamboo leaf green and the two little foxes, made his way to the heavenly court. Unable to contain his excitement, the bamboo leaf green exclaimed, Master, you said that when I returned to heaven after this descent, I would be granted a 3-day leave. Does that still hold true? Do I seem like someone who goes back on his word? The Star Lord replied. The bamboo leaf green chuckled, Of course not. You are a man of your word. Master, that thunderbolt technique was truly impressive. Even Sun Wukong's monkey hair was singed. I managed to exchange a few blows with him. The Star Lord, filled with pride, responded. Indeed, that thunderbolt is my signature technique. Only you are my disciple, others cannot hope to learn it. The bamboo leaf green gazed at the Star Lord with admiration. You are too kind to me. Casting a sidelong glance at him, the Star Lord teased. What? Are you not going to criticize the rigorous training plan I devised for you? The bamboo leaf green tucked back a few stray strands of hair behind his ear and smiled bashfully, then adopted a servile demeanor as he clasped the Star Lord's arm. I know you only wish for me to improve. I merely vent my frustrations. I truly hold no grievances against you. That is more like it. Xianxia continued to inquire of his master. Master, your thunderstrike technique is so formidable. How many rounds did you fight against Sun Wukong back in the day? Ah well. Lord Jidu, the Star Lord, hesitated before responding. I never actually fought Sun Wukong one-on-one. But I did engage in a fierce battle with the third prince for an entire day and night. With a single strike of my palm thunder, I knocked the third prince off his wind fire wheel. Really? Xianxia exclaimed, startling the two little foxes, who nearly clung to Lord Jidu's robes. The two foxes exchanged glances before obediently remaining perched on his shoulders. Noticing Xianxia's admiration, Lord Jidu grew quite pleased. Indeed, I was the vanguard at the Jiapai Pass, wielding my Fang Tianhua halberd with great ferocity. Many martial generals from West Ji fell to my hand. Master, you are truly remarkable, Ranran exclaimed, smoothing her fur with her paw. Lord Jidu, who was it that defeated you before you ascended to divinity? At this question, a hint of stiffness crept into Lord Jidu's smile. Such matters are best left unspoken. The two little foxes leaped down from Lord Jidu's shoulders as they entered the South Heaven Gate, seeking their own master. Having grown bored watching Sun Wukong battle the small shrimp, I returned to the Cloud Tower Palace's Fuhua Hall with NeZha. We sat in a pavilion, fiddling with the chess pieces before us. I don't know how to play chess, I lamented, a frown on my face. NeZha, with a stubborn expression, held the chess manual closely. It's a matter of skill. Even if I don't know how, we should practice a bit, lest second brother see us and call us inept. Resting my chin on my left hand, I held a black piece in my right, glistening in the sunlight. Reading the manual is futile. I need a master to guide me. The 3 stars of blessing, longevity, and prosperity are indeed skilled players, but Mount Palai is quite distant. I have no desire to travel there daily. Observing NeZha's earnest demeanor, I suggested, let us seek out the White Emperor in the Western Orchard. He is a chess deity. My brother was defeated by him. Very well, let us go. NeZha agreed. Just as we were about to rise, 2 little foxes dashed toward us and promptly leaped onto my shoulders. Chapter 84, pierced through by NeZha's fiery spear. Master, just now, Lord Jidu claimed he battled the third prince for a day and night. Is that true? The little fox, Ranran, was the first to ask. NeZha scoffed. Yes, just boasting again. And he said he knocked the third prince off his wind fire wheel with his thunder strike. Little fox, Yin chimed in. NeZha, taken aback, retorted, what a tall tale. I fell from the wind fire wheel only because I was ambushed by Gao Yuqian. When did it become that he knocked me off? Ranran then asked, Master, how did Lord Jidu die in his previous life? He wouldn't tell me. I only know that Lord Jidu is quite the chatterbox. But when did he learn to boast? I gently embraced Ranran and stroked her fur, chuckling softly as I replied, oh, he was pierced through by NeZha's fiery spear. Achu. In the Celestial Palace, the esteemed Jidu Star Lord sneezed heavily, rubbing his nose and pondering who might be speaking ill of him. Zhu Yiqing. Do you think today the 2 little foxes, Ranran and Yin, will learn to speak? Zhu Yiqing, who was organizing the scrolls, appeared bewildered and replied, I cannot say whether they will learn to speak, but those 2 little foxes are quite mischievous. They have certainly caused me no small amount of trouble during their half-month stay in the mortal realm. Upon hearing this, Jidu Star Lord sank heavily onto the chair behind him, losing interest in his tea, and exclaimed, why do I feel a sense of unease? No. I must petition the Jade Emperor for a couple of days off. Without hesitation, Jidu Star Lord sprang up and walked to his desk to draft a leave request, entrusting Zhu Yiqing to deliver it to the illustrious Tai Bai Jin Xing on his behalf. Did we not agree to seek out the White Emperor? Where are you going? I inquired, grasping NeZha's arm. I am going to find Jidu Star Lord and ask him who he learned to boast from. I shook his arm, realizing he had likely fled long ago. It would be futile for us to go. Let us seek the White Emperor instead. NeZha, appearing somewhat perplexed, noted, the White Emperor resides in the far western lands, even further than Penglai Island. I chuckled lightly. Isn't it just to visit his orchard for some fruit? I am rather tired of peaches. Upon hearing this, NeZha smiled and seized my wrist, declaring, since you wish to go, let us indeed go. With that, he unceremoniously dropped the 2 little foxes onto the ground. Go play. With a swift push of his wind-fire wheels, we soared through the skies, the rushing wind and fleeting clouds surrounding us. Before long, we arrived at the western heavenly court, where the guards recognized me and promptly went to announce our arrival. What a rare guest. We encountered the White Emperor, who approached us, clad in a flowing cloud robe adorned with golden embroidery depicting auspicious clouds. His silver hair crown gleamed, and his complexion resembled jade, exuding an air of celestial majesty in every gesture. My father governs the heavens, the spirits, and mortals, while the 5 heavenly emperors serve him, overseeing the 5 realms. The White Emperor, known as Xiao, rules the west and is the deity of autumn, presiding over matters of conflict. The journey here is quite arduous. I chuckled softly, quickly responding, "Please, do lead the way." The White Emperor's hearty laughter echoed in the air as he gestured for us to follow him inside, instructing a nearby celestial attendant to prepare tea and snacks. "You have traveled a great distance merely to seek my guidance in chess?" the White Emperor asked, his tone tinged with skepticism. "As far as I know, the deities in the heavenly court who play chess tend to be elusive. I suspect, little princess, that your visit is to indulge in my orchard." I laughed awkwardly, picking up a fruit from the table and taking a bite. "How precise!" I exclaimed, laughter spilling forth. The White Emperor, amused by my playful tone, laughed heartily in response. "This time, do show some restraint. The last time you visited, you plundered 70% of my orchard's fruits. After all these years of friendship, must you be so stingy? Besides, with a mere wave of your sleeve, do the fruits not ripen instantly?" The White Emperor and NeZha sat opposite each other, engaged in a game of chess. NeZha, deep in thought, managed to multitask, playing while engaging in casual conversation with me. "It is not that I am stingy. While those are indeed spiritual fruits, they lose their freshness over time. If you desire them, I can have someone regularly pick and deliver them to you." I patted the bag at my waist, assuring him, "No worries. Placing them in this bag keeps them as fresh as if just picked." "How long have you practiced chess, Your Majesty?" NeZha inquired. The White Emperor replied in a gentle tone, "I have been playing since childhood in the mortal realm. And now it has been 3,000 springs and autumns since I ascended to the celestial realm. You two take your time. I will go pick some fruits," I announced, preparing to leave. Suddenly, NeZha called out from behind, "Did we not agree to learn together?" I chuckled softly, "You go ahead and learn. Once you master it, you can teach me." With a resigned sigh, NeZha waved his hand. Go on, go on. The fruits in the White Emperor's orchard differ from those in the heavenly court. Although they are of similar varieties, here in the extreme west, they are nourished by the essence of the air, resulting in flavors distinct from the celestial fruits. The guardians of the orchard are familiar faces who, upon my arrival, quickly greeted one another to start picking the fruits, standing beneath the grape trellis. I admired the translucent green grapes while nearby. An attendant was selecting large bunches for harvest. Lost in thought, I pondered, "Are these grapes ripe?" The attendant cheerfully replied, "They are ripe. This is a newly cultivated variety. Their color is indeed green, but they are sweet. Would you like to taste one?" I plucked a grape, peeled it, and popped it into my mouth, my eyes lighting up at the sweetness, completely devoid of bitterness. I immediately turned to the attendant. "These grapes are delightful. Please pick me several bunches." "Certainly." Before I knew it, half the day had passed. Upon my return, I found the White Emperor and NeZha still engrossed in their game, looking utterly dejected at my arrival. "What troubles you?" I asked. NeZha sighed after the White Emperor made his move. "We have played 17 games, and not a single victory. It's disheartening." Holding the freshly washed grapes, I sat down beside them, popping one into my mouth. "This is quite normal. My brother also won few games initially. NeZha, the third prince, is improving rapidly, yet mastering chess is not an endeavor to be accomplished in a day. I have a chess manual here. You should study it when you return." "Thank you, Your Majesty." NeZha expressed his gratitude, rising to stretch. Sitting for so long has left me quite stiff. As we chatted, an attendant hurriedly approached, announcing, "Your Majesty, the Star Monarch of Jidu has arrived." "The Star Monarch has come?" The White Emperor's face lit up. "Quickly, please invite him in." NeZha and I exchanged glances. When had they grown so familiar with each other? It has been a long time since we last met. "I hope you're well, Your Majesty." The Star Monarch of Jidu entered, warmly welcomed by the attendant. However, upon seeing us, his smile abruptly faltered, and he incredulously exclaimed, "No way. Have you all gathered here just to chase me?" I interjected, raising my hand to stop further discourse. "We were here first, having spent a considerable amount of time already. How has it become a blockade solely for you?" With a menacing gesture, NeZha beckoned towards the group. The Star Lord of Jidu hesitated, contemplating whether the two little foxes had indeed been misled by their chatter. Perhaps I was overthinking. Quickly, he offered a series of apologetic laughs. "What brings you both here?" I replied, "Merely to reminisce. And yourself? I too have come to chat with the Emperor, he responded, casting a glance at the white jade chess pieces on the table. Are you playing chess? With nothing else to do, I thought I might engage in a game with the third prince. Are you interested in a round, Jidu? The white Emperor's smile broadened as he waved his hand, restoring the chessboard to its original state. That is precisely what I had in mind. The Star Lord of Jidu settled himself beside the white Emperor, preparing to engage in the match. NeZha pulled me to a nearby seat, eager to observe their game. The match unfolded for half an hour, with NeZha absorbed in the excitement, while I struggled to stay awake, completely lost. Drowsy are we? Have they finished yet? Shall we head back? I murmured, leaning against NeZha. Just a moment, it's almost over. He replied, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Goodness. Had he truly become so enamored after just a slight understanding? Another yawn escaped me, and upon noticing my fatigue, NeZha wrapped his arm around my waist, drawing me closer. A smile crept upon my lips as I softly muttered, Are you worried I might fall? This is much more comfortable, I said. Though the white Emperor's gaze remained on the chessboard, he clearly observed our small interactions and chuckled gently. After all these years, your bond remains as strong as ever. It is truly enviable. NeZha lowered his gaze at me. Time cannot alter this. Indeed, I concurred swiftly. After another quarter of an hour, the game finally concluded. What a match. 2 hours for a single game? The White Emperor and the Star Lord of Jidu both acknowledged each other with respect. Curious. I inquired of NeZha, who had emerged victorious. White Emperor won, claiming 3 pieces and an additional 1. NeZha replied. Confused, I pondered. What did 3 pieces and an additional 1 even mean? Delightful. Ha ha. The Star Lord of Jidu laughed heartily. It's exhilarating to meet a worthy opponent. It has been a long time since we last met, and your skills have evidently sharpened. The White Emperor praised generously. Jidu then turned his gaze towards us. I never knew you two were adept at chess. Is there a hidden agenda behind your visit? I merely came to gather fruits. I responded casually. You traveled all this way just to gather fruits? I hope you haven't plundered the entire orchard? Jidu exclaimed, astonished by my intent. NeZha's expression darkened slightly. Let her gather as much as she desires. It is not your concern. I cast a glance at the Lord of the Jidu Star, feeling as though I had not acquired anything without reason. Indeed, I had exchanged items for what I received. The White Emperor chuckled softly, attempting to alleviate the current atmosphere. It was true. The little princess had traded for the peaches of immortality and the elixir. The Lord of the Jidu Star laughed nervously, expressing mere curiosity, nothing more. I patted NeZha on the shoulder and suggested, let us return. Very well. After bidding farewell to the White Emperor, we prepared to depart. But the Lord of the Jidu Star immediately interjected, I have only just arrived. Please wait a moment. Prince, you walk swiftly, so kindly take me along for the journey. It is quite exhausting to make this trip. I looked at him in astonishment. Did he truly not comprehend the implications of his words? Take him along. What would that mean for me? Did he expect him to carry him or hold him? I shall return on my own, he quickly amended, realizing his thoughtlessness, and cheerfully apologized as he escorted us to the outskirts of the western heaven. Upon our return to the 9 heavens, we discovered that the guardian celestial king was absent. After inquiring, we learned that the duty-bound Mo Lihai had gone to the Lingxiao Palace to observe the commotion. Is the southern heavenly gate left unguarded? What chaos has Sun Wukong wrought in the mortal realm? Upon hearing this, we hastened toward the Lingxiao Palace. In heaven, a single day equates to a swift year in the mortal realm. Tang Sung had already taken on 2 disciples, Tianping and Zhuanlian, and was currently at Wuzhuangwen in the mortal realm. What mischief had that monkey been up to? Why was Xinyu and Daxian so enraged? As we arrived at the Lingxiao Palace, we chanced upon the sight of Tang Xing and his companions fleeing in disarray. The cause was that Qi Feng and Mingwei had delivered the ginseng fruit to Tang Xing, who mistook it for a child and refused to eat it. Marshal Tianpeng had been urging him on from the side, and with Zhuanlian's assistance, Sun Wukong had stolen a ginseng fruit. However, Qi Feng and Mingwei had scolded him harshly, and Sun Wukong, feeling guilty, dared not retaliate on the spot. Instead, he exited his spiritual body and destroyed the ginseng tree. Alas, this monkey has a penchant for trouble, sighed the Tai-Bai Jinxing. Upon hearing this, I chuckled softly. It had been an ancient tree spirit for millennia. Surely it must have been a trick. Whether it was or not remains unknown. However, Sun Wukong's encounter with Xinyu and Daxian was indeed a misstep. NeZha crossed his arms, observing the scene in the mirror with a mischievous delight, relishing the unfolding drama. Tai-Bai Jinxing sighed once more. NeZha and I stood side by side, whispering, Qi Feng and Mingwei are quite formidable. Do you think they frightened Tang Sung with the ginseng fruit? Perhaps, otherwise, he would not have been so terrified. However, we must also credit Tianping and Zhuanlian. That monkey still has not learned his lesson. NeZha scoffed. That monkey has ascended to the heavens. Mo Lihai remarked, hastening back toward the southern heavenly gate. In an instant, the Qianquan mirror returned to its original state, and everyone feigned ignorance as they exited the Lingxiao Palace. Sun Wukong first sought out the 3 stars of fortune, longevity, and prosperity on Penglai Island, then went to the Mount Fanzhong to consult the Eastern Emperor. They all declared there was no solution. Sun Wukong, having once caused great turmoil in heaven, was imprisoned beneath the 5 Elements mountain for centuries. Now, having stirred up such chaos once more, he could hardly bring himself to seek assistance from the heavenly court. The cycle of reincarnation has once again commenced. Sun Wukong has ventured to Mount Luojia in search of Guanyin. Upon the arrival of a few individuals at Wuzhuang Temple, they were met with a scene of utter disarray. Guanyin could not help but admonish, "You, O Monkey King, have caused quite enough trouble. Compassionate Bodhisattva, your disciple acknowledges his faults. Please, I implore you, save the ginseng fruit tree." Guanyin shook her head and extracted a willow branch from the jade bottle, sprinkling the sweet dew upon the earth, yet there was no response. A cawing of crows echoed through the air. Chapter 86. You are simply you. A unique being, Zhan Yuanzi, stood quietly, holding his whisk, observing the scene, while Qing Feng and Mingyue flanked him, their faces reflecting curiosity. Sun Wukong scratched his head and queried, "Bodhisattva, isn't the sweet dew from the jade bottle capable of reviving it? Why is there no reaction?" Guanyin's expression turned slightly awkward as she cleared her throat and glanced at Zhan Yuanzi. "Why the haste, O Monkey King? Perhaps I recited the incantation incorrectly. Wukong, extend your hand." "Ah." Sun Wukong responded, stepping forward and extending his hand. Guanyin then dipped the willow branch into the bottle and inscribed a series of shimmering symbols upon his palm. "What is this, Bodhisattva?" Sun Wukong inquired, gazing at the radiant runes in his hand. "Must you be so inquisitive, O Monkey King?" Guanyin's expression darkened slightly. She could hardly admit that this life and death talisman was interwoven with her millennia of merits. She resolved to mention this to Buddha upon her return, to atone for her oversight. "Place your hand beneath the tree's roots and assess the amount of spiritual water present." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong clenched his fist and positioned it beneath the roots of the tree, soon revealing a pool of clear spring water. "Master, what are they doing?" Qing Feng inquired, puzzled. Zhan Yuanzi gradually raised the corners of his mouth, gently stroking his beard. "No need for questions, simply observe. Bodhisattva, the water has emerged. What next?" Guanyin spoke slowly. "The water must not touch the 5 elemental implements. It must be ladled out with a jade ladle, poured over the tree to unite the roots and bark, allowing the leaves to sprout and the branches to bear fruit." Zhan Yuanzi immediately interjected, "My Wuzhuang temple lacks a jade ladle. Qi Feng, Mingyue, fetch the wine cups." "Yes," replied Qing Feng and Mingyue, promptly retrieving any jade vessels capable of containing water from Wuzhuang temple. "Wukong, Wuning, Wujing, you 3 must support the fruit tree." At this command, the trio immediately hoisted the tree upright, securing it in place and covering the roots with soil, while presenting the spring water in jade vessels to Guanyin. Guanyin meticulously sprinkled the willow branch over the tree, reciting incantations. Before long, the tree shook its branches, revealing lush green leaves and, astonishingly, 23 ginseng fruits. But there were only 22 before it fell. "How has it transformed into 23? Qing Feng questioned, bewildered. "I told you, I only plucked 3. Now you see I was wronged," Sun Wukong declared, crossing his arms with indignation. Mingyue, witnessing this, retorted, "You stole and still have the audacity to complain? Mingyue, do not speak without reason." Zhan Yuanzi feigned a reprimand, casting a dissatisfied glance at the land deity lurking in the shadows, standing before the realm of reincarnation. "I found myself utterly bewildered by the actions of the venerable Zhen Yuan Daxian, prompting me to express my grievances to NeZha. The ginseng fruit takes 9,000 years to ripen, and its value surpasses that of the peaches of immortality, yet he has so carelessly distributed such a multitude. Is he not out of his mind?" Sun Wukong visited the 5, and out of 30 ginseng fruits, only 15 remained. Zhen Yuan Daxian even forged a brotherly bond with Sun Wukong. What a perplexing turn of events. As the foremost of the earth immortals, he has already attained immortality. Thus, the ginseng fruit holds little significance for him. Sun Wukong, as the great sage equal to heaven, now serves the Buddhist realm, and Zhen Yuan Daxian's decision to ally with him undoubtedly carries deeper considerations. I sighed in exasperation. He calls me sister, yet he stands a generation above me. NeZha chuckled at my musings, remarking how absurd it was. By that logic, should I not call you uncle as well? We are neither kin nor related. Let each have their own discourse. Time swiftly elapses, and within the realm of reincarnation, the arduous journey of the 4 disciples unfolds. Initially, it was captivating, yet as time passed, it became rather mundane. Each day, I traversed between the harmonious palace and the 9 or 6 heavens. On one occasion, I stumbled upon the Fuhua Hall at Yutai, only to find NeZha sitting alone in a pavilion, engrossed in a game of chess on a white jade board. Goodness. He was so dedicated right from the outset. Could he truly be addicted to chess? He was so absorbed that he remained oblivious to my entrance. I leaned down, resting my chin on his shoulder, teasing him. Do the pieces look more appealing than I do? You don't even glance my way. NeZha chuckled softly, lifting a white piece towards me, inquiring, who said you should study diligently? Once you master it, you can teach me. I did not take the piece. Instead, I turned and leaned into his embrace. He instinctively wrapped his left arm around my back, and as I toyed with the golden necklace nestled in his neck, I declared, I've changed my mind. If I learned like you and became obsessed with chess, how would I appreciate the splendor of your visage, third prince? Upon hearing this, NeZha's lips curled into a smile, though he feigned annoyance, asking, if I were ugly, would you still look at me? Of course not. I quickly retorted. This has nothing to do with beauty. You are uniquely you. I nestled deeper into his embrace, relishing the warmth and comfort radiating from him. He felt like a sanctuary. Regardless of the chaos outside, his presence always bestowed tranquility and peace. What I cherish is you, the essence of your being, your resilience, and your indomitable spirit. You are simply you, and no matter the time, place, or circumstance, your place in my heart shall remain unwavering. Upon hearing my words, the hidden flutter in NeZha's heart stirred once more. He took my hand and placed it against his chest, as if inviting me to affirm his heartbeat, or perhaps to convey his emotions to me. Though this may be but a lotus seed, it contains only you. NeZha's corporeal form is akin to a lotus root from the Yao Qi, imbued with unparalleled spiritual power. Upon achieving sanctity, he severed the three corpses, representing gluttony, vanity, and lust, remaining unperturbed by all, for in his heart, he harbors only himself, and that suffices. In the past, the two shared a genuine love. However, due to an unfortunate incident in the myriad of immortals array, the female lead lost her 7 emotions. Upon awakening, she had forgotten everything, leading NeZha to bury his feelings deep within. Despite her memory loss, she could not help but draw near him upon their encounters, a theme that will be elaborated upon later. Thus, we embraced quietly, relishing this rare moment of tranquility and warmth, as if the world around us had come to a standstill, leaving only the symphony of our heartbeats and breaths. Oh, Sister XinXue, how can you still let Brother Sin hold you at your age? How embarrassing. Just as the atmosphere grew intimate, Li Jinying suddenly burst in, shattering the tender moment. We turned towards the sound, only to find Li Jinying standing not far from the pavilion, making silly faces at us. Caught in such an awkward situation, I buried my face in NeZha's neck. Quick, make her leave. This is mortifying. NeZha's tone was threatening as he shot a glare at Li Jinying. Don't make me hit you. Shame, shame, shame. Hee hee hee. Li Jinying, undeterred, continued her antics, giggling incessantly. Suddenly, NeZha's magical silk ribbon flew out with a whoosh, startling her into a hasty retreat. Brother San, I'm sorry. Li Jinying's apology was cut short as the ribbon ensnared her tightly, leaving only her eyes and mouth exposed, dangling from a nearby tree. Thanks to the ephemeral flower for a millennium, release that little Xiao, the raspberry wine-loving Aunt Tang, and the beloved who generates electricity with affection. Thank you all for your support. I will strive to write more. Chapter 87. The sky can also be covered seeing her captured. A smile crept upon NeZha's lips as he feigned seriousness. Li Jinying, you're becoming quite mischievous. Today, I shall ensure you learn a lesson. I peeked out from behind him, my cheeks still flushed with embarrassment, casting an apologetic glance at Li Jinying, unable to suppress a laugh. Li Jinying, upon noticing, held no grudge. Instead, she blinked her large eyes as if pleading, Sister XinXue, please save me. I stood and approached her, pinching her nose playfully. You ungrateful little thing. Here I am, treating you so well, and you mock me. Li Jinying blinked in response, emitting muffled sounds, but her mouth was sealed. Will you dare to do it again next time? She shook her head vigorously. With a gentle flick, I retracted the ribbon, which slithered back like a spirit snake. Li Jinying was freed, landing gracefully on the ground, brushing off the dust, hands on her hips, glaring at NeZha. I was just joking. Brother San, you're too mean. Am I not your favorite sister anymore? NeZha's reply was curt. You were never my favorite. Li Jinying stuck out her tongue and tugged at my sleeve. It must be Sister XinXue, right? NeZha remained seated in the pavilion, merely letting out a soft grunt as he regarded the seemingly mischievous Li Jinying. You usually confine yourself to your room, practicing your writing. What brings you to my Fuhud palace today? With father finally absent, I ought to indulge in a bit of leisure. Li Jinying grasped my hand and led me towards the pavilion. Her gaze fixated on the chessboard before us as she began to arrange the pieces. I can play too. Absent. I pondered. for Li Jing was known to be the most dutiful of deities, never straying from his post. Intrigued, I inquired about his whereabouts. He went to the underworld to fetch my mother, and has T managed to coax her back yet? I hope she proves resilient and does not succumb to his honeyed words. Li Jinying leaned over the table, her pieces crashing down on the board with fervor. As though in a fit of frustration, I chuckled lightly. Is your little coat letting in the breeze? Humph. Li Jinying huffed indignantly. That old fool. From this moment on, I shall no longer be his little coat. Let his enchanting daughter take on that role. Sitting upright with determination, she declared, from now on, I shall follow my third brother and aspire to become a great general. I raised my thumb in approval, lavishly praising her ambition. Indeed, you possess great spirit. NeZha gazed at the neatly arranged black and white pieces on the chessboard, resembling two armies at war, his expression a mixture of incredulity and bemusement. Li Jinying, is this your idea of playing chess? Are you foolish, or am I? With righteous indignation, Li Jinying retorted, what is the difference? It's all about placing the pieces. NeZha. Just as the three of us were engaged in our banter, a familiar voice interrupted. Turning around, we were greeted by none other than Sun Wukong. Great sage. It's the great sage, Li Jinying exclaimed, rushing towards him with a cry of delight. Sun Wukong chuckled heartily, bending down to lift her into his arms. Jinying, it's been ages. You've grown taller. After years apart, I noted how the great sage had become increasingly imposing and handsome. Sun Wukong laughed boisterously. Indeed, I, the old monkey, am the most dashing of them all. He carried Li Jinying into the pavilion with ease. NeZha, perplexed, queried. Weren't you tasked with protecting Tang Sung on his journey to the west? What brings you here? Ah, don't even get me started. While passing by Pingding Mountain, we encountered the two demonesses, Golden Horn and Silver Horn, who captured my master and my two junior brothers. I came seeking assistance. Sun Wukong sighed, releasing Li Jinying and taking a seat on a nearby railing bench. Really? NeZha crossed his arms, leaning against the pillar with a teasing tone. Is there a demon you cannot handle? The issue lies with their treasures. One is a purple gold gourd that captured me with just a call of its name, and the other is a golden rope that bound me before I could even react. Even my prowess is of no use in such circumstances. Upon hearing the name of the purple gold gourd, I quickly deduced its significance. Was he that the little green bull that went down first? How come it was Lingzi and Lingzi who blocked the way? Noticing his flustered demeanor, NeZha couldn't resist teasing him further. If you cannot handle them, what use are we? Indeed, old Sun proclaimed, asserting that his gourd could contain the heavens, with the intention of deceiving them into returning their gourd. You must devise a means to obscure the sky, I suggested. 3 heads are better than 1. Why not seek the Jade Emperor at the Lingxiao Palace? The more minds, the more ideas. Humph. Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively, recalling that initial endeavor. Was it not pride that held him back? I have come to seek your aid. Obscuring the heavens? NeZha exchanged a glance with me. It was not an impossible task. I shall procure the Zodiaci from the North Celestial Gate and wave it a few times. Sun Wukong chuckled heartily, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, my brother. As I observed NeZha depart, I turned toward the 33 heavens, pondering how Lingzi and Lingzi had become so foolish during their descent to the mortal realm. Easily deceived by Wukong, it was only later that I learned that it was not Lingzi who had been duped, but rather the 2 cunning little demons, Jingshi Gue and Lingli Chong. Old Lord, there is trouble. You must come quickly, I exclaimed as I entered the Dolua Palace, raising my voice. Wukong intends to kill Lingzi and Lingzi. To my surprise, the Supreme Old Lord emerged leisurely, stroking his beard and laughing heartily. The elixirs they consume are no less potent than that of the Monkey King. How could they be so easily slain? Furthermore, I have bestowed upon them ample treasures for defense. Do not speak of treasures, they are bound to be deceived. Is that so? The Supreme Old Lord appeared incredulous. Though my 2 disciples may be somewhat unreliable, they are not so foolish. I recounted Wukong's plea for assistance, and we hastened to the mortal realm, where we beheld NeZha already wielding the Zodiaci at the southern heavenly gate. Has it not yet begun? I inquired. The monkey bids us wait for his signal, NeZha replied, just as a gourd floated up from the mortal realm. With a smirk, NeZha began to wave the Zodiaci. In an instant, the sun and moon were rendered obscured. The earth fell into darkness. Shortly thereafter, Wukong's signal arrived, and NeZha waved the Zodiaci to reveal the sun and moon once more. Wukong bounded over, cradling the purple gold gourd, his countenance radiant with joy. Success. The treasure is in hand. Thank you, my brother. NeZha waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formalities between us. When old Sun accomplishes his task, I shall treat you all to a drink, Wukong declared before returning to the mortal realm. Are you fools? Can the heavens be so easily manipulated? The golden-horned king seethed as he listened to the two little demons recount the events. Brother, it is futile to blame them now. The purple gold gourd must have been tricked away by that monkey king. Silverhorn interjected, restraining the furious golden horn. Then what shall we do? Should we flee? The golden-horned king paced anxiously, and Silverhorn echoed, I think that is a wise course of action.